Giant Zingsui, open the door. Open this damn door. What are you fucking doing inside? I know you're inside. Oi, Giant Zingsui. When Giant Zingsui opened his eyes, he only felt dizzy. His memory was still stuck in the pain of his death in his previous life. It was only after his death that he unexpectedly learned that he was in a book involving the plot of a real and fake young master from a wealthy family. Of course, he was the fake young master who had his filthy eyes on the wealth of the Giant family. So at last, he finally became the villain who finally received the karma of his good deeds and left this cruel world. Dong dong dong. There were still knocks on the door outside. Giant Zingsui, what are you pretending to be dead inside for? Come out and make it clear. If you don't open the door, I will kick the door. Giant Zingsui originally had a headache and didn't want to move, but after hearing the persistent knock on the door outside, he had to sit up and open the door with difficulty. He was very worried that if he didn't open the door, the other party would do more crazy things. Click, the door opened. Standing outside, Giant Q frowned fiercely, watching his son finally open the door. He was about to scold when he saw Giant Zingsui's pale face, bloodless, and for some unknown reason his body was as fragile as it would fall down at any time. If it were before, he might have been concerned and distressed, but now he just frowned more severely. What trick are you trying to use this time? Giant Zingsui looked at the stranger in front of him, and for a moment his whole spirit seemed to have been dumbfounded. This person in front of him was his father. No, to be precise, his former father. Before Nran appeared, his father still loved him a little bit, but after the protagonist appeared, everyone seemed to have lost their minds and their temperaments changed greatly. Everyone hated him and everyone desperately wanted him to disappear. Why don't you talk? Giant Q stepped in as if he was finally acting on the behalf of heavens to spread justice all over the world. Let me tell you, fucker, you actually did such a crazy thing yesterday and dared to trouble Nran. If I hadn't gone early, such a kind child Nran might have been bullied by you. I have raised you for so many years, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant and domineering, which is really disappointing. While speaking, he observed Giant Zingsui's expression. When he found that Giant Zingsui was still staring at him in a daze, he acted even more severely. It seems that you still don't understand where you are wrong, so let me make it clearer to you. No matter what fucking stupid tricks you use today, you must get the fuck out of this house. After speaking, Giant Q wanted to wait and see what kind of cheap trick Giant Zingsui would use this time, but what he didn't expect was that there was dead silence in the room. Then Giant Zingsui looked at him uncertainly and said, yesterday. Giant Q was stunned for a moment. He didn't know which movie's dialogue would this damn child recite to him again. So he said impatiently, if not yesterday, then when? You fucking idiot. Why, do you still want to deny it and say you didn't do it? Giant Zingsui leaned weakly against the back door. Do you mean to say I'm 19 years old now? Giant Q heard his nonsense and couldn't help but feel even more disgusted. OHHO, now you're even asking this kind of question. Giant Zingsui didn't answer. He just touched his head and laughed lowly. At first he couldn't believe it, but now he has to believe that he was actually reborn. Moreover, he was reborn at the time when the protagonist Shu and Ran was on the way back from the hospital and was about to join up with the Giant family members to drive him away. Many things hadn't happened yet and many humiliations were yet to suffer. Only after he died, when he learned that this world was a novel, had he learned about his character, a disgusting and annoying cannon fodder, a wealthy fake young master who occupied someone else's throne, and Ran was the center of this world. After he came back, people from the Giant family loved him and spoiled him to death. He stepped on Giant Zingsui's feet and became a recognized nobleman on the internet. In the end, he fell in love with the actor because of the drama and went to the peak of his life. Meanwhile, he himself. In the end, he had nothing and died in a car accident in a place no one knew. Those cold-blooded readers were hooked with this kind of trope. Giant Zingsui sighed. He then raised his head to look at his father and said, so, what time is it now? Should I go back to my parents? Giant Q didn't hear the first half of the sentence clearly, but only heard the second half of the sentence. Of course, you have to go back. What's more today, even if you want to leave, you must leave, and even if you don't want to leave, you must leave. Heh, none of your tricks will be useful today. Giant Q had already thought about it. No matter what tricks Giant Zingsui plays this time, he will never have any soft-heartedness. After going through these things, he was able to see the child's bad nature completely, and he couldn't relax his vigilance at all. However, Giant Zingsui stood up straight, looked at him frankly, and said, okay, I'll leave. Everything you say is useless, even if you... Wait. What? Giant Q's words were half-choked. He couldn't believe his ears. What did you just say? Seeing that he didn't understand clearly, Giant Zingsui repeated, then I'll go back to my parents. Giant Q was just ready to forcibly drive this damn kid away, but now his words got stuck in his throat. After holding it for a long time, he could only say, don't even think of playing any kind of tricks. Giant Zingsui asked back, what tricks did I play? Giant Q was speechless. The young man standing in the room still had a familiar appearance. His hair had grown long enough to cover his eyes and his head was dyed yellow. His clothes were also too baggy. That cloth could fit 10 more elephants in it. but at this moment the boy was standing there quietly. His tone was neither high nor low. Obviously, he was questioning him back, but there was not any hostility sounded in his tone. He was just asking so calmly. Instead, it seemed that Jian Q was an unreasonable one here. Impossible, didn't he know this son of his the best? He has already become a complete bastard, this little fellow acting like this. He is definitely trying to show his useless acting skills. Thinking of this, Jian Q said loudly, "Have you thought about it?" Jian Zingsui nodded. "I've said it clearly that I want to leave." Jian Q was really surprised this time. He was indeed dazzled by anger, but seeing that Jian Zingsui suddenly cooperated a lot, he said, "It's best if you have thought clearly. Over the years, your mother and I have always treated you as a biological child, but what you have done really chills our hearts. And Ran is a good boy, so don't resent him. This is the last time I'm warning you. After that, you go back to your biological parents. If you dare to attack Ran again, I will not let you go, understand?" Jian Q only knew that Jian Zingsui had a conflict with Ran, so he felt that obviously Jian Zingsui was the one who was trying to attack Ran. How could he have thought that it was the same innocent and kind child that he was talking about who had gone to attack Jian Zingsui first? Jian Q only knew that Ran had fainted and was taken to the hospital, but did he know that Jian Zingsui was also injured? The scratched arm under the long-sleeved shirt was still aching, but he didn't feel any pain at all. The grievance and pain in his heart were several times more painful than the pain of that wound. Jian Q saw that he was silent, but thought it was because the conditions were not enough, so he said, "There is a check on the table, just take it and leave." Jian Zingsui sneered after hearing this. In his previous life, even when he died, he still had the last shred of hope in his heart, but now that he has lived again and experienced such a scene again, the fire in his heart has been completely extinguished. Even if Jian Q doesn't chase him out today, he has to leave. Jian Zingsui said, "No, I'm willing to leave the house. You can keep this money for the frightened and fragile," and ran to recover his body. Jian Q choked. He did not expect that Jian Zingsui would refuse. What shocked him even more was that after rejecting him, Jian Zingsui opened the door without any nostalgia and was about to walk outside. Jian Q subconsciously asked, "Don't you need to pack your luggage?" Luggage. Jian Zingsui seemed to have just reacted. He glanced back at the gorgeous room and smiled. "Since this house doesn't belong to me, then these things don't belong to me either." He walked dashingly without the slightest nostalgia. The young man standing in the corridor walked out of that room. In fact, he had not been away from this place for a long time. After being kicked out of the house in his previous life, he had not come in again for about 2 years, but now he was back again. It was the place where he had lived for 20 years. Looking at it now, it felt extraordinarily unfamiliar. Even though he was prepared at this moment for some reason, he still felt a little pain in his heart. 20 years of relationship. But it turned out to be something that even a dude who had appeared only for 2 months could break. He had clearly seen some people's real faces, but some feelings were something that couldn't dissipate even if he wanted to. But death was enough to wake him up. Only by leaving this home and this group of people could he feel better. Jian Q's voice came from behind. "You better have thought carefully about it." Jian Zingsui recovered from his thoughts. He turned around and looked at Jian Q. After staring for a while, he finally bowed to him, as if he had paid back the kindness of his upbringing over the years. "Please don't forget to take care of yourself." The afternoon sun was a bit warm, but the corridor was a bit dim. The wind was blowing from the end of the window, and the hem of the boy's clothes fluttered slightly. Not long ago, Jian Q hoped that this ignorant child would leave, but at this moment, for some unknown reason, a certain stone in his heart seemed to loosen a bit. After living together for a long time, he finally couldn't help but call out, "Sway, sway." Jian Zingsui bowed and bowed again without being moved by Jian Q's call. He only said goodbye. What? Jian Zingsui came downstairs and thought that he could leave the house without any obstacles. Who knew that as soon as he got downstairs, a man in a suit walked up to him. He had a good appearance, but once he saw Jian Zingsui, his face did not look so good anymore. This was his eldest brother Jian Gu, who was also the one who really protected and ran in his previous life. Sure enough, Jian Zingsui hadn't even said anything yet, but the man who stood in front of him opened his mouth. "Dad talked to you." Jian Zingsui nodded yes. And then, Jian Gu looked at him condescendingly, with a tone that was almost disdainful. "How much did you charge your father?" Jian Zingsui was a little speechless. "I didn't." Jian Gu raised his eyebrows in disgust. "You still think that's not enough?" Jian Zingsui was directly blocked by his words and didn't know what to say. The main reason was that he was too speechless and he didn't know what to do for a while, but in Jian Gu's eyes, it was as if he was agreeing with his words. Jian Gu sneered. "Jian Zingsui, eldest brother, was actually right about your true face. Don't you have any feelings of benevolence and righteousness in your mind, or is it just filled with all money and cheap tricks?" Jian Zingsui was inexplicably scolded again. Jian Gu was strongly biased with his own opinions and said coldly, "Tell me, how much do you want?" The last trace of sadness in Jian Xingsui's heart disappeared. He has to leave anyway, and he will have nothing to do with this group of people in the future. Why should he suffer from this stranger's anger? He immediately raised his eyebrows and his voice was loud. I said I didn't receive it. Are you deaf? Jian Gu's face changed. From childhood to adulthood, this younger brother of his has always been spoiled and naughty, but he would still be a little more restrained in front of him. What he had never expected was that Jian Xingsui would actually dare to speak to him in such a tone. Jian Xingsui looked straight at him and retorted, You said that I don't have any feelings of benevolence and righteousness in my mind, but then every time you open your mouth, it's all about money this and money that. He smirked. May I ask, just how much benevolence and righteousness is present in that noble mind of yours? Jian Gu's eyes flickered. Who was he? Of course he had to show the CEO's aura. Jian Xingsui, is this how you talk with your elders? You have no education at all. Jian Xingsui smiled. This time it was true. He laughed from the bottom of his heart. He raised his face and looked at the person in front of him. Are you still considered my elder? Jian Xingsui was very indifferent. Didn't I just get kicked out today? Jian Gu couldn't refute you, this, mister. Jian Xingsui was too lazy to entangle with him any longer. If there is nothing else, can you get out of the way? I'm in a hurry. Jian Gu subconsciously gave way. He was someone who was admired by everyone in the company. He is also complimented outside the Jian family. Today, he learned that Enran was bullied by his disgusting younger brother again. He hurried back and wanted to reprimand him, but who would have thought that Jian Xingsui would be the one to scold the shit out of him? What's more, he couldn't even refute this fucker. Jian Xingsui, seeing that the person was about to leave, the CEO opened his mouth to stop him, trying to save a little bit of face for himself. Jian Xingsui paused. He stood at the door and looked back. What's wrong? Jian Gu's eyes were bright. The president in a suit and tie looked stern, as if he was firing some employee. If you leave this house today, you will no longer be the child of our Jian family, nor will you be my younger brother Jian Gu. And Ran will be the young master of the Jian family. I hope you will not use the name of my Jian family to do some evil things in the future and be a good person. Jian Xingsui, are you finished? Why did Jian Gu felt that his words were being treated as a fart? He was usually a bit arrogant kind of person, but today this idiot fellow actually dared to challenge his ego and arrogance. At this moment, he couldn't completely reprimand Jian Xingsui and felt a little depressed, but there was nothing he could do. So he had to add a sentence at the end. You better remember this, otherwise I will no longer care about the past feelings. Jian Xingsui said, You never seem to have cared in the first place. Jian Gu. A mocking smile appeared in Jian Xingsui's eyes and he waved at him. Goodbye. After coming out of the Jian family's big house, fresh air came from outside, and Jian Xingsui felt that his breathing was much smoother. It seemed that everyone in that house had deep malice towards him, and that kind of oppression was really overwhelming. It was even hard for him to breathe there, but when he came out, he soon found himself in a difficult situation. Where were his biological parents? Everyone had immediately asked him to go back to his biological parents. But the question was, where were those two people? He hadn't gone back to them at all in his previous life and had stayed to entangle with Enran. Later, after he had taken the check, he had gone to live in the hotel. He hadn't cared about his so-called biological parents from the beginning to the end, and he had never gone back. Even if they had met later, it had been an appointment in some restaurant. But now. Very good, he doesn't even know the address. Jian Xingsui subconsciously reached out to his pocket, but he hadn't expected to find something. A note. That was a piece of paper that seemed to have been torn apart with an address written on it. It should be the address of his biological parents. It was probably given to him by someone before, and he had put it away casually. Jian Xingsui sighed, fortunately. For Jian Xingsui, who had just been reborn, he had a clear understanding of many things now, so he was willing to try more. In this life, he didn't ask for money, so naturally he had nowhere to go. If he will meet his so-called biological parents, then he might have a different outcome. Jian Xingsui looked at the 3-kilometer route and still sighed. If I knew earlier, I should have accepted that check. At least tonight, I could have stayed at the hotel for one night. But fortunately, this body of his was not as haggard as when he had died in the previous life. He won't be too tired after walking a long distance. His biological parents lived on a street in a small urban area. After leaving the wealthy area of the Jian family, the old town here was definitely giving a different feeling to him. People were coming and going on electric cars, tricycles, and there were hawkers on the roadside yelling and selling seasonal fruits. Jian Xingsui looked there and felt that it was quite lively there. According to the address on the note, he came to a small shop. His biological parents were involved in a small business. They seemed to have been selling rice cakes. It's just that for some reason they hadn't opened their shop today. After thinking about it, he found a chair at the door of the store to sit down and wait for them. Many people passing by on the side of the road casted curious glances at him. When the sun set in the west, someone at the end of the intersection finally walked over. As they walked, the couple was still talking. Ran is indeed frightened. I really felt distressed when I saw him. The man said that kid from the Giant family is really lawless. Look at him scaring Ran Ran so casually. The woman sighed with a sad look. Our dear Ran Ran is really pitiful. Whenever I think of how he won't live at home in the future, and I will rarely be able to see him, my heart feels like it is being stabbed by a sharp knife. The man quickly comforted her. Don't be too sad. No matter whether Ran Ran lives with us or not in our hearts, he will always be our only child. Our feeling will never change. The woman was relieved and nodded. Jian Xingsui, who was sitting at the door of the store, met the two of them under such circumstances. The couple was stunned for a moment, and then they reacted. They pointed at Jian Xingsui in disbelief and said, why are you here? Jian Xingsui felt a little inexplicable. He asked back, I shouldn't have come. Reasonably speaking, isn't he their own biological child? The couple's reaction was really inexplicable and made him feel helpless. He actually had come here with so much hope. But now his heart was only able to feel the coldness and nothing else. The woman was still a little shocked, but the man was the first to speak. You are Sui Sui. Jian Xingsui nodded. The couple didn't seem to be very excited when they saw their biological child, but it couldn't be said as hate. It was more like they didn't know how to get along with him. When the man went to open the door, the woman said to Jian Xingsui, my name is Zhang Zia, he is Zhang Xiangyang. We are involved in the shop business, and our home is above this shop. You should already know this, Ba. Jian Xingsui actually didn't know, but he still nodded, I know. The door opened, and Zhang Zia said awkwardly, come in then. Their store indeed sold rice cakes. There were many tools for steaming and making rice cakes on display, but they were all well organized and the environment looked clean and refreshing. Zhang Xiangyang walked in front and introduced, our family just relies on such a small shop. It's not as good as Giant's. I don't know if you'll be able to get used to it. Jian Xingsui replied, it doesn't matter, it's very clean, it's already very good. Zhang Zia was a little surprised after hearing this. She used to think that Jian Xingsui was too disobedient and a spoiled young master with a bad temper. Although he was her own child, she had never lived together with him and had no feelings for him. So there was still some resistance, but she didn't expect the child to change shoes from the time he entered the door, and now this kid seemed to be very polite. She smiled and said, it's fine if you don't dislike it. Our place is indeed clean. Ran Ran is a diligent child who often helps us with work. He is that kind of sensible child. Jian Xingsui nodded thoughtfully. The protagonist was the protagonist. He was popular and pampered wherever he went. He must have many good qualities. This was definitely understandable and worth learning. Instead, Zhang Xiangyang coughed and said, well, Xingsui, you should live in this room. Jian Xingsui came over and the door was opened. This should be a study room with a platform bed. The opposite wall had a high bookshelf. There was a table under the only window in the room. At first glance, this room was obviously not made for permanently living purposes. It was too small and it did not face the sun. Whether it was compared to his own room or the house before his rebirth, it was very shabby. But Jian Xingsui didn't really care about this. He turned around and glanced at the room next to him. Is that room yours? Zhang Xiangyang replied, no, that's Ran Ran's room. Jian Xingsui glanced at Zhang Xiangyang lightly. Although he didn't speak, that light glance contained too many emotions, which made the other two people feel guilty for no reason. Zhang Zia at the back explained a little bluntly, well, because Ran Ran just moved out in the past 2 days, there are a lot of things in his room that hasn't been taken out yet, so it's not convenient for you to live in there. After some time, you can live there. Jian Xingsui sneered. Can't you take those things out now and put it in the study? It's even more convenient to pack it up and take it with him when he comes back. Zhang Zia and Zhang Xiangyang looked at each other, but they were speechless. In the end, it was Zhang Xiangyang who explained, Ran Ran has a lot of gadgets. Some of them are more expensive ones, so we don't want to mess around with them. We're afraid we'll break them. Xingsui, you're also a child of a big family. You should know this better than us. Jian Xingsui smiled. The emotions in his eyes gradually faded. When he entered the shabby room, he only left a light sentence, up to you guys, Ba. What? After Jian Xingsui returned to his room, he sat beside the bed to rest. While sitting beside the bed, he accidentally touched his own wound. After rolling up his long sleeves, he saw there were many dazzling scratches. He had gotten these gifts when he had been pushed down and fell. Of course, these were not the gifts that our dear protagonist and Ran himself had given him. Instead, he had fallen when he had been pushed by the security guard who was patrolling the street. Everyone said that Ran was kind and simple, but Jian Xingsui didn't think so. Ran himself had come to find him and had tried to deliberately insult him to provoke him. He took advantage of the time when the security guard came and finally fainted in the pose of a victim. Obviously, he was unscathed, but everyone felt that he was wronged and bullied. And when it came to him, everyone felt that he was the only one who was guilty of the worst crime. Jian Xingsui poked the wound and unconsciously took a breath. Hiss. It hurt. He knew his stupid ass should have gone to buy some medicine in the afternoon earlier. He didn't know if there was any anti-inflammatory water in this house, or should he go out and buy some himself. Jian Zingsui came out of the room, but he didn't see the couple, so he didn't have to greet them while going downstairs. He was not familiar with the environment here, but at this time many people were getting off work in the evening. When they saw him coming out of the couple's shop, they all looked at him, and some people even commented in a not-so-small voice, "Is that the child you were talking about? I heard that his conduct is very poor. Look at the clothes he's wearing, tusk tusk." When Jian Zingsui heard what they said, he simply stopped when he was passing through a glass door and looked at himself now. He was wearing ripped trousers, his hair was yellow, and his bangs were so long that his eyes were covered. His whole existence was shouting that he was a local thug or even a hooligan. He simply abandoned the thought of going to the pharmacy and directly went to a barber shop instead. The owner of the barber shop was stunned when he saw him. He nervously said, "Young man, do you want to wash your hair or what hairstyle do you want?" After reliving his whole life, Jian Zingsui's aesthetics were not the same as before. In his past life, he liked to pursue trends in fashion. He was simply following his heart, so he had thought that pursuing fashion and being stylish was his personality which made him look cool. But now it was unknown why. He seemed to have a different idea after being reborn once. "Cut it directly, and I want to dye it black." The barber shop owner said, "Okay, okay." Because the two sides reached an agreement quickly, they acted quickly. His hair was dyed black and the long bangs were cut off. The face of the person who looked a little gloomy at first was completely revealed. He actually had a pair of big eyes that were very energetic, but they were always covered by his cool bangs. Now that he was clean and tidy, his whole appearance seemed to be completely new. The boy with red lips and white teeth showed a shy smile in the mirror. The barber shop owner was stunned and said with a slight emotion, "You look pretty when you smile. As soon as you entered the store, I was a little nervous." Jian Zingsui was suspicious. "Why that? I don't know." The owner of the barber shop was also an honest man. He touched his head and said naively, "Maybe it's just because of the aura you emitted when you entered. I don't know how to describe it." He couldn't tell, but Jian Zingsui could at least guess why. In the world of this book, he is a vicious cannon fodder character, so of course he naturally emits the aura of vicious cannon fodder. It is destined that many people will not like him at first sight, and will even develop a heart of resistance and vigilance. It was the exact opposite of the protagonist, who had an aura of affinity and was naturally likable. Some people were born to be the rising sun in the sky, but he was different. He was mud on the ground. Seeing that his expression was not very good, the boss hesitated. "Did I say something wrong?" "No." Jian Zingsui's eyes were a little indifferent. "You are quite right. So what if he is nothing but the mud?" In his previous life, he had tried hard to please everyone and ended up with a tragic end. In this life, he just wanted to stay away from the junk of the Jian family and never wanted to please anyone again. The boss saw that he was a little silent. He thought that he was bored. "I'll show you the TV." The TV was turned on, and the TV show on it was The Battle of the World. It was the drama starring film Emperor Fu Jingxiao, which was today's most popular show with the most amount of discussion topics and highest popularity. The boss was also afraid that Jian Zingsui could not understand it, so he recommended it to him. "Don't just watch this as an ordinary war movie. It's just more than that. Film Emperor Fu's acting skills are outstanding. My wife and children all like him. There are also many little girls who come to me to cut their hair who are his absolute fans. Do you know him? He did a good job in this drama." There was also one of his movies based on the Republican era before. What was it called? Jian Zingsui opened his lips. "Mission." The boss clapped his hands. "Yes, Mission." "Hey, how did you know, young man, this movie was quite unpopular? After all, it was one of the Fu Jingxiao's early work." Jian Zingsui replied in a low voice, "I'm his fan." In the past and present, if there was one thing that had not changed, it was his idol. He had admired and liked Fu Jingxiao since he was young. As long as it was film Emperor Fu's work, he would look at each of them over and over again. Unlike many fans who followed him afterward because of his fame, he had been following that person since Fu Jingxiao's first album debut. He had been supporting Fu Jingxiao ever since he had very few Weibo fans, and in the following years, he had never been slacking off when it came to Fu Jingxiao. It's a pity that he didn't get to see his idol even when he had died. Later, after learning that this was a novel world, he also accidentally discovered that the real young master, and Ran, was the protagonist. His hard work and talent caught Fu Jingxiao's attention. After that, and Ran's journey in the entertainment industry went smoothly, and he worked together with film Emperor Fu to make many movies. Because of a drama that both of them starred in, the two finally united and became married, while Jian Zingsui died in a nameless street with nothing. The boss said, "Young man, did my cutting force hurt you? Why are your eyes red?" Jian Zingsui pulled away from his memories. He looked at himself in the mirror and smiled. "No, I haven't slept nicely these days. I'm just a bit sleepy. Young people these days. Tusk. They like to stay up all night." The boss said, "How is this a nice thing? It's better to treat yourself well and you should wake up now." Jian Zingsui nodded lightly as if telling both the boss and to himself, "Yes, it's time to wake up." The next day, a nanny car was driving on the street. In the back of the car sat a man wearing sunglasses who was closing his eyes. The man was wearing a light coffee-colored coat. His slender legs were folded, and he was reclining lazily in the back seat. His almost perfect jawline gave him a look of being a bit indifferent. Beside him, there was someone who was constantly chattering. Agent Wang Macon said helplessly, "My dear brother, very handsome bro, dear ancestor, are you listening?" Fu Jingxiao responded lightly. Wang Macon handed the band aid to him. "That private meal at the airport yesterday was too scary. There was actually such a sharp knife. Have you cleaned the wound on your arm? Do you want to go to the hospital for a look? I didn't have time, so I brought some band aid here." Fu Jingxiao took the band-aid and played with it in his hand. He replied casually, "It's not that serious." The agent wanted to say even more. "I've told you many times that even dedication should have some limits. You got off the plane in the early morning while still being injured, and even when you were injured, you still needed to take into account the mood of the fans. You didn't go through the VIP pass just for them. Fu Jingxiao responded, "I know where limits lie clearly in my heart." The manager was about to say something when she heard the man's tusk. He took off his sunglasses and revealed his inky eyes that were dark and deep. The man's voice was low and slow. While chuckling softly, he said, "Great manager, ma'am, it's just a little injury. It's not worth your 10,000 words lecture, right?" Although it was an interrogative sentence, Wang Macon shut up. She had followed Fu Jingxiao for many years, so she knew when to stop her nagging. This man is well known in the circle as a good-tempered man. He has a good reputation and is unpretentious, but he is actually very cold in his bones, with a deep calculation under his smiling face. Dealing with this Fu Jingxiao, one must know their limits. Otherwise, you never know when will be your funeral. The driver in the front seat said, "Sir, the shop you're looking for is right up front." This was a narrow street, surrounded by scattered shops selling food and toys. There were many people coming and going, but it was definitely not the place where Film Emperor Fu usually comes. The agent said, "If you want to buy something, I'll get out of the car and buy it for you." "No need." Fu Jingxiao waved his hand. "I have been in the car for a long time. I'll go down to get some air." The agent just gave up. The weather in August was a bit hot. There was a pavilion outside the small shop selling rice cakes. There were many people sitting under the pavilion eating pastries and chatting. The business of this store was good, and there was a small queue outside. Fu Jingxiao stood at the end and happened to hear a few girls discussing the latest gossip. "Have you seen that on Weibo? I saw that. Film Emperor Fu actually made his own fans wait for nothing. I liked Brother Fu very much. Why is he suddenly like this? I don't know what happened to him in the past 2 years." I heard that his previous movie, Jinghua, also flopped. Fu Jingxiao stood not far away and listened casually, but there was no response. He's used to seeing too many fans in the entertainment industry who chase after the fame of other people. These kinds of fans who stop following their idol after seeing one-sided events didn't bother him much. Their words' effects were useless on him. A boy in a white hat came out of the store. He had come out with the cakes in the tray. It was unknown how long and how much he had listened. After the boy put the things on the tables of several girls, he said, "I'm sorry, but I want to correct that the main actor starring in the movie Jinghua is not Mr. Fu." Those few little girls were stunned. After Jian Xingsui straightened his waist, his tone was plain but clear. Mr. Fu starred as a supporting character in Jinghua, not as the main actor. And also this film did not flop. It won the Best Film Editing Award and the Best Original Arrangement Award in Magnolia in 2018. At that time, Mr. Fu, who had only acted as a supporting character in the movie, had also won the Best Supporting Actor award. His words didn't flutter even once while saying these words. Those few little girls were stunned when they heard it. Passers-by fans had no power to backhand in front of die-hard fans. Fu Jingxiao, who was originally careless, also raised his head and set his eyes on the young man under the sun. His usual indifferent eyes were filled with a little interest. The little girl murmured to retort, "Then isn't the news of him making his fans wait for nothing true?" Jian Xingsui sneered. Holding the tray, he answered without any fear. "Just at one glance one can tell that the video was edited." Mr. Fu had once mentioned in an interview in 2016 that he only accepts letters from fans but not gifts, so what's wrong with him rejecting expensive gifts from fans? The girl with long hair was not convinced. Then he simply couldn't live up to the fans' wishes. Jian Xingsui's thoughts were very clear, and he answered without arrogance. The airport has always had a VIP pass for VIP people. Because he had his flight in the early morning, the fans had waited outside all night. So instead of the VIP pass, which was a way lot more convenient path for him, he just went through the ordinary pass in order not to let the fans lose heart who were waiting for him since the middle of the night. Now I want to ask you, where did he leave his fans waiting for nothing? The little girls on the table were left speechless. A battle between die-hard fans and passers-by fans. It was obvious who would win. The girl with long hair said embarrassingly, "Why do you defend him so much? Who are you to him? How do you remember everything about him so clearly?" The whole area was silent for a moment. After a while, Jian Xingsui leaned a bit towards the girls. His tone was calm and no one knew the sadness he had hidden underneath his voice. He replied, "I'm not anyone special, just a passerby." Not only the three little girls looked at Jian Xingsui in shock, but Film Emperor Fu, who was behind those girls, also raised his eyebrows. When Jian Xingsui passed the queue, his delicate face still looked a bit immature. He obviously was a very young boy, but unexpectedly, he remembered something that had happened several years ago so clearly. Is he really just a passerby? Fu Jingxiao's eyes fell on the boy's back, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This young boy. Interesting, Film Emperor Fu. Boy, you caught my attention. Everything in the little shop was going well. It was unknown why, but business was going so well today. Mr. Zhang and his wife were making rice cakes inside, and Jian Xingsui was helping outside, doing bill collection work. It was a bit messy for Jian Xingsui to work there first, but after learning for a while, his movements had become more familiar. Although not as good as a professional, fortunately, he still acted nicely when facing customers. The surrounding people were noisy. He had lowered his head and was busy looking for money. When the other two were busy preparing cakes for others, it was the next customer's turn. A slightly low-pitched male voice sounded above his head. "Hello, please pack 2 glutinous rice cake dumplings and another set of your family's signature set meal." Jian Xingsui froze. Somehow a very familiar voice entered into his ears. It was an ordinary afternoon, but Jian Xingsui's heart suddenly seemed to have missed a beat. He raised his head suddenly. The person in front of him was wearing a coffee-colored coat, sunglasses, and a mask. Even though he couldn't see his face clearly, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and even his breathing began to tighten. If you have been a die-hard fan of someone for many years, you can definitely tell who that person is just by listening to their voice. Zhang Zia's voice came from behind. "Sway, sway, this dumpling is ready." Jian Xingsui quickly recovered and said to the customer, "Okay, please wait a moment." He was in turmoil. The noise of the surrounding people, coupled with the interruption of the woman, made the originally determined heart of his hesitated. How could Film Emperor Fu come to such a place? Even after thinking using his toes, it's impossible for him to come here, right? Maybe people who have similar voices exist in this world. Besides, who was he? A mere vicious cannon fodder. Could he still dare to imagine that there will be such good luck as meeting the protagonist so casually? He tried to calm himself down. It was definitely impossible. Zhang Zia put the prepared set in the tray, and Jian Xingsui packed it and handed it to Fu Jingxiao. He had calmed down a bit, so he said, "Hello, the total is 67 yuan. May I ask if you're paying through cash or scan code?" Fu Jingxiao, cash. The man took out the wallet from his pocket. It was a pure black wallet. The brand name was not clear. The style was very classic. There were neatly arranged cards. He took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to Jian Xingsui. His slender fingers were pale and clean. His familiar set of movements made Jian Xingsui ecstatic for a moment. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. His eyes fell on Jian Xingsui and he asked, "What's wrong?" Jian Xingsui quickly returned to his senses. His ears even blushed a little because of shame. He actually stared at the hand of a strange customer in a daze. It's really a fool's behavior. What a shameless thug he is. No, nothing. Jian Xingsui hurriedly put away the money. He opened the cash drawer and began to get the change for the bills. Because of the range of motion, his sleeve slipped down, revealing the wound that had not fully healed yet. But he didn't notice it and handed the change to Fu Jingxiao. "Your change." The man just glanced around at his own change. He took out a 20 yuan bill and handed it to Jian Xingsui and said, "You gave me more. You should have given me a 10 yuan bill." Because he was too flustered, he had given him the wrong money bill. Jian Xingsui felt that he didn't know where to hide this shameless face of his, so he quickly took the money and bowed, "I'm sorry." The Zhang couple behind him cast exploratory glances. Jian Xingsui quickly found a 10 yuan bill and handed it to Fu Jingxiao and also reminded him, "Try not to eat too much of the dumplings you pack at night, as they are not easy to digest. If you can't finish eating them, you can store them in the refrigerator." Jian Xingsui's heart was still chaotic. He wanted to be sure, but he wasn't sure. "Heaven is dry and my heart is being fry and I don't want to cry. What to do, what to do." His idol is leaving, his idol is Leaving. AHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH. Just when he was a little flustered, a voice came from above his head. "Then let me remind you too." Jian Xingsui was stunned for a moment. He then raised his head in surprise. The tall man stood across the counter. He picked up his things and spoke slowly. "If you are injured, you still need to pay attention to the wound. The weather is hot and it is easy to get inflamed." Jian Xingsui froze in place. The wound on his arm was not fully healed because he hadn't been treated properly. However, after getting along for a few days, the Zhang couple still turned a blind eye to his wound. As for the man in front of him, they had just met by chance, but he noticed it. This feeling was very strange. A warm feeling flooded into his heart. After taking a closer look, he found that there was actually a band-aid on the counter. He had left it there. The man stopped and turned around. No need to be too modest. Very strange. Obviously, Jian Xingsui couldn't see the other man's complete face. But when he stood in the sun, Jian Xingsui's heartbeat was still unstable. The tall man had an elegant breath all over his body. He curled his lips, as for who I am. Jian Xingsui looked at him and saw the man wave at him. His tone seemed to contain a bit of a mocking smile, but it made Jian Xingsui's heart feel hot. I'm not anyone special, just a passerby. The same evening, the shop was closed and Jian Xingsui also returned to his room. He was sitting beside the bed and was still reminiscing about the afternoon. He really would not mistake Fu Jingxiao's voice. No matter how much he told himself it was impossible, he still thought that person should be Film Emperor Fu himself. If it was someone else, it was indeed possible that he would recognize the wrong person. But the person opposite to him was someone who he had been following for almost 10 years. Fu Yingdi debuted as a singer at the age of 19, and Jian Xingsui was only 15 years old at that time. After hearing his singing on a street corner by chance, Xingsui's feelings for him had been uncontrollable. For countless times over the past 10 years, he had been quietly pursuing him behind his back, step by step, witnessing Fu Jingxiao's transformation from being an unknown star to being a big hit, from being adored by people and being hated on the internet, to a large number of fans throwing shades to him to, in the end, his fame and he himself shining brightly to ascending to the film emperor's throne. During all these period of time, he had never left following that man. Is it really him? Jian Xingsui held the band aid in his hand. He was even reluctant to use it, looking at it over and over. Thinking of the final end of the book of Film Emperor Fu and Jian Anren getting married in the original novel, his heart ached for a while. According to the laws of the world, can a vicious cannon fodder have such an opportunity? Thinking about it, Jian Xingsui suddenly froze after remembering a certain plot point. If going through the plot of his previous life accordingly, and Ran had still lived in the rice cake shop because Jian Xing had refused to leave the Jian family's house. That means Ran and Fu Jingxiao should have met this afternoon. What in the demoness hole? Because he was reborn and made a different choice, the butterfly effect's wings were slightly flapped, causing the current situation. Jian Xingsui went to the bed and breathed a long sigh of relief. No way. Jingle bell, his cell phone rang. Jian Xingsui picked it up, but he didn't expect that it was the phone call from his agent who had not been in contact with him for 800 years. In case you are lost, yes, he had also signed with an entertainment company. But he was still just an amateur because firstly he had just graduated, and secondly he had been focusing on fighting with Ran before, so he hadn't wanted to do his personal things well at all. The agent said, Zio Sui, how are you doing? I've heard everything about you. Everyone has their own good times and bad times, but one should never give up, brother Wang. Jian Xingsui said, honestly, don't worry, I'm fine. The agent breathed a sigh of relief. He said, all's good as long as you're fine. So I have a variety show in my hands now, and I have invited more than 100 amateurs to participate in the final debut. I think it's quite suitable for you. Are you going to participate? Jian Xingsui thought of this show. He indeed remembered a variety show from his previous life, so he asked, is it the Starlight? Bro Wang the agent was shocked. How do you know? Jian Xingsui couldn't explain it, so he could only say, I have heard a little about it, but I don't understand it in detail. Brother Wang took the phone and said, this is a good opportunity. It will give you more chances to show your face and show your talents. If you are lucky, you will make your debut in a group, and you will have a bright future. Jian Xingsui knew that it was impossible for him to make his debut in a group. In the last life, the protagonist and Ran relied on this variety show to become popular and finally debuted. What's more, the mentor invited by this variety show was now the popular top actor Fu Jingxiao. This was an indispensable plot in the novel for the protagonist Xu and Fu Yingdi to develop their relationship. But he hadn't participated in that variety show in his previous life, because he had just been kicked out of the house at that time and he was staying in the hotel with a check. Brother Wang asked him, what is it? Are you going or not? Jian Xingsui hesitated. I'll consider it. Of course he wanted to go. If he went, he might be able to meet his idol. Moreover, he was jobless right now and had no source of income at all. It was a perfect opportunity for him. He didn't want to have anything to do with Ran or the Jian family anymore. His death in his previous life still seemed to be vivid in his eyes. He knew that he will not end well if he goes against the protagonist again. Now he just wanted to stay away from Ran, and it was best for him to not see him again in this life. Brother Wang sighed. Then you can call me anytime in the next 2 days. Jian Xingsui responded. Almost as soon as the call was hung up, there was a knock on the door. Jian Xingsui sat up and said, please come in. It was Zhang Zia who opened the door. She said, Sui, come down to eat. Jian Xingsui responded and followed her downstairs. He still lived in that small study room. The key point was that there was no air conditioner in this study, only an electric fan. It was very hot in summer. Fortunately, the air conditioner was turned on below, which finally made him feel much cooler. Zhang Zia gave him a bowl of noodles. Sui, is this enough? Jian Xingsui said, yes, it's enough. He didn't sit down to eat directly, but went into the back room and took chopsticks and a bowl to help. After Zhang Xiangyang closed the door outside and came in for dinner, only then did they start to eat together. In the past few days, except for when Jian Xingsui went to help with the shop in the afternoon, they all had their meals together. Zhang Zia said, I did the math today, and it seems that we sold more than 1,000 pieces today. Zhang Xiangyang nodded and said, now is the weekend, of course, the business will run more smoothly. I roughly calculated the quantity and materials of the rice dumplings in those cakes. Today we probably earned more than 2,000. Zhang Zia was a woman who was very good at calculating, but the amount sold the day before yesterday was about the same, but the amount we had earned was about 3,000 ah. Zhang Xiangyang ate the noodles and said, it should be because of the quality difference of different types of goods. And Ran had helped to collect the bill the day before yesterday. It's suishui now, so I don't know. Jian Xingsui finally understood what the purpose of this meal was. I have recorded every account on the machine. Jian Xingsui put down the tableware and said, if there is anything unclear, you can check it out. Seeing that he was a little unhappy, Zhang Zia hurriedly said, Sway, that's not what I meant. Look, when a gentleman came this afternoon, you seem to have given the wrong change. It must have been because of your carelessness. It must be hard for you. You were a young master before, and you must have never done this kind of work. Otherwise, I will collect the bill later, and you will help Xiang Yang in the back. It was because the shop was busy these days that Jian Xingsui wanted to help with the cashier. He didn't expect to face such doubts from his own parents. Looking at Zhang Zia's face, he suddenly thought of Ran. He finally understood where the protagonist's set of tricks and acting skills came from, and how similar it was from his parents. Jian Xingsui's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile and said, no need. Zhang Zia was taken aback. I'm going to work in 2 days and I'll probably live in the company's dormitory, so I might not come back here. Jian Xingsui stood up. If the two of you are really busy, I'll hire a helper in the store. Well, I am inexperienced in working as a bill collector, so I am indeed incompetent. Zhang Xiangyang didn't expect this to happen. He glared at his wife and said quickly, Sway, don't misunderstand, that's not what your aunt. Your mother meant, why do you want to move out? Jian Xingsui stood from the table and looked at him. He took a panoramic view of the faces of the two and opened his lips. Whether I misunderstood or not, I think you guys know better than me. I am indeed not as good as Ran, but I have clean hands and feet, and I will never do any shameful deeds for a few hundred yuans. I don't know why you look at me like that with those cheap eyes of yours. In the past 20 years, I might have wronged Ran by sitting on his throne all these years, but I have never wronged you guys. On the contrary, the one who held the wrong child and directed your schemes resulting in all those tragedies, and the one who had wronged your own child. Are you guys? Jian Xingsui didn't say anything after he threw out the words. He turned around and went back upstairs. He then closed the door, took out his mobile phone and called the agent. Brother Wang, I'm sorry to bother you. I just wanted to tell you that. The variety show you talked about, I'll go. What? About participating in that variety show, Jian Xingsui finally thought it over. The worst thing he did in his previous life was to go against the protagonist's shoe. It was all because he did not believe in fate and was unwilling to be separated from the Jian family. He felt that he could go back to the past, which is why he ended up like that. So from now on, as long as he no longer opposes the protagonist and avoids him everywhere, he will be fine. No matter how bad it will be after he participates in that program, if he still won't be able to escape, he will simply withdraw from the competition with 20,000 yuan and then find another job. Anyway, that amount of money will be enough to ensure that he will not starve to death. Sitting in the car going to the audition site, Jian Xingsui kept hearing Brother Wang talking next to him. You really have to seize this opportunity, I have inquired. This time the show is inviting Fu Jingxiao as one of the mentors. What does this mean? This means popularity. This show will really be a hit. I dare to say that this show will put all the other shows to shame. God himself will come to Earth to personally watch this show. This show has Fu Jingxiao, Fujinxio, who? Fujinxio. As long as you hear Fu Jingxiao's name in any show, you know that show will burst out with popularity. Jian Xingsui seemed to suddenly think of something. In this audition, will Brother Fu come? This question stopped the fantasy of the agent. Brother Wang scratched his head and said hesitantly, it shouldn't be possible. The film Emperor Fu is so busy. How could he come for such a thing as an audition? He will probably come after the recording of the show starts. Jian Xingsui nodded. It makes sense. Brother Wang patted him on the shoulder and said, don't think about it so much. I went out to see your horoscope today. Today is your lucky day. You can definitely do it. Jian Xingsui smiled and said, I hope so. He didn't know if the day was auspicious or not, but when he first stepped into the floor of the audition place before he had gone far, he saw a somewhat familiar back, or in other words, a back that he was very familiar with in his previous life. And Ran was originally talking happily with the people around him. The moment Jian Xingsui appeared in the corridor, and when he also looked sideways, and Ran's face froze, as if his body trembled slightly. Giant Zingsui, what an auspicious day ah. Sure enough, along with Enran's changes in his expression, the man standing beside Enran also looked at him. Unfortunately, that person was also someone whom Giant Zingsui knew. That dude was the first among many dogs who licked the protagonist's shoe and ran in the early volume of the book. Oh no. How can someone call him a dog knee? He was the affectionate male supporting actor, Jozun, who was the son of a nouveau rich. He was a little rich and powerful. He appeared when the protagonist in Ran was still a Cinderella doing a hard job in a rice cake shop. His role, of course, it was to shower the protagonist with money, flowers, and probably warmth. In his previous life, Jozun often pushed himself against him. Later, after he was kicked out of the house, he even bullied himself openly and took the lead for the protagonist to eradicate him. Unfortunately, after Enran became famous in the entertainment industry, he kicked Jozun under the pretext of avoiding suspicion and wanting to pursue a career with peace of mind. Sure enough, before Giant Zingsui approached, Jozun stepped forward to protect and ran behind him and looked at him fiercely. What are you doing here? 4. Behind him and Ran's small face was wrinkled. He also looked at him as if facing a great enemy. Giant Zingsui was speechless. Why can't I come? Do you still want to hurt Ran? Jozun was tall and strong. He looked like he was going to fight with Giant Zingsui. I am telling you, if there's something, just come at me. With me here today, don't even think of trying to play tricks. Before Giant Zingsui could speak, and Ran standing behind Jozun stood up. Looking at it now, the protagonist's shoe was indeed very handsome and beautiful, with fair skin and nice eyes. He also had a soft breath on his body, and he looked really weak as if he needed someone to protect him. And Ran stood in front of Jozun. Although he looked weak, at the moment he was very strong. Giant Zingsui, don't hurt Azun. What you're looking for is a fight with me, so just come at me. Giant Zingsui was now totally speechless. However, Jozun's ears were very moved by Enran's words. He always knew that Enran was a kind person, but he never thought that he would be so brave for himself. How cool were you? Jozun pulled Enran to protect him and sternly said to Giant Zingsui, if you dare to touch Ran, I will never let you go. But Enran shook his head. He pulled Jozun's arm and said softly, Azun, don't do this, I don't want to hurt you. Jozun was even more excited and comforted him by saying, Ran, what nonsense are you talking about, and why are you being so polite with me? Don't worry, I won't let anyone bully you in the future. Because the voices and movements of these two people were not too loud, all the people who came to sign up for the audition looked at them. Some even gathered around to watch the fun. Under such circumstances, if Giant Zingsui dared to make trouble, it would definitely be a waste of time. No matter what, Enran was a very smart person. Standing out in such an environment not only won him a good impression, but he could also easily deal with the cannon fodder. 1. Sure enough, there were already many people whispering, what is happening? It seems like some kind of bullying incident. Has that Enran been bullied? 2. Giant Zingsui listened to the discussions around him and sighed inwardly. He looked at Jozun. You too, are you finished? So now can I speak? Jozun was vigilant. What are you going to say? Giant Zingsui took out his registration documents. I'm here to participate in the audition, and I'm here because this is the designated place to wait in line. The surroundings suddenly became silent. Then, someone took the lead in laughing with a "Poo che biwahahaha." The group of people who were watching the fun was still pitying Enran, but now their words of earlier became nothing but a joke. These two shameless people were trying to protect each other. But from whom and from what? Ha. Jozun's face also became a little ugly, and Ran behind him was also embarrassed. Giant Zingsui sighed. After putting down the documents, he walked to the chair at the very edge of the corridor and sat down. He looked at the two people and said, you guys. Whatever, and Ran looked at Giant Zingsui hesitantly. He wanted to say something, but Jozun grabbed his arm. Let's go, stay away from him. The two turned around and walked away as if they went to give Giant Zingsui an indirect slap in his face, but Giant Zingsui was relieved to see that the two were gone. It is best not to contact or have any contact with these people. As long as he is selected, he'll get 20,000 yuan. He will solve his urgent need for money first, and then he will not appear in front of the protagonist's shoe. Just when he was thinking about it, someone came out of the stairwell next to him. She was wearing a mask and had blonde hair. The first thing she saw was Giant Zingsui, so she spoke in soft and cute French. Hello, sorry to disturb you. Giant Zingsui was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect a French contestant to take part as well. Fortunately, some time ago, he had gone to learn some French because Fu Jingxiao had released a French song. He also replied in French, hello. Ah, that's great. The blonde girl narrowed her eyes and smiled. I want to ask, where is the main broadcasting room? I couldn't find it. The main broadcasting room. Isn't that where only directors and mentors go? Although Giant Zingsui was surprised, he still pointed the way. Not here, go forward from here, turn left, and go to the room in that row. The blonde girl nodded, but she still seemed a little confused. Giant Zingsui simply stood up. He raised his hand and gestured and answered in French, "Go in this direction, then walk forward about 10 meters. There will be a board sign, then turn around and go straight." The blonde girl suddenly realized, understood. Jian Xingsui smiled, "You're welcome." Just as the blonde girl was about to leave, she was like, "Oh, what's your name?" Jian Xingsui reported his name. Jian Xingsui also bowed to say goodbye. He actually didn't know who this girl was just now because he hadn't actually participated in this show in his previous life. But now he sat down for a while and vaguely remembered that there was a foreign female mentor Tuya in the show, Starlight, in his previous life. She was also French. He had only watched the first episode of this show at the time, and when Tuya was interviewed, she had named and praised the protagonist Shu, saying that he was very kind and had also pointed the way to her lost self. 1. Thinking of this, Jian Xing was dumbfounded. Is it possible that the time she lost her way was now? But isn't this what the protagonist should have done? Why didn't he come to show the way? On second thought, it seemed that Enran was indeed standing here just now, but because he came, and he and Zhou Zun left because they didn't like him. 1. Did he just accidentally rob the protagonist's halo? 1. Jian Xingsui sighed helplessly and recalled the fate of the protagonist and his own in his previous life. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He could only pray that the world consciousness would see it as not intentional for his own sake, and stop blaming the vicious cannon fodder Akahim for everything. On the other side, the director's team received a call. This call was from Jian Zhai, a popular star of recent years. With some power and resources of the Jian family, he had gradually gained some fans and popularity. The reason why Jian Zhai made this call was also very simple. He asked the show team to take care of his younger brother. He just had a phone call with his younger brother not long ago. After learning about the situation, he greeted the show team. He didn't want his younger brother to suffer any grievances. Especially after learning that Jian Xingsui had followed him in a haunted spirit, he was even more worried. Although Enran said on the phone that Jian Xingsui only came to participate in the audition, listening to Enran's hesitant tone, Jian Zhai dared to say that things would not be so simple. His baby brother definitely won't report and complain about small things. In fact, he will definitely be bullied by Jian Xingsui. Now that he has returned to Jian's house, of course, he will not sit idly by. The program team replied, "Don't worry, we will definitely take care of him. We see Enran's condition is also very good, and it will be no problem for him to pass the audition." "Yeah," Jian Zhai said, "I'm relieved that you guys have good eyes, but be careful not to let people who are arrogant come in. I looked at your list, and there is one person I don't think is suitable." The purpose of this call was full of meanings and intentions. It was obvious that he wanted that particular someone to never be selected. After hanging up the phone, the assistant director sighed and discussed with the director next to him, but the director didn't respond too much after hearing it. Fenghuang Entertainment, where Jian Zhai works, also has sent a lot of trainees this time. For his sake, it doesn't matter if someone is eliminated in the audition. Just remember who to eliminate, don't make a mistake, the assistant director responded. It seems that this man named Jian Xingsui can't blame others. He can only blame himself for offending that thug Jian Zhai. 2. On the other side inside the studio, okay, cut, everyone take a rest. With that order of the director, the person who was originally filming on the stage walked down. Fu Jingxia was wearing high-end summer fashion clothing. The man under the light was handsome and threatening. He truly looked like a noble and elegant prince who came out of the castle. The staffs were very enthusiastic along the way. "Brother Fu has worked hard. Brother Fu, would you like some water?" "Hello, Brother Fu." Fu Jingxiao nodded lightly with a polite smile on his face, which made many staff members blush unconsciously when they looked at that face. Until he returned to the dressing room, the man sat down lazily, his smile faded, and under the gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of indifferent and deep eyes. He took the water handed over by his assistant and looked at his agent. "Is there something?" Wang Macon said. "Starlight has sent a stack of materials related to the contestants for this audition. They knew that you would not go to the scene, so they sent all the materials to you and gave us a few places that can be designated for selection." Fu Jingxiao was not interested. "You can just pick 2. Wang Macon knew this was the case. She put the materials on the table and looked at it casually. "Then let's choose people from our own company first." Fu Jingxiao responded lightly. He was really not interested. When he put the water glass back, he was just glancing casually but saw a familiar face and photo on a piece of information paper. Wang Macon was about to filter the data, and when she saw him staring at that picture, she asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Jingxiao stretched out his hand to pick up the information paper. He pinched the paper with his slender and fair fingers, and his eyes fell on the photo of the boy with a stubborn face, Jian Xingsui. It was the child of the rice cake shop who was desperately trying to protect him from his anti-fans. Last time JXS had taken his FJX band aid and had said he would thank himself next time they meet. Wang Macon asked suspiciously, "What's the matter? Do you know him?" "Don't know." Fu Jingxiao responded, and he glanced at the profile below again. When he saw that Jian Xingsui's favorite idol column was filled in as none, but his favorite works criteria were filled with all of his early songs, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 1. Wang Macon was about to breathe a sigh of relief. I thought you knew each other, after all. The young people in the entertainment industry are all excited when they find out that you might be a mentor, and many want to use you for some popularity. Fu Jingxiu put that information sheet in front of Wang Macon, just him. Wang Macon was taken aback. What? Notify the program team. Fu Jingxiu's voice was lazy, but he couldn't help saying, he is my personal selection. What? Jian Xingxui, who was outside, didn't know that he had somehow put the directors in a very difficult situation. After answering the phone, the assistant director slumped on the chair, looking a little helpless. The director still didn't know the seriousness of the matter and asked, what's wrong? Do you remember Jian Xingxui, who was not allowed to be selected because of the call from a Jian family member before? The assistant director said. The director was still drinking milk tea and nodded, yeah, I remember, what's wrong? The assistant director took a deep breath. Just now, Brother Fu's agent called and said that the contestant they had chosen is Jian Xingxui. 2. Cough. Cough, cough, the director froze while he was still drinking the milk tea. He, an honest and hardworking director, almost choked to death. He kept coughing, and his face had become red all over before he finally recovered. He looked at the assistant director in disbelief. What did you say? The assistant director showed the call record to the director. Director Dazaiji actually broke out in a cold sweat. He wiped it, but his hands were still shaking. Go and bring me the information card of Jian Xingxui. I'll take a look. Who is that little ancestor making us live a donkey's life? 3. If it was just the call from the Jian family member, they wouldn't really care, but if it was from Fu Jingxiu, everyone would just stand up. Fu Jingxiu, a well-recognized big shot in the industry, was an artist with almost zero negative reviews. There was almost no one in the industry who wanted not to cooperate with him. This man was dedicated and was unpretentious too. He also had the excellent business ability. Moreover, he was an absolute powerful actor. 1. It was precisely because of his wide and well-known reputation that many new freshers and girls were rushing to cling to Mr. Fu. For that, many of them had circled the entertainment circle several times, but no one had ever succeeded, nor had Mr. Fu given a little face to anyone. And at this moment, this Jian Xingxui popped out of nowhere, which made the two honest and hardworking directors really curious. The director also smiled. As amazing as he is, the two were in a dilemma. They couldn't afford to offend the film Emperor Fu, but then again they had already agreed with that asshole Jian Zhai. Now they were in a huge dilemma. 1. Just as they were worried, someone pushed open the door and walked in. The blonde French instructor came in and took off her mask. She breathed a sigh of relief. I finally found this place, thank God. Tuya, the director, smiled when he saw the female mentor they had brought in with great difficulty. I just heard from your agent that you are easy to get lost. We were quite worried and we were about to send someone to pick you up. Tuya looked very sweet and cute, she said with a smile. I did get lost. It was a Chinese contestant who helped me guide the way. His French is very good and he is a good person. I think he will be a good competitor. I am extremely looking forward to his performance in the audition. 2. The director was surprised. He didn't expect a contestant to get into her eyes, so he asked, then we will definitely select him. The person you like will definitely not be bad. What's his name? He's called. Tuya frowned. She thought for a while and then her eyes lit up. Jian Xingxui. The room was quiet for a moment. 2. Tuya looked at the director and assistant director suspiciously. What happened to you guys? The director and the assistant director looked at each other and smiled wryly. What happened with them? Nothing much. They just suddenly felt that they didn't want to live anymore. 1. Jian Xingxui outside did not know the dire situation of the director group for the time being. When the audition started slowly, many contestants showed their talents in it, and there were also all-rounder talents who were good at both singing and dancing. The scene was very welcoming and lively, and Ran was in front of Jian Xingxui. He went in and danced a piece of his own original dance, which was also appreciated. This original dance had his own ideas. It combined modern dance and hip-hop dance, and Ran had learned dance since childhood, and the flexibility of his body was excellent in all aspects. It also impressed the directors, and the protagonist's halo was vividly displayed. 1. Soon after he came out, it was Jian Xingxui's turn. After stepping into the inner hall, there were quite a few people sitting inside. The director and others were sitting in the front row. Jian Xingxui didn't know if it was his own illusion, but as soon as he came in, the directors looked at him with a little bit of anxiety. 1. Jian Xingxui bowed properly. Hello, mentors. Hello, director. I'm Jian Xingxui, and the talent I have is singing. He casually sang a song which was quite satisfactory. Although it was not excellent, his voice was not bad. Besides, there was one thing that made the director satisfied. After being used to seeing the various handsome hairstyles of the little freshers, Jian Xingsui's buzz cut style was very surprising. It was like a gentle and delicate scholar suddenly came to chop wood. This kind of more distinctive style was actually what the program team would give priority to and want. Although his talent was a little mediocre if it was before, maybe such a contestant would not have been noticed by the director and the program team, but he was specially named by two big bosses, and now even Tuya had mentioned his name, which had to let the director team pay attention. Jian Xingsui thought for a while. His expression was very serious. Just when the director felt that person who was greeted by two big bosses at the same time would definitely be hard to serve, maybe Jian Xingsui would say that he wanted more TV shots, or wanted some professional teacher training. The teenager standing off the stage raised his head and asked softly, "Well, I just wanted to ask, once I will pass the audition and participate in the first phase of the program, will I really get 20,000 yuan?" The room fell into silence. 1. The director felt that he had never been so speechless in his entire life. Who was this lad kidding with? The person who was mentioned by the two bosses at the same time came here just for 20,000 yuan. 1. Little lad, please forgive this old, honest, and hardworking director. I promise you I'll personally give you 20,000 yuan right now, even with bonuses. In return, please ask your bosses to let me go. The director's heart was roaring in a very complicated way. 3. The assistant director also nodded tearfully. Yes, assistant director, I'll cover. Jian Xingsui smiled directly. That's great. The hearts of the two directors were even more complicated now, but when they thought about it, if they will select this kind of very simple-minded person, then it will definitely be fine. Besides, they will also be able to have a good relationship with the film Emperor Fu. The director smiled and said, "Very good, you have been accepted. Go back and wait for the notice." Jian Xingsui was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected it to be so simple, but he still bowed and was about to go forward to get the registration form. Just as he was holding the form and was about to fill in, a backstage staff came from behind, walked up to the director, and said, "Director, that little Wang who is in charge of running errands, he just asked for leave for some business at home. What should I do if he will not come in the next 2 days?" The director was also very worried. Why is everyone making me feel so bad at this exact time, Ni? It's not even easy to recruit people, you guys really. Just when he was worried, Jian Xingsui, who was always ready to give him some heart attacks, held the form and suddenly said, "Director, are you short of temporary workers?" The director was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. After all, the families who can come to the audition and want to debut are usually at least from middle-class families. However, he couldn't directly ask this fellow whether he was really broke or rich as fuck. But he still nodded. Yes, what's wrong? Jian Xingsui said, "Don't I look perfect for that job?" 3. The director felt that he was being dominated by this person all day, so he said, "Yes, yes, yes, but the salary is only 150 per day." Jian Xingsui nodded without hesitation. Yes, honest and hard-working director. The director's mood suddenly became complicated. He saw that Jian Xingsui's hands were white and tender. He didn't look like that kind of child from a poor family, and there were two big bosses who had personally called out his name. Although one of them wanted to fuck his career, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you short of money?" Jian Xingsui nodded. Yes. The feelings of the director and the assistant director at the moment were even more indescribable. All in all, it was the kind of complexity that said, "You damn kid finally caught our attention." However, no matter how complicated it was, Jian Xingsui still got the job. He didn't plan to go back to the rice cake shop, so now he had to find a job by himself. Brother Wang had agreed to let him live in the staff dormitory of the bankrupt entertainment. So if he took a temporary job here, he could solve the problem of food and clothing, and although the errand work was a little tiring, it was simple, so he could get started quickly. A few days later, Jian Xingsui asked the security guard, "Oh, today the film Emperor Fu may come to check the process with the director team." Security uncle took a look at the group of fans. Most of them are die-hard fan sisters or some spoiled children who have discovered the film Emperor's itinerary in advance. Jian Xingsui's hand holding the paper stopped and clenched unconsciously. The security guard said to him, "Are you also a fan of the film Emperor Fu?" Jian Xingsui's head was lowered, making it difficult to see his expression. He shook his head slowly. "I'm not." The security uncle did not ask any further questions. Jian Xingsui's heart began to tense unconsciously. Just when he was about to go back after finishing the list, a nanny car drove in not far away. Before Jian Xingsui could react, the group of girls was already excited. Some people screamed, some cheered, and when the nanny car stopped, many people gathered around. However, the one who got out of the car was another female artist who was going to record the show. After the assistant cleared the stage, a group of fans of the film Emperor Fu who had been surrounding them waited for a while. Then they found that film Emperor Fu really would not come today. Gradually, people left. When they left, some people's light signs and signboards with small standing statues were scattered on the ground and were not taken away. Jian Xingsui waited for everyone to finish before walking forward and squatting on the spot. He stepped down and picked up the small standing sign that was abandoned on the ground. At this moment, on the other side, another nanny car drove in. After stopping at the fixed position, the staff responsible for the response of the program team eagerly came over and said, "Brother Fu, you can avoid people by taking the internal elevator with us here." The man who got out of the car was wearing casual punk clothes. The man was tall and had black sunglasses on his handsome face. Fu Jingxiao took off the sunglasses with one hand, nodded and said, "Let's go." When a group of people walked to the elevator, they passed by the place where the fans were squatting. Fu Jingxiao turned his face away and glanced nonchalantly, but saw a boy standing there. He was bending down to pick up the scattered signs on the ground carefully. He carefully wiped that board with so much serious look, as if picking up some treasure. Fu Jingxiao inexplicably took 2 more glances. The staff followed his gaze and smiled. "That's a temporary worker we invited to clean up the site." Fu Jingxiao responded lightly. For some reason, the back of that figure made him feel inexplicably familiar, so he asked casually, "What's his name?" "Oh," the staff thought for a while and replied, "He seems to be called Jian Xingsui." 2. The movie emperor, who had never cared about anything, raised his eyebrows in interest very rarely. After a while, he chuckled softly. "Fu Jingxiao, just how many surprises are you going to give me, boy?" "Our dear second brother Shen ahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Jian Xingsui didn't know about Fu Jingxiao's visit. His part-time job was ending this afternoon. When he went to collect his salary later, Xiaomi, a backstage staff member with whom he had often worked together, was still reluctant to part with him. "Sui, are you really leaving? Once you'll leave." Jian Xingsui was expressionless. "Once I'll leave, I will see you again in a few days." Xiaomi couldn't take it anymore, so he laughed. "That's right, in the days when he no longer continues to be a temporary worker, Jian Xingsui has to seriously start preparing for the first round of Starlight recording. Although he was only going to participate in 1 episode, he had to come up with some preparations. Firstly, because he had to be responsible for the program, and the other was because the tutor was Fu Jingxiao. Of course, he knew that he couldn't have any stories with that person. The cannon fodder was destined to be cannon fodder, but he didn't want to lose face in front of his idol, so he had to prepare well. Bro Wang, the agent, said, "I heard that these days, even though the program hasn't even been recorded, but those big companies have all gone to talk about their trainees' debut positions. There are even a few trainees whose positions have already been determined." Jian Xingsui said, "Well, it's normal." Brother Wang sighed and said, "However, the talent shows in recent years have not been getting massive responses because of them being sluggish. So this time the director team is going to introduce something big. They want to do live broadcasts and do the first batch of talent variety show to bring a different look and feel to the audience." Jian Xingsui was a little surprised. Is it really gonna be a live broadcast? In the original novel, it was obviously recorded first and then broadcasted. Why did it suddenly change, too? Is it possible that this was also caused because of the butterfly effect? Jian Xingsui couldn't figure it out, but then he thought that he would definitely be eliminated in the first phase. It didn't matter much, so he didn't take it too seriously. One day before the official recording of the show, all the contestants had received an electromagnetic card. That was an identification card, which could be used to enter the recording venue. This card could still be used in the dormitory after that, and it could also be used to collect things. The program team might have made this card to make it look a bit more distinctive, so it was quite large. It was hard for it to fit in the usual sized pockets. Jian Xingsui received a notice from the program team that they were letting them familiarize themselves with the venue the day before the recording. In other words, all the contestants had to meet 1 day in advance. It was not a difficult task. Jian Xingsui thought that he could meet anyone except in Ran. Because it was too early, he decided to go to the bathroom first. When he approached, someone was already there while talking on the phone. That person was totally complaining. "What kind of show group is this? Why is the card issued to me so big? I have no pockets in my clothes, and it's even hard to go to the toilet." The tone of the speaker was very arrogant and willful. Jian Xingsui had just paused when the person just came over after making the phone call. It was a boy with a spiky head who was wearing a black leather suit with rivets. He looked cool and nasty in that outfit, but such a non-mainstream outfit was very expensive, too. Jian Xingsui knew the logo of that pair of shoes that the boy was wearing. He used to be the young master of the Jian family. Of course, he knew about these things. This brand was only for super VIP customers. All the clothes on his body were customized. The price of that set of clothes must have exceeded 8 digits. "Hello," Shen Xingchen waved at him. "Come here." Jian Xingsui pointed to himself suspiciously. "Did you call me?" Shen Xingchen nodded angrily. "Who else is here besides you? Come and help me hold this card. I'll come back after going to the toilet. Did you understand?" Jian Xingsui took the card, yes. After he entered, Jian Xingsui stood by the railing and waited. Who would have guessed that someone would run over after some time while still panting? As soon as he turned his head, he saw a familiar face and ran. And Ran was very anxious as if he had lost something. He was stunned when he saw Jian Xingsui and he said, "It's you." Jian Xingsui said, "Yes." "Well, have you seen my ID card?" and Ran asked him. Jian Xingsui shook his head no, and Ran was about to leave, but when he saw that Jian Xingsui had 2 cards in his hand, he hesitated. "Then whose card is that in your hand?" Jian Xingsui said, "It's not yours, it's someone else's." And Ran remembered that this time Jian Xingsui had no team, and he was the only trainee, so how could he have 2 cards in his hand? He had passed through this corridor to go to the toilet when he had come here, and Jian Xingsui happened to be standing here, so it was very likely that what he picked up was his own. Immediately, he hesitated and didn't move any further. 2. Zhou Zun, who had followed him, also came over. As soon as he came over, he saw Ran and Jian Xingsui confronting each other and quickly stepped over. Ran, what's the matter?" Seeing his friend coming, and Ran said softly, "It's nothing." "Ah Zun, I'm still looking for my card." Zhou Zun saw that Jian Xingsui next to him was holding 2, and immediately said, "Jian Xingsui, have you got Ran's card?" Jian Xingsui widened his eyes in surprise, feeling unbelievable. Did he have a vicious cannon fodder written on his face? He could look bad even while just standing. This time Ran had come with a boy group, not only with Zhou Zun but also with 2 other teammates. They also hurried over. Seeing their posture, they hurried over to ask what had happened. Who knew that Zhou Zun would point at Jian Xingsui? "This is the Jian Xingsui I told you about." The other people looked over with vicious eyes. Zhou Zun said, "Jian Xingsui, I told you not to bully Ran. Are you still not giving him his belonging, too?" Because the electromagnetic card was electromagnetic, the name of the contestant was not directly written. There was only a logo of the program group on it, so from the surface, it was not clear whose card was it. The other 2 boys looked at Ran and said, Ran, is it true?" And Ran was a little hesitant. He wasn't sure, but he felt that Jian Xingsui had always made things difficult for him. If he had really found his card this time, he might have deliberately said it was someone else's card. So because Jian Xingsui had already said no, he had to be forced to find out the truth. He didn't immediately explain, but looked at Jian Xingsui weakly and said softly, "This card is very important to me. Can you give it to me?" Jian Xingsui frowned and he said, "It's not yours. Why should I give it to you?" The other people standing beside him were not happy when they heard his words. They knew that Ran's character could not be slandered casually, and Zhou Zun had told them about Jian Xingsui's previous deeds. Looking at Jian Xingsui's eyes, their eyes turned bad, and when they were about to fight for justice, a voice came from the toilet. "Why are you all blocked here, too?" Dressed in black, Shen Xingchen came out of the toilet, and he looked at everyone suspiciously. Although Jian Xingsui hadn't recognized him at first glance, Zhou Zun did. There was no one in the rich second-generation circle who didn't know about Shen Xingchen. This person was not considered a rich second generation because the family he belonged to, the Shen family, had always been a wealthy family since the centuries. There were only 2 top-tier giants in the city. One was the Fu family, the other one was the Shen family, and the young man in front of him was the second son of the Shen family, Shen Xingchen. 1. Anyone who knew him knew that Shen Xingchen had a thorny temper and was not easy to mess with. Just before, Zhou Zun was acting very arrogant, and now once he saw Shen Xingchen, he felt weak again. He said, "Mr. Shen, we are helping our teammate get his name card back." Shen Xingchen was puzzled. "Where are you going to find it?" Zhou Zun pointed to the name card in Jian Xingsui's hand. Shen Xingchen followed his gaze and saw his name card in Jian Xingsui's hand. He sneered, glared at Zhou Zun, and finally kicked the ass out of him. "Are you fucking trying to get on my nerves? That's my card, what the fuck?" 5. The surrounding air suddenly fell into silence. The atmosphere at the scene could almost be described as everyone felt second-hand embarrassment for Zhou Zun. Zhou Zun looked at Jian Xingxui in disbelief, and then he looked at Ran again. In fact, he was kicked for no reason, and he really wanted to get angry, especially when he was embarrassed in front of his sweetheart so much that he wanted to die. But if he was asked to hit Shen Xingchen, he wouldn't dare. After all, the Zhou family had to admit that he was just a nouveau rich, but the Shen family's family background was really strong, and he didn't want to establish such a terrible enemy on the first day. After Shen Xingchen kicked the person, he took out a name card. "I just saw a name card by the sink. Who lost it?" And Ran's eyes lit up next to him. He stretched out his hand. It was a fair and beautiful little hand. He looked at Shen Xingchen pitifully. "I lost it." Shen Xingchen sighed and handed the card to Ran. "Is this the card you lost?" And Ran nodded softly after taking it. "Then shouldn't you have gone inside to find it? What the fuck you were doing being noisy outside?" Shen Xingchen didn't understand. "Wannabe gangsters even wanted to rob my card." Humph, Shen Xingchen's aura was so strong that Ran's eyes were red because of shame. I didn't mean to." Seeing his sweetheart being bullied like this, Zhou Zun couldn't help it. He said, "Young Master Shen, you can't blame Ran for this. In fact, you don't know the person next to him. He has a big problem with his character. He had bullied Ran before, so he accidentally made a mistake. Jian Xingsui never thought that he could always get attention just by standing in the silent corner. Of course, the attention he got was always for no good reason, but he also sighed a little in his heart. It could be said that the young Master Shen in front of him will not defend himself after listening to Zhou Zun's words. After all, who would have a good opinion of a cannon fodder? However, Shen Xingchen glanced suspiciously at Jian Xingsui for a few times, then sneered. "Do you guys take Lao Zai, arrogant way to say I, as a blind or what? As soon as I came out, I saw a group of you wannabe gangsters gathered around asking for someone else's card. Who are you saying bullied you?" And again, if I hadn't come out, my card would have been gone. Zhou Zun choked, not knowing what to say. But Ran pulled his arm and said softly, "Forget it, Ah Zun. Young Master Shen, I'm sorry, it's our fault, don't take it to heart." Shen Xingchen doesn't know why, but he actually likes pretty boys. If it wasn't for this, he might have felt very good when he encountered such a pretty boy. He would have appreciated it, and even would have thought of protecting him, but now he was in a bad mood. He even thought of how this stupid guy crying to act pitiful was such an ass. What an annoying ass. Should he kick this fucker as well? "Why are you apologizing to me? If you really want to apologize, you should apologize to him, too." And Ran looked at Jian Xingsui. He had always been the one who was apologized. He had never imagined that one day he would apologize to Jian Xingsui. At this moment, his eyes were red, as if he had been wronged. He whispered, "I'm sorry." Jian Xingsui's scalp was numb. "It's all right, you can go quickly." After Shen Xingchen saw that they were gone, he turned his attention to Jian Xingsui again. Jian Xingsui was a little afraid of him. "Well, I'm leaving too, farewell. Come back." Shen Xingchen pulled him, puzzled. "What are you running for? I haven't finished talking yet." Jian Xingsui was stiff. "What do you want to say?" Shen Xingchen raised his eyebrows. "Do those people have a grudge against you?" "One can't really say that. Just tell me whether there's any." "Maybe a little, I knew it." Shen Xingchen was like a mentally ill young man. "I found about that just the moment I came out. They obviously don't like you, so they are trying to find fault in you. Young Master hates this kind of people who bully less powerful ones using their family power the most." Jian Xingsui found out that this young Master Shen had a really strong sense of justice and loved to protect the weak. Sure enough, in fact, a truly kind-hearted person doesn't necessarily have to look docile. It's possible that this spiky head in a leather jacket was exactly this kind of person. Shen Xingchen was praised. The young man was full of happy bubbles in his head. He wanted to be proud, but he was afraid of damaging his image, so he pretended to be profound. "What's so good about this? Those fucking annoying people, I really can't stand them. You are also here to participate in the show, right? I also did it because you helped me hold my name card. Don't worry, if they will again come to fight you in the future, just mention my name." Jian Xingsui thought he was so cute. 1. But in any case, today's incident can be regarded as a wake-up call for Jian Xingsui. He found out that his vicious cannon fodder physique was 100, triggering the halo of the protagonist by coincidentally encountering these things again and again. So he can't stay in this show for much longer. When the first episode will be recorded in 2 days, he will have to deal with everything quickly and then immediately run away. So he really thought mentioning Shen Xingchen was not really necessary. The next day, the show officially started recording, and 108 contestants gathered outside the square. The director group did not show up, only a group of photographers showed up. The positions of these contestants were also very particular. Those from a slightly larger company, those who have already debuted in the circle, and those who have the slightly better family background were all standing in the front. They were getting more shots, and some amateurs and those without any backers were standing in the back. At the same time, the homepages of major live broadcast apps also began to recommend live broadcast, and a large number of viewers poured in. "I came here at exact time. Brother Fu, I'm here for Brother Fu. Ah, I can finally see my brother." Even if he was just a program mentor, Fu Jingxiao's popularity was huge. Just his name had brought the entire program group's popularity to the top. At the recording site, someone held a loudspeaker and said in front, "Everyone, let's greet each other now. Please be ready to enter our Starlight Variety Show's camp with me. On the first day of the camp, please choose your own dormitory." A contestant asked, "Do we really choose the dormitory by ourselves?" The staff nodded, "Of course." After the order was given, all the contestants were ready to go and rushed to find the room collectively. Everyone knew that if you grab the dormitory early, you can grab a good spot earlier. So many contestants rushed directly when they heard the sound of the horn. Of course, there were exceptions. That was Jian Xingsui, who was wandering in the back. He didn't want to join the other contestants in running because he didn't care. He could live anywhere. Anyway, it is estimated that after sleeping for 2 days, he will be eliminated and go back. The camera swayed in front and the audience began to observe the contestants. "This looks good. This trainee is okay too. Am I blind? Why do I feel like they all look alike? When the audience began to see the fun play, a figure gradually entered everyone's sight. That was none other than Jian Xingsui, who was swaying in the back. He didn't steal the camera's shots. He didn't even look at the photographer. He was also not like other contestants who deliberately exaggerated the tone for the sake of the camera and the audience, doing handsome moves running here and there. While others were running to find a good room in groups of 4 or 5, he with his buzz cut, which made him look different from other trainees, had a dull expression. Others were ready to rob and conquer rooms on the battlefield while he was walking like an old man. The audience was delighted. Who is this? Why are you so leisurely? Are you sure you came to compete in the competition? Oh my boy, did you accidentally go to the wrong place? So it was supposed to be the first meeting for the newcomers. Many people tried their best to leave the best impression, but Jian Xingsui, who was slow behind, came into the eyes of the public. The dormitory choosing competition might seem illogical, but in fact there were inherent unspoken rules. People from big companies and powerful family backgrounds naturally lived together. Some of them even had their position predetermined. Naturally, they were also the object that many people wanted to please. All the other ordinary trainees all give priority to making friends with such people. When it was Jian Xingsui's turn, most of the dormitories were already full. The kind photographer reminded him, there still is a place left in the room in the front. According to his guess, there was still a place left in the dormitory. Then it must be that the trainees inside were really amateur like himself, not that charming and famous. However, when he really officially walked to the door of the dormitory, before he stepped in, he heard a familiar, arrogant voice. What's going on here? Has everyone already found their roommates? Why are there 2 beds left here? Hearing this voice, Jian Xingsui had a terrible premonition. But just when he was completely standing at the door, the arrogant, spiky head in the room, Shen Xingchen raised his eyebrows with an unexpected expression and smiled. It's you. Jian Xingsui smiled bitterly. It's me. Did you come here specifically to find me? Shen Xingchen didn't realize that everyone else didn't want to live in a dormitory with him because of his bad temper and grinned. I didn't expect you to be very attentive. That's good. For the sake of us being roommates in the future, you will be my little buddy in the future. No matter what happens, I will cover you in the future. Plus, I will be your brother from now on. After finally dealing with Shen Xingchen, Jian Xingsui noticed that there were 2 other people in their dormitory. One had a cute student's head cut and looked very cute and lively, while the other one looked like a very honest and steady kind of person. After noticing his searching gaze, the cold one just nodded coldly and said, "Hello, I'm Ningzi." The cute-looking guy also headed over to greet him warmly. "Hello, I'm Wensheng." Jian Xingsui also reached out to greet them. "Hello, I'm Jian Xingsui." The 3 people in the dormitory got along quite harmoniously. Only Shen Xingchen, who was next to him, looked like the emperor. He walked directly to a bed and sat down, swaggering, "I'll sleep here if you don't want to sleep." It's not that the others didn't want to sleep, they just had not finished choosing the bed yet. Before, only Jian Xingsui knew how domineering and outrageous this young master was, but the other 2 also saw it at this moment. When Sheng, on the other hand, also chose another bed as if he had already thought of it long ago. Ningzi never liked to talk, so he chose another one by himself. Anything such as quarrel for the bed was not seen in this dormitory. After all the contestants finished choosing the dormitory, the staff said, "Please pack up and go to the recording site." Although Jian Xingsui was the last one to choose his bed, trainees in other dormitories were still trying to choose the beds and introducing each other. Everyone in the Jian Xingsui's dormitory had basically already finished doing everything, including their self-introductions, so they were the first in the groups to arrive at the recording site. The program team's recording venue this time was very well thought of. The spotlights flickered in the huge venue. Because Jian Xingsui's group was the first to come in, as a result, they were naturally noticed by the audience in the live broadcast. "It's him, it's that little brother. There's a spiky head in a leather jacket next to that my old dude. Wow, why do these people look like they came from some underworld organization to collect fees? Ah, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter." Because Shen Xingchen was at the front, followed by Jian Xingsui and Ningzi, honest and upright people, Shen Xingchen at the front looked very arrogant. He was exuding the aura of a big brother who was taking the younger brothers out in the street. So many viewers were amused. They even remembered their names by accident. Then most of the contestants entered the venue one by one. I've seen this guy before. He was shopping with a girlfriend 2 weeks ago, and now he's still saying on stage that he has been single for 20 years. Did you see that person? Let me tell you secretly. He has a sugar daddy. No, in fact, he has both sugar daddy and sugar mummy. What is wrong with that fellow's eyes? Do you believe that he definitely had plastic surgery? 1. Jian Xingsui was sitting stiffly as if he was sitting on pins and needles beside him, so he had to explain embarrassingly, "I believe it." Shen Xingchen sneered. His laugh was not small. Among the two of them, Shen Xingqian had signed a contract that required the program team to give special attention to him through the camera. After all, the Shen family had great wealth and fortune. And if they wanted to give Shen Xingqian the camera shots, Jian Xingsui, who was next to him, definitely couldn't be missed because of how close they were sticking together. But these two were continuously saying something that the audience shouldn't listen to. The photographer, who was listening to everything they were whispering, was very anxious, so he could only keep giving them the shots from the distance, so the audience could always see these two people whispering together but couldn't hear them. As a result, it indeed had a very good effect. "Mom, what are they talking about? I'm anxious to death, I want to hear it too. What are you doing, cameraman? Can you please get closer? Ha 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 ha, I'm sorry, I can't control it. I just keep wanting to see them, wondering what the hell they're talking about." The two people who had become the focus of everyone were still minding their own business. The other contestants were still trying to fight for the camera shots. Shen Xingqian kept complaining like a bastard, and Jian Xingsui kept being his nodding machine. Fortunately, soon, it was time for the mentors to enter the stage. The spotlights in front shone, the hot music blared all over the place, the lift platform of the stage rose, and the four mentors of the show appeared together in a fog and cheers. Tuya was dancing in the center of the stage wearing a hot little gown. Another man dressed in a cool punk style danced with her. Next was the most important focus of the audience. A man in a black tuxedo was sitting next to a beautiful white piano. Fu Jingxiao was playing the piano to accompany the other dancing mentors. The cheers seemed to overturn the roof. After all, these were the people who they could only see on the TV in the past. Especially Fu Jingxiao. He was the backbone of the entertainment industry, and now such a group of big names was just some meters away from them. Not only these people were excited, but Jian Xingsui was also very excited. His heart seemed to be about to jump out. He didn't dare to look away from that person on the stage even for a second. Everyone was dazzling, but his eyes could only stay on that tall and straight posture, playing the piano with ease. Even on such a lively and bustling stage, he had a calm aura about him, attracting attention like a truly elegant prince. This really was Fu Jingxiao, his idol, and they were really so close. Next to him was Shen Xingqian's babbling voice. "Sister Tuya's dressed today, her manager must have fought with her for this again. Wow, Brother Shuang's earrings are limited editions. It's really not easy to be a mentor. Yo-Yo, Mr. Li danced this dance today. I bet he only practiced for 2 days, do you believe it?" Shen Xingqian next to him had always been complaining, especially criticizing everyone. He was not afraid of offending people, so he had always told the truth. Everyone else only dared to brag, only he dared to tell the truth, but when it came to Fu Jingxiao, he shut up. Jian Xingsui finally regained his senses and reluctantly looked away from his idol. He asked, "How come you won't even say a single thing about Film Emperor Fu, let alone complaining?" Shen Xingqian pouted. This was also the first time that Jian Xingsui looked at the arrogant young master with a somewhat awe-inspiring expression. Shen Xingqian made sure that there wasn't any camera near them, then whispered in front of Jian Xingsui, "Let me advise you, remember to memorize these words till your death." Jian Xingsui, "What?" Shen Xingqian looked like he had lingering fears. Fu Jingxiao, "This person can't be provoked." Jian Xingsui said, "Be sure to keep yourself low-key in front of him, otherwise you'll wish to be dead than offend this person." Shen Xingqian seemed to recall something and complained, "Don't look at his dog-like appearance, that is very gentle and elegant. If you think he looks polite, then you are surely deceived by him. In fact, he is very dangerous and he's full of evil intentions. Sometimes you won't even know how you had died if you have offended this person." The sound of the stage was so loud that Jian Xingsui couldn't hear it clearly. "What?" Shen Xingqian glanced at the audience. Fu Jingxiao, who seemed to be playing the piano, glanced to their side intentionally or unintentionally. The arrogant young man was immediately intimidated by that terrifying look of the film emperor. Shen Xingqian could only shake his head. "It's nothing, nothing." Jian Xingsui was puzzled. Shen Xingqian didn't know why, but he always felt that the glance that Fu Jingxiao swept at him just now contained a threat. Many people would be fascinated by Film Emperor Fu's pair of phoenix eyes, which seemed to be affectionate and gentle. But only a few people who actually knew him knew that those eyes were like the gift from God, which perfectly concealed his coldness and ruthlessness at the bottom of those amorous eyes. Although under the camera, Film Emperor Fu still smiled politely, somehow, Shen Xingqian felt that something was wrong. It was as if, even though he was far away and he didn't know what Shen Xingqian was talking about, Fu Jingxiao seemed to be able to guess what Shen Xingqian was muttering to Jian Xingsui was definitely not a good thing. 1. So just like a small animal's innate sense of danger, Shen Xingqian always had a hunch that if he really said something bad to Jian Xingsui today, it would be very bad in the future. So Shen Xingqian forcibly changed his words and smiled awkwardly. "I mean, Brother Fu is really a good person, haha, you will know later. Plus, Shen Xingqian, the biggest wish in my life is to stay away from this dangerous old fox." After Jian Xingsui heard what Shen Xingqian said, of course, he completely believed it. He has been a fan of Fu Jingxiao for a long time. At first, he liked his singing. Later, when he came to know more and more about this person, he was gradually conquered by film Emperor Fu's talent. Then he slowly got to know that he was in the entertainment industry purely based on his hard work and that quality of him staying serious about things he liked. He was someone who had always stayed loyal to his character. So Jian Xingsui chuckled lightly. He nodded and said quite seriously, "Well, of course, I know that Brother Fu is a very good person." Shen Xingchen originally said that casually, but who knew that Jian Xingsui would nod so earnestly in agreement? From the moment they met, this young man had always been very low-key and silent. Shen Xingchen thought this guy was a boring ass, but this time when he mentioned Fu Jingxiao, his eyes seemed to be shining like a bright star. He had a shallow smile on his face, which made Shen Xingchen feel a little stunned. No way. This fellow shouldn't be Fu Jingxiao's fan ba. This is a sin to Fu Jingxiao's victims After talking for a while, the performance of the mentors in the opening session was over. All the mentors were seated in the jury seat. Fu Jingxiao had deep qualifications and high status in the industry. Of course, he sat in the middle. Next to him was Tuya, a French singing and dancing actress, and on their both sides were hip-hop dancers and rappers Liu Shuang and Li Ziming. The venue was very lively and all the contestants applauded. Very soon the first group of people came on stage to perform. The first group was an idol group, but their performance was only quite satisfactory, so no one got an A. This caused quite a stir. It also made many contestants who had not performed yet even more nervous. When Sheng, a cute little boy sitting on the other side of Jian Xingsui, said softly, "This year's tutors might be stricter," Jian Xingsui nodded lightly. Only Shen Xingchen sneered after hearing this. "If you are not capable, then you are just not capable. A person with talent will get an A no matter how strict the mentors are." He really dares to say. After several groups, it was finally the turn of the group Jian Xingsui knew. Mentor Li shouted loudly, "The next one is Fengxiang Entertainment's TH Dumbo group." It was Enran's group. As soon as Enran's group performed, they all had the ability to sing and dance, especially Enran, who looked very good-looking and then sang songs that sounded very nice. The audience was also amazed. This little brother looks so cute. He sings well. His dancing is also very sassy. The mentors were obviously somewhat satisfied. Next came the contestants' self-introductions. After Zhou Zun and the other team members had finished introducing themselves, it was Enran's turn. He gasped and bowed to everyone. "Hello mentors, I'm Enran. I'm 20 years old and I'm studying at the Dance Art Academy in City F. Li Ziming asked through the microphone, "Your instrument playing ability is quite good. How long have you been learning it for?" "Well, I've been learning for more than 10 years. Enran's eyes slowly turned red when he answered the question. "I had passed through a piano shop when I was 9 years old. At that time, the conditions at home were very difficult, so I could just stand outside and watch others play it inside. When I had free time, I would always listen to it. When I was 10 years old on my birthday, my mother bought it for me. The background music of the entire stage had become very gentle and lyrical." The dream-chasing boy with a pure heart, decades of hard work, and effort made him seem to emit light. The audience was also gradually moved. "This little brother has worked so hard. Such a sincere contestant. I love him, I want to vote for him. Is he called Enran? He looks good and has such good strength." Apparently the mentors were also very moved. Most of the contestants in the seats were also very moved. Jian Xingsui looked at everyone's reaction, and his eyes unconsciously fell on Film Emperor Fu, who was sitting in the center seat. He didn't have many reactions. He was just leaning against the chair lazily and casually turning the pen in his hand, but he clearly appreciated Enran's attitude. Jian Xingsui knew that Fu Jingxiao liked hard-working and serious people. This was one of the reasons why the protagonist Gong in his previous life was impressed and attracted to the protagonist Shu. It is estimated that this life will be no exception. Shen Xingchen, who was next to him, whispered that Enran, someone in their group, was just dancing out of the beat. "Just wait, Brother Fu will definitely mention it." Under everyone's attention, Film Emperor Fu picked up the mic. He had given points to the first few groups without any evaluation. In this group, he picked up the microphone, enough to let everyone know that this group was capable. Most people's attention was attracted, thinking that Film Emperor Fu was going to praise Enran, but nobody had thought that Fu Jingxiao would say just now, "Did someone almost fall out of the stage?" There were 5 people on the stage, and everyone unconsciously turned their attention to Zhou Zun. This rich boy was not a trainee at all, and he always revolved around Enran during training, so he hadn't practiced much, which led to the error. Jian Xingsui remembered that in the novel and his previous life, Zhou Zun had not participated in the stage performance. Enran had won unanimous praise for his wonderful performance on his first stage performance, but in this life, he didn't know why suddenly there was another Zhou Zun who should have already been eliminated in the audition. He didn't know what had caused this Zhou Zun to be selected and perform together as a group. Jian Xingsui wondered where the butterfly wings were flapping quietly again. "It's me." Zun stood up from the queue, he bowed, and then explained awkwardly, I was a little nervous at the time, I'm sorry mentor, I was too nervous so. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. I just want to ask you one question, how long have you practiced this dance for? It sounded like it didn't carry any lethal power, but it carried inexplicable pressure which made everyone's heart tight. And Rand's temperament was kind. Seeing that Zun was embarrassed, he quickly said, I'm sorry mentor, I'm the captain. Before I came on stage, I didn't counsel my teammates psychologically, which made them nervous. Zun immediately said, Ran, this has nothing to do with you. And Rand shook his head, indicating that he just wanted to take responsibility. In fact, this matter had nothing to do with him, and this sense of responsibility also impressed many audiences, except a few mentors sitting in the mentor's seat. Fu Jingxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Those who knew him knew that this meant that the actor was in a bad mood. He repeated in Rand's words, didn't counsel your teammates psychologically. Everyone's heartbeat was raised and they could feel the low pressure in the film emperor's voices. Fu Jingxiao smiled slowly. If you are nervous, you can indeed make mistakes. Then aren't you taking those who practice countless times on the stage and spend 10 years of hard work as stupids? And Rand's words violated his taboo. Hard work and dedication were something he valued the most. And now some ass who clearly hadn't even practiced much to perform on such a huge stage was telling that he made a mistake because he was nervous. Did he take all the professional mentors as stupids? Everyone in the industry knew that Fu Jingxiao was actually a very principled person with a bottom line. He was most interested in the dedication and character of the artist. Sure enough, Zun's face paled a bit, and he said embarrassingly, I indeed practiced for a short time, so I made that mistake. I'm sorry, mentor. He finally told the truth. Fu Jingxiao put down the mic. He didn't say anything more, only gave the last sentence. I think honesty and frankness not only depicts your respect for me, but also for the audience. Great irony. Originally a very lively stage turned to a bit awkward stage because of this. The other mentors also supported Fu Jingxiao unconditionally. They also felt that the problem didn't lie in the performer's singing or dancing ability, but the attitude of the performer was very important. So in the end, the rating for the other teammates was F, and Enran, who should have gotten the first A, only got a B, although the director's team originally planned him to give A. On the mentor seat, Film Emperor Fu splattered a capital B, and no one dared to talk too much. After the next two groups, it was Jian Xingsui's turn. The lights on the stage shone, and the host started to read the name of the contestant. Jian Xingsui, who had been waiting, was about to enter the arena. The previous groups also had excellent performances, which were commendable, but the mentors had no obvious interest. But surprisingly, when the host started to pronounce Jian Xingsui's name, the atmosphere of the jury's seat suddenly became a little subtle. Fu Jingxiao, who was sitting lazily on a chair and playing with his pen, stopped the pen in his hand. He raised his eyelids and looked at the stage, while Tuya, who was originally lacking in interest, suddenly sat up straight. The two mentors next to them had heard about this contestant who had almost been eliminated because of a big shot, so they couldn't help but gather their energy. The audience also noticed the strange behaviors of the mentors. What happened? Is a big shot appearing? Who's Jian Xingsuи? The lights on the stage shone, and slowly, a boy with a buzz-cut-in jeans and a white shirt came out. Different from other contestants who had colorful and luxurious clothes on, he seemed to have stopped by to participate in a show on his way home to buy vegetables. The only thing that was worth mentioning about him was his very fair skin and deep facial features. In front of the camera, because of his clean face, he didn't look greasy, but instead looked very refreshing. Jian Xingsui bowed nervously. Hello everyone, my name is Jian Xingsui. The whole place was silent for a moment. Tuya was the first to laugh out loud. She spread her hands, and then Jian Xingsui looked at her with some doubts, and then looked at Fu Jingxiao, who was calm next to her. Seeing that his idol's eyes fell on him, he said with some anxiety, no more. Legendary 7 words introduction was this. Tuya covered her lips and smiled. The other contestants in general can't wait to use their time of self-introduction to praise themselves and tell their tragic stories. But Jian Xingsui did quite well. He just reported his name and finish. Liu Shuang, a great mentor in the hip-hop world, also held his mic. You can tell us about your ideals or what talents you're good at and introduce yourself to us, or tell us why you came to this stage and whether you have any pursuits. Pursuits, ideals. Jian Xingsui felt like he was going to sweat on his back. He came here to get a job and get 20,000 yuan to move out of the rice cake shop. But if he will tell this reason, then he's afraid he will be laughed to death, right? 1. Then should he just make up some nonsense, like saying he was chasing his dreams, or like I love to perform on the stage? But isn't this a lie? Remembering when the last time Film Emperor Fu had said with a grim expression that honesty and frankness are the greatest respect for the stage and audience, Jian Xingsui started to panic again. If later the director team will expose himself, then having such a chance to meet his idol in his life, will he still leave an image of a liar in his heart? Bluz. He didn't want it. In fact, he could accept being humiliated in front of the protagonist's shoe. He didn't even want to go against anyone anymore. Moreover, he didn't even want to be remembered by Fu Jingxiao, but the last thing he wanted was to leave an embarrassing impression in front of his idol. Jian Xingsui stood on the stage. He was a little nervous, so he took a deep breath that made him look a bit hesitant. The reason why I came to this show, Jian Xingsui seemed to be stuck halfway through his speech. He was clearly hesitating, but it made everyone even more curious. 2. Some viewers in the live broadcast room had felt a little bored and sleepy after watching the first few performances, but suddenly a strange person like Jian Xingsui appeared, which attracted everyone's attention. I'm so anxious. What mystery is this brother going to unfold? Haha, I'm really being anxious to death. The jury's host, Mr. Lei, who was originally engaged in the comedy industry, tried to comfort him and joked, "It takes so long for you to think about it, ah." Such a need for hesitation for a single answer. I suspect that your purpose is not to debut, but to go directly to the Oscars. The others laughed too, because everyone normally thinks what purposes the trainees who come here usually can have except for being able to debut and being successful in the entertainment industry. Fu Jingxiao seemed to have seen through Jian Xingsui's hesitation. The film emperor picked up the mic, raised his eyes slightly, and said slowly, "Just tell the truth." Maybe the film emperor himself said this as a comfort to a contestant to let him not be nervous. What he didn't know was that in the ears of other contestants, hearing such words was an encouragement, but in Jian Xingsui's ears, it was completely different. Be honest, tell the truth, have you heard? The film emperor Fu's coercion lies in the fact that the man doesn't need to make a threatening gesture. Even if it's just a light sentence that he says, it can make you feel panic. It was also these words that made Jian Xingsui finally decide to tell the truth. Under the pressure on his head, he finally decided to give it up. He took a deep breath and said, "I came here because I heard that you can get 20,000 yuan if you pass the first audition. I came here because I was short of money and needed this money for an emergency." 3. The whole scene fell into silence. This originally sounded a little outrageous, but for some reason, it was inexplicably funny when it came out of the serious-faced Jian Xingsui's mouth. Teacher Li was the first to be unable to hold back, and he burst out laughing. Tuya wanted to chuckle at first, but she couldn't hold it any longer. The silver bell-like laughter sounded clearly on the stage where the tutors were sitting. Only Fu Jingxiao was calmer. The elegant and dignified man didn't have any superfluous expressions on his face. He just glanced at Jian Xingsui lightly. The meaning was unclear. Teacher Li was overjoyed. "Are you serious?" Jian Xingsui nodded resignedly. Teacher Li of course didn't buy it and asked him, "Then you really don't have any other purposes? For example, you came here because you love the stage." Jian Xingsui smiled bitterly. Since he decided to tell the truth and anticipated the consequences, he bowed deeply and decided to accept everything. Purposes can only be pursued when living conditions permit. I don't have that condition yet. I've wronged the mentors and I've wronged the stage. When his voice fell, the program crew behind him thought that this was just the right time to pit him. The big screen even brought up the surveillance footage of Jian Xingsui when he had come for the audition. On the screen, the director asked him what requirements he had for the program crew. Then Jian Xingsui asked him if they would cover his living and eating expenses. He also asked if the thing about 20,000 yuan was real. Later, one of the program staff had asked for leave. He actually asked the program team if they could hire him as the temporary worker. This really showed that he was really short of money, and he didn't lie. 3 scenes were played in turn, accompanied by funny music, making the audience laugh. Teacher Li smiled and joked. "While others came here to pursue their dreams, you came here to make money. Ah, the entertainment effect was perfect." But it was unknown why they also felt a little sad. Although Jian Xingsui's reason was very funny, it also made people feel real. These days, only qualified people can pursue their ideals and stage. Most people have to continuously struggle even for 20,000 yuan. The audience activity in the live broadcast room had reached the highest level in this period, and the number of comments had also skyrocketed. The screen was full of, "Brother Buzzhead, you are so real. 20,000 yuan brother, you are so sincere. Hahaha, only you are a real worker." The director was stunned at the time. Hahaha. Everyone was trying to uplift the heavy atmosphere by making jokes. Maybe it was because everyone also had such a difficult time at least once. So facing such a sincere young man, they felt relatable. The sweat on Jian Xingsui's forehead at the scene was about to drip, but he couldn't lose face in front of his idol. He could only hold on. He looked at the mentor's platform, anxiously feeling a bit uneasy. He thought that Fu Jingxiao would look down on him, but the man just turned on the microphone and said in a deep voice, "What kind of talent did you bring?" Jian Xingsui replied, "It's Outliers." This song was a very popular song. Although it was popular, it was very difficult to sing. Very few contestants dared to choose his song on the stage because it was really difficult to control their voice while recording, let alone singing on the live broadcast stage. Fu Jingxiao nodded. "Let's start." The mentor spoke and they officially entered the performance time. The stage was quiet. the spotlights flickered, and the background music sounded. Before that, Jian Xingsui on the stage was a little reserved, shy, and looked a little silly, but when the music sounded, the person standing on the stage seemed to suddenly change his aura. It was that kind of aura that was formed because of how serious he looked. That serious look really made him look too attractive. The soothing and melodious top tune slowly sounded, allowing the originally restless scene to slowly settle down. Jian Xingsui held the microphone. His face was calm and his long eyelashes drooped down. His originally clear voice was now a little deep and slow. You appeared too suddenly. I just happened to pass by again. The opportunity is rare and subjective, but I think it's hard to grab it and I also can't touch it. This time in Rebirth, he didn't expect that he would come to such an entertainment variety show. At first, he wanted to avoid contact with the Jian family and the protagonist. He thought that if he would go to Zhang's house, his life would be much better. After all, he was their real son. He thought he could finally get that warmth from his real parents. He thought as long as his real parents loved and supported him, his life would be meaningful, he thought. All of it was only his own thought. The actual fact was that no matter what he did, he couldn't be accepted by others. Knowing his reality, he wanted to leave the city. He was penniless, so he wanted the 20,000 yuan through this variety show, but he had never expected to actually get the opportunity to see his idol. In fact, it was not just now, but since long, long ago that he was unlikable. Although he used to be the young master of the Jian family, it seemed that many people were being nice to him, but in private, these people had completely different opinions about him. Jian Xingsui is also a second-generation rich man. If he didn't have that money, do you think I would have hung out with him? Ha 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 ha, do you remember the last time he looked like a fool? Friends, he indeed had many of them, but then again, what friends would hang out with their friend for money? What friends would always badmouth their friend once he wasn't present? What friends wouldn't try to understand him, but instead lead him to the dark abyss? He hated the hypocrisy of these people, but again, he was also afraid of being disliked and abandoned by everyone. He didn't want to be alone. Alone, this word was too terrifying for him because during the countless nights at the place where no one knew, he had cried countless times alone. At that time, it was difficult for him to even face himself. In junior high school, during his dark times, he heard Fu Jingxiao's song by chance. That song brought him strength and gave him a little comfort. The background music on the stage was still playing. He sang in a low voice, "You brought my happiness and made life a little more colorful. The treasure like you, however, was destined to be held by someone else. Are you mine?" Others told him that he was a scumbag, living a rich life, and having whatever he wanted. Only he himself knew that under the lively appearance he always pretended to have in order to not affect people who cared for him, there was a fragile and lonely heart that nobody wanted to understand and care for. He didn't want to accept the fact that the people he thought would care for him were the ones who wanted him to disappear. Amidst this, he chose to believe in only one person. What is the power of believing in an idol? Perhaps it was because of the strength and independence of the other party, which made himself yearn for him and gave birth to a positive force. He was a star, but the light he emitted was, unfortunately, not aimed at himself. I was unable to ask for you, who never seemed to have been made for me. My existence in the world doesn't matter anymore. On the stage, the voice of the boy singing in a low voice was low and gentle. His singing voice did not have such mature skills, but sounded very emotional. When he sang, his low voice could easily bring people's feelings into it. After the first half of the song, the tone of the music began to rise. Jian Xingsui's eyelashes trembled slightly. He finally raised his head. His eyes met with that person sitting on the jury. It looked like he was singing to the audience, but again it also looked like he was singing to someone. The intense emotion contained in his high pitches numbed the scalp and shook the soul of the people presented there. You occupied my happiness. This world which doesn't want to have anything to do with me is colorless without you. It seemed like he was singing but also expressing emotions. Anyway, my existence in the world was made fun of anyway. My hidden personality is yours. When he started to sing, the whole place was very quiet. Such a strong emotional mobilization was very rare. When the music entered the climax, the extremely strong sad tone was sung loudly, which made one's heart tense. When the music ended, the tone suddenly dropped, and the low and soothing male voice gradually lowered, until people with ulterior motives become transparent. I'll always be near you. I'll also keep exchanging my tomorrow to be able to get close with you. After the song was over, there was a moment of silence in the entire venue, followed by roaring applause. What's even more outrageous was that because his song was so emotionally contagious, some of the trainees in the audience didn't know which old friend they were thinking of. Some of them were actually wiping their tears. Tuya opened the microphone first. The woman's eyes had turned slightly red. She was trying to organize the language. She said, "Well, I think, although the way you sing has not reached a particularly professional level, and you might not have handled some parts well, but I must say, your singing ability has its own special points and characteristics." Teacher Lee said next to him, "He sings He sings very emotionally. Even the hip-hop singer Liu Shuang opened the microphone and said, "This really is a kind of rare talent. You sang really well. At first, when I heard that you were doing it for money, I wondered if you had come here just to hang out, but the way you sang this song was amazing." Jian Xingsui's originally nervous mood eased a little. Then his eyes fell on Fu Jingxiao cautiously and nervously, as if as long as Film Emperor Fu doesn't speak, he would not get his real evaluation. What he didn't know was that when his eyes were looking at Fu Jingxiao, there was some eagerness and expectation that could not be concealed, but he was trying hard to hold back and did not dare to show it. His that awkward appearance made Fu Jingxiao feel inexplicably interesting. It was like a puppy that had been bullied and hurt by everyone in this world was finally seeing someone who could give him some warmth and right judgment. He also looked like someone who really wanted to be recognized and praised, but he didn't dare to show it, so he could only stand pitifully in place. Tuya looked sideways and asked in a low voice, "What does Mr. Fu think? Which rating suits him better?" "I think B is fine." Liu Shuang on the other side heard it and leaned over. "Will B be too high? That in Ran performed well before and only got a B. We've only had 2 BS so far, and don't forget, he can't dance." Teacher Li also nodded and whispered, "Indeed. Won't giving him B make other trainees feel unfair?" In this way, it seemed that only Tuya supported B, so Tuya faced the 2 votes of the 2 mentors and set her eyes on Fu Jingxiao again. She asked in a low voice, "Mr. Fu, what do you think, Ni?" Fu Jingxiao, who was sitting in the main seat, did not answer immediately but picked up Jian Xingsui's information card again. Liu Shuang next to him said, "Let's take a look first. First of all, this kid's purpose is impure. He came to this stage not for performance but for money." Teacher Li also agreed. He has point. To be honest, his singing ability is not particularly good, but his emotional expression is rich and powerful. But if you look at a student who was rated as F class before, his singing skills were also good, so why was he rated as F? It's not even that he couldn't dance. Liu Shuang nodded. "I think giving him B is definitely impossible. He also can't dance. Giving F is possible." Tuya frowned and she said, "I don't think you can just focus on his weaknesses like this." The opinions of the people were not unified again. This was also a very rare thing. Jian Xingxui might be the first contestant who needed such a big disagreement among the mentors since the launch of Starlight. Everyone's eyes fell on Fu Jingxiao again. Tuya was curious. "What does Mentor Fu think, Ni?" Fu Jingxiao put down the information card in his hand. He was the least likely to speak among this group of people, but when he wanted to speak, everyone would stop and listen to him. They saw him raise his eyebrows slightly and say slowly, "If you say that his purpose is impure, what about the others?" Liu Shuang said, "Everyone else loves the stage and they are here in order to make their debut. If they love the stage so much, then why not just go to the other platforms to dance, which is much suitable to show their love for the stage?" Fu Jingxiao hooked his lips. "What are they doing here at Starlight?" It can't be said all of them, but what most trainees hold on to is to become a big star, for the sake of making a lot of money, for fame, and for a stage where they can shine. Love for stage and dance can't feed you and your family. More or less, it's just the matter of who can earn more and who earns less through their success. In short, almost everyone's purpose to come here is to earn money. Besides, Fu Jingxiao dragged his last note, raised his eyelids, and glanced at the uneasy child on the stage. Whether he is serious about the purpose of the stage or not, as long as his attitude of singing this song is right, it's fine. In a few words, the film emperor's attitude towards this contestant's performance had been revealed. Liu Shuang sighed. "Then where do you think he should be sent to?" Those mentors were watching Fu Jingxiao again, intentionally or unintentionally. This showed the status among the group of people there. Everyone was waiting for him to make a decision. On the stage, Jian Xingxui also had his heart tight. Not only him, but also the contestants who had not performed in the contestant seats were feeling quite oppressive. They were also communicating in private. What level was this performance of? B, it's B, I think F2. If he can only get F when he sang like that, then I'm done. God, I'm so nervous. The discussion was so intense that even Jian Xingsui's roommate Wen Sheng got close to Shen Xingchen and whispered, "Brother Chen, what grade do you think he will get?" Shen Xingchen didn't dare to say anything else, but the Shen family and the Fu family had a very deep friendship. Once, Shen Xingchen's mother had joked that if there was another youngest child in their family, she would have accepted Fu Jingxiao as a son-in-law. The 2 families were still able to join an in-law relationship because the youngest child was indeed born, but it turned out that child died as soon as she was born. This matter became taboo in the Shen family, and no one dared to mention it. 1. Later, although the marriage was not formed, the friendship between the 2 families was still there, especially the relationship between his elder brother Shen Minglang and Fu Jingxiao was very close. So somehow Shen Xingchen still had some understanding of Fu Jingxiao. Hearing Wen Sheng's question, Shen Xingchen said, "I think it depends on the situation." Wen Sheng, what do you mean? Brother Fu probably won't give too high marks. Shen Xingchen replied. Wen Sheng was a little puzzled. Why? Shen Xingchen hadn't spoken yet when Mentor Lei, who who was in charge of hosting on the stage not far away, had already obtained the results. He held the microphone and coughed a few times. Okay, now let's announce the results. Jian Xingsui, your final rating result is. The lights at the scene dimmed all of a sudden. Teacher Li went silent for a moment, making everyone anxious to death. Many people were looking forward to the results. Jian Xingsui's hand holding the microphone tightened. Teacher Li smiled slightly and continued, Congratulations, your final rating result is. See, there was an uproar over the entire venue. About this result, some people thought it was high, some people thought it was low. Some people even thought that Jian Xingsui was really lucky to get a C by only singing a song without dancing. Tuya picked up the microphone and said, This result is the result of our discussion together. There is a reason for rating you this level. Do you want to know? Jian Xingsui was sincere. I want to. Tuya stopped talking and she looked sideways at Fu Jingxiao. Film Emperor Fu was not going to speak, but Tuya had already said so he still picked up the microphone. This was the first time he had a direct conversation with Jian Xingsui. His voice was lazy and elegant. Do you know why you got just C? Just this word was very subtle. The subtext was, I think your skill should not have only gotten a C, but it could have been higher. The people at the scene were all comprehensible people, and they immediately heard the actual meaning of this sentence. Therefore, many people looked at Jian Xingsui with some envy in their eyes, because you have the wrong thoughts about this stage. Fu Jingxiao saw Jian Xingsui's nervous appearance and said slowly, The thought I'm talking about is not about you competing for 20,000 yuan. Jian Xingsui was a little puzzled. He didn't understand. If it wasn't for the 20,000 yuan, what would it be? Fu Jingxiao said, The problem with you was that when you came to the stage, you did not perform with the idea of winning, but with the thought that you would be eliminated. Jian Xingsui had participated in the show with the intention of getting eliminated just after the first episode. Although he had done his best for this stage, he had not performed with the idea of winning, but with the idea of losing. A person who respects the stage, a person who has already participated in the competition, should hold on to the victory and perform with a strong belief. If it is presented to the audience with a mixed mentality, it is of course wrong. Fu Jingxiao's strictness has always been well known in the industry, and this time was of course no exception. Since you are already standing on this stage, since there is an opponent, no matter how powerful the opponent is, you must perform with the heart of doing your best to win. Fu Jingxiao's amorous phonics eyes always seemed to be warm, which always made people unable to figure out his mood on most occasions. But at this moment, when talking with Jian Xingsui, the coldness in his eyes was shown clearly. His aura was very strong, and his gentleness on ordinary days was already awe-inspiring. Once his face sank, the atmosphere at the scene was depressed and no one dared to speak, including Jian Xingsui, who was standing heartbroken on the stage. But when Fu Jingxiao put down the microphone, his lips hooked, and he said the last sentence slowly. After all, I never taught you how to lose. This sentence seemed a bit nonsensical, and no one in the venue could understand it. Jian Xingsui didn't know why, at this moment, he suddenly seemed to understand what the film emperor meant, because Fu Jingxiao was someone who never admitted defeat. His works, his style, what he passed on to his fans and others were always a spirit of being brave and fearless. So little boy, how can you be a coward when I had never once taught you how to lose? Tuya smiled. She picked up the mic and said as if to comfort the child, Don't be depressed. Have a little confidence in yourself. Confidence is the most important thing. Your singing style was very good. I am looking forward to your performance in the future. We are all looking forward to it. Teacher Li also said, Young man, it's hard to get this 20,000 yuan. You have to work hard. Netizens in the live broadcast room had also watched this contestant's performance very seriously. This guy was actually quite good. Actually, I think he should have gotten B. Him getting B. Even in Ran had just gotten a B. They can't be the same. He doesn't even know how to dance. If he was given B, I would have suspected that he was the film emperor someone. After Jian Xingsui went back, the people following their turn started another round of performances. This time, the stage progress was very fast, but even till the evening, not everyone got to record. When they went back, Shen Xingchen complained, I didn't get my turn after sitting all day. Jian Xingsui comforted him, Tomorrow will be your day. Ningzi, a man who had never been very talkative, came back from fetching water and said for the first time, Brother Fu is the main tutor this time, and he is a very strict person. Many people had performed well today, but still, most of us got only F. Those who could enter C and B should already consider them as lucky. Has not appeared so far, and it will definitely be more difficult for those who will perform tomorrow. In the dormitory, there was no camera, so everyone let go of a lot of grievances when they talk. When Sheng and Shen Xingchen belonged to the same company, and this time they were also performing as a group, so they had somewhat got close. When Sheng came over and whispered, Brother Chen, don't be afraid of your performance tomorrow. I think you will definitely get an A after all. Brother Fu knows you and has such a good relationship with your family, so he certainly won't give you a bad grade. Shen Xingchen sneered, Fuck, he won't give any special attention to anyone. Since my childhood, I've never seen that man giving favor to anyone. The film Emperor Duren, great person who seemed very approachable in the industry, seemed to have good connections all over the entertainment industry. In fact, the more he seemed to be easy to get along with, the more difficult he was to approach. He had gotten the coldest heart among all the people Shen Xingchen had ever known. Shen Xingchen looked at Jian Xingsui, who was obediently sitting beside him. He took a deep breath and said, "But I don't know why, I think he likes you very much." Jian Xingsui was taken aback. "Why? He looks very serious, doesn't he? But haven't you noticed? He had been playing with a pen during every group's performances." Shen Xingchen said in a low voice. He was basically half closing his eyes and resting his mind. He seemed to have been completely absorbed in the performances. In fact, once he started playing with the pen, he hadn't put his mind on others at all. Even when that Enran's group was performing, he was only playing with his pen. Jian Xingsui really hadn't noticed that, but he suddenly acted differently when it was your turn. After you went to the stage, he simply didn't turn his pen. Shen Xingchen looked like he was really surprised. Also, I saw that he always took your information card when he had nothing to do. He, in fact, had never touched anyone's information card even once except for yours. 3 Shen Xingchen, I have seen through everything. After Jian Xingsui listened to Shen Xingchen's words, it was like listening to some horror story. He subconsciously retorted, "It should be a coincidence." 1. Shen Xingchen said, "Then it's the coincidence that belongs to you." Jian Xingsui couldn't explain it. He was totally confused. Half of his heart was a little happy about the beauty that Shen Xingchen had assumed for himself, but the cruel facts on the other side told him that it was impossible. Although the plot seemed to be a little different from what he had known before, the butterfly's wings were slightly flapping, but it definitely won't cause a much bigger change. He was just a cannon fodder. In his last life, he died miserably because he didn't have a clear understanding of himself. Death at least gave him more brains, and he would no longer be so stupid to imagine things that didn't belong to him. Maybe it's because he hadn't met someone poorer than me before. Jian Xingsui laughed at himself lightly, so he took a few more glances. Shen Xingchen sneered, "Look at your self-deprecating self. Who was Fu Jingxiao? He has been wandering around the world for so many years. What kind of person or thing was there that he hasn't seen? How is it possible for that old fox to really treat a person differently just because of 20,000 yuan?" But this matter seemed to remind him something. Shen Xingchen looked Jian Xingsui from up to down and said hesitantly, "To be honest, you indeed don't seem to have anything special." When Sheng came over and smiled, he said, "When I first saw him, I felt that Sui Sui was someone who was very difficult to get along with. Actually, he looked super silly." Shen Xingchen flicked Jian Xingsui's forehead and smiled. "Super silly to the point making people feel super comfortable to be with you." Jian Xingsui covered his head. "I'm already silly and you are still hitting me on the head." Shen Xingchen ha-ha-hed and said happily, "So what if I hit you in the head? Are you going to go to the teacher and complain?" "I'm not afraid of anyone here. Will you go to complain to Brother Fu?" Jian Xingsui glared at him angrily. At this moment, the door outside rang. It was a very slight sound, but it was quite clear at night. An elegant and clear voice sounded. "Excuse me, I seem to have disturbed you guys." The room suddenly fell silent. Shen Xingchen's arrogant smile just now froze on his face. He turned his head in disbelief and saw a tall man standing at the door. Once Fu Jingxiao stepped off the formal stage, he had taken off his suit jacket and he was casually carrying it on his arm. He was only wearing a white shirt. Compared with the dignified elegance of the day, now the t-shirt made him look a bit more thug and villain type. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "Were you looking for me?" Shen Xingchen wished he could live on another planet at this moment. The originally arrogant and domineering person stammered, No, brother, did you hear me wrong? Are you sure?" Fu Jingxiao set his eyes on Jian Xingsui and opened his lips. "Did I really hear it wrong? Why would you ask me, sir?" Jian Xingsui seemed to have picked up a hot potato. He was the one who stuttered. "Oh, this, you." Me Fu Jingxiao walked in. His leather shoes stepped on the smooth floor of the dormitory, making a crisp sound. The man approached and stood in front of Jian Xingsui. This was the first time they were so close. The voice sounded above his head, "Look up." Jian Xingsui raised his head obediently and met those amorous phoenix eyes. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. "Do I look like I eat people?" Jian Xingsui shook his head hastily. Fu Jingxiao chuckled. "Then why are you panicking?" In fact, there was not only one person who was panicking in this dormitory. The whole dormitory was panicking. Film Emperor Fu was a senior in the entertainment industry. His appearance here was as terrifying as the sudden appearance of the principal in the student dormitory. Just when everyone was puzzled, the staff of the program group came in with a camera, and one person said, "We are here to check the dormitory. Everyone in the dormitory will open their suitcases and we will check whether you have brought any contraband prohibited things. Because this dormitory was first in line, it was naturally the first to be checked." Shen Xingchen wailed, "No way, I still haven't organized my things." Fu Jingxiao glanced at him. "What are you screaming for?" Shen Xingqian immediately shut up. Fu Jingxiao's sound effect was more effective than anything. The staff, including others, didn't dare to provoke this great dude. They had just casually invited Fu Jingxiao to check, but they hadn't expected the effect to be so good. Sure enough, the film emperor could make other people panic just by standing silently. The suitcases of several of them had been opened, and the things that everyone brought were displayed in front of the audience. At 9 o'clock in the evening, most office workers who had been busy all day could also watch the live broadcast. Many people were very interested. Although it seems immoral, I'm so looking forward to it. I'm so excited, folks. Hahaha, what in the world did the male stars bring? Could it be a musical instrument or a dance costume or something? Obviously, the audience was still a little too naive. When the suitcases were opened, there were many incredible things in front of everyone. Game consoles, tablets, dumbbells, bean paste. The film emperor's eyes fell coolly on the bottle of the bean paste. Jian Xingxui said embarrassedly, actually, it is quite delicious. The staff couldn't help laughing out loud. Everyone knew this child who was here for 20,000 yuan, but what they didn't expect was that the child's life could really be so miserable. They continued to check Jian Xingsui's suitcase. They found Chinese sauce, bean paste, pancakes, and even a thermos cup inside. So the staff asked, why did you bring such a big thermos cup yourself? Jian Xingxui answered honestly, because this way I don't have to buy water from outside. The prices here are very expensive, and they all sell bottled mineral water. His answer can be said to be very sincere. The audience in the live broadcast room was already happy. I had gone to that studio before and found that only bottled mineral water was sold there. Yes, the water sold in some places is very expensive. Brother, it seems that you really need 20,000 yuan. The staff said this dumbbell. The taciturn Ningzi took a step. It's mine, I'm used to exercising before going to bed, but we have one in our gym. This dumbbell has been with me since I was a child, I'm used to it. Staff member, however, these were not actually contraband. On the contrary, Shen Xingqian's game console and tablet were contraband. When those things were taken away, Shen Xingqian began to mourn, grabbing Fu Jingxiao's clothes by the corner. Don't take it away, ah. I'll play for a while at night. Brother, you're so cruel. I will complain to my elder brother. The person who previously had threatened Jian Xingxui just before was now like a primary school student in front of Fu Jingxiao. Fu Jingxiao was able to deal with this dog clinging to him with ease. He paused and lowered his eyes. Are you sure you want to continue howling? Shen Xingqian. Ah, if your voice is louder, the other dormitory contestants will hear you. Fu Jingxiao slowly lowered his voice. With a small smile at the corners of his mouth, he said softly, when the time comes, I believe you won't be able to be so arrogant anymore. Like the devil's whisper, he spoke with a smile. Shen Xingqian's howling disappeared instantly. With an expression of I understood, he even urged, go to the next room, don't be late, brother. Others were dumbfounded watching this scene. The several of them who were far away didn't hear what they said. They just thought that Fu Jingxiao was amazing to be able to tame this arrogant young master. The audience in the live broadcast room listened to it, and the screen was full of ha-ha-ha. It's still my brother Fu who is strong. What a black-bellied man. This group of people is so cute. In fact, the whole dormitory's atmosphere is really nice. During the whole operation tonight, many people had their electronic products confiscated. In fact, all 4 mentors had participated in this activity. There were howling sounds from many dormitories. Only the row in charge of Fu Jingxiao did not have that activity. When Film Emperor Fu stood at the door, all the contestants chose to be obedient and not dare to make trouble. After the event was over, there was a broadcast voice. All the items have been collected, and now everyone will go downstairs to receive your ID cards. This is the universal star card in the show. There is money in the star card, and this money is responsible for your daily meals and expenses. Jian Xingsui's dormitory 403 also heard it. Just one person from each dormitory could go to take their own and their roommates' cards. Shen Xingqian was shocked. Anyway, I won't go to take it. Ningzi's heart was only thinking about practicing dumbbells. When Sheng looked at Jian Xingxui a little embarrassedly and said that, Sui ah, every night at this time, I do my beauty exercises ah. Was he the only one left? Jian Xingxui resigned and said okay. Anyway, he doesn't like to make a fuss about small things now, so he could do what he was ought to do. When he arrived at the lobby on the first floor, most of the dormitories had basically finished collecting their things. Jian Xingxui thought that there should be no one left here, who knew that there were still several tutors sitting there. He gathered his mind and walked over. Because the tutor who had checked their dormitory was Fu Jingxiao, he had to go to Film Emperor Fu to collect it. This was another tense challenge for Jian Xingxui. He walked over slowly and said, hello, brother Fu. Fu Jingxiao, who was sitting in front of the table, was leaning back lazily on the chair. There was a form in front of him. The form had the number of star cards and there was a box next to it. Jian Xingxui signed it to claim it and then handed it to Fu Jingxiao. I've filled it out. Fu Jingxiao stretched out his hand to take it and replied lightly, there are star cards in the box. Take the cards according to the numbers of your and your roommates. Jian Xingxui nodded obediently. Okay. He lowered his head and looked very serious, just like the kid in the rice cake shop who was still working hard with an injured hand. On a certain afternoon, in a place no one knew about, he was also earnestly and stubbornly defending his idol. Fu Jingxiao casually glanced at the form and said unintentionally, "Did Shen Xingchen bully you in the dormitory?" Jian Xingsui's movements paused. He remembered that tonight they seemed to have been caught making fuss, so he shook his head gently no. Fu Jingxiao chuckled inexplicably. Jian Xingsui didn't know why, but he suddenly became a little nervous, thinking that some people's aura was really strong. This guy in front of him was neither angry nor arrogant, but he was about to die from fear. I know his personality. The Shen family has a rich family background. This kid's temper is spoiled. You share a dormitory with him, so you probably know how much angry he gets. Fu Jingxiao's attitude was lazy and his slender legs were overlapped. His words were light. It was like he was chatting with a family member. This time he was sent here to sharpen his spirit, so you don't have to excuse him. If he is really out of order and misbehaves, you can really come and complain to me. One Jian Xingsui's eyelashes trembled slightly. Did he really see the scene in the dormitory and take it to heart? But Fu Jingxiao was definitely not being worried for himself. It should also be to help Shen Xingchen manage his temper, so he specially explained himself. It made sense, of course. When Jian Xingxui was still thinking about it, Fu Jingxiao put down the form in his hand, raised his eyes, and lifted his eyelids to look at him. The corners of his lips curved. More than that, if he still bullies you, then you can always come to find me. What? You can always come to find me. This short sentence hovered in Jian Xingsui's ear like a spell and fell on the tip of his heart like a heavy hammer. He raised his head in disbelief and met Fu Jingxiao's face. He saw the man sitting there with dark and deep eyes. When he was looked at, he felt that he was valued. Jian Xingxui was nervous. He was afraid of Fu Jingxiao's misunderstanding, so he said, "Xingchen didn't bully me, you polite, don't think too much about this. We were just kidding. You also know his temper. In fact, there is nothing bad about it. I didn't say anything when you entered the door at that time because..." Fu Jingxiao nodded lightly and he said warmly, "I know. It's because you were afraid of affecting my relationship with him. You didn't want it to make things difficult for me." Jian Xingxui was stunned. Obviously, he hadn't said anything yet, but Fu Jingxiao understood everything he meant. 1. This feeling was really amazing. It was like countless times when he stood in front of the Jian family or in Ran and others. No matter how he explained, no one believed him and no one wanted to hear him finish. But Fu Jingxiao just sat there quietly, listening to his stumbling explanation and understood his heart so smoothly. He didn't need to explain too much and the other party didn't even misunderstand him. "I know." Fu Jingxiao looked at him and curled his lips. "I can rest assured now that he has a roommate like you by his side. This man's strictness at work was really severe while gentleness in private conversations was really gentle." Jian Xingxui wanted to say something at first, but he swallowed the words again. He lowered his head, but his nose was slightly sour. He had endured it for too long, and suddenly he was understood. The first reaction was that he was at a loss. However, Fu Jingxiao seemed to see through his fragile soul under his ill-spoken words and did not embarrass him. "Okay, it's getting late. Go back, Ba, unless you want to work as a security guard." Jian Xingxui was embarrassed, so he bowed. "Okay, brother Fu, I'm going back." Fu Jingxiao responded lightly, "Yeah." Jian Xingxui turned around to leave, but heard the man say, "Wait." Jian Xingxui looked back suspiciously. "You sang well today." Fu Jingxiao was no longer sitting lazily, but looked directly at him. "Next time, keep trying." It was obviously just an ordinary sentence, but when it fell into Jian Xingsui's ears, his heart seemed to shrink with joy at that moment. He was praised. He was recognized. What's more, he was recognized by his idol. But Fu Jingxiao's approval seemed to have suddenly given him a little hope and confidence. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. He had always seen this kid have a straight face before. He didn't know if the kid himself knew that. He was obviously young, but his brows were always slightly wrinkled as if he was always vigilant. He looked preoccupied at all times, like a frightened little hedgehog, ready to hide at any time. It was probably because of this that people would unconsciously pay more attention to this kid. He laughed at this moment. Just because of a casual encouragement from himself, he actually looked pretty when he smiled. Although he had a short haircut, his lips were red and his teeth were white, always carrying a shy smile. There always seemed to be light in his eyes. And it was at this moment that he looked like a young man of his age, not a little old man with a heavy heart. On the second day, this was the second day of the first round of recording. Because of the popularity on the first day, the number of people in the live broadcast room did not drop but increased, and the popularity of the show had become very high. This time it was really Shen Xingchen's turn to perform. Don't look at the fact that this young master looked a little unreliable on ordinary days, like a son of a noble family, but he was actually really skilled. His singing and dancing skills were very nice, and his expressiveness on the stage was also very strong. He had really worked hard and had real talent. Almost all the mentors were very satisfied, and the ratings they gave were of course not low. After unanimous discussion, they gave a high score of A, and all the contestants, including the audience, had too much to comment. Little brother is very sassy, he's really amazing. Seeing his dance makes my blood boil. This brother really has a lot of energy, so energetic. Jian Xingsui waited for Shen Xingchen to come back and said sincerely, your performance was outstanding, you are too skilled. Shen Xingchen's forehead was covered in sweat. The young man was of course very proud after hearing this comment, but he still wanted to brag in front of his younger brother. It's normal, I just performed normally. Jian Xingsui pursed his lips and smiled. Shen Xingchen noticed that there was a row of people sitting not far from their row, and one of them was Zhou Zun. For some unknown reason, Zhou Zun always looked at them with a sneaky look. Shen Xingchen's violent temper came up. Fuck, what is that kid looking at? Jian Xingsui tried to calm him down. It's all right, just ignore him. What are you afraid of? Shen Xingchen glared at him and muttered, it's a shame that we're in front of a camera, otherwise I would have cleaned him up. Jian Xingsui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sometimes he thinks that Shen Xingchen's temper was somewhat similar to his own. To be precise, his former temper was somewhat similar. 3. By the afternoon, more than 100 contestants had already finished the audition. What everyone didn't expect was that just when everyone thought the recording would end, the host stood up and started to announce something new. Because many of the contestants got relatively low grades in the first round, many people may have felt that they didn't perform well. Maybe now you guys have new ideas and ways you want to perform with. It's okay. That's quite understandable. So now let's announce the new rules. It is also what everyone is most looking forward to watch, right? Do you know what it is? The scene was silent for a while before someone shouted, battle, originally in English. More and more people shouted out with some excitement, battle, battle, start the battle. It used to be group and individual performances, but now the new rules were definitely a dual challenge between contestants and contestants. Mr. Lee also showed a mysterious smile. Yes, let me announce the rules of this battle. Now, starting from Group F, a representative from Group F will be recommended by the contestants. This representative can freely choose a member of Group C who he thinks he can challenge. If the challenge is successful, the player can successfully advance to D if a player in Group C can keep his place. At the same time, he has a chance to be rated. This was the challenge. If you choose a player who you can challenge successfully, then you will have a chance to be rated. Teacher Lee smiled and said, at the same time, after this battle is over, all the students who have succeeded in the challenge will become the center of the theme song of Starlight together with the members of Class A. There was an uproar in the audience. Especially contestants from F grade were very excited. They were internally having a heated discussion about how to gain benefits from this great opportunity. When Sheng's rating was C, he was on the same level as Jian Xingsui. He came over and whispered, Brother Jian, do you think the people in Group F will choose to challenge us here? Jian Xingsui shook his head. I don't know. If I'll lose the battle, I will fall into Group F. When Sheng was a little scared, I really want to pray now that I don't get selected. Jian Xingsui didn't have much thought. First, he felt that he had no sense of existence, and secondly, even if he fell to F, it meant nothing to him. Shen Xingchen leaned over and sneered, okay, don't worry about it. Those people will not choose you if they think you have any potential. Of course, if you're not capable, then keep being afraid. Jian Xingsui, you really know how to comfort people, ah brother. Just as everyone was talking, the representative recommended by Group F came out. It was somehow an unexpected candidate, Zhou Zun. Zhou Zun, who came to the stage, gave a speech. In general, he meant that he didn't perform well in the first round. This time he is ashamed and will prove himself. He was a rap majored contestant, and of course he was going to perform a rap this time. Teacher Lee asked, who is the contestant of Group C you want to challenge? Zhou Zun's eyes fell on the people in Group C after turning around. He said firmly, Jian Xingsui. After the name was spit out, some people felt surprised while some people thought it was expected. Jian Xingsui himself was a little helpless, while Shen Xingchen next to him sneered a few times, full of sarcasm. Teacher Lee said with a smile, before the Group F players perform, I want to announce another additional rule we have this time. For example, if Jian Xingsui will successfully takes up the challenge, then you will get a chance to be rated and you will also have a chance to become the center of our theme song this time. Because the rewards are generous, we also have a rule that the contestants who accept the challenge, for example, if they want to sing the same song as the challenger, will have 20 minutes of preparation time in the middle. Logically speaking, this rule was not particularly difficult. But the problem was that Zhou Zun was a rap singer, and the songs he chose only had rap from the first verse to last. It was very difficult for Jian Xingsui, who was not a rap singer, to learn a rap song in 20 minutes. Teacher Lee added, of course the contestants have the right to choose whether to accept the challenge or not. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes fell on Jian Xingsui. The audience was also very much looking forward to his answer. Brother Buzz Cut, finish that challenger. Don't be cowardly, challenge him back. The other players felt that it was really difficult for Jian Xingsui. It turns out that getting delicious rewards was not so easy. Isn't it just the trick of the program team to send C graders to the pit? This way F graders will be able to choose from whatever they are good at and use that against the C graders. The difficulty was really great. Competing with Zhou Zun, especially Jian Xingsui, who had never studied rap professionally, will definitely suffer. It will be miserable for him to drop directly from C to F at that time. Everyone was looking at Jian Xingsui, but Jian Xingsui quietly set his eyes on the mentor's platform, where the man sitting in the center was leaning on the chair, seemingly careless. But once the guy sitting in the audience glanced at him, Fu Jingxiao also lifted his eyelids and looked straight at him. Their eyes were looking straight at each other. At this moment, silence was better than sound. Not long ago on this stage, he had also taught Jian Xingsui to face everyone's challenges with courage and not to be afraid of losing. But Jian Xingsui, who was reborn once and suffered losses, was always cautious and did not have that kind of courage. Behind him came the shrill voices of other contestants discussing. He doesn't dare. Isn't this inevitable? Ha ha ha, he was lucky to get C before, but now we're gonna his true ability. Those small voices were very similar to the voices of those who had once humiliated him and insulted him behind his back. A long time ago, it was also because of this kind of discussion that Jian Xingsui had began to doubt himself. It was because of these kinds of comments that he had started to feel sensitive and inferior. He was desperately in the need of some warmth and encouragement. A little bit. A very little bit of it would also have been enough. There are wounds that never show on the body but are deeper and more hurtful than anything that bleeds. At that time, when he was trapped in the prison of depression, he had come into contact with Fu Jingxiao's songs and his works by chance, which had allowed him to adjust and slowly gain some courage and strength. Was he ready to face this challenge? Maybe he won't win, and since the difficulty is so high, he might even lose face. But if he would just give up here, did that mean he won? Everyone was only giving him disappointed and mocking glances now. However, what he saw in Fu Jingxiao's eyes was not a mocking look but a quiet depth. That person was just sitting there quietly, but his eyes had something that told him, don't give up. There's already nothing left for you to lose. Even if you lose, so what? Jian Xingsui took a deep breath, stood up, faced the camera and everyone's gaze and said, I'm willing to accept the challenge. The scene was silent at first. Then there were unstoppable cheers. Some people stood up and applauded while others were watching the fun and whistling. Teacher Li asked, are you sure? Jian Xingsui nodded. Zhou Zun showed a somewhat sarcastic smile. Do you really want to accept it? Jian Xingsui's answer this time was without hesitation, I accept. After seeing that Jian Xingsui had agreed, several mentors on the mentor's platform even had a completely different opinion about him from the first time he had come to participate in the audition. He obviously seemed to have more momentum and more confidence now. Tuya applauded in surprise. Fu Jingxiao hooked his lips and smiled with a touch of approval in his eyes. Because he was a challenger, Zhou Zun started his singing. The song he picked was too difficult to rap. You Can't Stop Me Unstoppable. This was a very hot and explosive song. The front tune was very high, and Zhou Zun's own appearance was that kind of wild, so his style matched with that kind of energetic song very well. What? You Can't Stop Me. Originally in English, I'm unstoppable, better, run, away. Originally in English, better roll away. When L enter the game mode, who originally in English. When we enter the game mode, we flash like lightning. Breaking through the boundless darkness and danger is my habit. Some wild voices resounded throughout the competition hall and the cheers were loud. Zhou Zun was really good at rap. He performed well in this song. However, this kind of fast-paced rap could make a person who had never come into contact with the fast-paced rap sing the same song too difficult. Teacher Li praised, your rap skills are very good. His performance was really excellent. It could be said that if everything went smoothly and if Jian Xingsui couldn't give a good performance, then it was obvious that he will succeed in this challenge. Mentor Li looked at Jian Xingsui and said, are you ready? Jian Xingsui nodded lightly. During the 20 minutes of preparation, the other contestants could also rest, but they couldn't hang around. They could only go to the bathroom or to drink some water or go to the makeup room to make up. When they were free, they were just talking about Jian Xingsui. Many people were wondering if he could win Zhou Zun, especially those who were with Ran. Ran, that bully, can he rap? And Ran never knew about that. So he softly said, I don't know, but in my impression he only sings occasionally. Actually, he preferred listening to music. Because Jian Xingsui hadn't taken many things when he had left Jian's house, when Ran had moved there, he had found out that in his room there was a wall full of Fu Jingxiao's albums. So he had assumed that this person should be quite fond of music. And Ran said, Jian Xingsui is actually quite good. He went to a foreign music school. I have always envied him. I am far worse than him. He's far worse than you. I was exactly thinking, why could he sing so good? It turned out to be the gift of his family's money. He is completely incomparable to you. You rely only on your own efforts. This time he will definitely reveal his true ability. While everyone was comforting and ran, Jian Xingsui was rehearsing for the piano performance under the stage. His earphones were playing that rap song over and over again. The explosive songs reverberated in his ears. He sat there quietly. He didn't move for 5. Even the vocal teacher was a little anxious. Just when the vocal teacher thought he was going to sit there like that for 20 minutes, Jian Xingsui suddenly stood up. He bent down and asked the vocal teacher, "Hello, I want to ask, can I not use background music for my performance later?" The vocal teacher was stunned. Jian Xingsui smiled, feeling a little embarrassed. "I want to sing a cappella version of this song. So later, can you please give me this piano to play? I will play the background music myself." There were very few people who made such a request. Generally speaking, it is very difficult to play and sing at the same time. Besides, his performance was going to be broadcasted live. What's more, the song he was going to play wasn't even a familiar song to him. Under such circumstances, how could someone make such a request? The vocal music teacher thought about it and said, "I have to ask the directors and mentors for advice." The vocal music teacher went to discuss with the tutors and the program team. Jian Xingsui, who stayed where he was, didn't dare to do anything but just waited stupidly. He sat down and started to press the keys according to the arrangement he had just thought of in his heart. Little by little, he started to press the keys according to the progress of the lyrics of the song. All the lyrics and tones seemed to form an equation in his mind, regrouped and reorganized. When he reached one of the climaxes of the song, Jian Xingsui's hand stopped. He didn't know how to proceed better here. The piano sound stopped abruptly, and the fingers that fell on it also stopped. When Jian Xingsui fell silent again, the clock on the wall was already moving towards 15 minutes and he was running out of time. At this moment, a pair of slender hands fell. In place of Jian Xingsui's hand, that hand pressed a few piano notes which perfectly matched the previous tune, and this passage seemed to be the finishing touch. The tunes connected smoothly. Jian Xingsui raised his head in surprise and met Fu Jingxiao's eyes. Fu Jingxiao said, "Go ahead. In terms of music, some people seem to have a soul that resonates." Jian Xingsui calmed down and continued to play until the end of the song. A thin layer of sweat had formed on his forehead. The original song was still playing in the headphones, and he already had a new version of this song in his heart. After Jian Xingsui played the whole song, he turned his eyes and realized that Fu Jingxiao was still standing behind him. So he immediately stood up in a panic, but because he was too panicked, he hit his knee and immediately made a hiss sound. His face turned pale in some pain. Fu Jingxiao chuckled softly. "What are you doing, knee?" Jian Xingsui covered his knees, then let go and said, "No, I accidentally bumped into it." Fu Jingxiao leaned beside the piano stand and joked casually, "Are you always this reckless?" "No." Jian Xingsui hurriedly shook his head and said softly, "I just didn't expect you to be here." Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. "You're not happy to see me." Jian Xing's head was about to fall because of his continuous shaking. No, I'm not unhappy. I'm happy, so happy." Very happy. After carelessly muttering those words, he realized later what he said. Those words were more or less ambiguous when matched with Fu Jingxiao's earlier question. Jian Xingsui's earlobe unconsciously stained with a touch of red. He felt a little embarrassed while glancing at Fu Jingxiao. Fu Jingxiao didn't make fun of it. He just explained, "I just didn't want to bother you because I saw you were playing the piano seriously." It turned out that no matter how much of a big personality or a great public figure a person is, no matter how precious his time is, he's still willing to stand behind you and wait for you quietly when you are busy. He won't disturb you. He will just stand there watching you and only step up to help you when you encounter difficulties, and then return everything to you in a well-mannered and courteous manner. "What are you thanking for?" Fu Jingxiao lifted his eyelids and looked at him. His dark eyes felt a little oppressive. "I'm here to tell you that you can sing a cappella without the background music. It's almost time and you'll be on stage soon. Are you ready?" Jian Xingsui took a deep breath. "Ready." Fu Jingxiao curled his lips and called out, "Jian Xingsui." When he looked up, he saw the tall man standing up straight. When he turned back to the mentor's platform, he dropped a sentence, "Jiayou." Which means, "Come on, you can do it," or "fighting." It seemed like he had said it casually, but this kind of encouragement gave Jian Xingsui a lot of courage inexplicably. When the spotlight fell, he stood on the stage again. A piano was brought in the middle of the stage, which surprised many people. Isn't it a rap song? Piano rap. What kind of weird combination is this? No matter how everyone guessed, the spotlights fell, and the audience's expectations seemed to have dropped a lot. Only the person in the middle of the stage was lit. Many people were waiting for the background music to play, but there was no background music. The person sitting by the piano raised his hand, and the crisp and elegant piano sound poured out. Then Jian Xingsui sang a cappella. "You can't stop me." Originally in English, "I'm unstoppable, better run away." Originally in English, "better roll away." When L enter the game mode Hu Yu Wu. Originally in English, "When we enter the game mode, we flash like lightning." Breaking through the boundless darkness and danger is my habit. Obviously, it was a very passionate song, but it was sung slowly from his low voice. With the elegant and gentle piano sound, it was like a lovelorn boy expressing his thoughts to a woman he loves. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly exploded in roars, but even Joe Zun, who was originally determined to win, including a group of students who wanted to watch the fun, all widened their eyes. It was unbelievable that someone could complete the adaptation of a song in 20 minutes. The piano sound had a touch of sadness, and the deep male voice was like a lover's painful begging. My tears will be used as fuel, the acceleration is burning. Never compromise, I can't compromise. Jian Xingsui's singing was very contagious. This was something that he was recognized on the first stage. When he had sung love songs, the feeling of heartbreak had come like a wave. And now when he sang these flaming lyrics, some deep and soulful singing and gentle and quiet piano sound actually made everyone's heart gradually calm down. It was as if everyone was quietly listening to the unwilling murmur of the boy whose love was one-sided. When the last key fell, the venue was still silent. Then the live broadcast room exploded. This version is so strong, it actually sounds so good. His singing is actually not very strong, but it was different from some performances where I hated why there was no fast-forward button at the beginning of the show. I finished listening to it before I even knew it. Maybe he is a hidden big vocal. The first performance of Jian Xingxui was really a very simple singing, a little restrained, as if he was really running away with 20,000 yuan after that performance. But at this moment, the person sitting in front of the piano, the spotlight of the stage was on him, and he was the master of that stage. He was also the focus of everyone's eyes. After the performance, Teacher Li said with a smile, "Okay, Zhou Zun, please come on stage. We will evaluate Jian Xingsui's rating. Please wait a moment." When the mentors discussed with each other, everyone was nervous. This seemed to be a counterattack, and it seemed to concern everyone's heartstrings. Some people were guessing whether Jian Xingxui will be promoted to B, and some people were guessing whether Zhou Zun could be promoted in the end. The mentors on the mentors platform were also discussing, and the smile on Tuya's face did not stop. When he had first performed on the stage, she had thought that Jian Xingsui's singing ability could be given to B. Now that he was so dazzling, Tuya seemed to have straightened her waist. The discussion took more than 5 minutes, and when the discussion was over, everyone's hearts clenched. The contestants' grades were announced by either Teacher Li or by Tuya. But this time, Fu Jingxiao was the one who picked up the mic. He had once announced that Jian Xingxui could only get a B, but now when he was looking at the person standing on the stage, that pair of amorous phoenix eyes had a shallow smile in it, which made people unable to see his real emotion. At that moment, he opened his lips. "You guess, do you think you will succeed in this challenge?" Jian Xingxui didn't dare to guess. He was a little nervous. Holding the microphone and taking a deep breath, he replied in a low voice, "I hope I can." Well, the smile in Fu Jingxiao's eyes deepened, and his voice reached everyone's ears through the microphone. "Congratulations, Jian Xingxui. The final result of your challenge reassessment is A. Film Emperor Fu, my husband deserves nothing less than A." When Jian Xingsui's grade was announced, there was an uproar in the audience. He actually got a straight-up A. What level was this? It was terribly hard to get that grade. Moreover, he got that grading through the unanimous decision of the mentors. Besides, this person can't even dance. On this basis, getting an A was enough to show the strength of this person's singing. The audiences were also shocked. It's A. What kind of counterattack script is this? Ha 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 ha, I have always liked this little brother very much. Jian Xingsui's hand holding the microphone was a little unstable. He bowed deeply and thanked his mentors. He couldn't believe his rating. The moment he looked down from the stage, he saw the mentors looking at him with a smile, seeing the admiration and envy of the other contestants towards him. For a moment, he was in a trance like an illusion. Did he just really do it? Even if he was just a small cannon fodder, could he actually get an A? Fu Jingxiao said, "Come here." The actor's deep voice awakened Jian Xingxui from his trance. He hurriedly walked over and saw Fu Jingxiao and Tuya standing up together. The blonde beauty also had a warm smile on her face. "I knew you could." Jian Xingxui smiled shyly. When Little Buzz's head was happy, he looked a little silly, but it also gave people a kind of cute feeling. Tuya gently took off the C card from his waist. She raised her head and said to Jian Xingxui, "Congratulations on saying goodbye to C. You have successfully advanced." Tuya stepped back gently. Fu Jingxiao was standing behind her. The film emperor was tall and straight. He was standing under the spotlight and was looking at Jian Xingxui quietly. That handsome face had a shallow smile that he always had, but this time he opened his lips and called his name, Jian Xingxui. Jian Xingsui's heart tightened. "Yes, congratulations." Fu Jingxiao took a step forward. His slender hand was holding a sticker with a golden A written on it. The actor bent down and hung it up for Jian Xingxui. Then he straightened up again. He raised his eyelids to look at him and said, "No one helped you through this. You won it yourself. This card rewards you for facing challenges bravely." Mr. Lei, who was beside him, joked, "But it's also a reward you earned through hard work." He didn't know why Giant Xingsui's nose was sour when he heard those simple sentences. He nodded lightly and bowed deeply. There was roaring applause from the audience, and he stepped off the stage. In the next few rounds of competition, there were winners and losers. Some of them were successfully promoted to Group B, but there was absolutely no one from Grade C who was advanced to A. Giant Xingsui's success had become kind of unrepeatable. Then everyone went to sleep at night. Just when many people were immersed in the sweet dreams of the theme song, when everyone was sleeping soundly and woke up the next morning to face a new and hopeful day, a broadcast sounded. Please come to the training room to gather. We will announce the theme song assessment project. Everyone woke up like they were still in a dream. Some even rolled and climbed off the bed. After arriving in the training room, many people were still yawning, as if they had not woken up yet. Then eventually, after seeing the camera, some people were awake. Standing on the stage were several mentors. Obviously, they had finished the recording together last night, and those mentors had gotten up earlier than any of them today. But at this moment, everyone standing on the stage was neatly dressed and in high spirits. Fu Jingxiao on the stage lightly swept a glance at everyone. His eyes fell on a few yawning people, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. His smile seemed to be easygoing and nice, but it made Giant Xingsui feel a little ominous in his heart. Sure enough, Fu Jingxiao picked up the microphone. Now I'll start to announce the rules for the theme song assessment. Mr. Li spoke next to him. Even if all the contestants from Class A are considered to be the centers, it is necessary to decide the exact center position among you guys. Our rule is that within 3 days, there are no restrictions on your practice methods, duration, and standards. You will be able to act and learn freely. If it was just as good as what the mentors said, everyone will from now on believe in ghosts. Sure enough, before the others were happy, they heard Tuya say, however, our assessment criteria is that whoever is the first to fully interpret the theme song by themselves will become the center of our theme song. I repeat, whoever will be the first one to fully and nicely interpret the song by themselves will become the center of our theme song. By themselves. Miss Tuya, please admit you're lying, please. Fu Jingxiao's thin lips parted lightly. At the same time, the contestant who will win the center position of the theme song will also have the right to choose the song on the stage and the right to choose the teammates. There was an uproar in the audience. Mentor Liu Shuang also said, please note that the positions of everyone in our theme song assessment are arranged according to the position you get on the performance test. Also, don't think that you can get the center position just because you are the first to finish interpreting the song. Our rule is that the song and dance of the theme song must be fully and excellently displayed, so only the contestant who will excellently interpret the theme song first will be our center. Teacher Li also nodded, yes. Also, please pay attention. If you want to rely on luck and say you just want to try and perform once, if it works, you will get the position, and if not, there's nothing you'll lose. You'll try next time then. I can tell you, there is only one chance. If you become unsuccessful this time, you will be eliminated directly regardless of your grade. You will not be able to participate in the MV recording of the theme song. It meant if they finished interpreting the song first, but still, it wasn't good enough, then they were in danger. What's more, if they'll act hurriedly to become the first to submit their performance, but their performance won't meet the criteria, they will have to say bye-bye to this cruel show. All the contestants were shocked. The rules of this year's season were too cruel. It seemed as if they were trying to make it clear that they will not urge you to practice. You could act freely these 3 days. But in fact, if you are lazy, other hard-working people will learn before you. The position and camera shots they will obtain will be better than yours. Especially for everyone in Class A, whoever successfully performs first will get a central position and a generous reward. In short, once you act lazy and don't practice even for just a moment, then you are over. For a while, everyone in Class A looked at each other and saw fighting spirit and hostility in each other's eyes. Shen Xingchen smiled. Okay, this rule, to put it bluntly, is actually going to be a battle with more than 100 people. It's exciting, I like it. In the last challenge, and Ran had also entered Class A. Hearing this, he said softly, everyone, please focus mainly on friendship first and competition second. Just do your best. Shen Xingchen raised his eyebrows and said, then can you give me the center position for the sake of friendship? And Ran stopped talking. When Giant Xingsui saw this scene, he didn't know why he wanted to laugh. Under the mentor's order, the theme song was also shown on the big screen. What made many people headache was that the song was mixed in Chinese and English. The lyrics were very broken and the dance movements were too difficult. Some contestants had already cried. How, why, what is happening? 3 days. I don't think even 10 days will be enough for me to dance well in this damn song. Help me. The whining sound slowly spread throughout the training room. Standing at the front, Fu Jingxiao slowly pressed the timer. He took the microphone and slowly announced, the game starts now. As if they were robots, everyone at the same time dispersed collectively. The contestants of Class A found the centralized training room of Class A and started to practice dancing. The program team did not prepare a dance teacher for them. They had to learn everything by watching on the screen over and over again. The first thing they had to do was to memorize the lyrics, but this alone made it difficult for many people. The audiences saw too many contestants collapse and complain. These lyrics are really hard to memorize. I haven't memorized it even though I've practiced it since morning. It's complicated and hard to remember. I think I'm going crazy. Compared with the complaints of other classes, Class A seemed very silent. Most of the people squatted there and memorized the lyrics. Shen Xingqian's memory was relatively poor. He recited lyrics all the time, even when he went to the toilet or to drink water. At noon, Jian Xingsui said, "Let's go to eat lunch." Shen Xingqian shook his head, "Just bring me a little." Jian Xingsui couldn't do anything, so he helped him get a little bit of food. The young master had a poor memory. He didn't memorize the lyrics until the afternoon. After he recited it, he began to practice dancing. He had been in constant motion all afternoon, constantly adjusting his posture to the songs on the screen to train, to better perfect the stage. Jian Xingsui had a good memory and could already remember the lyrics in the morning. However, he did not have a strong foundation in dancing, so many of his movements were incoherent and stiff. But Shen Xingqian, who only remembered the lyrics in the afternoon, was able to smooth it out in the evening. Not only Jian Xingsui, but even the audience side, this brother Shen is really trying too hard. I saw almost all of the contestants resting, but I didn't see him resting. The first candidate to compete for the center position still hasn't come out yet. It's not that no one could compete in Class A. Those who could enter this class were all capable, but no one wanted to take risks. After all, once they do not meet the standards, they cannot participate in the MV shooting. This risk was too great, and no one wanted to take it. The contestant who competed with Shen Xingqian and all of the Class A contestants the most was Li Zun. This person also came from a big brokerage company, and he was very talented in singing and dancing. For some reason, Jian Xingsui felt that Shen Xingqian seemed to be having a beef with this person, because when Shen Xingqian had learned that Li Zun was also fighting for this center position, he was determined to win. At 4 o'clock in the morning, most of the people were dying. Jian Xingsui came over to Shen Xingqian. "Brother Chen, go to bed, you can't practice anymore." The young master, who had not rested much all day, got several pieces of his dancing t-shirt wet. He had just finished the dance practice and shook his head gently. "I won't sleep." But it was obvious to the naked eye that his energy level was very poor. Jian Xingsui even felt that him being in such a state, he might make mistakes when he went to the mentors for the assessment performance. Then all of his hard work will be utterly useless. Jian Xingsui whispered, "You know what?" Li Zun went to bed. Shen Xingqian frowned and looked around the practice room, surprised. Did he really go to bed? Of course it's true. Jian Xingsui chuckled. "You go too, just sleep for a while. If you're afraid of being late, set an alarm clock." Shen Xingqian shook his head. "No, I won't sleep." Jian Xingsui sighed inwardly. He leaned closer and said, "Then you two are about the same level. Li Zun has already gone to bed. If you win, people will say that you could only win by practicing while Li Xuan was sleeping. Then again, if you'll lose, people will say that you couldn't even beat a sleeping person, so you deserved that." Shen Xingqian was a little persuaded. The body of a person who had been tired all day had reached its peak. In fact, he also wanted to sleep very much. After hesitating for a while, he finally nodded. "Then I will only sleep for 2 hours, and I will wake up when the time comes." Jian Xingsui said softly, "Okay." After returning to the dormitory with Shen Xingqian fell asleep, but Jian Xingsui didn't take advantage of the situation to sleep in the bedroom. In fact, he had never wanted to fight for the center position. He did not choose to sleep, but returned to the training room. Some viewers in the live broadcast room laughed. "What a scheming lad. He persuaded others to sleep, but he himself did not sleep. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You are too scheming." However, while everyone was watching the excitement, Jian Xingsui didn't insist on practicing. He squatted against the wall of the training room's corridor and slept. Everyone who looked at the behavior of this strange lad on the screen was dumbfounded. What was this for? In fact, the corridor was very noisy. He will be woken up from time to time when people pass by. For people who have been busy all day, being woken up every 5 or 6 minutes is a hell of torture, but Jian Xingsui didn't move from the door. Just when the audience was wondering, there were also people watching that scene inside the Shen family's mansion. Mother Shen knew the character of her youngest son, so tonight she had specially put on the show to see her son's performance. She had originally focused all her attention on her child, but unexpectedly she was attracted by another one. Father Shen Kengcheng, came over with sleepiness. "Madam, why are you still awake?" Shen Kengcheng leaned over and said, "Who?" The lady Su and Zhen pointed at the screen with a fair finger. "It's this child. Why is he sleeping at the door?" Mr. Shen frowned. "This child, how can he choose this kind of place to sleep?" Su Zhen really didn't know why. In fact, she was not familiar with Jian Xingsui, but she was inexplicably concerned, so she whispered, "He is the child who is taking care of our Xingqian, and he persuaded Xingqian to go to bed, but he himself didn't sleep there. Instead, he came to the door to sleep. No one can guess the reason, but I have a rough guess." President Shen, "What? He's guarding Xingqian." Zuenzhen didn't know why, but when she said this, she felt a little bit of pain, but also with a little pity, because he's afraid that the contestant who is competing with Xingchen will wake up and will come over to prepare for the performance, or to practice more, so he stayed at the door. As long as that contestant doesn't come, he will let Xingchen sleep for a while, and if he does, he can call Xingchen right away. Bluz. In order to help his friends, he would rather sacrifice his sleep, squat at the door, and not sleep all night. When the rest of classic contestants started to come back one after another, Jian Xingsui went back to the dormitory to call. Shen Xingchen slept for more than 2.5 hours. After seeing the time, he glanced at Jian Xingsui. Why didn't the alarm clock sound? They just got up, you still have time. Jian Xingsui brought him water. You've been practicing for a whole day. Not sleeping much. Are you trying to know what it feels like to faint in front of the mentors? Shen Xingchen took a sip of water and looked at him, and said strangely, why are you so lucky? You just woke up at the same time when they woke up. Jian Xingsui smiled and said nothing. Shen Xingchen continued to drink 2 sips of water and suddenly stopped drinking. He seemed to have suddenly reacted. He slowly put down the hand holding the water glass and stared at Jian Xingsui with his dark eyes. He then asked, you didn't sleep? Jian Xingsui said quickly, I fell asleep. I really fell asleep. Shen Xingchen couldn't believe it. Why is your bed still neat? I practiced for a while in the training room. Jian Xingsui looked at the watch on the wall. It seems that it is 5 o'clock now. You go to training hall first. I will sleep for a while. Shen Xingchen guessed that someone was going to perform in front of the mentors at this point and asked him, aren't you going to compete? I have no foundation in dancing. I only learned half of the movements yesterday, and now half of my limbs are also out of coordination, so I can't compete with others even if I don't sleep now. Class A alone had 5 or 6 dancers. Even in Class B, there were also a few who studied dance all year round. Jian Xingsui knew that he was definitely incompetent, so he never thought of overdoing it. I just tried to practice in the training room and found that my mind was muddy. I couldn't even remember the lyrics, so I'm going to sleep for a while. You hurry up and go to the training hall. I'll wait for your good news. In the same dormitory were Ningzi and Wen Shengge, who had slept for a while at night. Both of them were from Class B. Wen Shengge and Ningzi could also sing, but they both had some basic dance skills. So both of them got up now and went back to the training room with Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen walked in the corridor when he went out and sighed softly. I don't know why, but after a good night's sleep, the lyrics are much clearer and I don't even feel tired anymore. When Shengge smiled softly, of course you must rest. Without sleep you'll be in difficulties. Ningzi had always been reluctant to talk, so he nodded. Well, Jian Xingsui was right to persuade you. We actually wanted to persuade you too, but it was useless. When Shengge covered his lips, Xing Sui had a nice way to persuade you. Shen Xingchen sneered. He persuaded me, but when I went to bed, he was practicing in the training room. The group went to the training room of their respective classes. Shen Xingchen went to the hall and found that several other people were indeed there. The overall atmosphere of Class A was not particularly harmonious. Even a small group was formed among the people who didn't know each other till yesterday. And Ran and Li Zun only met yesterday, and today they were calling each other true brothers. They were practicing in front of the mirror, and when they saw Shen Xingchen come in, they didn't speak. Shen Xingchen was too lazy to pay attention to them. He looked into the mirror and followed the music himself. Yesterday morning, he had felt very tired and the lyrics sometimes broke, but after sleeping for more than 2 hours, he seemed to have completely memorized it. He wasn't tired at all, and his spirit was very good. After finishing it, Shen Xingchen looked at himself in the mirror and was glad that he went to sleep. And Ran came over and said, Brother Xingchen, you dance very well. Shen Xingchen replied lightly. In fact, Ran was very beautiful and delicate, and he always spoke softly and was also very good at doing things. In fact, he was the type that the Shen Xingchen liked, but he didn't know why Jian Xingsui was always trying to avoid Ran. He even seemed a little afraid of him. That made Shen Xingchen always want to kick the intestine out of this Ran. It was unknown why, but this Ran had become the definition of disgusting for Shen Xingchen from their first meeting. Ran smiled. Did Xingsui return to the dormitory to rest? Shen Xingchen said, oh, I also think he should have gone back to the dormitory to sleep. What was he sleeping at the door for? Ran pouted. He doesn't feel sorry for himself at all. Shen Xingchen's movement stopped. He looked sideways at Ran in disbelief. What did you just say? Ran was taken aback by Shen Xingchen's sudden, louder voice. After a long while, he hesitantly said, I didn't say anything. It was Xingsui who was sleeping at the door, and then when he saw me and Brother Zun coming, he was gone. Shen Xingchen lowered his head. It was unknown what he was thinking, and Ran wondered, Brother Xingchen, what's wrong with you? When Shen Xingchen raised his head again, his eyes were a little red. Big Brother, who had always been ready to throw people to the drainage, was actually a little bit defensive here. Thinking of that buzz-head idiot, his nose was sore. He held back the urge to go back to the dormitory and cursed lowly. And Ran was still wondering when he saw Shen Xingchen walking outside. Brother, where are you going? Shen Xingchen didn't turn his head back. I'll go to the mentors to perform. At 5:41 in the morning, it was just dawn. The sun still hadn't risen from the horizon and there were very few viewers in the live broadcast room of Starlight. But at this time, the first student knocked on the door of the mentor's room. Shen Xingchen walked in without the slightest hesitation. It took him far less than 24 hours of singing and dancing practice of the theme song to kick off. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Jian Xingxui was awakened from his sleep. In other words, he was forced to wake up. There was a vicious man sitting beside his bed. "Get up, you fuck shit, you dirty scheming scoundrel. Are you kidding my fart, still sleeping after acting like a fuckboy in front of Lao Zai? Wake up, you asshole. The dormitory on this entire floor is empty. Everyone has gone to the training room. Are you still sleeping because you want to fight me?" Probably the sleep time was close to being 3 hours, but Jian Xingxui, who was in 2 hours of light sleep, swayed and opened his eyes. After seeing Shen Xingchen, he quickly woke up and asked, "Xingchen, why are you here?" "Have you performed?" Shen Xingchen snorted. The young master raised his head proudly. "Who is this young master? What is there that Lao Zai can't pass?" Jian Xingxui paused for a while, then smiled happily. "That's great. Then you are the center. Are you the center? Shen Xingchen, what a pig head you. Who else is it if it's not me?" Jian Xingxui's smile grew even bigger. He had watched Shen Xingchen practice singing and dancing without sleep, watching him wet several t-shirts with sweat, watching him practice with sore muscles but still persevering. Now his buddy has really got the center position. For some reason, Jian Xingxui couldn't help but feel his nose sour. He whispered, "It's really great. Congratulations, you got the center position. Big brother is so cool and handsome." The camera in the dormitory was on, and many viewers also had woken up at this time. Some of them had also seen this scene by replaying the scenes they hadn't watched while they were still sleeping. Seeing this scene, they were inexplicably emotionally infected. My family's children, I feel so distressed. Suichin is real. Don't mess around with CPs, okay? This is a pure brotherhood, hee. In the dormitory, Shen Xingchen saw Jian Xingsui's that appearance and he felt uncomfortable. He pulled Jian Xingxui and said, "What a bastard, get up for me and go to dance practice." Jian Xingxui slowly got up, "I know." When he returned to the training room, Shen Xingchen personally taught him dance and movements, but the young master was short-tempered. After teaching for a while, he became impatient and went to the cafeteria to eat, so Jian Xingxui practiced in the training room by himself. It happened that Wen Sheng and Ning Zi were all free, so they came over to continue teaching him. And Ran and Zhou Zun were also practicing on the other side of the training room. While a group of people was practicing, the door of the training room was opened. It was unknown who had looked at the door first and shouted in surprise, "Brother Fu." Fu Jingxiao stood at the door. Today, he was wearing black casual sportswear, which was not so formal. His aura was relaxed, but the fact that he was standing there alone made the young trainees nervous. A group of people spontaneously stood in a line and said obediently, "Hello, Mentor Fu." Fu Jingxiao responded lightly. He came over and half-leaned against the wall of the training room, raising his eyebrows to look at everyone. "How is your practice going? 1 day has already passed." All the trainees had different answers. "It's almost done. I'm not very familiar with it yet. There are some places that don't work. I don't even know why I'm here in the first place. Where am I? Fuck, I want to go back to where my ancestors originated from. This place is scary. MOMMM. Of course, these were the things they could never say in front of their idol. They could only perfunctorily answer positively. Fu Jingxiao said, "Well, come and show me." It was definitely beneficial to be able to dance and be instructed in front of the master mentor. It was equivalent to taking an exam in advance. Everyone was very happy, and they went to take their positions spontaneously. When the music started, they also started to dance together. The person standing at the front was Ran. He was the one who learned the fastest and danced the best in this group. He should have been praised. However, what was surprising was that when the dance was halfway through, the name which was in Fu Jingxiao's mouth still was, Jian Xingxui. "What are you doing?" In the last row, Jian Xingxui, who couldn't keep up with the beat, was pitifully continuing his dance. When everyone started dancing, because the person behind was indeed a person who had no foundation in dancing at all and was incomparable with other people who had dance foundation, it caused Fu Jingxiao's knife-like eyes to keep falling on Jian Xingxui. After the music ended, Fu Jingxiao stood up. The air pressure in the room was freezing because of the actor's mood. However, instead of losing his temper, he smiled with his lips hooked. This smile made everyone's back cold, Jian Xingxui. Jian Xingxui weakly said, "Yes, how do you think you danced? I couldn't keep up with the tempo." "No, you weren't unable to keep up with the tempo." Fu Jingxiao's voice was elegant and gentle, but what he said was ironic. "You don't know what is tempo at all." Everyone in the room looked at Jian Xingxui. Some were worried while some were looking for a great show. Just when everyone thought Film Emperor Fu was going to get angry, he walked to the wall behind Jian Xingxui and said, without the background music, "Show me the movements from the beginning and I'll see." Jian Xingxui was so scared that his legs had turned weak, but he didn't dare to disobey Fu Jingxiao's order, so he bit his teeth and started dancing. Fu Jingxiao watched a bit and then opened his lips. You are so weak that you can only move so softly. Jian Xingsui had no foundation in dancing. His movements were actually very big, but he couldn't feel the strength, which looked strange. He weakly said, I don't know how to use my strength to control my movements. Fu Jingxiao picked up a bottle of mineral water on the table next to him. He walked over and stretched out his hand. Bang! A loud noise resounded in the practice room. The man looked sideways at Jian Xingsui. Come here and shake it. Jian Xingsui hurried over and shook the water bottle. Fu Jingxiao said, shaking hands like that, aren't you capable of doing even such kind of small movements? The strength of your shaking arms is like others' strength while tickling people. Why? Are you still only going to sing a big show for us later? Jian Xingsui blushed when he was mercilessly lectured. He hurriedly said, I see, I'll try again. When Film Emperor Fu spoke, no one dared to speak in the entire training room. The other trainees didn't even dare to move, all watching Jian Xingsui being trained alone. Jian Xingsui tried a set of movements twice according to the method taught by Fu Jingxiao, and he actually felt a sense of strength. Fu Jingxiao's brows and eyes loosened a lot, and he raised his eyebrows. Aren't you able to control your strength now? Jian Xingsui could also dance this part before, but that dance looked very strange. Fu Jingxiao only taught him it 2 or 3 times. And in less than 5 minutes, when Jian Xingsui danced to this dance again, both visually and rhythmically, it was smoother and more beautiful. Zhou Zun, who was not far away, leaned into Enran's ear and said, Jian Xingsui, this idiot, is so useless in front of Brother Fu. He is shaming himself to death. In the future, he will definitely not be liked by our dear Brother Fu. Zhou Zun was being happy about his enemy's misfortune, but Enran's face was a little dull. He said softly, Ah Zun, if you think so, you are wrong. Zhou Zun was taken aback. If Brother Fu really doesn't like him, he won't point out his problems and teach him personally. Enran looked sideways. When dancing just now, including me and you, and even others, there were problems to varying degrees, but you see who has caught Brother Fu's eyes and who is being taught from just beginning to now. Fu Jingxiao was indeed looking like he was angry, but anyone with eyes could see that it was the kind of anger that arises when you don't get something expected from your beloved person. Otherwise, other people were making mistakes too. Some of them had even greater problems with their movements than Jian Xingsui. Then why wasn't Fu Jingxiao angry with them? It was because, since the beginning, the film Emperor Fu only had his eyes on that single person. Other individuals had never entered his sight at all. On the surface, he seemed to be fierce, but it was as if the parents were being fierce when they found out that their child was actually at the bottom of the exam, but they were still trying to teach their children after the fierceness. In the whole training room, Jian Xingsui, who was the most hated one, was someone who was most liked and loved by. One could guess by whom. It looked like the suffering one was Jian Xingsui, but the actual winner among all of them was none other than himself. Fu Jingxiao's eyes were clearly saying, my goal isn't to give you the world through fake kindness, it's to conquer the world with you through my true self. That's the reason I'm me, only when I'm with you. And Ran was not the only one who felt this way. The audience in the live broadcast room also followed the suit to comment, what a handsome mentor and trainee pair. I saw the fear of being lectured by the parents in Buzzhead Brother's eyes. He looks fierce, but in fact he is helping 20,000 to smooth out his movements. My brother is showing his hidden tenderness. Ooh, my brother Fu. After Jian Xingsui reluctantly smoothed out the whole set of movements, Fu Jingxiao was a little satisfied. He then opened his lips. Your problem is that you can't control your strength. And Ran and Ningzi's strength is very good. You should practice by looking at them more. Jian Xingsui froze when he heard Ran's name. Sure enough, the protagonist Shu and the protagonist Gong will still be attracted to each other, right? He was so stupid and he couldn't even dance well. What was he even expecting? Thinking about being compared with Ran, he felt even more stupid. Jian Xingsui restrained the thoughts in his eyes and said softly, I see. His foundation was really too shallow. Even if he tried to hide it, his thoughts were almost written on his face. What kind of old fox was Fu Jingxiao? He raised his eyebrows. Don't want to, how dare Jian Xingsui? He hurriedly said, no, I'll practice more by looking at them. Fu Jingxiao hooked his lips. Looking at the small appearance of the little buzzhead's panic explanation was really cute. He didn't know why, in fact. Everyone here was smarter than Jian Xingsui and more capable than him. But maybe it was because people like this have been in contact with him too much. So people like little Buzzhead, who are a bit silly and sincere, would inexplicably make people look at them a few more times. But then again, he also didn't like other sincere people at all. It was him. Just him, like. When did it start? Maybe he was interested in this boy because of the contrast between the him in the cake shop that day and the him in front of himself. This little Buzzhead obviously was so seriously defending him outside the rice cake shop, but after meeting him, he cowardly hides again and again, right? The film Emperor Fu usually had a good reputation in the entertainment industry. He seems to be a good person, but in fact he is really bad in his bones. For example, when he sees an honest child Jian Xingsui, he wants to make fun of him. It's understandable even if you don't want to learn by looking at them. Fu Jingxiao's tone was joking. After all, if the student I have personally taught still looked up to others to learn, isn't that an insult to me? The other trainees were amused. Before, Jian Xingsui, who had no background and no name, was not welcomed by everyone. But when Film Emperor Fu came over tonight, even if he just had a few words with Jian Xingsui, the attitude of others towards Jian Xingsui was not the same cold. Sui Sui, ask me if you don't understand anything. Yes, we can teach you. Sui Sui, do you want to practice together for a while? Jian Xingsui couldn't handle it. He originally was not someone who was good at communicating with people, so he didn't know what to do. He could only continue to thank them and thus have a deeper understanding of the snobbery and truth of this group. Although Film Emperor Fu had helped him a lot, for Jian Xingsui, who had no foundation in dancing, even if he had got special training, in the short term, relying on only passion to dance better was obviously completely unworkable. In the afternoon, he entered the performance hall and started the theme song assessment. He barely passed and finally got a 60-second grade, which was on a par in the entire variety show. The selection of other contestants was also completed. On the night of the completion, everyone was looking forward to a public selection, and it was finally time for that. Mr. Lee said earlier, it's like this, our rule for selecting songs will be carried out according to the ranking of the theme song assessment that we finished earlier. The first-ranked person has the right to choose and can designate a teammate to be his own teammate. Then others will be able to choose songs in order. Tuya held a card next to him and said, next, please watch the big screen and choose your songs. Everyone's eyes looked forward, watching all the songs displayed on the big screen in turn. The first song was a cool and crazy song, and it was the style of some cool buddies. Jian Xingsui said to Shen Xingchen, it's your style. Shen Xingchen shook his head. Big brother Shen had always been a willful teenager, and what he wanted had never been defined. This is the kind of song I chose on the first stage. I want to change it this time. Next, the songs were of various styles. However, the styles of cool and swaggy songs were similar. But there were many people who wanted to choose those types because everyone wants to look cool and be handsome in front of the audience and attract fans. When Sheng came over and asked, Xing Sui, which one do you want to choose? Jian Xingsui was stunned for a while, then replied, I am okay with anyone, actually. The other contestants were actively discussing which song they must choose. Only Jian Xingsui was the most Buddhist, referring to how calm he was here. And the camera was just in front of him at this moment, as if the program team knew that Jian Xingsui would definitely give everyone a good scene. The audience in the live broadcast room also ha-ha-hed. As expected of my 20,000 brother, you are destined to die. Who cares about choosing a mere song in this mortal world? I'm so pissed off, you lazy old dude. Don't even think about getting the 20,000 so easily. Just when the track was put on the last song, Jian Xingsui, who was always indifferent, suddenly showed an interested expression. He said, this is not bad. The song being played was Youth China. This song was actually a bit old-fashioned, with the spirit of a hero and a scholar, and the style of this song was also different from his first stage performance, so it should have a different style and presentation as well. Shen Xingchen nodded. It is indeed good. When all the songs were played, Mr. Lee said, okay, if everyone has selected the songs, they can come over. The first place was of course Shen Xingchen, no doubt about it. The first song in the playlist was of a swaggy and cool style, and it was also the most popular song among all the contestants. All contestants thought that Shen Xingchen would choose this, but what was surprising was that Shen Xingchen actually ran directly to Youth China. When he stood there, he surprised everyone. Teacher Li showed an unexpected smile, and then said, okay, Xingchen chose this song, so who is the teammate you want to choose? The contestants below were very nervous. Actually, this song was also very popular, and many people wanted to choose it, but there were only 5 seats in this song, so the position was very tight. Shen Xingchen crossed the crowd, looked at Jian Xingsui and said loudly, would you like to come over? Before, Jian Xingsui was worried that he would not be able to choose this song. He smiled now. Yes, the two of them stood together, and it was time for the others to choose songs. To Jian Xingsui's surprise, Enran actually chose this song. Enran had a delicate appearance, so it was very reasonable for him to choose traditional songs. He came over and smiled and said, please give me more advice. Different from the top ranking this time, Enran's good friend Zhou Zun's ranking was also relatively low. Of course, as Enran's #1 follower, he also wanted to join this team, but when it was Zhou Zun's turn, the place was already full. Enran asked the mentor softly, teacher, I'm also from Class A, do I have the right to choose a teammate? According to the rules, Class A actually had this privilege. Teacher Li said, of course you can, but in a team, only one person can exercise this privilege. Before you, Shen Xingchen has already exercised it, unless he is willing to let it go, or Jian Xingsui is willing to let it go. Enran and Zhou Zun set their eyes on the two of them. Shen Xingchen sneered, I don't want to. Before this, Jian Xingsui didn't want to endure conflict with the protagonist, so he would definitely have agreed to back down, but this time it was his good buddy who won him this chance for him. And now if he backed down, won't he be a loser and ignorant ass? So Giant Zingsui also shook his head, no, and Ran looked at Zhou Zun pitifully. I'm sorry, Brother Zun, in fact, I also wanted you to join our team, but it doesn't seem to work now. Zhou Zun sighed, it's okay Ran, you did your best. In the live broadcast room, this scene was also broadcasted live. At the same time, the Jian family, who had just finished watching the live broadcast, also saw this scene. Father Jian Q frowned and said, isn't this Sui Sui? The elder brother Jian Gu, who was sitting next to him, also looked at the words and confirmed, well, it is indeed him. 2 days ago, I didn't watch the live broadcast because I was busy with the company. I heard from you that he also participated in this show. Didn't your second brother contact the show team to swipe him down? Why is he still there? Jian Q looked at the screen where Jian Zingsui rejected and ran again, and Imran looked aggrieved. I thought he had finally changed his personality, but the result is still the same. He can't even dance, can't he choose other songs? Pretender. Jian Gu also frowned. Sitting across from the two of them was the second son of the Jian family, Jian Zhai. He was a popular star as well. This time he finally went home and happened to hear his father and brother talking about this, so he said, I have long ago contacted the program team. They have told me that they will eliminate Jian Zingsui, don't worry. Jian Gu sighed. This Sui Sui, when he had left home before, I thought he had changed his temper. Who knew, you see, he even chased after Ran's variety show to make trouble. This kid is really someone who can't be taught. Jian Zhai also hated this ass deeply. He frowned when he heard the words, don't worry, Starlight has already invited me to be a guest of their show. When the time comes, I will go there in person. If he dares to bully Ran again, I will definitely make him look very good in front of everyone. Others were relieved. On the other hand, Jian Zingsui had no idea that he had been targeted. The costumes for Youth China had been decided. It was a set of ink-colored ancient costumes. It was very beautiful and elegant. When it was sent out for everyone to try on the size, everyone was very happy. And Ran was the first to pass, and he even took the initiative to help Shen Xingchen. Brother Chen, here it is for you. Shen Xingchen answered lightly after taking it. Zhou Zun was a little unhappy when he saw that Shen Xingchen didn't even give a glance at Ran even after getting help from him. But Ran, who was the party involved, felt it was nothing, so he couldn't say anything. Ran was a smart person, and of course he was not as harmless as he seemed on the surface. After so many years in the rice cake shop, the biggest weapon he had learned was to be calm while facing all kinds of people. The Shen family behind Shen Xingchen was a top-tier wealthy family. Shen Xingchen already had a fixed position in Starlight's planned debut. As a member of the upper class, he ZX must have a good relationship with him. He is confident that he is definitely much better than that idiot Jian Zingsui. And although a young master like Shen Xingchen seemed to have a bad temper, his mind was pure and simple, so he should be able to handle him well. He didn't believe that he would lose to that idiot. After Jian Zingsui got the clothes, he tried them on and they fit well. He wanted to try makeup and hair again. He tried wearing a wig. The makeup artist next to him said with a smile, I'll help you. The other team members also changed their clothes one after another and came out. They all wore similar clothes, and their makeup and hair were all handsome and elegant. They looked like handsome young masters and close buddies. Just when everyone was arranging themselves, the makeup artist suddenly said in surprise, Hey, did you guys notice something? Everyone else looked over. Xing Sui and Xing Chen. You two look same. Before, one was a buzz head, the other was a spiky head. They were also wearing clothes of different styles, which made the two people look less obvious. But after their hairstyle and clothes were almost the same, it was too obvious, especially the face and nose, which were exactly the same. Jian Zingsui was taken aback. Do we? Shen Xingchen was suspicious for a moment, then leaned over. The two stood in front of the mirror and looked at each other. The young master originally wanted to refute that they didn't look alike at all, but he was stunned when he saw the very similar facial features in the mirror, and he turned his head to look evilly at Jian Zingsui. We really look alike. The makeup artist covered her lips and smiled. It's like you guys are real brothers. The other team members also came over to cheer and laughed. Zhou Zun also sneered. They really look quite similar. This Jian Zingsui looks just like an illegitimate child. It's so funny. And Ran was the only one who was not very happy. His smile was relatively reluctant. He said softly, they don't look similar at all. Hey, let's not talk about this. Just when the other teammates were sighing, a staff member came in and said, everyone can take off those clothes after you've tried it. Then you can go to the training room to practice dancing. Everyone complied. This time there will be live audiences coming to the scene, and many trainees' families belong to the relatively wealthy type. Therefore, although it seemed that many audiences would come to the scene this time, in fact, many family members of trainees would be the ones to mostly come to the scene. Before the official program started, there were already many people whispering about who would come over from their home this time. Jian Zingsui was practicing dance in the dance studio. His dance foundation was the worst, and he was also the student that the dance teacher paid the most attention to. Jian Xingsui, that movement is wrong. Slow, slow. Xing Sui, look here. After the other teammates finished, Jian Xingsui usually chose to stay in private to practice more. In fact, Jian Xingsui had felt guilty for dragging down his teammates' progress, so he always practiced until late every night. Even so, it was still somehow him dragging his teammates, but his teammates were still good-natured and didn't blame him. On the third day of rehearsal, the captain held a small meeting. Shen Xingchen sat cross-legged in the middle, and he said, "The lyrics of the song we chose are not bad, but the tune is a bit slow, which will limit our dance moves. You have also noticed that these movements are relatively simple, and we will have no advantage compared to the frenetic dances of other groups." The other teammates also agreed, and Ran was very good at dancing this kind of national-style dance. He was able to do well himself, so he tentatively said, "We can work harder and perform better. Then we will still be able to compare to other groups." Shen Xingchen had a fiery temper. What he was best at was giving replies to stupid people. Tell me which group on the stage won't perform better. Now the main focus of the problem is not that at all. And Ran bowed his head a little aggrievedly and looked pitiful. I just don't want everyone to be too pessimistic. Shen Xingchen didn't have time to talk to him now. Now is not the time to be pessimistic. No matter how well we will perform in this song, it will not be as impressive as those of the other groups. In fact, I have an idea, Sui Sui. You could turn Zhou Zun's swaggy and passion-full song into a love song on the first stage. Then will you also be able to edit this song a little bit? Jian Xingsui never thought that Shen Xingchen would entrust such a heavy responsibility to himself. The other teammates also reacted after some time. Yes, Xing Sui, I still remember your arrangement of that song to this day. You are truly a god-level song reviser. Can you help us revise it? Jian Xingsui was stunned for a while. He didn't expect everyone to trust him. Before this, he was a drag, but now he could actually contribute to the team. Seeing Jian Xingsui's hesitant appearance, and Ran said with a smile, "Forget it. Sui Sui is also very busy practicing dancing every day, so don't make it difficult for him." Shen Xingchen asked Jian Xingsui directly, "Can you do it?" If he also had to revise the song while learning so much dancing at the same time, it was indeed a lot of work. Even if he refused to revise, others would not think there was any problem. However, Jian Xingsui was silent for a while and said, "I can do it." Everyone else smiled, only in Ran's smile faded. He said, "Xing Sui, then will you still have time to train yourself? Won't this delay you?" 1. Of course, he knew Jian Xingsui's ability to arrange and edit music. If he was allowed to show it, would he still have room to shine? 4. Jian Xingsui said softly, "My dance foundation is poor. Even if I practice again, it will be a drag on you guys. If I can edit the song to help the team, I'm willing." After saying this, Jian Xingsui secretly felt that his teammates who were silent before could not wait to slap him. Shen Xingchen came over and put his arm around Jian Xingsui's neck and said, "What nonsense are you talking? Who is dragging whom? There is no such thing as losing in this young master's team, so hurry up and edit the song. Even it's for 1,000 days and nights, I will stay with you as long as you need me for practice." The other teammates also relieved their suspicions because of this conversation. "We will also practice with you. Isn't it just not being able to dance? I'm very good at teaching it to others. Let's all practice with Sui Sui." Everyone gathered around, but Ran was ignored in place. Obviously just a few days ago, because Ran's national-style dance was very good, everyone surrounded him and praised him. But now they suddenly regarded him as a transparent person, all revolving around Jian Xingsui, in a place that a group of people couldn't see, and Ran's always gentle face turned cold, and there was a sharp look in his eyes. A few days later, the day of the performance, the backstage of the program group was very lively. The contestants were basically ready and being prepared in the backstage. Because everyone was nervous, everyone was chatting in private. In his spare time, when Sheng came over and said, "Sui Sui, you know what, I heard that the online voting list has come out now. We have very few debut positions this time. There are only 6 positions in total. Do you know who the top 6 people to get those positions will be?" Jian Xingsui answered honestly, "I don't know. I have some gossip." When Sheng came over and whispered, "The first confirmed position is of Brother Chen, and the second is of Ran," Jian Xingsui was not surprised. What Wen Sheng didn't expect was that he was so calm. "Aren't you surprised?" Jian Xingsui was of course not surprised. He knew that the protagonist's smooth road will not stop here. He will make his debut in the center position, and then he will participate in a variety show next to become popular. Then he will reach the pinnacle of his life. I thought this matter was quite strange, so I went to inquire more, and then I heard some amazing news. Do you want to know? When Sheng approached and said that in Ran he is actually the brother of the popular star Jian Jia, Jian Xingsui stopped drinking water. "Jian Jia, I'm really envious. It's no wonder that in Ran's popularity is so high. It was probably because someone was backing him." When Sheng sighed, "He really has a good life. We can't match him at all, and the most important thing is how low-key he was. If I had such a brother, I would have showed off every day, right? Showed off every day." Jian Zingsui lowered his head and vaguely recalled his past life in a trance. When some broken memories were remembered again, they hurt like glass shards piercing your heart. My brother is Jian Zhai. My brother is best. Why can't I brag about him? Why did you scold my brother? Do you want to fight? Brother. From childhood to adulthood, his brothers were the ones he liked the most. But he was very stupid, and he always did a lot of wrong things, which made his brothers angry. It's all because you were coming to find me, and the paparazzi followed you to photograph my scandal. What were you fighting for? Now the media says my brother is a gangster. Jian Zingsui, can you fucking save some face for me? In fact, he knew for a long time that he was a mediocre and not excellent person from the inside out. It was only the excellence of his brothers that made him look good. He always thought it was his blessing, but he didn't expect that it would become a lifetime of pain and shackles in the end. Maybe many things were wrong from the beginning. When Sheng was still babbling, actually a lot of people's parents came today. I heard that Brother Chen's mother also came. She's the young lady of the Shen family. I heard that Mrs. Shen is very good looking. I really want to see what kind of woman can raise the kid with the temper of Brother Chen. Jian Zingsui's mood was a little down. He didn't have much interest. He said, I'll go to the toilet. When Sheng said, oh, then go and come back quickly. When Jian Zingsui learned that he might perform in front of Jian Zhai, his mood was a little complicated. After going to the toilet, he came out and washed his face with cold water on the sink. While cleaning, a voice came from behind, Jian Zingsui. That both familiar and unfamiliar voice made his body freeze. Jian Zingsui slowly turned around and saw a face that made him nervous. He took a deep breath and said, second brother, Mr. Jian. Jian Zhai was standing by the sink. Today he was wearing a suit. He looked very handsome and upright. Jian Zhai turned on the water in the sink and said in a low voice, yo, it looks like you have made progress. You finally know to call me Mr. Jian. Jian Zingsui didn't speak. I heard that you didn't take the money from eldest brother and father when you left. Jian Zhai continuously seemed like he was mocking when he spoke. When you left quite simply, but as a result, you came to Ran's variety show and you are even targeting him everywhere. What do you want to do with him? Jian Zingsui was suspicious. When did I target him? You know he's afraid of you, yet you deliberately came to participate in this variety show. What 20,000 yuan? You didn't even want the millions that eldest brother and father gave you. What kind of poor character did you come here to set up? Trying to act miserable. Jian Zhai looked at Jian Zingsui with disgust. You really make me sick. Until, when these words full of hurtful meanings fell into his ears, Jian Zingsui, who had thought he didn't care for these things for a long time, felt as if his heart was shattering into pieces. He turned his face away, not wanting to let his injured eyes be seen by Jianji. He said stubbornly, I don't need to explain to you what I do. As for whether I was acting miserably or not, if you think so, I have nothing to say. Jian Zhai didn't expect that Jian Zingsui would actually retort. He sneered, turned off the faucet, and slowly wiped his hands with a piece of paper. If you weren't acting, then I really respect you, but I'm here to warn you that in this camp, don't try to bully Ran because... He smirked. He is my brother now. Jian Zingsui's heart became cold a little bit. Jian Zhai raised his head, looked directly at him, and opened his lips. Also in the whole entertainment industry in the future, never mention that I was once your brother. After the voice fell, Jian Zhai wanted to wait for Jian Zingsui's reaction, but the young man just stood there blankly without any reaction. His face was too calm. Maybe he had been in pain, but after too much pain, he was numb. The child had grown, his dream was gone, and he had finally learned to comfortably be numb. It was unknown why, but at this moment Jian Zhai suddenly remembered, many times, there was a boy with enthusiasm and a little hope, who always followed behind him and called softly, brother. But now that child just silently bowed to himself, then turned and left. Inexplicably, he had originally come here to see Jian Zingsui crying and begging him. After all, this once good-for-nothing brother of his was someone who used to worship him, so he had thought, at least in front of him, he would beg to call him brother again. And now, even though he had achieved his wish of mocking this kid mercilessly, when he saw the back of Jian Zingsui leaving, Jian Zhai's mood suddenly became complicated. 4. On the other side, Jian Zingsui, who appeared to be unresponsive, turned around and entered the unmonitored stairway after leaving the bathroom. Just now, he had been holding back all kinds of emotions. Numbing the pain for a while will make it worse when you finally feel it. Now he was leaning against the cold corner where not a single soul was present all alone. His lips trembled slightly and his eyes were dyed red. Finally, he couldn't hold back 2 lines of tears. He cried. Just when the boy's shoulders were leaning against the white wall, someone walked by outside. He held back his choking and did not dare to make a sound, trying his best to digest the surging pain in his heart. 2. At this moment, the footsteps of high-heeled shoes came from the stairway. It was a gentle female voice calling someone. Chenchen, where exactly are you talking about? Mother can't find it. Except for her voice, everything was silent. The woman who happened to be there stopped her voice and looked at the boy in the corner. Shen Xingchen on the other end of the phone was still saying, hello, Mom. Why don't you talk? Su Zhen responded casually and hung up the phone. She stepped forward and walked a few steps to Jian Xingsui and said softly, "Child, what's the matter with you? Are you all right?" The woman's gentle voice broke the last psychological defense of the boy. Jian Xingsui shook his head randomly. His voice choked. "I'm okay, I'm really okay," because he had lowered his face and the light on the stairs was a little dim. For a moment, Su Zhen had thought she saw her little son. But Jian Xingsui was obviously more immature and younger than Shen Xingchen. The young boy squatted there and silently wiped his tears in embarrassment. They clearly didn't know each other, but Su Zhen couldn't help feeling pitiful for this child. An unknown panic and distress emerged from the depth of her heart. 2. She suddenly thought in a trance, if her third child hadn't died, he would have been as old as this child by now. Seeing Jian Xingsui lowering his head to wipe his face with the back of his hand, Su Zhen quickly took out a clean handkerchief from her bag and handed it to him. "Here, use this to wipe it." The clean handkerchief seemed to still have a faint fragrance, and it was embroidered with delicate textures. It looked very beautiful, and it was obviously something that no one would use to wipe their own tears, let alone give others. Jian Xingsui shook his head gently. His voice was a little choked and hoarse. "No need, it's too wasteful." How could it be a waste? Su Zhen saw that he was in pain but was still holding back tears. Obviously, he was in such a painful state, but he was still thinking his tears were wasteful. He clearly didn't know that his tears were worthy too. Su Zhen's heart was inexplicably painful, as if being stabbed by a needle. She squatted down involuntarily and gently wiped away the tears on Jian Xingsui's cheeks with the handkerchief. She was not afraid that the white handkerchief would be stained at all. As she approached, there was a light and warm aroma that spread to Jian Xingsui's nose. It was not the pungent perfume smell, but the faint and light body fragrance. In fact, this lady was very beautiful, but at this moment, Jian Xingsui's eyes weren't in the condition to be able to identify beauty. He just felt that she was so gentle, and the smell on her body was inexplicably too assuring. Just like a dog that has been bullied by the whole world and had no one to care for in this world, that dog could finally relax in someone's embrace now. In an instant, his heart gradually became very calm. Su Zhen took back the handkerchief and said softly, "You must also be someone who participated in the show, right? Did your parents or friends buy tickets to see you this time?" Jian Xingsui hesitated for a moment. He thought of Jian Zhai, but that person was no longer his brother, so he shook his head gently and replied in a low voice, "No." Su Zhen looked at him squatting there alone. With unstoppable pity in her heart, she said, "What's your name? In fact, I should remember you because my son." The door outside was suddenly opened from the outside, and someone came in. Shen Xingchen strode over in his costume and said, "Mom, what are you doing here?" Taking a closer look, he found that not only his mother but his best buddy was also there. Jian Xingsui's tears had been wiped away, but his eyes were still red. It was obvious that he had cried. Shen Xingchen was suspicious. "Why are you crying? You didn't cry. Are you taking Lao Zai as a blind dude?" Shen Xingchen's violent temper came. Who bullied you? Mom, did you see anyone here before? He's my newly recognized younger brother, and someone actually dared to bully my younger brother. I must kill his 6 ancestors today." Jian Xingsui hurriedly stopped him and said, No, I just lost my eye contact and I'm uncomfortable. "It's really okay, brother. Aren't we going to go on stage in a while? We have to perform. Why are you here?" Shen Xingchen was suspicious. "Are you telling truth or not?" Jian Xingsui nodded quickly. Tusk. Shen Xingchen immediately put on an expression of disgust. Su Zhen watched the two of them bicker and suddenly became a little ecstatic. There were only 2 children in their family. Her eldest son was busy with work in the company all the year round, so he seldom came back. Maybe the heavy responsibility of the family was also on his shoulders, so he was always rigid and strict. Meanwhile, her younger son's temper was a bit willful. He hates fake things and fake people to the great extent. Sometimes he can be stubborn as fuck, but his mind and heart were actually quite simple, so he could easily trust anyone who was good to him. But Jian Xingsui's temper was really good. The best thing about him was not that he could bear her son's bad temper, but that he could see through the concern of her son's vicious words. When comforting Shen Xingchen, his eyes were tolerant and gentle, not perfunctory and impatient. This friend of Shen Xingchen is really worth Shen Xingchen's selfless care. Performance stage. The performances on the stage were going on intensely. Several groups had already performed, and soon it was the turn of Jian Xingsui's group. The group that was competing against his group had performed in a modern hip-hop song. When that team performed, the audience had already been extremely excited. The whole audience was shouting and supporting them loudly. After all, who won't like those energetic and swaggy-styled songs? Therefore, the audience had very little hope for Jian Xingsui's group members who were going to perform in national-styled traditional song. Viewers also commented, "I think this hip-hop group will win. They were really amazing. It's hard for another group to surpass them. The next group seems to be performing in a bit more nationalistic song. It's hard for them to move the audience." In the lively auditorium, mentors had sat on the judge's seat. Of course, the most eye-catching one was Fu Jingxiao, who was sitting in the middle. Today, Film Emperor Fu had worn a British-style white shirt with a coffee-colored coat and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like a gentle and elegant gentleman, but he was sitting there lazily, looking at the stage casually. That lazy look added a bit of ruffianness to his noble boy's appearance, which was very eye-catching. Part of the audience were fans of Film Emperor Fu. Because of that, the price of the tickets had been shockingly high. There were mentors sitting in other positions on the mentors' platform. The only difference was that there was one more judge sitting. Before going on stage, Shen Xingchen said, "Don't be nervous, just follow the rehearsal." The others nodded in agreement. When the stage lights were completely extinguished and the melodious piano sounded, the entire stage slowly lit up. Several boys slowly appeared. They appeared in the center of the stage wearing dark blue ancient clothing, and the cheerful singing echoed on the stage, giving a somewhat relaxed feel. "Firefly, oh firefly, don't steal a glance, just shake your head and memorize this poem dedicated for my flower of jasmine so fair, budding and blooming here and there, pure and fragrant all do declare. Let me pick you with tender care, sweetness for all to share. Jasmine fair, oh jasmine fair." Several youths were on the stage, holding Chinese fans and shaking their heads when they sang these lines. When they sang, the audience also subconsciously started to sing with them. The song's style was melodious, but it wasn't just limited to those melodies. With every new line the boys sang, new kinds of melody and rhythm sounded all along. The stage performance was going extremely smoothly, and their interaction with the audience during the ongoing performance was also full of fun. Many audiences were fascinated by it without even realizing it. They were completely mesmerized by the boys' facial expressions and vocal performance on the stage, so much that they ignored their dance skills. Therefore, even if Jian Xingsui's skills were not solid, it didn't completely drag his team. Just when everyone thought it would always be so melodious and cheerful, the tune reached the climax, but it was unlike regular normal pitch. It was extremely high-pitched mixed with some modern touch, which was very shocking. It was entirely unexpected. Every young Chinese has absorbed the bravery of 5,000 years. Our soil has the power of modesty and magic in the legend. A proud bone cannot be hidden, and it shines with the power of wisdom. The boys changed their dancing style to a more rough but also elegant style. Everyone's dance steps were neatly performed. The way they turned around clasping each other's hands in unity, that scene looked very powerful, like real Chinese youths working hard for their motherland. It was as if they were letting everyone see the power of patriotism in them. When the spotlight fell, their entire bodies were shining as well as their young faces. With the high-pitched music, the youths sang in unison on the stage, which made everyone's scalp numb. The blood and faith contained in them, and their voices made people's hearts surging. Young, strong China definitely makes us proud. Whether we lose or win, we continue to believe. Carrying infinite hopes and dreams, flying like a dragon. This song was actually an ancient song, but its style and tune had been fine-tuned in the middle out of nowhere, and such fine-tuning made the whole song more enthusiastic, full of hope and vitality. It was something that made the audience realize that they were mesmerized, not just because of the boys' cool and handsome faces, but because of the power of hope and belief that they were seeing in the eyes of those young boys. Yes, they were the boys who were one day going to make themselves, their families, and the entire nation proud. Even if they fail, they will fail with smiles on their face. Nothing was more powerful than this message. When a song came to an end, there was silence at first, followed by a burst of applause. The live broadcast room exploded. "I will see which fellow won't vote for Youth China. Who edited the song's tune? I beg to put it on the album soon. I'll play it on a loop. It's amazing, my eyes can't fall on anyone because each of them seems to be shining." When the performance was over, everyone was sweating and everyone was cheering. Mentor Tuya took the lead to pick up the microphone and said, "Very good, your performance was very good." Jian Zhai also picked up the microphone, but instead of praising the team, he called someone's name and said, "And Ran, you danced very well. How many years have you learned dance?" And Ran panted and he said, "I have been learning dance for more than 10 years. I have started learning since I was a child. This kind of national-style dance is difficult to learn." Jian Zhai sighed, "It takes a lot of effort." And Ran was very tired, but he still answered the judge's words in the best manner, "Well, it was indeed very hard. When I practiced dancing before, my feet suffered a lot of injuries. When I was young, I would cry a lot. While practicing, I sometimes thought of giving up, but fortunately, I have been insisting on it, which is also the most fortunate thing for me." 1. Strong appearance also made many viewers feel distressed. Little Angel Ran is amazing. He is really inspirational. He looks good too. Jian Zhai kept giving Ran shots and also won a lot of goodwill for Ran. Originally, all the audience's attention had been attracted by the narcissist duo. Unexpectedly, Fu Jingxiao, who was next to Jian Zhai, slowly picked up the microphone and only asked a question lightly. After that, everyone's attention was drawn back. Who edited this song? Everyone looked at Jian Xingsui. Jian Xingsui slowly took a step forward and replied, I edited it, Teacher Fu. And Fu Jingxiao lifted his eyelids to look at him. His eyes were full of sincere praise. Very good. How fiercely he had scolded the boy in the training room, that is how frankly and sincerely he expressed his praise. Film Emperor Fu affirmed, your edit was very successful. When he was given the camera shot and was named by his mentor, he did not only focus on himself, but also pulled his teammates to come forward and speak, because he knew how hard each and every one of them had worked. However, even such a small detail made all his teammates instantly move. They used to despise Jian Xingsui and even thought he will drag them. They also heard some rumors that Jian Xingsui had a bad character, but after getting along, they realized how wrong those rumors were. Jian Zhai's face was not very good. He said softly, I think editing is one aspect, and personal strength is also very important. If you have a poor foundation in dancing, it will still affect the team. No one thought he would actually speak to a contestant in that tone. However, what was even more unexpected was that Fu Jingxiao, who had never intervened in the evaluation of other mentors, at this moment, when Jian Zhai's voice fell, the corner of Film Emperor Fu's mouth evoked a sneer, and he opened the microphone. A complete team definitely would have both shortcomings and strengths. It is precisely because of mutual improvement and mutual compromise that a real team can be formed. If you focus on your weakness instead of the contribution to the team, you won't get very far. Jian Zhai didn't expect that Fu Jingxiao would actually speak. He himself was someone who couldn't be provoked in the circle, but even for someone like him, there were some people who they could call daddy in terms of power, and Fu Jingxiao was one of them. Tuya also said, I think all of you are improving smoothly. You guys performed very well. Jian Xingsui, your dance has improved very fast. You are doing great as well. The best dancer in the national style dance there was in Ran, but because Jian Zhai had constantly talked about him from the beginning, other mentors then only talked about remaining other contestants. The audience gradually forgot and ran. After everyone got their evaluation and praise, the whole team was quite happy. Only Ran, who wanted to make a name for himself, was not very happy. He looked at the group of people in front of him who were maintaining a harmonious atmosphere and secretly clenched his fists. During the break, Su Zhen found Fu Jingxiao backstage to learn about her son's situation. Tonight, Xingchen didn't cause you any trouble, right? Fu Jingxiao leaned against the handrail of the corridor leisurely. Auntie, you are very kind. What trouble can I have? Su Zhen admired Fu Jingxiao very much. This person was young and promising. The most important thing was that he had a valuable character and was very capable. In fact, he was very good at taking care of others. So she sighed in a cliché. Xingchen, this child, we spoiled him a little bit when he was young, so when he grew up, his temper is a little more willful and arrogant. In fact, originally, I was thinking, our Shen family and your Fu family have such a good relationship, if we can have a marriage kind of relationship. Then, won't that be Tusk? Fu Jingxiao smiled helplessly. Auntie, stop joking. Shen Xingchen, that little brat, is really not my type. Don't even think about it. So please stop involving me in a messy thing like marriage. Just as he was talking, a group of boys walked by not far away. It was Shen Xingchen and his team. Fu Jingxiao squinted a little, watching Shen Xingchen hug Jian Xingsui's shoulder. Slightly shorter man was surrounded by the team members. He probably didn't know what to say, so he was smiling lightly. The small buzz head looked too cute. Su Zhen was a little helpless. It seems that Xingchen is not lucky, but so are you. In fact, it is time to start a family at this age. In fact, Aunt is quite curious. What kind of child can catch your eye? Fu Jingxiao smacked his tongue lightly. On his elegant and handsome face, his eyebrows were slightly raised, and a smile flashed across his eyes. He seemed to be very mature and stable, but at this moment, his heart started to scatter his thoughts indiscriminately. I think. That kid is fine, Film Emperor Fu thought to himself. After a long time, I'm backstage. After the performance, the trainees rested backstage. Because they had to perform on stage before, they basically didn't dare to eat, just to prevent any unexpected emergencies on the stage. When they got off the stage, they naturally wanted to run to eat something. Shen Xingchen said, once our performance is over, shouldn't the show crew give us a big meal to celebrate? Other teammates chimed in and joined the fantasy queue. Will they give us a whole roasted lamb? I really want to eat hot pot. I mean, shouldn't they give us 1 million worth of food? Who will eat that much? Shut up, tell me, why do the French like to eat snails? Because they don't like fast food, ha 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 ha, UFOLS. Hey, did you guys not hear about the peanut joke? No, ha, but I'm still not telling you guys might spread it, ha. Everyone, this person. It was quite funny, let's just go by ourselves, bah, someone said. Shen Xingchen agreed. Don't look at him now wearing the clothes of a handsome young man, but even wearing such elegant clothes, he looked like a villain. Everyone else seemed to be going to study, and he looked like he was going to have a good chat with someone. He said, "Let me tell you, let's just go to the canteen." The others agreed happily along. Shen Xingchen looked sideways at the person next to him and said, "How about you? What do you want to buy when you go out, me?" Jian Xingsui thought for a while, then smiled and said, "Anything is okay." Shen Xingchen snorted, "What a pretender, Jian Xingsui." It's not that Jian Xingsui didn't want to pick anything, but because previously he was a rich dude, he had a variety of foods to choose from. But now he simply had a budget of a few dollars per meal, so he didn't know what could he choose with that little money. When the group went to the canteen, there was indeed a lot of food there. There were also a few teams who had finished their performances eating and taking food there. Shen Xingchen beckoned Ningzi. Ningzi, who had also finished the performance, walked over. "How are you?" Shen Xingchen took a piece of bread to eat. "Are you okay?" Ningzi was a relatively quiet person in their dormitory, but he was actually a very strong contestant. This time he was in another group, and he had also been practicing hard. Many times he often stayed up late until the early morning to finish. He actually had very solid skills in dancing, so he didn't require to practice very hard, but he was still so serious. Obviously, he had worked very hard to complete the performance, and his performance in the team was also brilliant, but the most unfortunate thing was that the person on the team with him this time was Li Zun. During the whole performance, Ningzi's limelight was suppressed to death, and it could almost be said that his screen time was robbed. Of course, it was not because Ningzi was not good enough, but what was even more heart-wrenching was that all the cameras almost only filmed Li Zun. Even the questions asked by the mentors later were all on Li Zun, and all Ningzi's efforts were in vain. Ningzi said, "I'm okay." Jian Xingsui was a little worried and took the initiative to encourage him to say, "It's okay, I believe in your strength, Ozzy, you can definitely shine more on the next stage." A smile flashed across Ningzi's eyes and he nodded. "This time I didn't do my best, I'll work hard later." Among all the contestants there, if you're talking about the desire to perform on the stage and the pressure to debut, no one had more pressure than him. Shen Xingchen picked up the food next to him and said to Jian Xingsui, "Hurry up and eat. We have to go back after eating, and there is still a final performance to record." Jian Xingsui said, "Okay." They had all been busy all night and were hungry. Although they could have eaten backstage, there were still people who were yet to perform and couldn't eat and rest, not to mention the mentors and photographers who hadn't eaten anything. Jian Xingsui thought of Fu Jingxiao. Others might not know it well, but he had been chasing his idol for many years. He knew that the film emperor did not take care of his body very much. This was reflected in various aspects. In the early years, in order to record songs again and again, because of too much hard work, the film emperor's throat was almost exhausted. Later, he suffered from severe throat disease. Although it did not lead to his inability to sing, and there were no serious consequences, it also left some after. He couldn't talk for long or his throat would hurt. This was all in his early days when he had to use his throat too often. Very few people knew that with the rise of his status in recent years, there were very few occasions where it was necessary to use his throat so tiredly, but today was obviously an exception. Jian Xingsui said, "Xingchen, Aunt has been sitting in the auditorium for a long time. Go and give her something to eat." "Oh, that's right." Shen Xingchen looked at the time. "The program will have a break soon. We can then sneak to the back and give her something to eat smoothly." Shen Xingchen thought about it and complained again. "My mother will definitely ask Brother Fu if I have caused trouble again. Let's wait a bit, I will go over there in a while. What if me, Brother Fu, and my mom will meet at the same place? It will be really miserable. I don't know if Brother Fu has already complained about me or not. Shall I take something to bribe him?" Jian Xingsui's heart moved slightly, and he said tentatively, "Then give something to eat to him too. The mentors must not have eaten either." Shen Xingchen felt that this was a good idea. "Yes, then I'll get some bread or something for him to eat. It's still you loser's brain that works." Jian Xingsui pursed his lips and smiled. During the break, the group of them went over, and they indeed saw the mentors who were resting. Shen Xingchen carried his things over, and after seeing Fu Jingxiao sitting on the lounge bench with his eyes closed, he slipped over. "Brother Fu, wow, you look really good while resting on the lounge bench. Wow, this bench is so long and strong, indeed worthy of being a bench that is used by the film emperor himself." "Wow." Fu Jingxiao opened his eyes and glanced around lightly. "Is something wrong? How can there be something wrong when I'm present?" "Hee, Big Bully Chen put the things on the table. I got you something to eat. It's all about caring, giving, and eating." Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Aren't you worried that your mom will give you a nice whoop in your ass?" Shen Xingchen's heart was pierced, but he still smiled embarrassingly. He was not afraid of heaven and earth, but he was afraid of his mother's that whoop. Fu Jingxiao ignored him. After opening the bag, he thought it was just food, but unexpectedly saw something under the food box. It was a plate of throat pills. He never liked throat pills that came with various messy flavors. And these pills were exactly the normal pills without any artificial flavors. He hadn't had a sore throat for a long time, but he had really felt uncomfortable just now. He was just thinking that it would be better once he will drink some boiled water tonight, but he didn't expect that someone would actually deliver these helpful things so meticulously. Fu Jingxiao's eyes darkened. He didn't believe that Shen Xingchen had such a kind heart. Where did it come from? Shen Xingchen muttered, I got it for you. Who else could give this kind of thing to you? Fu Jingxiao didn't rush. He just put down the box slowly and laughed lightly. Not long ago, Aunt said that it was a pity that the two families' children didn't get married. She said that you didn't know how to care about people and you didn't understand me. It seems that that was not true. It was a completely false statement. So now, to give you justice, I'll go talk to my aunt. Shen Xingchen was really frightened. Brother, I was wrong. I'll be honest, I didn't bring it. Fu Jingxiao looked at him leisurely. How could I have thought of this? Shen Xingchen pointed to Jian Xingsui, who was talking to Tuya softly not far away. He went to the staff to ask for it, and let me put it in this bag and bring it to you. Fu Jingxiao followed the direction he pointed and squinted. Jian Xingsui over there was also giving some food to mentor Tuya with his teammates. At this moment they were having a good chat. Tuya had always been very fond of this child. She was even covering her mouth to laugh. It looked like she was having a very happy conversation. Jian Xingsui. It was him again. In fact, very few people knew about the discomfort in his throat. The first to know was his agent, and even the new assistant was not clear. If he went back further, some fans from many years ago might know about it, but those people were very few, and they might not still be his fan. He had been used to seeing people coming and going in the entertainment industry for many years, so he didn't really believe in long-term love words. So, how the hell did that kid know? Did he really approach himself with a purpose, and did he really send these pills with a purpose? Thinking of the time when the little buzzhead had secretly tried to argue for him and had been standing silently in the parking lot picking up the lights that others didn't want, Fu Jingxiao's thoughts slowly went out again. Maybe he really is his fan. Silently, he remembered that there was once a person who was the only person he remembered the most. That person had been actively encouraging him on Weibo since he was unknown. In the past, when he posted on Weibo for a long time, no one was there. Only that little fan kept encouraging him and following him. Although the words he said were unsatisfactory, they were clumsy and cute. Thinking of this inexplicably, the film emperor's Fu always cold heart softened a little, and he asked, then why didn't he personally give it to me? This sentence awakened Shen Xingchen. He thought about this with his straight man's mind and then said, I don't know, wasn't it just because I wanted to bring you something, so he just put it in the bag and let me bring it at the same time. Fu Jingxiao opened his lips, then why couldn't he come along with you? Why, maybe because he wants to deliver something to teacher Tuya. Besides, it's enough for me to deliver it to you alone. Why do you need so many people? Shen Xingchen said carelessly. Fu Jingxiao looked at the person who was chatting with Tuya not far away. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But that smile was just too cold. Then why are there so many of them while giving the same thing to Tuya? Shen Xingchen looked at him suspiciously. He always thought straight and spoke without going through his brain. I think he likes Ms. Tuya, or maybe he is a fan of Ms. Tuya. Isn't this normal? After all, Ms. Tuya is beautiful. Oh hey, it can't be that you think Ms. Tuya is more respected than you. Hee when it comes to sexy charm, your charm is indeed not as big as Sister Yaya. Don't be jealous. Maybe he is indeed Sister Tuya's fan. Her fan, you fart. Fu angry Jingxiao looked up at the young man not far away. That kid obviously is my fan. Jian Xingsui seemed to feel that someone was looking at him from behind, but after turning his head to look, he only saw film Emperor Fu chatting with Shen Xingchen. The two were talking and didn't seem to notice him. It must be his own delusion. He shook his head and couldn't help but sneak a few glances, wondering if the film Emperor Fu had eaten throat pills or not. If his throat was really uncomfortable, then the pills could help him relax. Tuya noticed his gaze and said softly, Sway, do you want to go over and say hello to teacher Fu? Jian Xingsui quickly retracted his gaze and hurriedly shook his head. No, I was just looking around. Tuya was a little frightened by his overreaction. Soon, the blonde female mentor smiled again, and she said, don't be nervous, I have no other intentions. I just wanted to tell you, in fact, Brother Fu he is not that scary. Although he can be quite strict at times, he is also very concerned about you guys. So if you like him, you can go and chat, don't be afraid. Just as Jian Xingsui wanted to say that he understood, and ran next to him said, I think Brother Fu is very good It is just right for him to be strict with us. In fact, he is not strict at all. I can feel that Brother Fu is actually quite gentle. His voice was not small, unlike Jian Xingsui who always spoke in a low voice. Although Ran's voice sounded gentle, the decibel was not low, as if he deliberately wanted the people over there to hear it. Sway, don't think about Brother Fu that much. And Ran looked sideways at Jian Xingsui with a concerned look and didn't give him a chance to explain. Actually, Brother Fu is very good. I haven't said anything yet. Jian Xingsui turned around and looked over there. Fortunately, Fu Jingxiao didn't seem to pay much attention to this place and didn't look at them. As for whether he heard it or not, he was not sure. Usually, if it was anything else, he wouldn't bother with and ran. After all, those petty fights with this fake person were harmless, but when it came to his idol, and now when he was deliberately misinterpreted, the fire in his heart rose again. Jian Xingsui glanced at and ran coldly, his eyes full of coldness. The recording was about to start again. Tuya was called away and the other mentors also left, leaving only the contestants there. No, Jian Xingsui said, I don't need your help, and Ran's face looked like he was hurt and wronged. Jian Xingsui didn't show any emotion. He said, your second brother came to see me and asked me to stop bothering you. Do you know this? And Ran paused, of course he knew. However, if he really nodded, it would not be very good, so he fell into silence for a while, not knowing how to answer this question. Now I'll return those words to you. Jian Xingsui looked at him coldly, got closer, and said in a voice that only 2 people could hear, go fuck yourself and your family and stop bothering me. And Ran looked up at him unexpectedly. He met Jian Xingsui's dark eyes and heard him say, what's yours will always be yours, I will not rob anything from you. Don't be too impatient making fool of yourself. It makes you look ugly and diajustianji. In a few short words, Jian Xingsui's words seemed to be completely out of context and irrelevant, but Ran understood it all. This was the first time that Ran no longer put a soft image in front of Jian Xingsui. He looked at Jian Xingsui with deep thought, and in the end, he didn't say anything. He just turned his head and left. On the front stage, all the teams had finished their performances, and now it was time for the most exciting voting segment of the program, where the best performance king and the most popular king of each team would be chosen. The director team had already started counting down on the big screen. They asked all the contestants to come on stage, and Mr. Lee shouted, now the most popular king voted by our live audiences and the best performance king voted by the mentors of each group will be revealed on the screen at the countdown of 3, 2, 1, please show it. The numbers on the big screen flickered and timed, and all the contestants turned around to watch their stats and votes. This was very important to everyone. This will greatly affect whether they will be ranked highly or lowly from now on for the rest of the program. The big screen finally showed the data. The most popular king, Shen Xingchen, with a total of 132 votes from the audience. The best performance king voted by the mentors, Jian. The moment the big words appeared on the screen, and Ran showed a smile, but Shen Xingchen looked back at one of his teammates. He was once always sunny and arrogant, always like a boy who only cared about himself. But now, when he was chosen as the most popular king by the audience, his first reaction was to look at Jian Xingsui. Even the other teammates didn't step forward to celebrate the 2 kings' win. Instead, they all looked at Jian Xingsui. There was no other reason. During this period of time, each and every one of them knew who had worked hardest in the team. Every day, in order not to slow down the progress of the team, he stayed up until midnight and sometimes didn't sleep at all. In order to arrange and edit songs, he always was the first one to come and the last one to left. No one said it, but everyone felt that if their team could have an honor, this honor should be given to Jian Xingsui. Only Jian Xingsui smiled. He went over and hugged Shen Xingchen. Congratulations, I knew you could do it. Shen Xingchen suppressed the thoughts in his heart bitterly and snorted softly. Of course, did you forget who this young master is? The audience in the live broadcast room felt a bit complicated. Although Ran and Xingchen are ranked very well, I always feel weird. The look in 20,000's eyes when he saw the ranking just now was so heartbreaking. Jian Xingsui is a poor dancer to begin with. His foundation is too poor, and some of his movements are still not strong enough. They were not worthy of the ranking. After all the rankings were announced, the recording was basically over. Everyone exited in an orderly manner, but there were also some contestants who went off the stage to talk to some fans and relatives who had come to see them. Jian Xingsui and his teammates all followed their captain Shen Xingchen. Not far away, the mentors were all there, and ran over to share the joy with his brother Jian Zhai. Other teammates also went to find their own parents and friends. Shen Xingchen also went to chat with his mother. Su Enzhen happened to be by Fu Jingxiao's side, and when she saw her son, she couldn't help but pull Shen Xingchen over to talk about it. So Jian Xingsui was left all alone with a bit of embarrassment. He didn't know whether he should go back first. He was hesitating on the spot when he saw Film Emperor Fu just getting off the stage and leaning against the table to drink water to rest. He hesitated whether to go forward to say hello. Just when he was hesitating to take a step, someone from behind took the lead in saying, "Brother Fu," and Ran walked over happily, with a smile on his face full of energy. Jian Xingsui had to shut up. Fu Jingxiao was originally standing there, admiring the Buzhid's tangled expression, betting when would the boy finally dare to come over when he was suddenly disturbed. The actor was displeased, but he did not show it on his face clearly. He just looked at and ran uninterestingly. Is something wrong? Fu Jingxiao. Oh, Fu Jingxiao listened indifferently. In fact, he liked hard-working young people very much. According to reason, Ran was actually very good, and he was good in overall aspects as well. but for some reason, although it was Ran who was standing in front of Fu Jingxiao right now, still, both in his heart and his mind, he was thinking of another person. Obviously, that kid was also very hardworking. Even though he had absolutely no foundation in dancing, instead of working for his chance to shine solo on the stage by practicing dance hard without caring anything, he would rather sacrifice his precious and limited dance practice time to contribute to the team. But no audience knew and remembered this. They will only think that he did not work hard and thus danced poorly. Whether it was success or failure, this boy never thought to say anything and endured it silently where no one could see. But isn't the entertainment industry always like this? Always showing the instant success of a single person while ignoring the other 1,000 people's sacrifices and efforts. But then again, who to blame? Audience themselves enjoy seeing those, and Ran got closer. Just when the cameraman came, and when he was about to capture the scene of two people chatting together, Fu Jingxiao avoided and ran and dodged the camera, and Ran was a little embarrassed. Working many years in the entertainment industry, Fu Jingxiao had understood everything. It only depended on whether he wanted to play along with these petty tricks or not. In fact, there was nothing wrong with it. It's not wrong for young people to want to climb up, but the problem was nothing. He just felt very annoying looking at the young man in front of him. He doesn't want to even be in the same frame as this dude. It's all about gut feeling, bros. You don't need to thank me, Fu Jingxiao said coldly, and the actor's fake smile all the year round also looked too cold right now. If you really want to thank, then you are thanking the wrong person. And Ran was taken aback. Fu Jingxiao lifted his eyelids to look at him and opened his lips. The vote for the best performance king was voted by 5 mentors together, but you may not have looked at the voting list carefully. You had only gotten 1 vote. So did Jian Xingsui, 1. And Ran slowly widened his eyes, as if thinking of some possibility. Yes, that's right, Fu Jingxiao hooked his lips. I was the one who voted for HIM. The next day, after the broadcasting was over, all contestants could take a short rest. The program team's notice came down. Because of the problem of their shooting time this time, the program team decided to invite some family members of the contestants to visit so that they could shoot another interactive video. Before filming, a questionnaire was distributed to each trainee. Jian Xingsui took a look at the form and was stunned. I will even have to fill in the blood types of my parents. Shen Xingchen also sighed with emotion. The program team's investigation is really detailed. Why didn't they ask about each family member's zodiac sign, how much everyone had peed when they were 2 years old, etc.? The rest of the dormitory laughed. Jian Xingsui actually knew that he had blood type A, but it was embarrassing that he didn't know about the Zhang and his wife, so he was confused about this matter. It was also the Zhang couple who had found out that the child they were raising was the wrong one. After they had found out about this in the hospital, they had contacted the Jian family. At that time, the Jian family head, Jian Gu, had gone to and ran for a paternity test overnight and then had confirmed the relationship. Later, there was a bloody storm. Because everything was too sudden, the two families were disturbed. The problems kept getting piled up, so Jian Xingsui himself had never done a paternity test with the Zhang couple. He didn't even know the Zhang couple's blood type. The reason why he never paid attention to that was because Jian Xingsui never wanted to accept that he was not a child of the Jian family at all. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to go to the Zhang family for identification. In addition, Ran started to act aggressively later and thus delaying many things. Blood type, he really didn't know. Shen Xingchen leaned over and said, "You're an A2. I'm an A2. What a coincidence." Jian Xingsui recovered and smiled. "Yeah, what a coincidence. You fill it out first. I'll go out." Jian Xingsui walked out. He didn't know what to do, so he just simply took the form and went to ask Ran. When he got there, he knocked on the door. "I'm sorry to disturb you." Everyone in Ran's dormitory turned their heads. This was a private matter, and it was not good to tell this in front of everyone. Jian Xingsui said, "Can Ran come over here, please?" Zhou Zun looked at him vigilantly, but Ran stopped Zhou Zun. He walked over, followed Jian Xingsui out of the dormitory, and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Jian Xingsui handed him the form in his hand. "What is the blood type of the Zhang couple? Help me fill this out, I don't know." And Ran breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it was just this. He took the form over and said, "Oh, about this, you should have asked earlier. They are both B." Jian Xingsui didn't hear clearly. "What?" And Ran's words froze when he saw Jian Xingsui's blood type. Jian Xingsui's blood type was A, but the Zhang couple were both B couples with B blood type. How could they have a child with a blood type? And Ran suddenly remembered that when the Zhang couple had seen the blood test report, while they were chatting with the doctor that year, their expressions were totally frightened. They were even avoiding many questions of the doctor. He hadn't thought about it that much at the time, but when he recalled it now, he felt that there were problems everywhere. Could it be? Not only was he not the Zhang couple's biological son, nor was Jian Xingsui. If not, who were Jian Xingsui's biological parents? And Ran's hand holding the paper tightened unconsciously. He suddenly thought of how his teammates had made fun of Shen Xingchen and Jian Xingsui looking alike. Could it be that they were really a family? Jian Xingsui waited for a while before he started to feel a little suspicious. What's wrong with you? And Ran returned to his senses and unconsciously began to stutter. I'm fine. What to do? Should he tell him or not? Jian Xingsui said, if there's nothing wrong, then just fill it out for me. I still have to fill in other questions. Oh, and Ran's mood was quite complicated. He tentatively said, then will mom and dad? Oh no, will uncle and aunt come to see you? Jian Xingsui was not sure. He said they might come, and Rand smiled. That's good too. You guys haven't seen each other for a long time, so they probably are missing you as well. Jian Xingsui thought if they will indeed come, then it should be because they missed you. It was unknown whether they would really come to see him or not. Just as he was about to leave and Rand behind him said, wait, Jian Xingsui turned around to look at him. And Rand stood there as if a little tangled and finally said, Brother Jian Xingsui, maybe my father and brothers will come to see me in 2 days, you guys. Jian Xingsui stopped in place. It turned out that if the pain had been extreme, the body will still have a memory no matter what. When Rand said this, his heart ached involuntarily. The memory of Father Jian in his mind only remained of that day when he was standing in his room using cold words and throwing the check at him. In fact, sometimes, of course, he also recalled some other things. For example, when he was really young, his father would take their family out for a spring outing. He would hold himself in one hand and his brother in the other, and his mother would cook his favorite dishes for him. The eldest brother would buy him the latest toys, and the second brother would come to his room to sing to him on rainy days. Their family used to be very good. But later, as he grew up, his own stupidity became unbearable until he entered the same class as Ran in junior high school. He didn't know when everything changed. It was like he opened the halo of cannon fodder after meeting Ran. Then gradually, everyone around him was disappointed with him for even a smallest thing. He also wanted to work hard and become the pride of his family, but he was always messing up things, at least in the eyes of others. Some things were not something that could be grasped. Over the years, he had lived so ignorantly, like a stick, obviously already feeling the pressure but still unwilling to bend down and let go, and in the end he could only be smashed to pieces. He knows that. Why are you telling me about this? When Jian Xingsui turned around again, his eyes were calm. I have nothing to do with them anymore. And Ran choked. This seemed to be the answer he wanted, but it also wasn't. Looking at the back of Jian Xingsui's departure, he felt inexplicably that this person seemed to be different from before and would never be the same again. Next day, the program team started recording. Because the stage performance would not be recorded for the time being, so the program team arranged a task for everyone, that is, to call their parents in front of the camera. The purpose was to see how everyone's parents would react when they haven't seen their children for a month. Before making the call, the staff member also came over and asked, I'll interview you guys a bit. How do you think your parents will react when they get on the phone? The contestants responded differently. Shen Xingchen, that's so obvious, they would of course miss me. Ningzi said succinctly, they will motivate me to work hard. Li Zun smiled, they should miss me very much, and then they will tell me something else such as to eat more. And Ran also showed a moved expression. I think it's enough as long as I can talk to my parents. To be honest, I miss them so much after being out for so long. The staff turned the camera to Jian Xingsui and said, what about you? Jian Xingsui didn't expect to get pointed by the camera. Facing the camera, he smiled slightly awkwardly. I can't guess this either. The staff laughed and let him go in the end, but the more this happened, the more curious everyone would be. Then someone came in and handed the box with the phone to everyone. There are 5 minutes now. Please take this opportunity to call your parents and have a good conversation. After everyone got their phones, they started making calls. Shen Xingchen was the first one. He dialed the phone and heard a low-pitched male voice. Father Shen said, is something wrong? Hey, Dad. Shen Xingchen tried to remain calm, but at last couldn't hide his excitement. It's me, your son. Father Shen, why did you get into trouble again? The audience watching in the live broadcast room was laughing crazily. Shen Xingchen let out a tusk and couldn't maintain his expression. Dad, what are you talking about? I miss you. We have an event here in 2 days, bring my brother to see me. This the only chance you'll get to see me for a few months. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Shen Xingchen was very proud. What happened? Are you very happy? Just a few months. Father Shen seemed to sigh. I thought I would be able to live in peace for more time. Shen Xingchen's eyes widened. The audience in the live broadcast room was amused by the father and son's reaction. Although President Shen seemed to dislike his son, his words were full of doting, which made people laugh and envious. Then there were other contestants. Ningzi's parents really cared about him and told him to work hard. Then Ran called, and Father Jian, who answered the phone, was equally gentle. Ran, we all watched your live broadcast. You did a good job. We are all proud of you. Don't worry and don't be afraid of anyone. You have your family's backing. The words brought tears to Ran's eyes. 1. The audience in the live broadcast room was also moved. Almost everyone was taking the opportunity to express their feelings. Everyone was happy and seemed to having one of the best times of their life, finally being able to talk with their parents and getting their blessings. Only Jian Xingsui was sitting on the side. He was continuously dialing the phone, but the phone couldn't get through. 1 minute, 2 minutes, and now 3 minutes had passed. When everyone else was already concluding their loving conversations with their parents, Jian Xingsui was always getting a cold mechanical voice instead. "I'm sorry, the user you called is temporarily unavailable." Jian Xingsui still wanted to try, "Just this once, please pick it up. Please, please, I'm sorry, the user you called is temporarily unavailable." The staff's camera was facing Jian Xingsui. "What's the matter?" No one picked up. Jian Xingsui looked up at the camera and didn't know what to say. His hand on his lap tightened unconsciously. He lowered his eyes to cover up the gloom in his eyes and forced a smile. Well, they should be busy. Were they really that busy? No one knew. In the past 5 minutes, all the contestants were chatting with their family members. Only Jian Xingsui sat there without saying a word. He could only listen and feel from others how it felt like to have parents. A loving parents which he would probably never experience again. Finally, when the recording was over, the program team was going to take back the phone. Just when Jian Xingsui was about to return the phone suddenly vibrated and then the bell rang. He hesitated for a while, wondering whether to pick it up or not because the 5 minutes have passed. The staff member smiled gently. "It's okay, you can receive it." Jian Xingsui hesitated, but the regulations. "It's okay, the rules are meant to be broken." The staff pointed to the corner where no one was around. "Go there, just give me the phone after calling." That staff had never seen someone be so helpless and miserable. Jian Xingsui then picked up the phone and walked away. The staff looked at his back and sighed. It wasn't that he was willing to make an exception for Jian Xingsui. The main reason was that when the child just sat there, although he tried his best to restrain himself, the look in his eyes was so heartbreaking. The other side. Jian Xingsui answered the phone hesitantly. "Hello." Father Zhang said, "Hey, is it Xing Sui? I was busy in the store just now, so I didn't hear it." Jian Xingsui said quickly, "It's all right." Although he was indeed really angry and a little emotional when he had left the house at that time, after a month, his anger from that time had long since disappeared. Seeing other people's parents taking such care of their children, he was vaguely looking forward to it, wondering if the Zhang couple would be able to give him some warmth too. He waited for a while and heard Father Zhang say, "Are you all right there?" A smile slowly appeared on Jian Xingsui's face, and he said, "I'm good." "Okay then, tell me how is Ran. Is he okay? How's he eating?" Mother Zhang came over from the side. "Did he have a hard time? I watched the live broadcast and he seemed to have lost a bit of weight." Jian Xingsui's hand tightened while holding the phone. "Wasn't Ran tired? Maybe. But wasn't he tired? For practicing for a single performance, he lost 5 or 6 pounds, but who noticed that?" Jian Xingsui said stiffly, "He's okay. He's really okay." Mother Zhang sighed. "That's good, then I can rest assured. I'm always worried about that child. By the way, Xingsui, why are you calling us?" Things had gotten till here. Jian Xingsui didn't want to invite them to visit at all. So he made a random reason. "It's nothing, the program team wanted to fill in the blood types of our parents." "What blood types are you guys?" Father Zhang blurted out and thought about it. "Oh, type B." Jian Xingsui frowned unconsciously. "Type B, but I'm A." There was dead silence on the other end of the phone. When Jian Xingsui finished saying this, the two people on the other end of the phone were strangely silent for some reason. Such silence undoubtedly made Jian Xingsui's heart feel like it was covered with a layer of shadow. His heart slowly tightened, and his breathing began to slow. Just as he was suspicious, he heard Mother Zhang speak hurriedly as if to save her husband. "Ha ha ha, don't get me wrong, I am blood type A, and your father is B." Jian Xingsui blinked a little suspiciously, but he had no choice but to nod, "So it's like this." He said so, but he still had doubts in his heart because Ran had filled A for both of their blood types. Among Ran and this Zhang couple, there definitely was someone who was lying. Was it because they couldn't use the mobile phones here that these two parties hadn't gotten a chance to collude in their lies? Jian Xingsui himself didn't know, but he was still filming the program, so even if he didn't know, for now, he could only continue listening to their lies. After hanging up the phone, Jian Xingsui returned the phone, but his mood at this time was somewhat different from before. Shen Xingchen came over and asked him, "Will any one of your family members come for the next event?" "Ah, not necessarily." Jian Xingsui said, "Honestly, they probably won't come. They seem to be busy with work." Shen Xingchen sneered. Coming to see their child in the recording of the show is also not something for which they will lose face when they come. What kind of great work can they possibly be busy with? Are they literally going to save the world? Jian Xingsui was suddenly speechless. Shen Xingchen was always straightforward and determined, but because of this, what he said was truly heartwarming. Others had time to come and see their children even if they had to put aside their millions of business activities. After a whole month of not seeing your child, even if it's little, parents would at least be looking forward to meeting their children, right? love and dislike. These things about feelings were always too obvious. Jian Xingsui didn't feel the sadness he imagined. He just smiled lightly and said with emotion, "Yes, you're right." The next day. Today's hall was very lively. On the day contestants were to be visited by their parents or relatives, many contestants were very excited all day long. Many of them hadn't seen their family members for more than a month. In the early morning, mentors organized a gathering for all the students. Fu Jingxiao stood at the front. In order not to steal the limelight of the contestants, the handsome and elegant man wore loose and casual sportswear, but even so, the film Emperor Fu still stood out from all the people there. He had the charm of a mature man on his body, which made people unable to look away. This afternoon, your parents will come to the guild hall, so you should prepare your thoughts for your parents when they arrive. Fu Jingxiao pointed to the pen and paper on the table and said, "Write down some of your wishes and prospects for the future. Keep this letter and give it to your family when your parents come." Everyone got the paper. Jian Xingsui was holding the paper, but he didn't know how and what to write. Most of the people around him were writing. He was the only one who was staring at the white paper, but it would not be very good to do nothing, so he started to draw lightly. Until a voice came from the side. "What did you draw?" Jian Xingsui was stunned for a moment. He looked up and saw Fu Jingxiao standing beside him. He was a little nervous. "I'm asking you something, Ni." Fu Jingxiao lowered his head. "What did you draw?" On that paper of Jian Xingsui there were no words. There was only a drawing drawn with a black ink pen. There was a room in the drawing. There was a little person living in the room. There were some scattered things that looked like CDs. The room was very big, but somehow it looked entirely empty. The little man was clearly surrounded by a lot of things, but he looked very lonely. Jian Xingsui opened his lips lightly. "I drew a family. Family with only one person." Fu Jingxiao remembered that today's theme was hope for the future. So Jian Xingsui's hope for the future was to live solely. He hadn't gone to see the contestants making phone calls to their parents 2 days ago, but he had also heard some things. It was said that almost all the contestants got through the phone that day, but this child's phone was never answered, which was really pitiful and distressing. Is this the family you imagined in the future? Fu Jingxiao leaned down and looked at it with dark eyes. He didn't blame Jian Xingsui for not being a good painter, and he didn't ask him why he hadn't written a single word according to the rules. He just curled his lips and asked, "What is the little person in your drawing looking at?" Jian Xingsui answered honestly, "Watching TV." In his imagination, the life he looked forward to in the future was to have a house of his own. Then he will have a smooth job and he may pursue other careers in the future too. If it will all go smoothly, his life should be on the right track. After that, if he will have some spare time, he will silently pay attention to his idol and his life on the screen. It might have looked like ordinary and peaceful life, but the lessons of his previous life were still vivid in his mind. For him, it would be a luxury to live such a life all the time. The air pressure in the room seemed to drop to a freezing point. The assistant felt that the air pressure on Emperor Fu's body was very heavy, as if it could crush people to death. On weekdays, Emperor Fu was always smiling, but he was not angry, which made people very careful. But what he didn't expect was that Fu Jingxiao, who was angry, was even more terrifying. Just when the assistant was carefully thinking about what to say, Fu Jingxiao put down the tablet and opened his lips. "Call Macon." It was the manager. In general, the itinerary of the film Emperor Fu does not need to be followed by a manager in person. After so many years in the circle, film Emperor Fu had a very strong business ability. Basically, the itinerary can be completed in an orderly manner with the assistant without any accident, so the film Emperor Fu rarely contacted his manager, or he didn't contact him at all. As soon as Wang Macon answered the phone, she immediately preempted, "Hello, Jinzio, I saw that on Weibo." Professional managers always have excellent acuity and observation skills, and they will be aware of the wind direction and possible risks related to the artist in advance. Fu Jingxiao hooked his lips and sneered, "Strong, how strong?" Wang Macon finally heard the chill in Fu Jingxiao's words. "So strong that they dared to use me as bait." Fu Jingxiao's words were full of irony. "Then I really want to see how strong they are." Wang Macon thought he was disgusted with this kind of behavior and quickly discouraged him and said, "Don't be angry, although the malicious editing this time does exist. The show team dare not use these methods on you." Fu Jingxiao, "Nonsense, of course I know." Wang Macon was taken aback. "Then what are you angry about? See the trending topic." Fu Jingxiao pointed to her concisely. "In that part of the competition, the person I praised was Jian Xingsui." Fu Jingxiao's hand was on the chair, and he tapped lightly with a grim face. "Whether he has offended anyone, I can't control it and I'm too lazy to care about it." The way he extended his voice almost sent his manager to hell's door. She heard Fu Jingxiao's cold voice saying, "In recent years, the atmosphere of domestic entertainment has been getting worse and worse. malicious control of votes, and capital exploitation. I don't take offense at these things, and I don't bother to care about it either. But they dared to use my fans and popularity to target a contestant. Why? I have been so good-tempered over the years that they have become so courageous now. After some remarks, the film Emperor Fu's usual hypocritical face was finally torn off, but what really remained was a domineering man who was full of arrogance and ruffianism. Perhaps the impression he gave to everyone in the past was that he treated people and did things very elegantly and decently, and his popularity was very good. But that was only because with a good reputation and a kind face, it was convenient to do some things. This doesn't mean that Fu Jingxiao is really easy to bully. If they had cared enough, they would have found that anyone who offended him in the early years did not have a good end today. Even though they have been together for many years, Wang Maken's heart trembled at this moment. Don't be angry. You are angry about a small talent show and a small artist who hasn't debuted yet. Are they worthy? She knew that this matter might be difficult to do, so she immediately said, "You let go of this, I will immediately contact the program team to deal with it." Fu Jingxiao tilted his head dangerously and said, "You handle it properly and call me back later." "Remember I said properly." Wang Maken hurriedly said, "Okay, please give the phone to the assistant and I'll have a word with her. She has to talk to the assistant and must be optimistic about this ancestor." In the past few years, Fu Jingxiao's identity has risen, and the entertainment industry has never seen anyone who could compete with him. Very few people dared to offend him, so nothing had happened till now. Not to mention this very daring show crew, even she had forgotten the real temper of this ancestor. So Wang Maken was really afraid that Fu Jingxiao will suddenly launch an attack to the director team on a whim because he had been holding his temper back for a few years. The assistant responded quickly. However, when she came back, she saw that the film Emperor Fu, who had just stopped for a while, was looking at the tablet again. Fu Jingxiao was swiping the recent hot searches. This time, it really seemed that various marketing accounts of the program team were organized to target Jian Xingsui. The next moment, he even saw it on the official Weibo, where some netizens said, "Brother Fu likes Ran very much," which shows that the character of this child must be really good. "I'm also a fan of Brother Fu. Brother's vision will not be wrong. I want to vote for Ran. The two of them actually look pretty good." Then someone actually released some maliciously put together animations from these episodes. Among them, there was actually an animation of Ran holding a thermos bucket and asking him if he wanted to eat. The film Emperor Fu was born with a pair of passionate peach blossom eyes. Everyone seems to have their own emotions, and this GIF has been specially added with pink bubbles, which naturally adds a lot of ambiguous atmosphere. The following many brainless netizens started again. "Fairy love, film Emperor really likes Ran. Jian Xingsui is really annoying, and I don't know on what basis to compare him with Ran. What's even more deadly was that under the CP comment, there was actually a comment that was liked by the Weibo account of an official staff of the program team, which directly led to this comment being seen by more people and misled even more people. Like, Fu Jingxiao's mouth evoked a sneer, "Dear program team, I seem to have liked your whole ancestors." The assistant who answered the manager's call just came back and was about to speak when she saw Fu Jingxiao, who was sitting on the sofa throwing the tablet aside and stood up. The hostility in his body had not yet retreated, and the man's stature was tall, which made her feel oppressive. The assistant asked tremblingly, "Brother, where are you going?" Fu Jingxiao took the coat on the sofa, lifted his eyelids to look at her. His dark eyes were fucking dark. He turned around without looking back and left a sentence, "Sports Center. That's where the show was being filmed." Poor Wang Maken wanted to say a few words. But never mind, she could only tell the assistant to keep watch and don't let this grandfather go to the scene. This unreliable employer of hers was really too unreliable. Sigh. At night, the twilight was deep, and someone came in through the main entrance of the gymnasium, as if there was still a chill of night. Fu Jingxiao walked in. He passed through the second floor first, where he happened to pass the contestants' cafeteria. At this moment, all the contestants were just having their meals. Some of the contestants who had finished their meals were facing the outside in 2s and 3s. Uninterested, the film Emperor Fu, who wanted to turn a corner, saw Jian Xingsui, who just finished eating. The eyes met and there was silence. Fu Jingxiao's originally repressed emotions suddenly didn't know why emerged when he saw the little bald head's naive face. A small smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he felt much more relaxed. He waved to him, "Come here." Jian Xingsui was still a little dazed at first, not sure if he was calling himself. Fu Jingxiao remained patient. He bent his hands again and called the other out like a puppy, but Jian Xingsui really ran over. "Brother Fu." Jian Xingsui was panting, looking up at Fu Jingxiao with bright eyes as if they were shining. "Why are you here?" Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. "I can't come." Jian Xingsui shook his head, "But this is not the time for your recording. They all said that you had an announcement, so you went to rush the announcement." Fu Jingxiao said, "Oh. Half jokingly, you are unexpectedly quite well informed. You usually inquire so much about me. No, Jian Xingsui subconsciously wanted to refute, but it seemed that the movie emperor was right in saying so. He lowered his head a little embarrassedly, his earlobes dyed red involuntarily, and he tried to explain in a low voice, I just heard someone say that when they were chatting before. Fu Jingxiao was in a better mood when he saw the cute appearance of his simple explanation. The assistant who hurriedly followed behind originally came to persuade him not to fight, but when he came running his ass out, he saw the film Emperor Fu lowering his head and talking to a certain contestant with a smile on his lips. He was looking down at the person with a very gentle gaze. Like Brew, even this dangerous Fu could see someone with this kind of gaze. Mom, I want to resign. Different from those fake and distant polite eyes, it is the kind of tenderness that seemed to overflow with water. This was the look that the assistant had not seen even once. However, then the assistant heard Fu Jingxiao speak. You are training here. Do you know what is going on with the edited version that was released today? Jian Xingsui, who was talking to him, paused and finally nodded lightly. We don't have mobile phones, but some people do. They somehow told me something. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Aren't you sad? The child Jian Xingsui usually looks silly, but what Fu Jingxiao didn't expect was that the child could look so calm before such a huge grievance. Jian Xingsui said, honestly, it's okay. Fu Jingxiao looked down at him. About that part where I praised you, it being edited. Jian Xingsui obviously also knew about this. The praise he received was edited, as if the one receiving it was someone else. He should have been very angry, but he pondered for a while, then raised his head and smiled gently. Well, I know I'm actually quite fortunate. Fu Jingxiao frowned, displeased. Fortunate? Yes. Jian Xingsui's voice was soft. Some of the things edited by the program group previously were enough to make many people hate me. If at this time Brother Fu would have praised me, maybe they would have been angry with you. Jian Xingsui looked at his clear and clean eyes. At this time, he swallowed all his grievances and said with some relief, fortunately, you were not involved. There was a moment of silence in the air. Fu Jingxiao's dark eyes looked at Jian Xingsui. There seemed to be turbulent waves that made people dare not look at him directly. Then he sneered. He has always been a smiling person in front of Jian Xingsui. At this moment, the dark side of the iceberg seemed to be revealed. Fu Jingxiao reached out and squeezed Jian Xingsui's face with a little force. Jian Xingsui immediately gave a and took a step back to escape the ravages. He whispered, it hurts. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. You still know the pain. I thought you were heartless. Heartless little thing. He has been angry with insignificant people for this little heartless thing for half a day, and this. This guy right now was talking nonsense here. Jian Xingsui looked up at him with a little mist in his eyes. It was unknown if it was because of being pinched or because of what the show team had done. He finally felt wronged and didn't speak. Fu Jingxiao lowered his body and his tone turned much softer unconsciously. It really hurts. I obviously didn't use much strength. Jian Xingsui shook his head. No, it doesn't hurt. It would have been fine if this little thing took the opportunity to show his emotions, but he was still so obedient. Fu Jingxiao looked at the person in front of him and sighed again in his heart. He said, little boy, you are so arrogant. That was the praise I gave you. So what's the matter with you just letting it go to others, so you don't take me seriously? Jian Xingsui was shocked. He didn't expect to be so misunderstood, so he quickly said, no, brother Fu, that's not what I meant. But Fu Jingxiao waved his hand and said, it's all right, I understand, I forgive you for not having the guts. Isn't your dormitory going to gather on time to practice dancing? Go back quickly. Jian Xingsui also thought of this. He hesitated for a while, but still stretched out his hand. Well, then I'll go. Fu Jingxiao, yeah. He stood there and watched Jian Xingsui leave with small footsteps. Over the years, as his status increased, he was almost always watched by others. He rarely watched other people's backs, but this time he stood in the corridor and watched Jian Xingsui's departure. He obviously was only in his 20s, but for some reason his back looked so lonely. The assistant whispered, brother. Fu Jingxiao opened his lips. What do you think of him, me? The little assistant followed his gaze, smiled softly, and said, I think this child at first glance doesn't seem to be easy to get along with, but he actually feels pretty good at the bottom of his heart. Well, he's very well behaved, no wonder you praised him. Fu Jingxiao nodded lightly. Yeah, at that time he hadn't praised him on a whim, on the contrary, he had done it on purpose. He didn't know why. This child always had a strong sense of inferiority and cowardice. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, Fu Jingxiao was still sensitive to it. He didn't know what Jian Xingsui had experienced, but he began to pay more attention to this child unconsciously and tried to give encouragement at the right time. Also, he wanted to get the attention of that child. That's quite embarrassing, but so what? That's right, he is selfish. Film Emperor Fu has been in the entertainment industry for many years, with a huge number of fans. Of course, he understands that his favorable impression of a contestant on the show will give his fans a hint of what kind of heart he has for that contestant. It would have helped Jian Xingsui with his ranking as well. Of course, the program team also recognized this, so they took this key scene to and ran, which seemed to be just malicious editing, but in fact it cut off many resources that should have been originally given to Jian Xingsui. This was also the reason why Fu Jingxiao was angry. He gave Jian Xingsui an opportunity, but it became a stepping stone for others. "Mr. Fu, why are you here so late?" A somewhat crisp and weak voice suddenly sounded behind him. Fu Jingxiao turned around and saw Enran. Enran should have just returned from the cafeteria. He was wearing a white training suit and looked like a youthful young boy. He was clean and beautiful at this age. There was a reason for him being one of the most popular contestants. It has to be said that Enran's appearance was very dominant. As the assistant said, someone looks easy to get along with at first glance, while someone looks hard to get along with at a glance. Nobody knew this is what a legendary halo was. That was the difference between the protagonist's halo and a mere cannon fodder's halo. Fu Jingxiao said in a low voice, "Come and ask the program crew for something." "About what?" And Ran asked subconsciously, then he covered his lips and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, brother, I didn't want to inquire about your privacy. Did you come because of things about Weibo today?" Obviously, and Ran was the type of person in this group who had a mobile phone, and he was also a very smart type who could stand in front of the film Emperor Fu with a weak face. He said weakly and anxiously, "I also watched a little bit. I don't know why the show team edited it so much that it doesn't seem to be good for others." A sarcastic smile crossed Fu Jingxiao's eyes. But Imran thought he was approving and only bit his lip before speaking softly. "I really didn't expect this to happen. In fact, I also wanted to talk to the director, but the program has already been edited, and it is not up to me to decide. Seeing Xing Sui's face today, he doesn't look very good. I feel guilty and worried to death. After a period of time during live broadcast, I must find an opportunity to clarify for him in front of the audience." To simply listen what a beautiful thing he just said, not only showed his kindness and beauty, but also cleared his relationship. Even Fu Jingxiao, who has been in the entertainment industry for many years, had to admire that Enran's ability was still quite strong. If it were someone else, they might have really applauded his thoughtfulness, but it's a pity that he met himself. The film Emperor Fu hooked his lips and said slowly, "Is that so?" And Ran nodded vigorously. "Then I'll give you this chance." Fu Jingxiao said slowly, "How about you go and tell the director what you said again?" And Ran's face changed instantly. He definitely hadn't expected Fu Jingxiao to say that, and he hesitated. This mainly because the show has already been broadcast. I can't change it immediately if I talk about it now, besides, I'm just a contestant. Fu Jingxiao sneered, and Ran raised his head and met the man's good-looking phoenix eyes, and those eyes, which were usually careless, seemed to be drenched in coldness at this moment, and Ran was shocked when he saw it as if those careful eyes had already seen everything through him. Fu Jingxiao stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Kidding, I'm going." The assistant hurriedly followed. He looked at Ran a few more times and followed up with his own actor. After a while, the door of the director's team was kicked open. The director, who was still on the phone inside, turned around in shock and saw the man standing at the door. Leaning on the door, he seemed to have the usual faint smile on his face and was looking at himself. Even though Fu Jingxiao was smiling, the director felt inexplicably cold behind him, as if the king of hell was coming to claim his life. "Director." Fu Jingxiao said slowly, "Good evening." The director quickly put down the phone and stood up earnestly. "Mr. Fu, why are you here? You didn't say anything about coming here. I would have picked you up at your door. I don't dare." Fu Jingxiao pulled out a chair and sat down. His slender thighs overlapped, and his aura was strong. "How can I trouble the director to pick me up?" The cold sweat broke down on the director's back from the fear of those sarcastic words. He hurriedly smiled. "No, no, Mr. Fu, how can it be a trouble to pick you up? Really?" Fu Jingxiao lifted his eyelids to look at him. Then the editing of this week's episode doesn't seem to have been edited by the director. The director knew that this ancestor was not in a good mood, so he bit the bullet and said, "The editing of this episode is a bit problematic. We are thinking about improving it next time. Don't do it next time, just do it this time." Fu Jingxiao grinned, as if he was polite and reasonable. "I'm also not someone who is not easy to talk to, so take this issue off the shelves and replace it with a correct clip." Didn't he just say he was easy to talk to? Mayan. Everyone in the room was shocked. This Fu dude is almost acting like a bandit, right? The director really had a hard time and said hesitantly, "Brother Fu, it's not that I don't want to. In fact, Jian Xingsui is a really good kid. We all know that he is a talented guy and works very hard, but this time, did you know that the biggest investor in our show is the Jian family? They have come to sign the contract long ago, and they even gave Ran a fixed debut place. They even made their extra request a few days ago." Fu Jingxiao opened his lips. What request? They wanted to eliminate Jian Xingsui. The director was now willing to give up. Compared with offending the Jian family, offending Fu Jingxiao will be riskier. He had already heard about the actor's ability and the degree of craziness, so at this moment he could only tell the truth. We were also in a dilemma. originally thinking that a contestant without a background should be secretly voted out or given fewer shots. It seemed to be very simple, but unexpectedly. The assistant director also came over and said, "What we didn't expect was that the young son of the Shen family went to hang with Jian Xingsui for some reason." As a result, everything was uncontrollable, like a wild horse that had taken off the reins. Jian Xingsui's popularity was extremely high and even reached a peak this week and became a popular contestant. How can this man be eliminated when his existence now could make a difference? The director team had no choice but to start with the edited version and wanted to use this to see if they could operate a wave behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, the problem of the Jian family was about to be solved, and now he has provoked a big booter again. The director was also suffering in his heart now, and his legs were a little weak now. After Fu Jingxiao listened quietly, his slender fingers tapped on the armrest of the chair and hooked his lips. "You are afraid of offending the Jian family." The director nodded slightly. "Then you aren't afraid to offend me." Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. His face was warm, but what he said made everyone's heart rise. "Is that so?" The director hurriedly said, "Mr. Fu, I'm really sorry. I'll apologize to you for this. Do you think this is the case? Then let's release a separate version and release the full version of the episode. How about it? This is the biggest concession the show team has made." Before, Fu Jingxiao might have agreed, but at this moment, he inexplicably thought of how the child in the corridor had endured his sadness and had said, "Fortunately, you're not involved." He also seemed to have a faint understanding that maybe Jian Xingsui was not really passive about the show from the beginning, but had long expected that he would not go far. Therefore, even being edited maliciously, he could face it calmly, as if he knew his ending for a long time. He didn't know why, thinking of this, Fu Jingxiao felt bad in his heart. If he was not happy, others should not be happy. So Fu Jingxiao opened his lips lightly under the eager eyes of the director team. No, the director was tortured to death by this ancestor. After listening to the words, it was like being struck by lightning, and he wanted to cry without tears. Just when Fu Jingxiao was about to speak again, the assistant director's phone rang again. After he answered it, he listened to a few words, and quickly took the phone to the director and said, "Director, it's Mr. Shen's phone." The director was surprised. "What is Mr. Shen calling for?" The assistant director secretly glanced at the film Emperor Fu, and his heart was a little broken, but he could only bite the bullet and say, "Mr. Shen said that, as an investor of the program group, he was very dissatisfied with the content of the edited version of the program that was put on the shelves this time. He thinks that Enran has too many shots and too much centrality, and it seems that his younger brother has a low sense of existence, and the money he invested in our show was obviously not utilized properly." The director's heart collapsed, and he said to the other end of the phone with some trembling, "Mr. Shen, what do you mean?" And Shen Minglang seemed to be watching the fun and didn't think it was a big deal. Mr. Shen, who has always been shrewd and mercenary, gave an ultimatum. "I mean that you should immediately edit a version and put it on the shelves. Otherwise, the investment amount of the next issue, I might have to reconsider." When Shen Minglang said that sentence, the director felt that he was shattered. This time, the investors and even mentors who were invited were from big companies. The production team had felt they were really lucky to be able to invite Fu Jingxiao. When the list of the investors and the mentors was finalized, it was the director and the program crew who had been so excited that they couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But what they didn't expect was those 3 days and nights worth of celebration would cost them be suppressed in this way where they clearly have no way out. When comparing the Shen family and the Jian family, they both were the most prominent investors. But of course, the Shen family was superior. Originally, the Shen family never specifically proposed to give Shen Xingchen any preferential treatment. Only the Jian family always asked the program team to do this and that. So the program team had thought since the Shen family was not gonna talk anyway, so they could serve this fatherly Jian family without offending the other investors. And time proved they were too naive. Now that even the Shen family has spoken, now everything must be reconsidered. In front of them, there was an ancestor. Fu Jingxiao was a well-recognized and dedicated artist in the industry, but it did not mean that he was a good talker. If you really put the choice between offending Jian and Shen families together and offending Fu Jingxiao, the director will definitely choose to offend the two families. Because offending the two families at most means this show can't go on, but offending Fu Jingxiao means he will not survive in the entire entertainment industry. Now that the two angry ancestors have spoken, the director already knows how to choose. Okay. The director decided to back down. Actually, we also felt that there was something wrong with the previous version. Tomorrow at the latest, we will release the full version and specially edited version to the audience. Shen Minglang was satisfied. Yes, I like to deal with smart partners. The director looked at Fu Jingxiao again. The smiling tiger sitting in the chair also showed a satisfied smile. Director, how come you are so hardworking? he. The director's heart was full of bullshit, and he could only force a smile and say, "You two are really polite. This is what we should do." At a place where no one could see, the previously smiling tiger slowly spoke and commanded mockingly, "Daring to hurt my fan, make sure the director will have a very good time in the industry from now on. As for others, I naturally have my own ways to make them kneel." After hanging up the phone with the ass director, Shen Mingling looked at his parents behind him. Su Enjen said, "Mingaming, did you properly remind him?" Shen Mingling nodded and said, "Well, it's settled. They promised to release a version. That's good, that's good." Su Enjen finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently. "This way we can give justice to that child." Father Shen, who was sitting on the sofa, said, "That child Xingchen, how old is he? He still calls his family to complain. How insulting." Just in the afternoon, Shen Xingchen, who finally got his mobile phone secretly, complained and called the landline at home, and complained like a primary school student for a long time. There were two specific points. The first was that one of his roommates had worked hard to win the game, but there were not many scenes given to him. The second was to sue the program team for malicious editing and bullying of his little brother, which was unbearable. Su Enjen comforted her husband. "What fart are you talking about? The child is wronged outside. Why can't he tell the family? If the child really swallows the wronged words, can you be happy?" Father Shen snorted coldly but didn't say anything. The family style of the Shen family is to protect the people they care about. Shen Mingling dislikes his younger brother for being like a primary school student, but he still contacted the program team immediately to deal with this matter. After finishing calling, Shen Mingling sat down on the sofa and asked his mother, "You seem to like that kid Jian Xingsui very much. What's the reason?" Su Enjen was suddenly questioned and remained stunned for a while. She then recovered and smiled lightly. "Mingaming, maybe you don't know, but this child, he looks really similar to you and your brother. As soon as I saw him, I felt as if I saw you and your brother. I felt like he was my own child." Shen Mingling looked at his mother with a slight smile and suddenly became a little ecstatic. Back then, when Su Enjen was pregnant with her third child, it wasn't actually the best time to get pregnant. At that time, she was a little weak, but she persisted all the time. After giving birth, she unfortunately bled heavily. At that time, everyone was in chaos, but they didn't expect that after rescuing the pregnant woman, bad news came from the incubator. The child, who was expected by everyone, and Mrs. Su gave birth to risking her life, suffered a cardiac arrest the night after he was born. Su Enjen suffered from postpartum depression. In severe cases, she even had hallucinations and started talking nonsense. Many times, she would wake up from a dream and then tell her family that she felt that her youngest son was not dead. The Shen family saw the pain in her heart. It took about 5 or 6 years for Su Enjen to slowly come out of that shadow, but it wasn't completely. As the two sons grew up and left, the family became more and more deserted, and even Shen Mingling once heard the servants say, "The madam often huddles herself in the young master's baby room and stays there for an entire afternoon." Even that year, when Shen Xingchen graduated, Su Enjen went to participate in his school activities. At that time, a few students happened to come out of the corridor, and they happened to chat with her for a while. After learning their ages, she stood up suddenly. She stood there and watched for a long time, then smiled bitterly and said, "You guys turned out to be so big." As big as him, the departure of that child was a pain for the Shen family. Shen Mingling also felt that he himself somehow had an inexplicable affection for Jian Xingsui, but he was a little puzzled. "I went there a few days ago and saw that there seemed to be some other trainees who had bad opinions of him. It seemed that it was because of some things he had done, and there were some problems with his character." "Mingaming, didn't your mother teach you? Don't judge someone's character based on some words from someone else's mouth." Su Enjen glared at the child. "If you say that, isn't our family Chenchen a devil?" Shen Mingling hooked his lips and smiled, but he had to admit it. Su Enjen sighed again and said, "Actually, I really don't know much about the child Jian Xingsui. I just think, a child who can only hide and cry alone in a dark area when he is wronged so that no one could see his tears, no matter how bad he is, how bad can he be? She really didn't mean to help anyone. It's just that when she changed her mind a little and thought that if her youngest son was still alive and he also suffered such grievances, she felt distressed and unacceptable." The next day, the full version of the previously edited video was launched on major video platforms. After watching the full version, the netizens exploded. Some of them expressed their emotions by cursing, and some even went to the official blog of the program group with a banner and said, "Asshole editor, get out and be ready to die." Although the program has only been broadcasted for a short period of 1 or 2 months, many trainees have entered the public's field of vision because of this, and many people have gained a lot of fans because of this, including Jian Xingsui, who actually has many fans as well. In the previous wave, the reason why most of the fans were silent was mainly because they couldn't cover the overwhelmingly negative comments, so they had to be silent. And today the grievances were snowing, and no one was very rude to brush off their presence everywhere. Only under the official blog of the program, a fan calmly typed a sentence, but it quickly became a hot comment. The comment was short but very moving. I was not that sad, but I can't imagine how sad he will be when he sees that edited version. Just a few words, but it hurt like a needle pierced the heart. In the face of the unfair editing, Jian Xingsui could only swallow his grievances silently. And if the full version had not been exposed, how many times would he have to silently swallow the pain? This time it was exposed, so what about those things that were not exposed? They didn't dare to think about it, they just felt shocked. Many people who once criticized Jian Xingsui disappeared. They used to be very active, but now they have disappeared like the world only had good people now. My God, how fake those people were. They didn't even ask for an apology. Even at this time, there were many fans of other contestants, and Ran's fans still praised Ran's beauty and talent under the full version. Only this time, unlike before, some netizens felt disgusted. Finally, someone started to point out, I think Ran is getting too much praise unnecessarily. His footage really annoys me. The people around me don't actually like Ran much, but why is his vote so high? Everyone had been bragging about his appearance and strength before. In fact, from the full version, many other little brothers are equally good looking as well. When the marketing is done excessively, it will lead to a very terrible backlash. Slowly, more and more people began to focus on Jian Xingsui and the other contestants, and even more, those with sharp eyes discovered a problem. Have you noticed that Xingsui and Xingchen look alike? Oh, my sister, someone finally spoke my mind. Hahaha, these two call themselves brothers every day. Can you do a paternity test? People had started to put forward such remarks just to be happy about their CP, but some people naturally were not so happy. Zhang's husband and wife put down their mobile phones slowly. The room was silent, both of them seemed to be in deep thought, and the atmosphere was a little scary. After quite a while, Zhang Xiangyang sighed softly. Wife, shall we surrender? Surrender what? Zhang Zia suddenly became very terrified. As long as we don't say it, no one will find out. Zhang Xiangyang looked at his crazy wife and sighed again in his heart. In that hospital, his wife used to be a working nurse. Coincidentally, she gave birth to a child there. It was almost the same day as the children of the Jian family and the Shen family. Unfortunately, their child's heart stopped almost as soon as he was born. Zhang Xiangyang felt that his wife could not accept this incident and would collapse, and actually made the biggest mistake in their life. The monitoring system was not so developed in those days. Relying on her familiarity with the hospital, she avoided the monitoring and changed the child in the incubator. It was the Shen family's child that she held at the beginning, but she knew that the mother was weak when she gave birth to the child and was worried that the child would not be healthy when he grew up, so she also exchanged with another family. In fact, all they needed to do was to put the child back, but at that time his wife just learned of the death of the child, and her mind was not very clear, so she did a very outrageous behavior in a panic. When Zhang Xiangyang found out, everything had gone wrong and was too late. Zhang Xiangyang said to his wife, Axia, after so many years, Ran has gone home. Let's let Jian Xingsui go home too. Zhang Zia didn't know it was right. She burst into tears. It would be fine if it was an ordinary family, but it is the Shen family with one hand covering the sky. It's not like you don't know what Mrs. Shen looked like back then. If they know the culprit is the two of us, wouldn't they send us to hell? Having said this, Zhang Xiangyang also hesitated. Zhang Zia said, even if we don't say it, Jian Xingsui will still be able to live, but if we say it, we won't necessarily live. He can't be so selfish. If it's a big deal, we will just treat that child better or move out of this place together. I believe he shouldn't blame us either. The gymnasium hall the first day of the resumption of recording of Starlight. In the dormitory, most of the contestants got up, and many of them were talking about the resumption of recording today. There was still about a week before the start of the second public voting round, and the voting ranking of the first public voting round will be announced in the next 2 days. When Sheng kept saying in the morning, will I be eliminated? In fact, most people already had mobile phones, but during the last 2 days, the program team confiscated their phones again. The ranking may rise and fall every day. When Sheng has always been a rather sentimental boy, so at this moment, he has been babbling about his ranking not being ideal, so he is very worried. Jian Xingsui was washing his face outside, next to Shen Xingchen, who was also brushing his teeth and washing his face. Shen Xingchen looked at him while brushing his teeth, annoyed. Why are you staring at me all the time? Do I have eye mucus in my eyes? Shen Xingchen said, what's the matter? Jian Xingsui was taken aback for a moment and explained that. About the program team releasing the unedited version. Oh, that thing. Shen Xingchen rinsed his mouth with the water in the water cup and then said, why do you care about this? I don't care about it. Jian Xingsui knew that this might be just a little effort for Shen Xingchen, but for himself it was a solution to a huge problem. He was used to relying on himself for a long time, especially after Ran appeared. No matter what happened, what kind of grievance he suffered, no one listened to him. When it was too much, he would still think about explaining it at first, but later he found that his words were all just a joke. Shen Xingqian fetched water and washed his face in the basin, saying, "Then don't just thank me. The only thing I did was to call my home and complain. To thank sincerely, you have to thank my parents, thank my brother, oh, and I heard that Brother Fu also contributed." Shen Xingqian nodded. Yes, Brother Fu also contributed. Why? Is it because he felt that the program team also maliciously edited him, so he did that? It can't be. Because of himself, right, but Shen Xingqian said, "I heard from my brother later that he hadn't seen him get so angry for a long time. He didn't expect that this time because of you, he was actually so angry." Jian Xingsui couldn't believe it. Angry. Brother Fu, because of me? It's unlikely. Shen Xingqian wiped his face and sighed. Why are you always so unconfident? You are not worse than others. You are not worse than others. This sentence was like a silent hammer, hitting Jian Xingsui's heart ruthlessly, with endless echoes. Jian Xingsui swallowed all the words in his mouth. He was still speechless and didn't know how to answer this when Shen Xingqian patted his shoulder, and the fuckboy Shen gave him a firm look. Maybe before you indeed were bad, but now you are my little brother, so you can be confident so as not to embarrass me. This fuckboy speech made Jian Xingsui's heart suddenly feel moved and didn't know how to reply. After washing up, the group went to the main hall to gather. The cameramen there have been waiting for a long time. From the moment the contestant left the dormitory, they began to follow the filming. The audience had been waiting for a long time. My unbiological son, long time no see. One, in order to see you handsome pigs, I even set an alarm clock. Ha ha ha, I'm not even this much active on my dates as these trainees are now. Not being able to see you babies for days. Mother thinks about you guys days and nights. The contestants gathered in the main hall where the mentors were already waiting. The 4 mentors also looked very energetic today. Mr. Li was still hosting in his cool and expensive leather jacket. Ms. Tuya looked bright and beautiful in a skirt today. As for Film Emperor Fu, he was wearing casual gray sportswear today. It was just an ordinary classic sports style, but when this man wore it, it emitted a foreign and noble feeling. When entering the venue, there were still many contestants chatting with laughter. After entering the venue, when they saw the Film Emperor Fu standing there coolly while just quietly glancing over them, they immediately shut up. After everyone obediently stood in line, Mentor Li said, "Hello, everyone." The contestants said in unison, "Hello, Mentor." Teacher Li said with a smile, "I heard that the program team has invited a lot of dance and vocal music teachers to train for you in the past few days. Everyone has suffered a lot, right?" That sentence triggered a lot of resentment. "I'm so tired, Mentor. After practicing for so many days, my legs are sore now. Forget it, I forgive this good program team." "Don't even mention it." That seemed to be what Teacher Li wanted to hear. He smiled slightly and said, "So today is our special game session. Let's play a game together and have a good time. There are rich rewards for those who win." Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Mr. Li quickly began to read out the rules of the game this time. As he spoke, the staff of the show team also began to come in with plates. On it, there were signs divided into 2 colors, red and blue. In this competition, we will divide more than 100 contestants into 2 groups through random selection. The 2 groups are hostile to each other. You have to steal each other's brand names to add points to your own. After the competition, the 2 groups will be given their scores. The team with the highest score wins, and the winner can enjoy a luxurious hot pot feast, as well as the privilege to know their current stage ranking. This was simply a battle royale, and the rules of the game can be directly summed up as making trouble. Some contestants raised their hands and asked Mentor, "How do you divide 2 groups?" Fu Jingxiu, who had been standing there lazily, picked up the mic and answered, "Draw lots at random and go forward in order." If it was random, the former friends might also become enemies. Now many trainees had begun to look at their friends meaningfully. The good brothers in normal times showed smiles worthy of careful consideration at this meeting. Shen Xingqian said to Jian Xingsui, "You properly pray, you must have the same color as mine, okay?" Jian Xingsui told him the cruel truth. "It's all about luck, it's useless to say it. How do you know that we won't draw the same color?" Shen Xingqian resented, "Will our luck be so miserable?" Everyone was lining up to draw lots. Many former friends who had gotten the different colors now started to show their true colors. For example, Little Ass, "Do you remember about the morning incident, how you came out of the toilet 42 minutes late? Do you know how hard it was for me to hold back?" "Fake, you are a fake buddy, see how I will teach you a lesson." "Ha, Maya, and I remember you had a very good time twisting my butt before, didn't you? Just watch how this old man will twist your luck in this game." When it was Jian Xingsui's turn, he went to the bucket to draw a ball and finally caught a blue ball, and Shen Xingqian behind him caught a red ball. Jian Xingsui smiled helplessly and said, "See, how could this be?" The young master looked at the red ball with dissatisfaction. He looked at Jian Xingsui threateningly, pinched his waist and said, "Okay, you are now my enemy, a traitor of our group." Just wait, this young master will definitely take down your brand name later. Jian Xingsui said, why are you targeting me? Shen Xingchen said confidently, who told you not to be with me? This guy was so domineering that he couldn't reply at all. After almost all the players had been divided into two groups, the situation had gradually become clear. Facts have proved that Jian Xingsui was indeed the one with the worst luck among them. His dormitory was full of people with red balls, and only he had blue, and according to his observation, Ran also had a blue ball. Tuya smiled slightly and said, yes, although we can't tell you about our colors for the time being, what I can tell you is that our brand name has double points. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. The contestants exploded. This fatherfucking program team. Double points, what a temptation it was. The brand names of the mentors were too expensive. Who wouldn't be moved by a brand with double points? But who in the world would dare to tear up the mentor's brand? What a leopard would do that? The audience in the live broadcast room became more and more excited. This damn program team is quite talented at doing things. Ha ha ha, I want to see who will tear the Brother Fu's brand name. GKD 1. The staffs of the program team took everyone to the outside of the hall and then said, you will enter the hall in batches according to the order of drawing lots. All the rooms and passages here have become your covered passages. Now we will open the Star Bean exchange system, and students with Star Beans can exchange for self-defense weapons. The table there could be said to be dazzling. For example, water guns, smoke bombs, glue, toy balls, binoculars, ropes, bells, everything was available. The price of each Star Bean was different, and rich people could buy more. Shen Xingchen can be said to be the richest. He quickly gathered his roommates and the contestants who had trained together to form a small team. This meeting was simply in order to allocate supplies. Almost all the props had been bought, and Jian Xingsui was relatively poor. He thought about it and only bought a smoke bomb. Teacher Li said, the countdown is 10 seconds, the game is about to start. The inexplicable atmosphere at the scene began to get a little tense. Jian Xingsui was among the second group to go in. The hall was empty and no one was seen, but not far from the third floor there seemed to be someone's mourning. After a while, the female voice broadcasted through the whole gymnasium. Student Zhang Jianshan number 57 is eliminated, and the red team has added 1 point. Someone's name tag had already been torn off. Jian Xingsui glanced at the blue name tag on his waist and sighed heavily. As far as he knows, the two groups of people entering this venue were almost all in teams, and he was the only one who acted alone. Therefore, it was unrealistic to fight recklessly with others. Find a place to hide, he thought. The first place that came to his mind was the canteen. There were a lot of seats there. If someone came in, he would definitely directly hear their movements, which could have a certain warning effect. In addition, there were many doors in the kitchen, and even if exposed, the possibility of escape was relatively large. Adding to the fact that the kitchen was also so wide, it was a good place for both offense and defense. After making up his mind, Jian Xingsui didn't hesitate and immediately got up and ran to the kitchen. The third batch of contestants there hadn't come in yet, and there were not too many people, as long as he was careful enough not to meet people from the red team. He couldn't take the elevator, maybe someone was guarding it. Jian Xingsui didn't drive away from the stair, but took a detour and ran up the stairs on the other side. He ran to the canteen and was thinking about finding a place to hide when suddenly squeak. The door opened again. Jian Xingsui turned around and met Ran, who came in. The two of them looked at each other and there was an awkward silence. Ran smiled and pointed to the sign on his waist. Don't be nervous, I'm also from the blue team. Jian Xingsui still looked at him vigilantly, but Ran comforted him and said, we are now teammates, Xing Sui, don't you believe me? Jian Xingsui stood on the spot. Are you going to hide here too? That's what I thought at the beginning. And Ran's appearance was quite handsome. When he spoke softly, he always gave people the feeling that he needed protection and that he had no bad intentions. He said softly, but now I will have to find another place, it seems. They both had the cameras on their heads. Although the photographer didn't follow along, the entire gymnasium was equipped with surveillance video cameras, just to broadcast it to the audience. It was really embarrassing for Ran to say such a thing. His reply almost meant that Jian Xingsui was forcing him to find another place. Jian Xingsui said, you can hide here if you want, I never said I wouldn't let you come. And Ran looked like he knew what he was thinking, and shook his head gently as if he was being driven away by Jian Xingsui. I'd better go, it won't be easy for you to hide when I will be here. Jian Xingsui didn't speak. Seeing that Ran was about to leave, he also turned around to find a place to hide in the innermost part. Now they were in the same group, there was really no need to doubt the other too much, and now he didn't even have much time to care about these things. He couldn't rely on anyone, he could only rely on himself. And Ran was standing outside. He pulled the door of the cafeteria and was about to leave when, as if remembering something in the end, he did not close the door tightly but left a small gap, which may not be visible from the camera. Soon, the third group of people came in. Shen Xingchen led Ningzi, Wen Sheng, and others to the second floor. He waved his hand like a bandit leader. Search, search for me. The main places to search were the library or practice room, and during this period there were constantly broadcasts being made in the mechanical voice. Contestant number 32 Halu is eliminated, and the blue team has added 1 point. Contestant number 5 Jaichi is eliminated, and the blue team has added 1 point. Contestant number 6. After listening to it, Shen Xingchen cursed in a low voice. A bunch of trash, you have to rely on this lord to fly. I don't believe that the blue team is so capable, don't let me find them otherwise. When Sheng came over and said, I didn't find anyone, a group of people just happened to pass by the cafeteria. Shen Xingchen wondered, where did Jian Xingsui go? When Sheng, to hide away. This kid can really hide. Shen Xingchen snorted softly, but when he was about to pass by, he stopped. The cafeteria is open today. Why is this door open? Ningzi said, maybe someone is inside. When Shen Xingchen heard that, he was directly excited. Go in and have a look. The door was pushed open. Shen Xingchen walked swayingly and kicked the chair next to him. A loud noise rang out in the cafeteria. There were 3 or 4 people behind him. A group of people searched very seriously, and when they were about to find Jian Xingsui's hiding place, under the eyes of everyone, a nimble figure slipped from the cabinet and ran straight to the back door. When Sheng said loudly, he is running, Shen Xingchen picked up his water gun. What are you running for? Jian Xingsui thought to himself, what nonsense. If he won't run, then should he wait for himself to be besieged? Fortunately, the back door was connected to a remote stairway, and it was also very fast to run. The physical strength used in the dance practice was not a little bit, and then running for him was relatively easy. He took 2 or 3 steps in one breath. Shen Xingchen at the back shouted, are you a horse, running this fast? Jian Xingsui quickly took lead from them by 1 floor. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw another team of red team members at the corner. They were also surprised when they saw Jian Xingsui. It was Li Zun who shouted first, catch him, 1. Jian Xingsui had to run away again. Because he was in a hurry, he could only keep going up. Once he stopped, he might be caught. Seeing that he was about to reach the rooftop, Jian Xingsui had no choice. Climbing up, he quickly grabbed the seal of the roof to seal the way. He was finally able to stop. Gasping for breath, he slumped to the ground and raised his head, but met the eyes of the man who was standing on the roof, leaning on the railing and smoking. Jian Xingsui's expression froze. Fu Jingxiao was leaning against the railing. The actor in casual clothes had his slender legs folded casually. A cigarette was sandwiched between his knuckled fingers, and smoke was slowly exhaling from his lips. He looked mature and attractive in a lazy and sexy way. Jian Xingsui's Adam's apple rolled. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. Before Jian Xingsui could speak, suddenly there was a knocking sound from the seal he had used to seal the way. The angry fuckboy Shen Xingchen began to howl. Jian Xingsui, open the door. You are just hiding there without making a sound. I know you are inside. What are you doing in there? Are you raising any wild man? If you have the ability to meet wild men privately, you should have the ability to open the door. Jian Xingsui's mouth twitched. Not far away, Fu Jingxiao heard these remarks and looked at the seal, squinting dangerously. The corner of his mouth slowly brought up a smile that made people feel terrified. Shen Xingchen obviously didn't know who the people inside were, nor did he know that his own tragic ending was inevitable, so he still had the nerves to shout. Seeing that the seal was about to loosen, Jian Xingsui hurriedly looked at Fu Jingxiao and said, Mr. Fu, let's run quickly. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. Run. Unlike them, a popular contestant like Shen Xingchen was accompanied by a cameraman. Jian Xingsui hurriedly said, they will come up in a while. It would be bad if you were photographed smoking. Then some online media will definitely bring it to make a fuss. It's not very good for your reputation. Let's run away before the seal is opened. Fu Jingxiao opened his lips, and just as he was about to speak, the seal showed signs of loosening. The actor originally wanted to express that he was not afraid of being photographed at all, but Jian Xingsui, who was eager to protect the master, had already rushed over. He panicked and held Fu Jingxiao's hand and ran. I remember that there seems to be an emergency exit on the rooftop. Let's run quickly. Xingchen still has a water gun in his hand. The seal rattled and couldn't hold it any longer, and finally it was opened. Shen Xingchen was the first to climb up. Because he had been chasing Jian Xingsui, who should have been ignored, had always been on camera. When Shen Xingchen stood on the rooftop and saw no one, he waved his hand. He must have run from the other door. Hurry up. A group of people rushed towards the other corridor again. Jian Xingsui pulled Fu Jingxiao down from above, and before he could stand still, he saw a group of people running over the corridor. Shen Xingchen started to shoot with a water gun from a distance. I will see where will you still be able to run. How come you even found a helper? It's okay, I will take care of both of you. When water was being sprayed, Jian Xingsui hurriedly pulled Fu Jingxiao and ran. Fortunately, there was an open door at the corner, so he hurried in, turned, and closed the door. After a while, there were hurried footsteps outside. It seemed that Shen Xingchen and his party had left. Jian Xingsui finally let out a sigh of relief, finally gone. A slow voice came from the side. Is it over? Jian Xingsui nodded while panting. It's over. Can you let go then? Fu Jingxiao's voice was a little teasing. Jian Xingsui's body stiffened and he lowered his head a little stiffly. He saw that he was holding onto the hand of Lord Shadow Emperor. He was too flustered just now and didn't pay attention. He let go of his hands in a flash and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Fu Jingxiao withdrew the somewhat red hand that was being grasped and said slowly, there's nothing to say sorry for, but next time you grasp it, you can be gentle. I won't leave. Why would you hold it so tightly? Next time. Jian Xingsui didn't know why, but he was so embarrassed and his heart was beating so fast that he didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Fu Jingxiao was quite at ease, he said. Why are you wet behind your back? Huh, Jian Xingsui only found out. He replied, it seems that I was drenched in water. Just as he was talking, the sound of Shen Xingqian's footsteps coming back and forth resounded outside. While walking, the mumbler was very arrogant, and Jian Xingsui was obviously nervous again. Fu Jingxiao lifted his eyelids and looked out the door. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous emotion. He threw the cigarette in his hand, hooked his lips, and said to Jian Xingsui beside him, do you want to fight back? Jian Xingsui was stunned. Huh, Fu Jingxiao, I am asking you something ni, I want. Jian Xingsui hesitated, but I, a mere human, can't handle so many of them by myself. Fu Jingxiao sneered, you don't count me as a human. It was only then that Jian Xingsui realized what he meant. He widened his eyes in surprise. He never imagined that one day he would actually be able to form a team with his mentor, but there was still a problem. Jian Xingsui was very worried. Brother Fu, there are double points for your brand name. If they go crazy for it, I'm afraid that the two of us won't be able to bear it. Moreover, they even have weapons. When he was thinking, Fu Jingxiao looked at him quietly. When he heard Jian Xingsui say this, he thought, did he subconsciously think that he was with him? Can someone give this guy extra points for forgetting his brand color? Fu Jingxiao looked at his eager and sincere appearance, and the corners of his lips slowly twitched into a smile. When Jian Xingsui was about to speak again, a pair of hands covered him, rubbed his head, and stopped what he was saying. Fu Jingxiao was a head taller than him, and the man's comfort words went smoothly, and then he said, do you think I will lose? Jian Xingsui's words came to an abrupt end. As soon as he looked up, he met the film Emperor's handsome face. He had a shallow smile on his face. He looked so kind, but he was more like a dangerous hunter, showing a determined smile when his prey was about to be caught. Many times, it doesn't take a lot of people to win. Fu Jingxiao patted Jian Xingsui's little head. It depends on here. Turning around, this place was actually the prop room of the show team, but there was nothing important in this room. They were all stage props, skirts, fans, etc. Basically useless, but Fu Jingxiao went to one of the walls, took off a mask from the wall and put it on. It was a white fox mask, which looked mysterious and handsome. He turned around and asked, how is it? Jian Xingsui nodded frantically. It looks good. Fu Jingxiao said to Jian Xingsui again, do you have someone else's brand name in your hand? Jian Xingsui actually had one. He had torn off a person in a hurry when he was running, and he had held it in his pocket. Fu Jingxiao stretched out his hand. Bring it. Jian Xingsui obediently gave it to him. Fu Jingxiao took it and smiled. You just believed me so easily. What if I had taken it and ran away? Jian Xingsui was sure, you won't. The room was silent for a moment. Fu Jingxiao took a deep look at Jian Xingsui and said nothing. He then lowered his body slightly and put someone else's nameplate on Jian Xingsui's body and said, now find a way to take me to your dormitory and find me a set of your training uniform. Jian Xingsui probably guessed what the film emperor was going to do. He said in surprise, you want to? Yeah. Fu Jingxiao turned the mask around in his hand. It was obviously just a mask, but he made it like a hunter wiping a shotgun before setting off. He looked at him sideways and hooked his lips. At that moment, there seemed to be murderous intent hidden in those eyes that had always been lazy and smiling, and he said slowly, let's go, I'll take care of them. It was unknown why, but when Jian Xingsui heard this sentence, he felt a chill on his back. And knowing that there were many people on the other side, at this moment, he actually wanted to give Shen Xingqian some RIP session for no reason. Jian Xingsui never thought that one day he would make a team with Fu Jingxiao, and the two of them would go back to the dormitory together. It was like a dream. Brother, it seems that only Xingqian and Ningzi are the same sizes as you are. They are both tall. Jian Xingsui sneaked back and was acting like a thief in his own dormitory. He said, which one do you want? Fu Jingxiao didn't care. You can choose, it's fine. Jian Xingsui had no choice but to open the closet by himself. Because the film emperor also joined the action, there was a cameraman who followed for the filming. Because most people strongly demanded to see the footage of Fu Jingxiao, the program team had no choice but to open a separate live broadcast room on the live broadcast platform for Fu Jingxiao and Jian Xingsui. And it was precisely because of this that the number of viewers reached its peak. The number of online viewers in the main live broadcast room was 60 million. The number of viewers in contestants' Seoul live broadcast rooms had reached the highest number of online viewers for Shen Xingqian with 9 million, but when Fu Jingxiao's broadcast room opened, the number of online viewers reached 35 million in just 5 minutes. With the sharp climb, he was about to compete with the traffic of the entire show by himself. The audience was also very interested. Woo GKD, I haven't seen Brother Fu playing games for a long time. Are you going to change clothes, Who Brother Fu? Cute cameraman brother, please show. He us more, Jian Xingsui found a set of clean clothes for Fu Jingxiao. Is this okay? Fu Jingxiao took it and looked at it casually, okay. He took the clothes and checked them, but found that Jian Xingsui was still standing there dumbfounded with a cute and naive appearance, so he curled his lips and smiled. Why you want to watch me change clothes here? Jian Xingsui's body froze, shaking his head in panic under Fu Jingxiao's shifting gaze. No, I dare not. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows, which was very meaningful. The audience in the live room was already laughing like crazy. My dear, you dare not. Ha, it's not that he doesn't want to, it's just that he doesn't dare. I don't know why Brother Fu laughed, but I laughed too, and I actually realized it. So you're such a Jian Xingsui who wants to see but doesn't dare to. Understandable, after all, who wouldn't want to watch it? Take me one. Pay attention, sisters, we might accidentally see something. However, the film Emperor Fu, who had finished teasing the boy, went into the bathroom and quickly changed his clothes. Because he was taller, even taller than Shen Xingchen, his trousers turned into 9-point trousers. He had to simply roll up the trousers and wear white sneakers, as well as the exclusive white sweatshirt of grade, looking young and handsome. He was obviously nearly 30 years old, but he did not look old at all, but emitted a unique sense of maturity and handsomeness. Jian Xingsui stared blankly. In a trance, he stared at Fu Jingxiao, who was wearing the training suit looking young, as if he was back many years ago. When he had just been chasing his idol, this person was standing on the TV, participating in a singing contest, and he was on the other side of the screen secretly cheering for him. Time flew and they actually were inside the same screen, and the distance between them was also so close. Fu Jingxiao tidied up his clothes and said half-jokingly, if I go to participate in this show with this look, will I be able to make a debut? Jian Xingsui lowered his head hopelessly and his eyes turned slightly red. He took a deep breath, suppressed the heavy emotions in his heart, and smiled. You will definitely debut winning the center position. So sure, Fu Jingxiao was originally joking, but at this moment, when casually walking out, he joked along the line, you will vote for me. Unexpectedly, a soft response came from behind, I will. The joking words received a solemn response, and Fu Jingxiao's footsteps stopped. Different from the previous jokes, this sentence was a little more serious. It was as if he was really thanking him. He was not looking at the screen with millions of fans, but looking at the person in front of him, thanking Jian Xingsui. Jian Xingsui's heart was boiling hot. He endured this complicated emotion again and then restrained his red eyes. Fu Jingxiao looked down at him, his dark eyes getting deeper and deeper. After waiting for a while, there was another footstep outside, and finally, Fu Jingxiao calmed down. His eyes were much more serious, and he turned to Jian Xingsui and said, act according to my plan for a while. Jian Xingsui also quickly retracted his mind and nodded, okay. The broadcast sound was still broadcasting continuously. Shen Ming, contestant number 38, is eliminated, and the red team has added 1 point. Su Guangzhen, contestant number 90, is eliminated, and the blue team has added 1 point. As there were fewer and fewer people, those who survived became more vigilant. When 2 contestants passed by the stairwell, they saw a person wearing a mask who also went downstairs. They were stunned for a moment, and they were the first to get ready to run, but when they found that the opponent was only one person, and he had a blue enemy card, they began to hesitate again. The white fox mask suddenly walked upstairs. As soon as he left, 2 people from the red team came up and shouted, catch him. The white fox mask didn't go fast and was soon surrounded. The 2 red teams just wanted to come and tear his brand, but the white fox mask was very flexible. The 2 had to concentrate on entanglement with him. After the white fox's sign was taken down, the people from the red team smiled proudly. Let's see where you kid will be able to go now. Just when the 2 of them relaxed their vigilance, suddenly, the 2 signs were torn down, and in an instant, the sound of the broadcast sounded in the hall. Number 7 Su Wei is eliminated. The blue team has added 1 point. Number 66 Zhang Zhou is eliminated. The blue team has added 1 point. This broadcasting sound confused both of them. Just when the smile of victory was still on their faces, they had to look behind them in disbelief. Jian Xingsui held their brand names embarrassedly. He smiled at the 2 of them. I'm sorry, you 2. The 2 people of the red team shivered and pointed to the white fox. Why did we tear up his brand name, but he didn't get eliminated? Oh, about that. Jian Xingsui took it and said, this is not his brand name. This was the brand name of the contestant who he had torn the last time. So of course there will be no broadcast if it is torn down again. The number of comments in the live broadcast room had increased sharply. Wonderful. Ha 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 ha, Brother Fu, you indeed are an old fox. Why is this man still so cunning? WWW. Rule number 2333, don't be an enemy of Fu Jingxiao. After listening to this, the two of the red team members widened their eyes. Without caring about anything, they shouted angrily, "Insidious, too insidious, you guys. Who thought of such a sinister idea?" Jian Xingsui had no choice but to giggle cheerfully but dare not make a sound. The two members of the red team were finally taken away, and they met other teammates on the way. Because the program group stipulated that they could not directly mention the names of the contestants who had eliminated them, they could only say to the other teammates who had not yet been eliminated, "Be careful with the masked people and help them to get their revenge." Soon, the rumors of the masked man spread among the red team. Jian Xingsui, who was walking in the corridor there, also knew the current situation, so he cautiously said to Fu Jingxiao, "Brother, are we getting too much hatred?" "It's too dangerous, huh?" Fu Jingxiao looked down at him after hearing the words. "So if we don't do this, then will the danger be reduced and no one will chase you anymore?" Jian Xingsui was stunned and speechless. Fu Jingxiao hooked his lips and smiled, perhaps because he was in a good mood or perhaps for other reasons. He opened his mouth and educated a few more words. "Remember, concessions and forbearance can't protect you. The enemy won't let you go because you are weak, but will see you as easy to bully and intensify the bullying. Just like in the beginning, when he was hiding in the kitchen, he didn't get away with it, but he was also chased very embarrassingly." Jian Xingsui was thoughtful. He realized something and murmured, "It seems to be like that." Fu Jingxiao also observed the surroundings vigilantly while walking and said slowly, "Besides, nowadays, it is not necessarily decided who is afraid of meeting who." Such confident words came out of his mouth and it even seemed so normal. Bru, his idol, turned out to be an arrogant winner of life. At the same time, another part of the stairway. When Sheng also moved to Shen Xingchen's side, "Brother Chen, I heard that the blue team has a very good masked man. They have already tore up several of us." Shen Xingchen walked swaggeringly and glared at him. "You're afraid of shit. No matter who he is, I will teach him how to tear a brand name." The most important thing Shen Xingchen never lacked in his life was self-confidence, so he almost walked away with the self-confidence halo. "Today I want to see how capable that masked man is." As he was talking at the next corner, a figure suddenly appeared in the stairway. The man was wearing a white fox mask, and he also saw Shen Xingchen and a group of people. Shen Xingchen paused, made sure of it, and said loudly, "Stop for me." Then he rushed over. When Sheng, who was behind, was stunned for a moment and then ran forward. When Shen Xingchen ran to the white fox mask, he took a water gun and slid a few times, but the white fox's movements were really very flexible. He avoided every attack with a few dodges, and his reaction ability was much stronger than many contestants. Shen Xingchen already had some bad premonitions. Then, the white fox dodged and entered a room. It was about to disappear. Shen Xingchen couldn't think of that much anymore. He was afraid that the fish in his hand would run away, so he hurriedly followed. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the white fox mask turn around. It was almost an instant. Before he could see it clearly, he was grabbed and pressed onto the soft cushion of the fitness room. Shen Xingchen cried out in pain. At the same time, with a crisp tearing sound, the brand name was torn off. For many contestants, Shen Xingchen, who was difficult to deal with, was handled like a lamb to be slaughtered under Fu Jingxiao's hands. Even the young master himself couldn't believe it, and he said, "Who are you? If you have the ability to take off my brand, you must have the ability to take off the mask. You dare to hide from me, believe it or not today." Fu Jingxiao stopped, opened his lips and asked him, "What will you do today?" As soon as these words came out, Shen Xingchen's words suddenly stopped abruptly. Fu Jingxiao let go of the person, took off the mask slowly, raised his eyelids and looked at the arrogant boy with leisure. "Speak, are you dumb?" Shen Xingchen saw that it was the Lord of Hell. The expression on his face could be said to be blue and white, and finally he said, "Brother, you are ruthless." Fu Jingxiao let him go, and then very quickly, Shen Xingchen turned his face and realized that there was someone next to him, holding his brand name in his hand. He almost shouted it in one breath, "Jian Xingsui." Jian Xingsui was feeling inexplicably guilty beside him, so he could only smile awkwardly. "Brother Chen, you black-hearted wolf, you tore up my brand name." Shen Xingchen gave me an expression of being betrayed, and he shouted, "How dare you do this to me, you traitor." That's not how you shouted when you were chasing me around. As a group of people were talking, when Sheng and Ningzi also ran over not far away, but they were not prepared. As soon as they came in, they were torn apart by Jian Xingsui, who just stood at the door before they could react. When Sheng was very calm. He was tired of running with Shen Xingchen for a long time. He was a little relieved that it was none other than his roommate Jian Xingsui. He patted Jian Xingsui on the shoulder and said, "Remember to treat us to the hot pot together." Jian Xingsui nodded, sure. Shen Xingchen was actually shouting, but he was relieved to see that Jian Xingsui was fine. Just as he was about to get up and leave, another group of people's footsteps was heard from outside the room not far away, accompanied by shallow chatting voices. "Is it this way?" The people in the room kept silent, waiting for the people outside to come in. Li Zan and a group of people from the red team rushed in. The nearest Jian Xingsui was in the most dangerous place. He was about to be caught in front of everyone, but before he could do anything, Shen Xingchen picked up the gun and squeaked, "Ha ha ha ha, suffer to death, you guys." Li Zun only heard that the masked man was here, but he didn't expect that the crazy arrogant bastard Shen Xingchen was also here. Fuck. Li Zun got wet from the spray and he jumped. "Shen Xingchen, what's wrong with you? We are in the same group, okay?" Shen Xingchen threw the gun away, came over and held Li Zun and said, "Who cares if we are in the same group? You dare to eliminate my little brother. What a beautiful thought. Hurry up and tear him apart." Jian Xing squatted down and tore off Li Zun. Li Zun shouted, "I will report you, Shen Xingchen. You DSJ who's you betrayed your buddies from the same group." "Oicho, how come it happened me? I'm sorry." Shen Xingchen seemed so proud. "I've been eliminated. I'm not from your group anymore, ha ha ha." Li Zun, he was speechless on the spot. The audience in the live broadcast room also died of laughter. He's still proud, a little touched. Xingchen blames the traitor on the surface and still protects his younger brother when he is in danger. He always said that he would tear up Jian Xingsui's brand name, but he didn't tear it up even after getting the chance several times. The best Shen Xingchen in the world. If Li Zun hadn't had a cameraman shooting there, he would have almost vomited on Shen Xingchen's asshole face. When he saw Fu Jingxiao standing next to him out of the corner of his eyes, he choked up again. Why were there so many crouching dragons and phoenixes in this small room? He just met Ms. Tuya, and Ms. Tuya told him that Brother Fu was assigned by the program team to be from the red team, so why was he standing there and looking like he didn't belong to the red team at all? Soon, the program team ordered the eliminated contestants to quickly leave the venue. Jian Xingsui said to Shen Xingchen, "Let's go first, it should be over soon. Let's eat the hot pot rewarded at night." Shen Xingchen threatened him, "I have to eat something I like." Jian Xingsui was helpless. Yes. HMPH, I still like hot pot, little traitor." Jian Xingsui said, "You call me a little traitor, then why did you still help me to suppress Li Zun?" Shen Xingchen was stunned. In fact, he really hadn't reacted very much at that time. Just seeing that Jian Xingsui was in danger, he subconsciously rushed. Although he knew that he was not in the same group, subconsciously, he felt that he and Jian Xingsui had always been together. This was his younger brother, no matter what group they were from. The grandfather snorted softly. "It was simply because I don't like that kid Li Zun. He was never afraid of the camera. Audiences were also used to it. Ha, this is the 10,086th person he dislikes. I love you so much. Although I'm a fan of Suin, I still want to laugh." After this group of people was eliminated, the number of people who remained in the program group gradually decreased. Jian Xingsui turned to look at Fu Jingxiao and looked at the brand names in his own hand, and said with emotion, like a big landlord, "I never thought I would be so much rich one day." Fu Jingxiao chuckled lightly, and the two walked outside. After the battle just now, Jian Xingsui had completely trusted Fu Jingxiao, but there was a question he couldn't understand. "Brother, you could have torn their brand names by yourself, so why did you tell me to do that?" Fu Jingxiao said, and said lightly, "Don't you want to eat hot pot? The more you tear, the more hot pot you will get to eat." Jian Xingsui was stunned. Looking at Fu Jingxiao at a loss, his heart felt like a warm water was flowing all of a sudden. He didn't even know how to organize his language. "Then what about you?" Fu Jingxiao hooked his lips. "It's the same whether I get it or not." Having said that, Jian Xingsui was still very moved. He knew that if Fu Jingxiao wanted, he could just have not participated in this game originally. Maybe he just wanted to play to have some fun, but it had nothing to do with him. Maybe it was for some other reason, but no matter what, it was Fu Jingxiao who helped him. Because of him, he was able to stand here, instead of being chased by others in embarrassment. The man walked in front of him. His slender and tall body was like a solid harbor, which seemed very reassuring, as if there would be no danger if he was there. For a moment, Jian Xingsui even wanted time to stop at this moment. There are very few happy moments in his life, and once he tastes a little sweetness, he is afraid that this is the last time. Just thinking about it, suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Xing Sui." Jian Xingsui's body froze. He stopped and turned around in disbelief and faced in Ran's face. His appearance was like a basin of cold water poured from the beginning to the end, and the bubbles that made his original happiness and fantasy were shattered. And Ran smiled slightly and said, "What a coincidence." Fu Jingxiao was not wearing a mask. He leaned against the wall, raised his eyelids lazily and glanced at him, but did not speak. Jian Xingsui knew that they were in the same group and said, "It's a coincidence. Why are you here?" "I was hiding by myself and then I got separated from my teammates." And Rand stuck out his tongue in annoyance. He looked very cute. His big watery eyes fell on Fu Jingxiao as if he had just seen the film Emperor and bowed excitedly. "Hello, brother Fu." Fu Jingxiao hummed lightly, and Rand looked at the two calmly, guessing that it was probably a team relationship. He was a very smart person. He knew how many viewers he could get by simply forming a team with the film Emperor Fu. No matter whether he wins or loses, he can earn a lot of shots in front of the audience. It was a win-win situation. If he performed well, he might even be able to get a wave of goodwill in front of the actor. Thinking of this, and Rand smiled and said, "It's a coincidence that we are all from the blue team, so can I join you?" Jian Xingsui was obviously taken aback when he heard the words. He wasn't willing. He didn't want to. He finally got to spend a short time with Fu Jingxiao. This might also be one of the few opportunities. There may not be a few times like this in the future in his life. It turns out that happiness was really short-lived. And Rand said with embarrassment, because I am alone now, there seem to be a lot of people from the red team around here. It should be safer and better if we have more people in our team, and I have also exchanged a lot of materials. Jian Xingsui was feeling very bitter and didn't care about it at all. However, an elegant and calm male voice sounded from behind. Okay, it was Fu Jingxiao's voice. Jian Xingsui's body froze and his heart slowly sank. And Rand smiled, and before he could speak, Fu Jingxiao stepped forward but put the mask in Rand's hand. Since you want to join us, put on this mask. And Rand was taken aback. The film Emperor's handsome face had his usual light smile. At this moment, the amorous Phoenix's eyes were squinting, but he was like a dangerous old fox and his voice was warm. This is the symbol of our team. Everyone who joins the team must wear it, which means they officially join us. And Rand suddenly realized, is that so? Jian Xingsui looked at Fu Jingxiao's serious nonsense in shock. Fu Jingxiao nodded lightly, of course. The audience in the live room was already laughing crazy. Ha 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 ha, what a trick to bring disaster to this and Ran. And Ran, you still have time to run. Rule number 2336, never expect Brother Fu to be a normal person. Nice job. If someone else did this, they might be criticized by the viewers. After all, the viewers weren't fools despite the contestants acting all buddy-buddy with each other. They were all still competing by the end of the day. But if this matter was done by Fu Jingxiao, they would only laugh it off. According to logic, it was Anren one who took the initiative in joining Fu Jingxiao's team, so it was his fault if he was duped in the end. Besides, the viewers already knew actor Fu's temperament for many years now. They were used to this. He's the black-bellied type, so of course he would do something like this. Anren, who still didn't know much about the actual situation, took the mask and asked hesitantly, then why don't you two wear it, us? Well, this might be the logo of our team, but since you are the rookie amongst us three, it will naturally be passed for you to wear, Fu Jingxiao lied through his teeth. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong with his words, but Anren's gut feelings told him otherwise. Fu Jingxiao's smile faded. He was very accurate in grasping people's hearts, so he spoke as if he wanted to take his offer back. If you don't want to, forget it. Seeing that the mask was about to be taken back, Anren snatched it back immediately and quickly put it on like a treasure. He slapped his own face and then he quickly explained himself, as he was afraid that Fu Jingxiao might misunderstand. No, I want to join you. Fu Jingxiao smiled. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy. You are still too naive, my child. It's wrong to add insult to injury, but I can't help but want to laugh. Fu Ji, you truly are a ruthless man. Jian Xingsui was still in shock, and his dazed little expression became one of the jokes. The audience quickly christened his expression into a reaction meme. Before this, everyone had given him the nickname of 20,000 Yuan Brother. Their impression of him was that he was a very naive boy. After this battle royale, many viewers found that most of the contestants are actually smarter than they usually appear. In contrast, this simple kid suddenly looked very attractive, especially when he was following behind the shrewd actor Fu. It was as if the big-tailed wolf suddenly gained a little white rabbit as a loyal follower. The contrast between the two was very appealing. Fu Jingxiao turned around and patted Jian Xingsui. Let's go. Jian Xingsui nodded quickly, okay. After this ragtag team walked forward a bit, they heard a distant voice from the radio upstairs. There are 10 minutes left until the end of the game. The remaining players are 30 in total, 19 on the red side and 11 on the blue side. The current score of the red camp is 43 points. The blue camp's score is 54 points. We are about to close the passages on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. We kindly ask for all players to please move to the first floor's lobby as soon as possible. It was almost like shrinking the poison circle too. It is impossible for the contestants to hide. It forced those who hid in the dark to come out. The dawn of the final battle came closer and closer. Anren asked, why do we only have so few people left? Jian Xingsui looked around and said, the red camp's firepower is quite fierce. But our score is quite high. Who has all those torn-off name tags then? Anren pretended to ask casually, but he actually kept looking at the two people beside him. Jian Xingsui hesitated for a moment, considering whether to answer or not. Fu Jingxiao, however, glanced at Anren lightly and said in a slow tone, it's not with you anyway. It was the truth, but it felt slanderous somehow. Anren's parlor was now gloomier, but he didn't dare to talk back to Fu Jingxiao. Of course, he also guessed that this should be a sensitive issue, so he simply stopped asking. He came here for a team-up because he wanted to get screen time together with Fu Jingxiao. What he didn't expect, however, was that instead of having a wonderful start, he got the beginning of a nightmare instead. All three of them went down to the 2nd floor, but they bumped into people from the enemy, the red camp. The members of the red camp were taken aback for a moment, and the person leading the team was Zhou Zun. He was holding a water gun. When he saw the 3 blue camp members approaching from the opposite side of the room, he immediately picked up the gun vigilantly and made a defensive posture. The person behind him said, "It's the masked man. Joe G, it's him." Joe Zun also noticed it, and he said angrily, "We finally found him. It's him who eliminated many people from our camp." The younger man behind him said, "Joe G, the points on the blue camp side are so high, and most of them are held by the masked man. It seemed to be attached to his cell phone. Should we?" Joe Zun spat, "Of course I know, but you didn't see the masked man's phone. And that's Fuji beside him. No one dared to tear Fujingseo's name tag. So having him was enough of a deterrent. By just standing there menacingly, he could emit a pressure that scared people. The younger man encouraged him and said, "Then we don't tear Fuji's name tag. We just need to deal with the masked man. We couldn't let that masked man escape." Joe Zun thought so too, so he nodded. This time, he was unlucky to not be in the same team as Anrin. As they were technically enemies in this game, Joe Zun was always worried he would meet his sweetheart and had no choice but to fight him. But if he didn't perform well because he was soft to Anrin, he would lose his face. But it seemed that his luck was coming around. He met the infamous masked man here. So long he succeeded in taking off the masked man's name tag, won't all of his problems be solved in one fell swoop? The only caveat was that Fuji is here, and it's a 2v3 in his team's disadvantage. "Hey, you are here too." Just as he was thinking, a voice came from the nearby upstairs. "I'm also from the red camp. What a coincidence." His backup was here. Joe Zun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, pointed to the person in front and said, "Over there. The masked man is over there." Without too many words, the red camp backup members had serious expressions when they heard the word masked man. Where is he? The masked man was notoriously good. More or less, someone's friend or teammate has been eliminated by him. Now they have a number advantage over him. Such a big piece of fatty meat, who wouldn't want to grab his points for themselves? The two sides looked at each other, and both saw calculations in each other's eyes. Joe Zun was afraid that the other party would strike first, so he didn't have time to think carefully. He gave an order to the teammates behind him, "Don't let them run away, hurry up." With that command, everyone rushed forward. Nobody would want to come out as the loser. At the other end of the corridor, Anrin stared dumbfounded at the rushing red camp, weak and helpless. Fujingseo, who was in front of him, had already prepared. He turned around and gave a command to the 2 people behind him, "Run." This time, Joe Zun was going to go all out. The goal was very clear, which was to defeat the masked man. Anrin also wanted to run along with him. Unexpectedly, Joe Zun rushed over like crazy, holding a water gun and spraying at the 3 of his enemies. He tried to aim at the biggest piece of meat and ignored the other 2. Anrin still tried to resist. Joe Zun said harshly, "I see where you are going this time." The overwhelming water poured down and there was no way to retreat. Before Anrin could open the door of the cafeteria, he wanted Shen Xingchen, who was also holding a water gun, to make trouble for Jian Xingsui. But alas, he never expected that the person who would finally enjoy this kind of treatment was actually himself. And on top of that, he was shot by his good friend, Anrin. As the red camp members rushed up and tore off his name tag, Joe Zun was stunned after he took a good look at the masked man's identity. He raised his head hesitantly, his voice wavering. "Ranrin." It was actually Anrin who was splashed wet like a drowned rat. Miserably, he took off the mask, wanting to cry, but no tears came. How could he still have the beauty of a fairy boy now? His hair was messed up and his makeup was smudged. He looked uglier than usual, just like another nameless character nobody would care about. In contrast to Anrin's misery, the audience in the live broadcast room was very happy with the current turn of events. This is too tragic. It's really difficult for our angelic Ranrin. Is it just me, or now I think he's not particularly good looking? Think carefully about the many things that happened this time. After the contestant was drenched in water, he would lose his hairstyle. And that's an easy point to dock from their current good looks. Though there's an exception to this rule, of course. The audience was talking about Jian Xingsui. Because of the strong contrast of Anrin's appearance, many viewers suddenly became inspired. They put a college of comparison between the before and after a contestant was drenched. Not so surprisingly, they found out that the person with the most consistent good look was their 20,000 yuan brother. That's right, it's him, who is currently sporting a buzz-cut hairstyle. No matter if he's wet or not, his hair wouldn't change. That's right, it's him, who casually wiped off his drenched face, not caring if he would smudge his makeup. Because he's not wearing any, he has no such worry. Combining those two facts made this young man stand out from the crowd. The audience also sighed with emotion. Sure enough, the buzz-cut hairstyle is the true test of appearance. Idols nowadays are hard carried by their trendy hairstyles. Actually, if you look closely, I think he is very good looking. At first I didn't think he was very handsome, but now I think he's very attractive now. His facial features are very three-dimensional. This is the kind that a cute girl would fight wars over. Anrin never thought that, when he came here to get extra screen time, he would instead become a foil to Jian Xingsui because of their differences in hairstyle and makeup. Not only did he end up making a wedding dress 3 for Jian Xingsui, by mistake nobody felt sorry for him, and he can't even sell his misery for the audience's pity points. On the other side, Jian Xingsui, who ran out of the crowd all the way to the hall, felt his legs go limp. He had never been so excited in his life. Fu Jingxiao, who was beside him, glanced sideways at him. Is this not enough? Huh? Jian Xingsui looked up and found that the movie Emperor 4 next to him had obviously run the same distance, but he was neither flushing red nor panting. Curiosity took over, so he asked, Ji, are you so physically strong? Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows when he heard the words and commented mercilessly, it's because you lack exercise. Jian Xingsui murmured softly, I have been exercising for a while, but I still feel dizzy. Exercising requires long-term persistence. Fu Jingxiao guided the child's wrong thoughts, but he spoke not in a criticizing tone, rather it was in an impartial one. I have strengthened my physical fitness for a long time. Coupled that with my work in many films, it was no wonder I would be stronger than you. A good physical condition is also a kind of professionalism in my line of work. Jian Xingsui inwardly complained in his thoughts, just what level do you consider hard-working? You injured your throat because you sang too much, you skipped many meals until your stomach needed extra care, and you have a lot of old injuries because of filming accidents. Don't you feel a little bit of shame telling your junior to take care of his body? He secretly slandered the older man from the bottom of his heart, so his facial expression was a little out of control. Fu Jingxiao squinted his eyes and easily noticed this, so he used this opportunity to tease the youth. Are you secretly saying bad things about me in your heart? Jian Xingsui was shocked. He looked at Fu Jingxiao in disbelief. Does this man have mind-reading skills? Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows and his tone became a little threatening. Hey, I was really right then. Jian Xingsui wanted to quibble, but looking at Fu Jingxiao's dark eyes, he suddenly remembered that the actor said he hated liars the most. So he obediently begged for mercy. I was wrong. I don't dare to do it again. I will definitely exercise hard. His little cowardly appearance was actually cute, Fu Jingxiao mused. Fu Jingxiao couldn't hold back his muffled laughter. It was the kind of joy that resonated in his chest, different from the public relations style polite laugh he usually used. He was really amused by the youth in front of him. The audience in the live broadcast room also laughed. These two people are inexplicably so cute. I don't know why, but I feel they're quite sweet. Lol. I didn't have this feeling when I saw his CP with Anren. The corners of my mouth couldn't stop rising up when I saw them talking to each other. Fuji really likes to bully people. As the audience was discussing things, the radio suddenly broadcast an announcement. The time is up, this game is officially over. The red camp's final score is 51 points and the blue camp's final score is 57 points. The winner is blue camp. The staff will calculate the winner's name tags, so please gather in the square. The broadcast ended, heralding the noisy burst of cheers from the blue camp's members. They won from a headwind position. Their joy was making them a little bit too wild. Jian Xingsui was also very happy when he heard the broadcast. He raised his head and smiled at Fu Jingxiao with sparkling eyes. I didn't expect to win. Yes, Fu Jingxiao nodded, tore off his name tag and said in a low voice, we won. Jian Xingsui paused. He mused about what Fu Jingxiao meant by we. It turned out that one day, and there was such a lucky day, he was considered in Fu Jingxiao's definition of us, not him nor you. Us together, this might just be a casual sentence from the actor, but Jian Xingsui's ears are extremely hot. He was like a sponge that has dried up for a long time, carefully absorbing all the available invisible warmth, carefully cherishing every scrap he could find. Fu Jingxiao handed him the name tag and said, why are you so dazed? Go and hand in the name tag to the staff. Jian Xingsui quickly took it over and replied, okay. After reacting, he realized that these were 2 name tags. After hesitating for a while, he said, gee, I'll just hand in this one. Or do you want me to hand in your name tag too? Fu Jingxiao nodded. It can also be counted as points. The words Fu Jingxiao were written in black, regular script. It looked plain if not for the words printed on it. Jian Xingsui squeezed it a little bit harder in his hand and hesitated for a moment. Fu Jingxiao urged, hurry up, if you hand it a little later, you won't get into any screen time. Okay. He ran to the scoring staff with small steps and handed over the name tag. The staff took a look and said, this is no good, Fuji's name tag was not torn by you, so it cannot be counted as your score. Jian Xingsui was not sad, it's okay. Just as the staff threw the sign into the box aside, Jian Xingsui suddenly said, hey, since there is no scoring, can you give me this name tag? The staff looked at him in surprise. Jian Xingsui was also a little embarrassed at his sudden query. It doesn't count anyway, right? Although the staff felt a little strange in their hearts, in the end, it really didn't matter. So they nodded in agreement, okay, you can take it. Jian Xingsui hurriedly took Fu Jingxiao's name tag from the box. It seemed that the name tag still had some warmth, and he put it in his pocket like a treasure. Everything he experienced recently was as happy as a dream. He was very afraid that if one day he woke up from this pleasant dream, he wouldn't know what to do. After tasting a bit of sweetness, he no longer could live in bitterness. But every good thing has an expiration date. He could be so lucky in his life. In the end, he thought that this was enough. Even if he was to be eliminated from the show, with this memento, he could recall those sweet memories to give him extra strength to continue forward. The previous translator used and ran, but since his full name is Jayan Anran, I chose to translate it this way so as to not make it seem like N is his surname. Like in PUBG, the safe zone is steadily shrinking, and the area outside of the safe zone will decrease your HP continuously. Trying to make a trouble for someone, but ending up giving them benefits instead. Award-winning actor, another synonym would be Film King. Just as Jian Xingsui was about to leave, the staff stopped him. He stopped in his tracks and saw the staff hand him a sealed card and said, "Take it, but don't open it yet." When the envelope marked Xingsui fell into his hand, Jian Xingsui actually had a premonition. The content of this envelope should be this stage's contestants' ranking. After leaving here, someone shouted outside, "Jian Xingsui, come here." Under the evening sun, his roommates stood in a row, and the leader, Shen Xingchen, waved at him with a bouncy, joyous feel. Shen Xingchen was impatient. "Why are you in a daze? Hurry up." Jian Xingsui hurried his steps. At first, he walked quickly, but when he got closer, he changed to a small step for some reason and finally rushed to his roommate's side. "Why are you moving so slowly?" Shen Xingchen muttered, "You aren't happy to see us. Don't want to come back." Jian Xingsui shook his head lightly. "No. Not that," Shen Xingchen snorted softly. "That's about the same." When Sheng next to him also smiled and said, "We are lucky tonight. You must be the number one, so you'll get a hot pot for dinner. Since we are in the same room as Sui Sui, we can have a taste, can't we?" So happy Ningzi also nodded. "We are blessed." Jian Xingsui listened to their cheerful words. His heart felt really warm. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "It is also my blessing to know all of you." The surrounding voices were too noisy for everyone to hear clearly. But Jian Xingsui didn't care, because he already understood that the really important feelings don't need to be emphasized loudly, as long as they are well treasured in his heart. This was enough. For the dinner celebration, the program group suddenly grew a conscience, and they arranged a big buffet in the cafeteria for everyone to enjoy. Because the blue camp was the winner, they were especially rewarded. They got extra rich self-service hot pot ingredients. Seeing this, the red camp's members became very envious. As one of the leaders of the red team, Shen Xingchen had penetrated into the enemy's inner rank. He casually sat next to Jian Xingsui and began to eat unceremoniously. Seeing their leader's shameless behavior, other members of the red camp soon followed suit. At the beginning, the members of the blue team would pretend to fight and not let them eat, but later they really couldn't care much, and instead enjoy the jolly atmosphere of everyone happily eating the delicious, steaming hot pot. The previous grievances between the two camps also dissipated. Boys were sometimes good at this. There was no such thing as an overnight feud when food was involved. However, when eating, most of the people's thoughts were still preoccupied with the mysterious envelope. Naturally, a large number of people gathered to discuss who would be eliminated. When will the envelope be opened? I'm too worried to eat, I'm really curious. However, there were some people who really just focused on eating and didn't give a single thought about the envelope. Shen Xingchen saw that Wen Sheng and Ningzi looked a little too serious. As the self-proclaimed leader of their room, he spoke to them. "Do you know why the show crew arranged this dinner before the ranking announcement?" They just wanted everyone to be together, to enjoy the dinner without so much sadness about some of the contestants parting or something. So let's have a happy dinner together, yeah. You think too much, let us not waste any good intentions of the show's crew. Sometimes this fool's babble actually hit the mark. After thinking about it, Wen Sheng and Ningzi agreed, so they pushed aside their worries and tried to enjoy the dinner as is. Besides, the food was actually delicious. They could very well indulge in it for a moment. Just at this time, the cafeteria's door was pushed open. It was the instructors who came in. Seeing that the instructors were here, someone hurriedly greeted in excitement, "Teacher, come and let's have dinner together." Teacher Tuya was an easygoing lady. She had always been very popular among the trainees. She greeted them back warmly. Her expression was open and welcoming. "Wow, this smells so good. Teachers, have you eaten yet?" "Teacher, come here to eat." The trainees were very enthusiastic, greeting the instructors one after another. Fu Jingxiao came down after changing his clothes. He wore a loose and casual sportswear. Except for the tailored suit he wore when he first appeared on the stage, he always wore such loose clothing in order not to steal the trainees' limelight. Actor Fu tried to tone down his attractiveness with plain, ill-fitting clothes, but he was good-looking with a nice physique, so even in such clothing, he was already quite attention-grabbing. Amidst the trainees' lively greeting, Jian Xingsui was a bit silent. He was hesitant to greet Fu Jingxiao at first, but then, from the corner of his eyes, he saw Anran move an empty chair to his side, clearly wanting to ask the actor to sit next to him. It seemed that Anran was about to greet Fu Jingxiao, and that was enough to vaporize his previous hesitation. He He suddenly remembered Fu Jingxiao's own words that blind patience and cowardice will never make the enemy back down. A little glimmer of courage grew from the bottom of his heart. Many people greeted Fu Jingxiao. Anren also raised his hand. Fuji, however, he was blocked by a crisp voice that came from the opposite side. Jian Xingsui bravely called out, "Fuji, there is a space here." Actually, the voice wasn't loud. Compared to other trainees' greetings, it could be considered a quiet voice. But to Fu Jingxiao, the voice was clear as day. The actor was still smiling and refusing to greet other students, so turned his face to Jian Xingsui. He sat down beside the youth without any hesitation. Jian Xingsui didn't expect to succeed. He looked at the man beside him with a foolish, dumbfounded look. Fu Jingxiao should have washed up. He could pick up a faint fragrance on the actor's body. He couldn't actually tell what kind of scent it was, but it smells better than any other perfume he knew. It smells perfectly fitting to Fu Jingxiao, attractive and distinctly mature. Fu Jingxiao glanced at him with the corner of his eyes and teased the youth softly. "You still have the conscience to greet me politely. It seems like my grace hasn't been forgotten." Jian Xingsui came back to his senses and quickly said, "I haven't forgotten. What are you being too modest for? You were quite brave when tearing off other contestants' name tags, weren't you?" Fu Jingxiao continued his teasing. "We are comrades in arms, comrade Little Jian." This nickname was chosen casually to tease the youth, but it somehow sounded very intimate. Jian Xingsui listened to it and felt his ears burn. In order to cover up his excitement, he also helped the film emperor adjust his dipping sauce. He was very good at mixing an appetizing sauce. After mixing a bowl, Jian Xingsui handed it to Fu Jingxiao. "Here you are." Shen Xingchen took a quick look and said, "Why didn't you put coriander? This thing is delicious." Jian Xingsui, still holding the bowl, suddenly looked like he was guilty. His eyes were squinting and he said hurriedly, I forgot." Fu Jingxiao took the seasoning bowl, raised his eyelids and looked at the people around him. His dark eyes seemed to be able to read people's hearts. Putting down the bowl, he commented, "It's okay, I don't like to eat coriander." Jian Xingsui smiled and said, "Well, that's great, luckily I didn't put it." His acting skills were really bad. Fu Jingxiao immediately knew Jian Xingsui's little lie. He was secretly pleased about it, though. At the end of the meal, some trainees probably expected that they were going to be eliminated, so they suppressed their sadness as much as they could. Because they were full of good food and wine, they lost a lot of their self-restraint and became bolder in front of the camera. Some trainees even dared to go to instructor Tuya and said with a cheeky tone, "Tuya Jai, if I'm eliminated tonight, can I ask for your autograph?" Tuya had a very good personality, so she easily agreed, of course. Some people who have a better relationship with their instructor even boldly said, "Tuya Jai, can I get your WeChat contact?" Tuya smiled, "No problem." After those people who set a precedent, other trainees gradually became bolder. Many people looked at Fu Jingxiao intentionally or unintentionally. Their hearts had the same thoughts. If they somehow, by some miracle, could add Fu Jingxiao's WeChat contact, their journey in this show wouldn't be in vain. Even if they get eliminated tonight, having Fu Jingxiao as a WeChat friend was something to be bragged about in front of other colleagues and family members. But due to the majesty of King Fu, no one dared to really come up and ask. Under so many longing gazes, Fu Jingxiao put down his chopsticks, sighed softly, raised his head and said, "You can add my contact." Although no one dared to speak, many people immediately started cheering as soon as actor Fu's words came out. Mobile phones were not allowed here, so someone came over with a small notebook and wanted to write it down by hand. With that, a group of people gathered around and added their contact information in a lively manner. Jian Xingsui also wanted to join but couldn't make it. He envied those who were brave enough to come. But sadly, he could only watch helplessly, just like he had done many times before. He always could only look at the center of the crowd from a distance, watching the glow of the protagonist, the person who was destined to shine. In contrast, he was just an ordinary passerby, just another cannon fodder who would never get a moment in the spotlight. If he was good enough, if he was brave enough maybe, he could also go up and ask for Fu Jingxiao's contact information. Jian Xingsui curled up subconsciously. As he was feeling anxious in every possible way, a voice came from beside him, "Why are you in a daze here?" He came back to his senses and saw Shen Xingchen's face. Shen Xingchen kicked him lightly. "Go if you want." Jian Xingsui stood up from such a kick, stuttering. "No, are you a repeating machine?" Shen Xingchen snorted lightly, then pushed the younger man lightly. "I can see what you actually want. Just hurry up, I think you'll succeed in getting his contact." Pushed like this, Jian Xingsui fumbled into taking a few steps forward and stood beside the crowd with a lost look. His heartbeat had never been so fast, he was so nervous. It was beyond any comprehensible words. However, at this moment, Fu Jingxiao and the crowd seemed to have noticed him and looked in his direction. Jian Xingsui opened his mouth but forgot to move and stood there in a daze. Fu Jingxiao looked at him for a while. There was a hint of fond smile in his eyes. He freed himself from the crowd and unhesitantly walked towards Jian Xingsui's direction. After he reached his destination, he teased the youth, with a deep, alluring voice that bewitched his soul, looking for me. Jian Xingsui's heart raised to his throat, but he still nodded lightly. He mustered up every bit of courage he had and said nervously, I want to ask for your, well, what a coincidence. I also have something to ask you. Fu Jingxiao's voice was slow, and he asked very politely, can I have your WeChat contact, comrade Little Jian? What? For Jian Xingxui, today was truly magical. Somehow, someway, actor Fu actually asked to add his WeChat contact. Furthermore, it was the said actor who took the initiative. Was he dreaming right now? It must be right. When he returned to his seat, Shen Xingchen sneered in annoyance. Why are you acting as if you never added someone's WeChat in your life before? Jian Xingxui glared at him angrily in response. Shen Xingchen finally calmed down a bit and leaned closer and said, I'll tell you a secret. Jian Xingxui said, what secret? If Fuji added you, then maybe this contact isn't like the one he gave to others. Shen Xingchen quietly lowered his voice, as if he's telling a big secret. You know, some kind of work-only number, business contact. It's usually managed by his assistants and other staff, and he basically almost never reads through all the messages. Though more likely, he doesn't have the time to read all of it, he's very busy. Why would he do that, when his assistant can manage it perfectly anyways? Jian Xingsui's heart suddenly beat uncontrollably. A hint of hesitant colored his voice. Then what do you mean? If he added you, it should be his private number. Shen Xingchen said in a wise tone, in absolute contrast to his messy, spiky hair. You are special to him, understand that. Hearing that, Jian Xingxui smiled subconsciously, really. Shen Xingchen nodded. When have I lied to you? The hot pot was boiling, but no matter how hot it was not as hot as Jian Xingsui's heart. He felt that today might be the best day of his life. No matter how shitty his future ranking might be, it won't spoil his good mood. A mechanical female voice came from outside. All trainees, please go to the hall on the first floor to gather after the meal. This voice was as terrifying as the King of Hell's summoning order. Everyone looked at each other, and they all saw the same determination in each other's eyes. Some people took the lead to get up. With the current oppressive atmosphere, no one could eat anymore. Instead, they all went down to the lobby on the first floor. There were 56 seats placed on the opposite side of the lobby. The trainees were still standing nervously, as there were 108 of them. The meaning was obvious: half of them would be directly eliminated during this round. The instructors stood in the middle and watched all the trainees stand up one by one. Fu Jingxiao picked up the microphone and spoke in a gentle tone. Is all the trainees of Starlight currently present? Everyone raised their voices. All here. The voices resounded in unison throughout the gymnasium. Everyone came here with a dream and vigorous spirit. It might be the end for some of them, but they still put a brave face in front of the camera. They hoped the audiences would witness their fiery youth and brilliance. Fu Jingxiao glanced at everyone and whispered, now from left to right, start counting and introduce your name. This was also the last chance for all of the trainees to introduce their existence in front of the big screen. It was akin to a glorious last spark of a dying star, leaving your youthful mark on the show, hoping the glitter would be remembered in the hearts of many. The first trainee all the way on the left side started shouting, Starlight trainee Zhang Zhen reporting for assembly. Starlight trainee Jai Baikyuan reporting for assembly. Starlight trainee Zhou Zun reporting for assembly. It was also at this moment that many audiences gradually realized that under the camera there were many unfamiliar faces, those who weren't given much screen time, yet they were still contestants who bet their future in the show. The audience might never see them again, as it was already time for a final farewell. After everyone reported their names, many people felt very happy after shouting their names loudly on the top of their lungs. It's as if they shouted away their anxieties alongside it. Instructor Tuya took the microphone and said with a smile, now according to the order of your elimination in the previous game, please open the envelope in your hand. Please read your ranking aloud. Finally, this moment came. For Jian Xingxui, he could feel that his roommate, Wen Sheng, was trembling beside him. Since the start of the show, this person has always been very good-natured and humorous. In front of the camera, he always had a witty quip with a happy demeanor, but in private, he was actually mostly a silent man, and it's clear that his clown-like persona was, well, a persona. The first person to open the envelope came to the spotlight. He looked at his ranking for a moment, then he smiled a bright, joyful smile. He showed the content to everyone, while reading the words written there. Jiafei, your ranking in this stage is the 47th. Congratulations on entering the second stage. The other cheered for him. His happiness was infectious. Jiafei also hugged the others in a tight hug, although everyone actually knew that the ranking 4656 was actually on the bottom 10. That level of popularity was actually tepid, and their actual chance of debuting was slim to none. But currently, none of that matters, so long they could move up to another stage. Tuya smiled and said, congratulations, please go to your ranking seat. Jiafei ran to his own place. His happy smile made many people feel envious. Soon, most of the people shouted. Tuya looked at the list and read the name of the next trainee, Shen Xingchen. Shen Xingchen, who was standing next to his friend, nodded and opened his envelope. He was very confident. In fact, his popularity was also very high. There was nothing to worry about. Everyone guessed that he should be in the top 6 in the debut position. After Shen Xingchen opened it, seeing the name, his expression was solemn at first, and then he curled his lips into a smile. He was born with a ruffian air, coupled with his spiky hairstyle's unruly feeling, made him stand out among all the boys. His bad boy appearance was a sharp weapon to attract little girls, so he played into that type as he spoke. Shen Xingchen, your ranking in this stage is the second. Congratulations on entering the second stage. Jian Xingxui looked at Shen Xingchen, and Shen Xingchen patted the younger man's shoulders in return while saying, "This young master is waiting for you over there. You must accompany me, okay?" He was always so domineering. Perhaps under this dominance there was a hint of gentleness and care. Wen Sheng was the most nervous one among them, and Tuya read his name next. Wen Sheng, please open the envelope and read out your rank. Finally, at this moment, Wen Sheng opened his envelope and read it. After seeing the content, he covered his lips to control his emotions, but tears still fell on the paper. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down his shaky voice, and read, "Wen Sheng, your final ranking in this stage is the 57th. Unfortunately, you will stop here." There was a moment of silence at the scene. There was nothing more depressing than almost making it. It was a hairbreadth away from succeeding. He was 57th, while the cutoff was 56. When Sheng was depressed, he couldn't stop his tears and couldn't even hold the envelope with his shaky hands. Jian Xingxui, who was next to him, couldn't bear looking at him and patted him. Sheng, don't be sad, yo." When Sheng hugged Jian Xingxui tight, using him as an outlet of his bubbling emotions. His tears fell on Jian Xingsui's shoulder, wetting it with hot drops and choking sobs. Despite that, Jian Xingxui didn't dislike it, even wiped the tears on his cheeks for him, and said in a soft, soothing tone, "Don't cry, your makeup will be messed up. You don't want the viewers to see it, right?" What left unsaid was, "This may be the last, let's not leave a bad impression on everyone." Ningzi also came over and patted Wen Sheng. He's not good with his words, so he couldn't find the perfect words to comfort him, but he believed that his action was understandable enough. Before Wen Sheng walked to the elimination area next to him, he gently gave his roommates another hug and said, "You two must stay and go on to the next stage for me." Jian Xingxui felt a little sad for some reason. The audience was also a little sad out of sympathy, but they got an emotional whiplash when the camera turned to Jian Xingxui. Can 20,000 yuan brother succeed in getting his 20,000 yuan this time? It's paid. It's paid. Ha ha ha, he looks sad on the surface, but he's probably smiling inside. Pretending to be sad, more and more people read out their rankings, and the situation started to get worse. So far, all the people between the ranking 56-46 have finished reading, and almost all the people between the ranking 46-16 have been filled out. Even Ningzi has entered his ranking position. Because Jian Xingxui was among the last to be eliminated in the Battle Royale game, his turn hadn't come up yet. There were not many positions left for him now, so at this point, he was either on the top spot or eliminated. The audience also gradually restrained their smiles from the initial teasing. It's true. Is 20,000 yuan brother going to be eliminated? Please not, I want to see him continue to be silly on the show. I'm not the type to be overly emotional in this kind of scene, but even I think it's a bit too sudden. Jian Xingxui himself was having a hard time. But what he didn't expect was that Shen Xingchen, who was waiting in the auditorium not far away, looked as if he was going through a worse situation. From the beginning, Shen Xingchen, who always liked to laugh, sat on the chair without saying a word. Among the 4 members of their dormitory, currently 2 members were promoted, 1 was eliminated, and last one was in a precarious position. Shen Xingchen never hid his emotions. His anxiety was written on the center of his brows. He might look like an uncaring person, but in truth, he was a very emotional person. Even the audience started to get anxious. Can you hurry up? 20,000 yuan brother is not really leaving. Just when everyone was getting nervous, Fu Jingxiao took the microphone and he said, "Is there anyone who hasn't opened the envelope yet? Please raise your hand." The contestants timidly raised their hands. There were Anren, Jian Xingxui, Li Zun, Wei Jin, and a couple of others who hadn't been called. Fu Jingxiao said, "Okay, Li Zun, you come first." Li Zun had always been a relatively popular contestant. At first, he opened the envelope hesitantly, but not long after, he smiled confidently, letting everyone see the envelope while he read it out loud. "Congratulations, Li Zun, you have won first place in this stage and successfully entered the second stage." The audience was in an uproar. Many players stood up to congratulate him. The atmosphere was very lively. If Li Zun was the first place and Shen Xingchen was the second place, then Anren must be in third place. Many people think so, and according to the popularity ranking, it should be like this. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyelids and glanced at Anren lightly, and said, "Anren, it's your turn." Anren was called on, and he took a deep breath and walked forward. He was smiling when he opened his envelope, but when he saw the words written there, his smile was a little dull. Many contestants didn't understand what it meant, but their confusion was cleared when Anran read it loudly. Giant Anran, your ranking in this stage is the 4th. Congratulations on entering the 2nd stage. What? 4th place, not only Anran himself, but even many contestants were stunned. Since the recording of the show, everyone knew of Anran's staggering popularity. How could he be in 4th place? If his level of popularity only gave him the 4th place, then who was the 3rd? Fu Jingxiao was not surprised. In his heart, he knew who was more deserving of the 3rd ranking. He looked at the trembling youth beside him and said, Jian Xingsui, your turn. Jian Xingsui stood stiff, rooted on his spot when he was called. The envelope in his hand felt clammy. It seemed to be soaked with his sweat. When he arrived at the show, he really only wanted that 20,000 yuan consolation prize because he was desperate for money. But after many days of grueling practice with everyone, after meeting such good roommates who became his genuine friends, after meeting fair mentors who actually cared for him, he became greedy. Nobody wouldn't without an exception. He was getting good treatment now. He wasn't satisfied in getting less. It was human nature to want a mile after getting an inch. Jian Xingsui lowered his head and began to open the envelope. When he looked down and saw the writing on the envelope, the hand holding the envelope even trembled slightly. In the end, the buzz-cut boy's eye was reddened with tears. It dripped into hot droplets through his cheek, into the sweat-soaked envelope. Fu Jingxiao reminded the youth, please read your letter out loud. Jian Xingsui took a deep breath, trying his best to make himself look calm enough, and finally began to read. Jian Xingsui, your ranking in this stage is the 3rd. Congratulations on entering the 2nd stage. After it was read out loud, everyone fell into a deafening silence. Anran's expression was even uglier. He wasn't reconciled with the result. He had always been at the top of the list. But now Jian Xingsui, that insignificant nobody who came out halfway out of nowhere, took all the limelight. His limelight. Many trainees also couldn't believe the result, but some of them took the lead to react. They jumped up and cheered, congratulating the 3rd place winner. Shen Xingchen even jumped 3 feet high and yelled excitedly, you are promoted. You made it. 3rd place. Jian Xingsui trembled a little when he read it himself. He couldn't believe he was promoted, much less placed as the 3rd. He tried to speak, but his lips moved without any sounds uttered out. Seeing his bewildered look, Fu Jingxiao curled his lips, bemused, please move to the promotion area. After Jian Xingsui came over, he needed to make a speech for the show, but his head was filled with fog, so he really didn't know what to say, so he just muddled through. Fu Jingxiao asked him without turning his head, how do you feel now? Jian Xingsui didn't know what to say, so he just told him the truth. I'm very excited because I didn't expect this ranking. I thought my best result was just barely scraping into the promotion. Fu Jingxiao had never seen such a sincere yet foolish person. The actor's gaze darkened. After Jian Xingsui met his gaze, he knew that there was a high probability that he had said the wrong thing again, so he shrank his neck a little timidly. Fortunately, actor Fu did not reprimand him. Instead, he just turned around and looked at other contestants, be it those who were promoted and those who were eliminated. Some people were mired in despair and self-pity, while the other was happily chattering, radiating pure joy as they congratulated each other for being lucky enough. Fu Jingxiao said into his microphone, who among you all today already predicted your current ranking? In the audience, more than 100 people, no one could reply. Then let me ask another question. Are you satisfied with your current ranking? Fu Jingxiao glanced at everyone, his gaze sharpened. Is this ranking the highest you can reach? Are you satisfied with your current results, or are you willing to stop here? He was still greeted with silence. Fu Jingxiao raised his voice a little, his patience wearing dangerously thin, yes or no. The question finally woke them all up. All the contestants replied in unison, not satisfied. Fu Jingxiao's lips upturned in a slight, amused smile. Then I will tell you now, it's useless to be willing. The contestants originally thought that actor Fu was here to motivate them. Instead, he spoke like this. What does he actually mean? Everyone looked at each other for a while, stunned, stupid, without anything to say. Fu Jingxiao gave them a clarification. The variety show Starlight is a live broadcast. Your every move was displayed for them to see and judge. There might be an edited version, but the audience could still see your every choreography mistake, every off-tune singing, and such. It's easy to disappoint them, and it's even possible to make your fellow competitor look good in comparison. And so, now that the first stage is over, you say that you are not satisfied. Tell me, is it useful? Fu Jingxiao's stern gaze swept over everyone. Will your useless words be able to win back the hearts of fans? Or can you correct your previous mistake? Am I wrong to say this? It was like a wake-up call, harshly knocking on everyone's hearts. Just when everyone was deep in thought, Fu Jingxiao changed the subject again. However, everyone makes mistakes. In 2005, I participated in a singing competition. I remember that my instructor at that time asked me to sing another song as an extra test. I made a horrible mistake, and it resulted in me failing the audition. That instructor, he questioned my sheer unprofessionalism. What kind of singer can't sing on the spot? Even some of my fans were disappointed and left me. At that time, only one loyal fan kept sending me comments on my Weibo to cheer me up. They asked me to keep moving forward, to not let this one mistake discourage me, and keep working hard towards my goal. Fu Jingxiao explained slowly, a hint of fondness in his deep, melodic voice. This kind of past failure was unknown to most people, and it made everyone laugh. Only Jian Xingsui in the back, who didn't smile. As Fu Jingxiao's loyal fan, of course, he intimately knew of that event. It made him somber thinking about it. Fu Jingxiao had a panoramic view of everyone's expressions. He then brought the topic back. Some of you may be eliminated today like me at that time, but I want to tell you that a mistake does not determine your life. In return, for those who were promoted, the current success does not mean that you will not make mistakes in the future. If this time you get through because of sheer luck, and think that with your fluke mentality you can do it again, you will find that it's absolutely impossible to succeed in the end. Understand, the trainees were still stunned silly. Fu Jingxiao frowned slightly. He didn't yell loudly, but asked again in a lower tone, understand. After that, all of the trainees spoke loudly in unison, understand. Those simple words stabilized the hearts of the trainees who were originally in complicated moods. Especially for Jian Xingsui, who was standing closest to the actor. With that speech, he could feel Fu Jingxiao's overall planning ability and sheer charisma. This man had that leader-like quality. He could easily control the overall situation by observing his surroundings. He grasped everyone's heart by his story and made everyone follow the pace he set. Again, Fu Jingxiao sneaked a glance at Jian Xingsui. Jian Xingsui could feel the stare, so he suddenly answered the actor face to face, all timid like a primary school student who was pointed by his teacher. You understand. Hearing his answer, Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrow, speaking in a casual tone to his microphone. Do you still want to run away with that 20,000 yuan? Thinking about it, the audience didn't expect that Fu Jingxiao would use this event as an example, but with just a simple joke, he neutralized the previous serious atmosphere. At the same time, he gave his favorite contestant another shot. Truly, actor Fu's ability to direct the limelight on the field was top-notch. Jian Xingsui's earlobes instantly turned red, and he murmured, I don't want to. Fu Jingxiao said, are you sure? This time he didn't need actor Fu's guidance. Jian Xingsui took a deep breath and solemnly said into the microphone, I'm sure. Very good. A faint smile appeared on Fu Jingxiao's handsome face, and he waved his hand slowly. When chatting with the youth, he was a little more casual and intimate. He continued his teasing, then go back to your ranking position, my third place. The sexy and lazy voice made his ears numb. Jian Xingsui felt that if he stayed longer, his hands and feet would pathetically become limp and out of sync. Wanting his dignity to be intact, he quickly returned to his teammates as if he was running away. After he sat beside the second-place Shen Xingchen, he finally could let out the breath he held. Jian Xingsui knew that his current ranking was the result of many factors intertwining. It's clear one of them was because of Shen Xingchen, this brash, bold, talented young master who kept tagging alongside Jian Xingsui. In contrast, Jian Xingsui was very naive, and the viewers loved this kind of gap between the two friends. Another factor was the special attention of the two instructors, Fu Jingxiao and Tuya. The two of them and also other instructors liked this honest and hard-working kid. Of course, the last factor was his own work, but that one was a given. Combining all of these, it's clear that his ranking would be sky-high. Many people talked about the shocking ranking announcement. Actor Fu's agent, Wang Meiken, was one of many who did the same. The said agent kept babbling on and on to voice her disbelief. This made Fu Jingxiao feel annoyed after listening for a short while, so he directly went to the smoking room next to the left stairway. In the room, he relaxed, leaned against the window and lit a cigarette. With a smoke in hand, hearing the rant of his agent became bearable. Wang Meiken sighed and said, at least listen to this bit, will you? Really, the major entertainment agencies have already signed contracts with the show. They already bribed them, so to speak. As a result, it's clear that the top 6 debut position has basically been predetermined. It's dirty work, but that's how it is in this industry. I know that you have a crush on that kid and want to help him. But if you give him hope now, wouldn't it be more painful when his hope are dashed later? Fu Jingxiao held a cigarette between his slender fingers and blew out the smoke artfully. He was still leaning against the window, his movement languid yet willful, as if what Wang Meiken say was just nonsense. You know this kind of thing better than me, right? Wang Meiken put her hand on her waist and looked at his broken agency. Why is it called Bankrupt Entertainment, dear God? Anyways, you asked me to check that agency some time ago, and I found out what kind of agency it is. Let me tell you the truth, that agency won't hold on for long. Besides Li Zun, it doesn't have any more outstanding trainees. So even if Jian Xingsui has potential to debut, his agency can't give benefit to debut both him and Li Zun. It's futile. Fu Jingxiao finally replied, I just want to see how far he can go with his own ability. Besides, the ranking besides the final one could still be won by his own hand. Even if he fails in the end, I won't interfere with the decision. Wang Meiken then breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she suddenly couldn't sit still and rushed over because she watched the latest live broadcasts. Did other people can't see what she saw? Fu Jingxiao's love for this youth had surpassed that of other juniors in the past. If she didn't interfere or at least ask about it now, then she's afraid the next news she got would be their official relationship announcement. She would be the last to know. Now it seemed that it hadn't reached that boiling point yet. Just as he was thinking, there was a sound from the stairway next door. A phone call came in, speaking in a familiar voice. As he leaned against the wall, Jian Xingxui accepted the call and greeted politely, "Hello, Wang Ji." The man on the other side of the phone, Wang Ji, has been Jian Xingsui's agent for a year. After their public recording was over, the show crew returned everyone's mobile phone. This also included Jian Xingxui, but he didn't expect that the first person to contact him was actually his agent. The agent said with a meaningful smile, "One Xingxui, you really make me proud, giving me a good face for nurturing the third place rank." Jian Xingxui smiled shyly and said, "It's nothing." Wang Ji said cheerfully, "I knew you had this talent, so it's not wrong to let you participate in this variety show." Jian Xingxui was also a little happy in his heart for being recognized by others. This also compounds the feeling he got that today might be his luckiest and happiest day in his life. Wang Ji put away his smile and said softly, "I have some good news for you." Jian Xingxui replied in an equally soft voice, "What good news? Didn't you join the show for 20,000 yuan? I know you are short of money." The middle-aged agent continued in a cloying tone, "Did you know that today some company actually contacted us? They offered a price of 1 million yuan, so long as you announce that you voluntarily quit the show due to illness before the second ranking. After you do that, the money will be wired directly to your account." Jian Xingsui's smile froze on his face. Jian Xingxui tried his best to make his voice steady and asked softly, "What do you mean?" The older man thought he still didn't understand, so he simply said, "Sui, there are some things you still don't understand because you're still young. You see, although you are now in third place, that ranking won't be yours for long. In fact, the top 6 have already decided from before the show was filming. I know you have a good relationship with Shen Xingchen, right? Didn't he tell you that his agency has long signed an agreement with the program's crew? Besides, he is the second son of that Shen family. There's no way he won't debut. Wise yourself up and face the reality, Sui. Those times where you all call each other brothers, forget them, those were just purely for the camera." Jian Xingxui held his phone and said nothing. His breathing began to return to normal, but he still refused to speak. He tried his best to stabilize his tumultuous emotions raging inside. "You should also understand that you aren't very good at dancing and singing, so of course it's impossible for you to debut in an idol group. Yeah." Wang Ji seems to have grasped Jian Xingsui's Achilles heel. "You can tell the difference between 20,000 and 1 million. Let's take the easy route and not continue to participate. Don't you agree?" Across the two of them, hidden behind the stairwell, was a pair of people both dead quiet. Fu Jingxiao leaned against the railing. His handsome face was expressionless with unreadable emotions. The cigarette between his fingers was burning little by little, and the ash slowly fell to the ground. But the man stood still, completely unmoving. The time seemed to stretch until forever a minute felt like a century. Finally, Jian Xingxui said in firm conviction, "I want to continue participating in the show." His agent thought that Jian Xingxui was obviously stupid. "Why are you so bull-headed? You want to quit after the recording is over." Hearing that made Jian Xingxui hesitate for a while. He remembered when the ranking announcement happened just today, especially when Fu Jingxiao's gaze seemed to bore into his soul, asking him if he still wanted 20,000 yuan in a soft tone. At that time, he firmly answered that he no longer wanted that money. But now he somehow gained great friends and was able to communicate with his long-cherished idol. He felt that his gloomy life now had some bright, hopeful spots. Just like the magic disguising Cinderella, it will vanish after the midnight clock strikes. Jian Xingxui could only wait for the other shoe to drop, for his life to continue as usual, for this happy dream to end. He was short of money, but he was even more short of love. And there was a non-zero chance that his friends were fake, never consider him a brother like he does. It was possible for Fu Jingxiao to actually not care about someone as insignificant as him, but in the end he believed that his life could still be turned around. That little bit of light was within his reach. "I won't quit," Jian Xingxui said firmly. "I don't want that million either." Across the wall, Fu Jingxiao's eyes brightened as he flashed a faint smile. He flicked the cigarette ash, avoiding his slender fingertips. He seemed to be deep in thought, and this action made Wang Maken a little nervous, because this was a telltale sign that actor Fu was actually serious. Wang Ji became livid. "Are you crazy?" Jian Xingxui instantly replied, "I'm not crazy. I promised you that money and you dare to refuse." Agent Wang turned around angrily. "No, you don't have a say in this matter. You must listen to this arrangement. Do you know, even if you stay, you won't be able to debut anyway. So what the hell are you just doing? Remember, you're still signed with the agency. Do you think the higher-ups will let you do whatever you want?" The threat was palpable, but Jian Xingxui remained silent. He understood every bit of it, but he didn't react. It wasn't that he didn't care, but he was numb with this kind of turn of event. He already knew his life sucks, nothing good rarely happens. It's natural for him to accept the worst possible outcome. He lived through it many, many times. It only made him stronger. The phone was hung up one-sidedly, and the stairwell was turned back into its previous calm. After the conversation, Jian Xingsui simply left without crying or fussing. Sometimes, the more silent someone is in the face of injustice, the more distressing it feels. It's clear to Fu Jingxiao that Jian Xingsui was used to this. Wang Meikin looked at the silent actor and said in a whisper, I was thinking. Fu Jingxiao threw the cigarette butt into the ashtray, walked to the sofa next to him and sat down. He crossed his slender legs and looked up to his agent. Has our agency not signed a new star for a long time? Wang Meikin was shocked. Fu Jingxiao's agency was the largest and most well-known in the industry Fenghua Entertainment. As a company under the famous Fu conglomerate, Fenghua Entertainment naturally had the best resources and the absolute right to speak. Today's top artists, stars, and singers in the industry generally came from this agency. It could be said that this was a company that you can't enter even if you have countless connections. Remember, this is a third POV omniscient, so despite the agent speaking from the phone, he was still fully described by the narration. Just as Jian Xingsui returned to the dormitory, he saw Wen Sheng saying his goodbyes. Seeing that Jian Xingsui was back, Wen Sheng smiled kindly and said, Sui, I'm leaving. Jian Xingsui was already sad after receiving a phone call from his agent, and now he had to face the reality of his good friend and roommate leaving. He became even more unhappy. Jian Xingsui took a deep breath and said to him, we must keep in touch after all of this. When Sheng nodded, for sure. Shen Xingchen sat on the edge of the upper bunk bed and said, don't worry, you can't leave now anyways. It's already night, so all the gates are tightly locked. This sentence knocked down the original warm atmosphere into pieces. When Sheng carried his suitcase, looked around at his friends and said, although I was eliminated, I really hope that you three can go further until debut. In fact, you don't have to feel sorry for me. My agency had already lined me up with several acting jobs for web dramas. It should be pretty good. A job is a job in the end. Besides, I will participate in other variety shows in the future, and I will still get paid. I don't need to force myself and pretend to do crazy things in front of the audience to ensure my quality of life. Look, I'm actually pretty relaxed. When Sheng looked at Jian Xingsui again and said, as for Chenji, he doesn't have to worry. His final ranking definitely won't be bad. I'm more worried about Sui and Ziji. Ningzi sat on the edge of the bed and said in a deep voice, don't worry about me. I can't. When Sheng shook his head, Ziji, you are already 28 years old this year, the oldest here with us. I know that this variety show is your last chance. If you fail to make your debut, maybe you will have to give up this path. At 28 years old, he was considered very old as a rookie idol group member. Ningzi was usually taciturn. Maybe not many people have noticed him, but when Sheng understood how difficult Ningzi has been through ups and downs these years, he didn't accept unspoken rules. He couldn't charm someone out with his words. He didn't have special talent. However, he loved the stage very, very much, but he always got eliminated in the end. This time, Starlight was really Ningzi's last chance. When Sheng said, Ziji, you must not give up and you must be more selfish to get more screen time. There are 6 debut positions this time, and I heard there's only one of them that's still unconfirmed. It is reserved for a popular trainee. You can win this position. Ningzi's lips curled into a smile and he finally nodded. When Sheng looked at Jian Xingsui again, he sighed and said, Sui, I'm actually worried about you the most. Jian Xingsui said softly, why is that? You know, sometimes I find you looking lost in your thoughts. I know you're the type who keeps your feelings tight inside your heart. Somehow I think I could understand what bothers you. But still, if you encounter something you can't face by yourself, you need to learn to talk to others. Discuss it, tell others about it, and maybe you'll get the answer to that trouble. Ziji and Chenji are trustworthy people, don't you think? When Sheng's words softened Jian Xingsui's heart. Jian Xingsui felt his nose was a little sour, and replied with a soft whisper, I know, I will do as you say. Take care of yourself. Shen Xingchen, who was still sitting on his bed, said, Hey, don't act like you're going to die or never see us again in this life. It's enough that we can't get together every now and then on this show. Despite his seemingly callous words, everyone could hear the shakiness of Shen Xingchen's words. Having said that, everyone knew that after this show, it would be a monumental task for all 4 of them to gather and chat around like this. The days where they could laugh all day and only moan about training were ending sooner or later. This kind of parting is happening in every dormitory. Before all the contestants could react and adjust, the next day came with the second stage's group and music selection. All the contestants were called together and waited anxiously. When they arrived at the assembly hall, they felt the difference. This place was usually crowded to the brim, but now it suddenly became much more spacious. Before, everyone would complain about the lack of space, but now when there's suddenly enough space, nobody could bring themselves to smile. As the trainees continued to whisper to one another, the instructors came inside one by one. Fu Jingxiao usually wears a white sportswear, but today he changed into a black one. The black loose coat made him look calmer and subdued. His hairstyle was also much more casual than usual. It was parted naturally, styled with a slight wave and tucked behind his ears. He completed the look with a gold-rimmed spectacle, making him like a retro-styled gentleman. Every trainee suddenly remembered the netizens' evaluation of this actor. He's a man who can live off his looks alone, but he chose to rely on his acting strength instead. Fu Jingxiao picked up his microphone and said in a calm tone, "Is everyone here?" The trainees came back to their senses and said in unison, "All here." Fu Jingxiao nodded in response. Then he began to say, "First of all, congratulations on entering the second stage. However, this is not something worth relaxing, because what you will face next are more brutal training and harsher selection. I hope that everyone will realize that from today onwards, you have to be mentally prepared for every step of the way." When he was this serious, no one dared to deny him otherwise. Almost all the trainees put away some of their other thoughts, stood up and answered, "Yes." Then Instructor Li came out to ease the atmosphere. He spoke with a more cheerful tone. "We are going to select your second stage's music performance today. The second selection itself will be different than before. You have increased the competition between groups, that is to say, it will be a battle between groups. Lastly, we have added a creative group 1 for this stage." Some trainees became excited when they heard it. The creative group is a very special group. They will not get any song to choose from. The trainees in the group need to complete everything from the lyrics to the melody. You have 7 days total, so anyone who chooses this group will need extra preparation. Instructor Li didn't mince his words. He then continued, "If it isn't completed within these 7 days, we will still broadcast it live, and you will have to bear the consequences by yourself. Don't joke about your future. Don't choose this group if you have the attitude of wanting to try your luck. No Zhu, no Dai Tu and all that jazz, remember." The audience in the broadcast room laughed. Instructor Li is worthy of being called the joyful comedian. Try your luck and die. How brave are the people who chose this group. The moment the microphone was in Fu Jingxiao's hand once again, everyone quieted. Actor Fu scanned the crowd as he spoke. "From now on, let's start to choose your song and group selection. We'll do it in descending order of the ranking." This rule was undoubtedly favorable for the top-ranked trainees. Li Zun was the first ranking, and he chose the creative group. The second-ranked Shen Xingchen chose a song that fits his image. He wasn't talented in composing, and instead he chose to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. When it was Jian Xingsui's turn, he chose the creative group with no hesitation. Tuya nodded, showing a satisfied smile. She had always felt that Jian Xingsui's composing talent was very high, but she never particularly praised it in public. Instead, she questioned his professional ability in dancing. Now that Jian Xingxui was in the creative group, Tuya was positive it's time for the youth to flex his musical talents. Jian Xingxui stood in the area designated for the creative group. Li Zun politely smiled and said, "Let's have a pleasant cooperation." Jian Xingxui shook his hand. What he didn't expect was that the creative group would be so popular. The fourth-ranked Anren also came to the creative group without any hesitation. He smiled sweetly at everyone. "I'm here." Hearing his greeting, Jian Xingxui could only smile in greeting. He wasn't as afraid of Anren as he was before. After going through a lot of things, he became much calmer. In the first ranking, Zhou Zun's ranking wasn't very low. There was no surprise in his choice. In order to follow Anren, he also joined the creative group. The final 2 members of the group were people who Jian Xingxui was not familiar with. The 6 people had wildly different ideas, and it was inevitable that their path would be a rocky one. After everyone was divided into groups, the 6 of them came to the training room assigned to them together, sat on the ground and began to introduce themselves and get to know each other. The remaining 2 members introduced themselves. "Hello, I'm Zhang Jiajia and I prefer to sing." "Hello, I'm Zhuwen. I usually rap, street dance, and I can write songs by myself." Jian Xingxui and the others also followed suit with their introduction. As the person with the highest ranking here, Li Zun had an inexplicable sense of superiority. He had not yet been elected as the captain, but he had already begun to give our command. "Okay, basically everyone has seen the other's public performance, so we are all familiar with each other, right? We only have 7 days, and the time is very tight, so I won't say much else. Since we are all members of the creative group, we must have some ideas, yeah. Let's agree on the theme first, and then we will create a performance to match with it. Besides that, does anyone have anything to say?" Zhou Zun said, "I think we should choose a captain first." Li Zun was very confident. "Then who shall we vote to be the captain? I have experience as a captain before. I think I should be able to lead everyone well." Anren smiled slightly. "I also think Zun Jij3 can do the job very well." If this was in the past, Jian Xingxui would immediately agree. But not long ago, he learned that he should not be able to make his debut and that the stage performance husband may be his last. This changes things. For many unknown days and nights, he took a pen to write down the emotions in his heart that had nowhere to vent. He wrote many songs, but none of them saw the light of day. They could only end up all dusty on his bookshelf. In the previous life, Anran was shining and glowing, while he died of depression when the protagonist was at his peak in life. In this life, he also knew that he might not be a shining person, but this stage may be the last time he could perform in front of his idol and everyone, singing the song he wrote by himself. He remembered when Shengji's words, "You have to go on in my place." He wanted to perform well on his last stage. He had been passive before, and that could only get him so far. This time he wanted to be right for himself and for the hope others had placed in him. Jian Xingsui raised his hand and said, "I also want to run for captaincy. I chose creative instead of composer, because they are also required to choreograph the dance as well." A slang that have the same vibe of fuck around and find out. It means, you won't die if you don't seek death. Yes, he called him with Ji. Hearing the unexpected declaration, everyone turned their heads at Jian Xingsui in surprise. Jian Xingsui took a deep breath and bravely expressed himself. "I have experience in both writing and composing songs. Please believe me and give me a chance." Li Zun took a deep look at him with unsmiling eyes, but he knew he was in front of the camera, so he forced a smile as he replied, "We all know you have experience, little Jian." Anran, who was sitting next to Jian Xingsui, pursed his lips. Seeing that Jian Xingsui wanted to be the captain, he argued, "Sui, Zun Jij is very experienced. Besides, he has also composed many songs. In comparison, haven't you just graduated from a music academy recently? You must have less experience than Zun Jij." Jian Xingsui did not give up. "Although I have just graduated, I know I will not be much worse than others." After Zhou Zun listened to his words and sneered in response, deliberately provoking trouble, "If you're brave enough to claim that, how about you and Zun Ji both create a song within a day? We can publicly vote which one is better." Jian Xingsui knew about Zhou Zun and Anran's close relationship, but this was his last chance. He had no choice but to nod, okay. Li Zun was writing a tiger one. In reality, he didn't have a particularly high creative talent. Most of his previous creations were actually written by ghostwriters. This time, his bid for the captaincy was actually planned long ago. When the time comes, he would secretly ask his agent to pay someone to write a song for him. He could also use this occasion to establish his image as a talented genius in composing. But Zhou Zun, this troublemaking piece of turd, suddenly suggested that, where the fuck would he find a good song within a day? On the other hand, Jian Xingsui didn't know the other's complicated thoughts. After deciding on his goals, he didn't waste any time and immediately walked aside and started to do it. Anran comforted Li Zun and said, "Zun Jij, just do your best, I believe you can." Li Zun smiled while forcing down his heated heart. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and get in front of the computer and begin to pretend to write lyrics and compose the melody. At first he could pretend, but later he found that he always felt uncontrollable. No inspiration came to him, so he kept going to the toilet or distracting himself by talking to others. As for Jian Xingsui, he was immersed in his creative process. He could go on about all morning, seemingly unmoving from his table. At night, many trainees have left to rest. Only Jian Xingsui remained. The next day, about 4 or 5 in the morning, Li Zun couldn't stand it any longer and took the initiative to come over and said, "Sui, why don't you go to rest?" Jian Xingsui smiled. He looked tired, but his eyes were still bright. It seemed he was a bit startled, as if he had been pulled out of his own world. "No, Zun Ji, I'm fine. I'm not sleepy." At this moment, Li Zun suddenly felt that in this tenacious state, Jian Xingsui had a quality of ruthless focus that was a bit scary. It made Jian Xingsui seemingly able to take everything and anything fearlessly. Jian Xingsui looked like someone who was very determined to win even if he had to sacrifice his well-being. Was this second stage so important to him? Li Zun really couldn't figure it out, but since he had no way out of his sticky situation, he could only continue to try to compose a song with his best ability. When the one-day deadline came, the 6 of them got together. Jian Xingsui and Li Zun, who were competing for captaincy, both presented their own composition. Li Zun's song was called Peak of War 2. It had cool, radical lyrics with some nice rhymes here and there. The overall feeling of the song was that of a bragging song, the kind that's shouting out, "My father is going to blow up the sky." Jian Xingsui's song was called Shimmer 3. When everyone saw the title of the song, they thought it would be a tender love song. They didn't expect that the lyrics of this song were very subtle yet restrained. It was powerfully emotional, and the most impressive thing was that there were rap parts in the middle, with soulful lyrics and clever rhymes. All in all, it moved people by just reading the written lyrics. "Maybe I am just a shimmering light, but I also shine it on you. Maybe I am just a shimmering light, but I want to be the one who give you the brilliance. Among the sea of stars, I am just a sparkle of dust or maybe a stray light, but I want to quietly illuminate you alone in the dark night, in this lonely hour. No matter where I am, I will continue to glitter, giving you an infinite gleam. The lyrics might be a bit simple and repetitive, but it gave an overall sense of cohesion beauty. It felt heartwarming with a palpable sense of longing. Between the two choices, it was clear which one was the winner. Jian Xingsui's creation was very impressive. Li Zun stiffly smiled and said, I already have a clue about the melodic arrangement of Peak of War, and we will have a musician to guide us later. This sentence was a clear hint of canvassing vote. Anren silently put down the lyrics page. He looked at Jian Xingsui meaningfully and said, I also think Peak of War is good. The other two members thought that Shimmer was better, but they didn't dare to go against the first and fourth ranking men. Naturally, they had no choice but to choose Peak of War. Jian Xingsui held his lyrics book and said, although I haven't arranged the composition of Shimmer, I can arrange and create it according to everyone's situation. He was still thinking about struggling to win everyone's votes, but he didn't expect that his musical arrangement didn't matter if nobody chose him. The other two members laughed, trying to defuse the situation, and said, it's okay, you can save yourself trouble. Zun Ji's song already has a ready-made melody, so it's more convenient also, right? Jian Xingsui held onto his lyrics book and refused to back down. This was his hard work, and it was also the result he showed to the audience and everyone to see. But Li Zun started to make a decision. Since it's decided, let's start creating together. Sui, can you come over and help me change Peak of War lyrics? In fact, I also think some of the words could be better. Jian Xingsui knew that the matter was a foregone conclusion, so he had no choice but to put it down and come to join the team. Regarding the division of labor, Li Zun asked Zhou Zun to compose the choreography, Anren and Jian Xingsui to arrange the song, and the others to follow suit and help around. But soon, they found themselves in a bottleneck. The lyrics of the song Peak of War were too difficult to memorize. Coupled that with the high notes of the melody, which means that the dance moves have to be difficult as well to match the song. This was like adding insult to injury for Zhou Zun, who choreographed the dance. At 3 or 4 in the morning, Jian Xingsui came to the training room from the dormitory. Squeak! The door opened and he walked in. Zhou Zun, who was smoking in the corner, was so startled that his cigarette fell to the ground. Jian Xingsui gave him a deep look and said, pick it up quickly, don't burn the floor. Zhou Zun finally realized, and he tentatively said, don't you tattle to the director team. The program team did not allow the trainees to smoke during training, let alone in the training room. In the early hours of the morning, the monitoring will be closed for a period of time. Zhou Zun was a little stressed, so he secretly smokes. Jian Xingsui said softly, I'm not that boring. Zhou Zun was taken aback for a moment. He saw Jian Xingsui sitting down in front of the computer desk, so he went over and said, why did you come here in the early morning? Jian Xingsui put on his earphones as he prepared to continue arranging the music. He replied, there are only 5 days left from our deadline. Only by doing a good job in arranging the music can I help you choreograph. I checked during the day, your progress is very slow. Zhou Zun had a bad temper. He didn't hesitate, sneering, can you blame me? There are so many chorus parts in this song, and they are all high energy. I can only make the choreography complicated, or else I'll dampen the lyrics. Jian Xingsui said, I know, that's why I'm composing the melody as soon as possible. Zhou Zun didn't expect that Jian Xingsui didn't make things difficult for him. He wasn't also annoyed or angry, continuing to focus on making the stage as good as possible. And it ended up benefiting Zhou Zun, didn't it? With a hint of hesitation in his voice, he asked, why are you helping me? I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. Jian Xingsui replied unexpectedly in a confident tone, didn't Instructor Fu say that we only have one chance to perform on stage? We must grasp the opportunity and not fumble it, no matter how it ends. Zhou Zun choked. Sitting next to Jian Xingsui, he suddenly found that this person didn't seem to be so troublesome. He didn't know when Jian Xingsui started to become different from what he remembered. Before, whenever Zhou Zun bullied him, Jian Xingsui wouldn't fight back with this attitude. Zhou Zun thought of Shimmer, and suddenly his heart moved. He said, your song, do you have an arrangement ready now? Jian Xingsui paused, nodded and said, yes, sing it to me. Zhou Zun tentatively said, anyway, there is no one else who can hear it now. He was joking, but Jian Xingsui took it seriously. He took off the earphones and picked up his lyrics book again. When he was composing Shimmer, he already had an inkling of the melody in his heart, so he had no problem humming it out loud smoothly. The young man's voice was a little deep, but not hoarse. Instead, it was very crisp with a pure feeling. Just like what Tuya said, Jian Xingsui excelled at infusing emotion into his singing, making it more effectively heart-rendering. Under the light, he lowered his brows and eyes, gentle yet powerful. At the beginning, the gentle singing relieved people's fatigue, it steadily ramping up until it swelled out in an emotional climax. Zhou Zun subconsciously stared blankly and immersed in it, and even the song's choreography movements slowly appeared in his mind. He had a hunch that this song would make a great stage. Jian Xingsui said, I'm done singing. Zhou Zun didn't want it to end, so he asked, already? That's right. Jian Xingsui put the lyrics aside, then stopped looking at him and said, you smoked a cigarette and it will make your throat feel sore tomorrow. I have always prepared throat lozenges in the drawer, you can eat them. Zhou Zun opened the drawer. Lo and behold, there were really throat lozenges in it. He took a piece into his mouth. The cold sweetness of the mint burst on his tongue. If he thought about it, it felt like giant zingui. It has a hard shell, but if you looked at it closely, you could find a hint of the sweet sugary mint inside, making you feel refreshed. Maybe Giant Zingsui was actually a pretty okay guy. Zhou Zun was terrified by his own thoughts. Giant Zingsui saw that he was still holding the candy box and told him put it back after eating. Because Fu Jingxiao had a throat problem, he always prepared throat lozenges just in case the actor needed them someday. As a fan, he could only do this small thing to share the actor's problems. Zhou Zun was a little bit emotional. You are quite good at taking care of people. Why didn't I see it before? Giant Zingsui laughed at himself. How much did you know me before? Zhou Zun was taken aback by this sentence. All along, he has been more sympathetic to Anren. He always thought that Anren was a very pitiful boy. He was hard-working and pure. In opposition to that, he thought Giant Zingsui was too vicious, always bullying the poor Ranran. Giant Zingsui was way richer than Ranran was, but that fact didn't stop him from bullying Ranran. But when Giant Zingsui said that suddenly, Zhou Zun finally had an epiphany that he knew Giant Zingsui solely from Anren's mouth. Anren always said that Giant Zingsui bullied him, but in fact he hadn't actually seen it with his own eyes. Zhou Zun's mood suddenly became very complicated. I don't know you very well, yes. It's hard to let his preconceived notions go. If Giant Zingsui wasn't that bad, wouldn't it be outrageous for Zhou Zun to be targeting him all the time? If he wasn't that bad, then why did he help Shimmer to lose? After this encounter, everything felt off. When he read through Peak of War again later, he felt that everything he previously thought as normal was wrong. He even felt that if they didn't perform Shimmer during the stage, they would lose in the competition with other groups. In the morning, Anren was the first to find out what was wrong with him, and asked in a soft, caring voice, Zun, what's wrong with you? Zhou Zun walked beside Anren, and after hearing the words, he tentatively asked, Ranran, be honest with me. Do you think Giant Zingsui's Shimmer was actually pretty good, even better than Peak of War? Because now I think that way. Anren's smile froze. He replied slowly, I think it's very ordinary, not as good as Zun Jiji's song. Zhou Zun frowned slightly, wondering, is that so? Seeing Zhou Zun like this, Anren was at a loss. He didn't know when it started, but he found that everything around him was slowly out of his control. Not only many things didn't get better, but it went way worse than his previous life. Yes, in fact, this was his second life he was reborn. Compared to his first life, he felt that his glorious moments were much less at his first life. But later, things changed. He didn't know how it went wrong exactly, but it seemed that once he took actor Fu to visit his house and mentioned the then-deceased Giant Zingsui, things snowballed downhill. He remembered being forced to confess that all of Fu Jingxiao's memorabilia and knowledge came from Giant Zingsui's things. After that point, Fu Jingxiao's attitude towards him dropped down to near sub-zero. Originally, their relationship was very good, and they were just a step away from making things official, but Fu Jingxiao's alienation could be said to be the finishing blow to Anren's comfortable life. His good luck has come to an end. He was met with misfortune after another misfortune, not to mention his abysmal development of the entertainment industry. In the end, he had to marry the son of a wealthy businessman. His previously glamorous popularity crumbled, and he could only live a nobody's life. But then, the gods seemed to favor him. He woke up one day and actually found himself in the past with enough time to correct the trajectory of his life. This time, Anren wanted to be on the offensive to seduce Fu Jingxiao. He needed to win the man's heart if he wanted to succeed. There were some things in his previous life that still confused him, though. Why did Fu Jingxiao's attitude towards him change drastically after that forced confession? He still doesn't have the answer, but his gut instinct told him to make sure Giant Zingsui stayed far, far away from himself and Fu Jingxiao. He subconsciously knew that it would be very dangerous for him otherwise. Therefore, this pest Giant Zingsui must be eliminated, best if he died early like in his previous life. His thoughts finally came back to the present. Anren sweetly coaxed Zhou Zun. Zun, I think Zun Jiji's song is very good, and the other two people think so too. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly start mentioning this? Zhou Zun replied with a sigh, it's nothing. Anren smiled, trying to change the subject. You may be under too much pressure. Let's go to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Zhou Zun said in return, but don't we have to go to the training room early to clean up first? There will be staff to check at 8 o'clock, which is soon. Anren had something else on his mind, so he replied without thinking too much, all in a casual tone, it's okay, we don't need to clean up. Giant Zingsui will do it anyway, those things Giant Zingsui will do, as he always did every time. Anren was met with a deafening silence. That woke him up from his stupor. He suddenly realized that he might have said something wrong. He looked back and met with Zhou Zun's unreadable emotions pooling on his eyes. Zhou Zun stopped and looked as if he realized something. He took a deep, tired breath and said, Ranran, I think you are so much different from before. Hearing that, and Ran's heart tightened. None of us here are supposed to clean the room as our primary job. Yes, however, we are expected to share the burden together as a team, so we do have to clean it ourselves. We can't rely on Jian Xingsui every time. It is not fair. Zhou Zun took another deep breath before continuing. I always thought that you didn't clean it up because you are too tired after practice to do anything else. But it seems that you didn't do it because it's not something you have to do. Anren was hit with Zhou Zun's unusually harsh words, leaving him speechless. But he still wanted to quibble to defend himself. He cranked up his charm and leaned closer to Zhou Zun, looking pitiful. Zun, you know I didn't mean that. Please, listen to my explanation first. If this was yesterday, Zhou Zun would let Anren plaster himself onto his body. But this time, Zhou Zun took half a step back, putting in extra distance. Anren is more of a malicious idiot than I thought deserved. Also, congratulations to Zhou Zun for finally being tired of drinking green tea all the time. Today was actually different from other times. Yesterday was to make each group prepare a little bit without too much pressure to entertain an audience, so there was no live broadcast. But today, the recording started again, to show the audience each group's preparation process for their stage. Early in the morning, the trainees all arrived in the training room on time. Li Zun was confident, but Anren and Zhou Zun's complexion were not very good. Honestly, Li Zun couldn't take care to continue polishing up his song anymore in the morning. He got up early and went to tidy up his clothing and applied makeup. He needed to show the audience his creative talent in order to win more votes. After the cameramen turned on the cameras, several trainees gathered together. All of them have to go through the song selection procedure again, despite having both the song and the captain already been selected. In the end, the audience wanted to see it by themselves, so they had to perform. The group members sat in a circle in the group, but it was Zhou Zun who spoke first. Yesterday you two wrote your own songs, now take them out to vote. Li Zun took out Peak of War. Jian Xingsui also put Shimmer on the table. He knew the result, so he didn't have any hope. Li Zun said confidently, then everyone, please take a look at our respective songs, and then we can vote. If nothing unexpected happened, the result should be the same as yesterday, unexpectedly. Zhou Zun looked at it for a while, put down both songs' music scores, and said, I can't tell anything just by looking at the lyrics. Can you two introduce your concept when creating these songs? The cameraman went over to zoom into the lyrics. Li Zun didn't expect Zhou Zun to add a scene like this, but he had no choice but to respond quickly and said, when I created Peak of War, I wanted our entire team to be invincible and brave. Coming to Starlight is to challenge difficulties together, so we must show fearless courage together. The other team members nodded. However, what Li Zun said was relatively just a generic concept. It wasn't touching or groundbreaking. It was Jian Xingsui's turn, but he didn't prepare to give a speech like Li Zun did. He just picked up his own lyrics and looked at it for a while before saying, I didn't think about anything when I wrote Shimmer. The surroundings fell into silence. This youth was too out of touch with the routine. I was just thinking when I first came here, there were 108 students. That's a lot of people, right? Jian Xingsui said slowly, as if gathering his thoughts at that time. The director told us that the variety show, Starlight, was born to let everyone shine their own light. But to the stage, to the audience in reality, I am too insignificant. So I could say that if I were a star, I would be just a shimmering small star that could only emit a faint light. Jian Xingsui's voice was soft, light, and calm. His tone of voice steadily led his group members around him to also calm down and listen to his speech. But after experiencing being a small, insignificant star for a long time, I gradually understand that even if it's just a glimmer, there will be people who like me, people who cheer for me and give me affirmation. The trainees who can stay in the second stage more or less have a certain level of fan base. When they heard this, many people felt uncomfortable. They recalled the first stage, a stage with many twists and turns. After his speech was finished, there was another silence in the room. These words not only moved the audience a little, but also spoke to the hearts of the contestants. Whoever participated in this survival show could understand what Jian Xingsui wished to express. The audience was also very emotional. Shimmer's lyrics are very well written. I already want to see the final version of the song. I thought Peak of War is good when I saw it, but now I think it pales in comparison to Shimmer. Zhou Zun sighed in relief as he said, in this case, let's raise our hands to vote. In this team, Zhou Zun, Anren, and Li Zun have a good relationship, while the other two trainees are neutral, so they were more uncertain with their choice. Though after practicing Peak of War yesterday, they found that this song has too much of Li Zun's personal style. As if when writing the song, this person really only cared about himself and didn't care whether it would suit the group's image. But they don't want to offend too many people at once, especially the first-ranked trainee. Zhou Zun was the first to raise his hand. I choose Shimmer. The other two neutral parties were stunned, looking at Zhou Zun in surprise. Jian Xingsui was also even more surprised, as obviously he didn't choose that way yesterday. The smile on Li Zun's face almost fell off. The neutral parties saw that Zhou Zun had taken the lead, so the two of them wouldn't offend anyone much. but it would be much better if there was one leader, and the two of them looked at each other and got the answer. Zhang Jiajia and Zhu and raised their hands together. We also choose Shimmer. Now Anren was the only one left. But his choice wouldn't matter as it's already 3-1 already. Anren didn't expect this to happen. Things were fine yesterday, so why did everything take a turn today? What happened in just one night? Zhou Zun put down his hands. Okay, then the voting is over. Shimmer won, and the final decision was made in front of the audience, so it could not be changed. Li Zun had already begun to sharpen a knife in his heart, wishing to fight Zhou Zun. But facing the camera, he could only force a smile on his face, and even pretended to smile generously and said, "Congratulations, Sui Sui." Both Anren and Li Zun were in a bad mood. For the time being, the turbulent tide hidden among this group was invisible to the audience. Anren glanced at Li Zun, then tentatively said, "Then we have to choose a captain. Zun Jij has experience before." Zhou Zun cut him immediately. "Since we have already chosen Shimmer, let Jian Xingsui be the captain." Li Zun vehemently disagreed. Jian Xingsui already took advantage of all the benefits. It's unfair to him. He forced a polite facade and said, "Xingsui, you don't have any experience in this field, right? But he's doing very well." Zhou Zun was dissatisfied with Anren, so he dared to tell the truth. He was still in the practice room very late last night. He wrote lyrics and arranged music for us, and yet he was the first to arrive every morning in the past 2 days. He would pack up the tables and chairs here and help us sign the arrival. Aren't those a sign of him being a good leader? Zhang Jiajia also agreed on what Zhou Zun said. It made sense. While it's true that Li Zun was the captain, but he could only order people around while he didn't share any of the group work. It was a stark contrast to Jian Xingsui, who was friendly and helpful to them. Zhu nodded, "I agree." Again, it immediately became a quick 3-1 vote. Li Zun felt a little heartbroken in an instant. He didn't expect these people to change their faces so quickly compared to yesterday. But there was nothing he could do in front of the camera. He couldn't be the leader if others didn't let him, so he had to suppress his resentment with a forced smile. Then, "Congratulations once again for Sui Sui." To his surprise, Jian Xingsui, who was elected, didn't make a speech. Instead, he put down his songbook and said, "I think it's better to let Zun be the captain while I am the vice captain instead." Li Zun looked at him in shock. Zun Ji is right. I have no experience in leading a boy group. Although I can write lyrics and compose music, I am really not good at dancing, blocking one, and other things. Jian Xingsui was neither arrogant nor impatient. He spoke in a quiet dignity, so if Zun Ji becomes the captain, he should be able to play a greater role in my weaknesses than I can. Li Zun was quite critical at first, but he didn't expect Jian Xingsui to be able to say that in such a frank manner. Created a subtle sense of appreciation inside his heart. Zhou Zun also said, "Okay then Zun will be the captain." Anren would not let go of this opportunity to look like an obedient boy in front of the audience, so he quickly raised his hand with a sweet smile. "I agree." Of course, the others also agreed. A crisis that was about to split within the team was actually resolved by Jian Xingsui's lack of greed. Shimmer was officially finalized as their song. There were only 5.5 days left. But alas, their progress wasn't smooth. Everyone had a different strengths and style, and so they had their own varyingly differing opinions. I think adding an extra rap section would be good for the song. I feel my personal section is too short. Can you add it a little? Not enough passion. When we dance it on stage, then we'll appear weak. Of course, Jian Xingsui also tried to meet everyone's demands, but the more anxious he was in changing the song, the harder for him to do it. Especially because of the tight deadline and everyone's clashing opinions. All of that factored in delaying the progress. With 4 days left, Jian Xingsui faced the computer alone and felt a splitting headache. Many things were not as simple as he imagined. It seems that taking the initiative to participate in competitions and elections requires a lot more than he imagined. As the night fell, his stomach growled. Jian Xingsui slowly realized that he hadn't eaten at night. He had been busy revising and polishing the song for so long that he forgot to eat all day. Since the majority of the trainees were already back to their room to rest, the cafeteria should also be closed at this time. He remembered that he had a stash of instant noodles for this kind of emergency. As he was rummaging through boxes and cabinets, the door of the training room opened just a tiny bit. Someone stood at the door, looking at the headless chicken boy in the room. Jian Xingsui paused, turned around, and saw the movie Emperor Fu leaning against the door. Fu Jingxiao held the registration form in his hand, crossed his slender legs, and leaned lazily against the door. Like a deer in a headlight, Jian Xingsui froze before he managed to stand up and greeted the older man respectfully, "Instructor Fu." Fu Jingxiao responded in a lazy tone with a slight curl on his lips. "What are you doing at this time?" "Can't sleep. I'm writing lyrics and arranging music." He spoke as he cradled a cup of instant noodles. The contrast was a bit funny. Fu Jingxiao walked inside and glanced at the instant noodle. "Are you going to eat this at night?" Jian Xingsui nodded. "The cafeteria is closed." "You didn't eat dinner at the cafeteria then?" Jian Xingsui pursed his lips in nervousness. Well, his teammates actually had called him to join them for dinner, but he wasn't fully aware and kept delaying it until it was too late. Now they already fell asleep while he was still here. Fu Jingxiao looked at the cutely dumb youth in front of him, sighed helplessly in his heart, and said, "Come with me." Blocking refers to the positioning of all the dancers' formation, so they can all appear in front of the camera in an interesting way. As he digested what the actor said to him, Jian Xingsui stared at his back and froze for a moment. Jian Xingsui finally came to his senses, so he quickly put the instant noodles in his hand on the table. Without thinking too much about Fu Jingxiao's reasons, he faithfully followed the actor to go eat out tonight. The cafeteria was indeed closed, so it was expected for Fu Jingxiao to not take him there. Instead, he led Jian Xingsui to the outside, where the cultural and sports hall was. Many of the program crew had clocked out from work, some had gone home while the others went outside for dinner. And indeed, not far away from the filming location, many vendors were selling snacks and dinners. The scene was very lively. While the two of them walked out, some of the staff recognized Fu Jingxiao, so they would stop to greet him respectfully. "Hello, Instructor Fu. Fu Ji, good evening." Instructor Fu took a trainee out for supper. Fu Jingxiao nodded faintly as a greeting. He stopped by a flower bed not far away, looked to the youth at his side and said, "Choose what you want to eat." Jian Xingsui was already hungry, so it didn't take him long to decide. The moment he smelled the delicious, warm, inviting scent of the nearest food, he immediately went there. It was a fried rice stall with an absolutely divine aroma wafting everywhere. As he went inside, he said to the owner, "2 bowls of fried rice with eggs, please." The stall owner happily smiled at his customer and asked, "Do you want anything extra to add?" Jian Xingsui looked at the menu. There were a lot of add-ons available on the stall: meat, intestines, and various vegetables for side dishes. They all looked very appetizing, and it made Jian Xingsui want to add them all. Just as he was going to tell the owner his choice, he suddenly had a realization he didn't bring any money at all. But a voice came from behind, "Give him a little bit of all." The actor's slender and clean hand passed the banknote over him, then handed it to the stall owner. He happily took the money, counted it internally, then immediately started cooking. Jian Xingsui unexpectedly looked at Fu Jingxiao's hand in a daze. He still remembered that Fu Jingxiao also came to Zhang's family one rice cake shop last summer. That time, he also gave Jian Xingsui a banknote and a band-aid. As he took a trip down his memory lane, he kept staring at actor's Fu hand in a subconscious daze. Fu Jingxiao glanced at him. "Are you hungry?" Jian Xingsui suddenly came back to his senses and quickly answered so he wouldn't look disrespectful. No, I was thinking about paying back your money when I go back next time, or I can treat you to dinner someday too." The stall owner finished cooking and handed over the takeaway fried rice to Jian Xingsui. The corner of Fu Jingxiao's mouth twitched into a faint smile, and he said slowly as he walked back, "You know, it's not easy to ask me out for dinner." This sentence sounds a bit arrogant at first, but after some thinking, Jian Xingsui realized that it was true. He was telling the truth in his position as a big-name actor. Those rich producers or investors had to scramble in order to arrange a dinner appointment with him. In comparison, Jian Xingsui was just a no-name trainee. Jian Xingsui felt that his brain cells must have been completely eradicated to say such a stupid thing. In a soft tone, he lowered his head and apologized. "I made a mistake," but Fu Jingxiao interrupted his apology as he slowly said, "If you want to make a dinner appointment with me, you can. However, you will have to wait until you leave this gymnasium. I'll agree to attend your celebration banquet. I will be waiting." The wind at the end of autumn was a bit chilly. Fu Jingxiao's words were heard clearly, but it made Jian Xingsui's heart skip a beat. Hearing the word celebration banquet made his heart very excited at first, but then it fell silent. Ah yes, he remembered. He couldn't be present at the debut celebration banquet, but actor Fu thought he could make it as a debutant of this show. Wasn't that an affirmation of the highest degree? Just thinking that made Jian Xingsui's heart jump and burn, beating very loudly in his ribcage. The two of them walked to the pavilion not far away. The air was crisp and the noise was minimal, as there was no one there. All in all, it was a perfect spot to enjoy a leisurely dinner. Jian Xingsui handed the meal to Fu Jingxiao. "Yours." The freshly made egg fried rice was warm and fragrant. Jian Xingsui buried his head in his food, so focused because he was feeling ravenous. As he was demolishing his dinner, he heard Fu Jingxiao talking to him, so he turned his head to face the older man. Fu Jingxiao was eating at a lazy pace, so he hadn't eaten much. Instead, the actor looked at the youth and asked, "Tell me, what's wrong with you?" Jian Xingsui answered after a pause, clearly confused. He raised his head and asked back, "I'm sorry, what do you mean?" Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. "Don't tell me you haven't eaten all day, did you? You glued yourself up to the computer from early morning to finish up your song, and after everything went well, you want to celebrate with that cup of noodles for your dinner." Instructor Fu could be so humorous at times. Jian Xingsui swallowed the food in his mouth, hesitating whether to talk about the problems he had encountered. When he looked up to meet actor Fu's eyes, he only saw the older man's dark and peaceful eyes. Stealing his resolve, he just sat there, quiet and steady, thinking about how to explain his circumstances. Fu Jingxiao wasn't the type who likes small chit-chat. He's very efficient with his words. So there was no need for any extra embellishment, so he should just tell everything as is. Any extra fluff would be seen as nothing but small winds and waves in front of Fu Jingxiao. Besides, Fu Jingxiao was someone he could trust, someone who he could confide in. Jian Xingsui remembered when Sheng's words he said as he left. The thing about asking Jian Xingsui to seek other people's help when he encountered difficult problems, when Sheng was right. He was the type who buried all his troubles, not daring asking for any outside help, and he also knew that it wouldn't solve his problem, and at times it even ended up worsening them. He promised his ex-roommate that he would be better, and this was the time to fulfill that promise. Actually, Jian Xingsui took a deep breath. I have indeed encountered a problem. Please help me out. Sitting in the small pavilion, the youth with buzz cut talked about his troubles. His hand was still gripping his disposable chopsticks. He talked about the song's arrangement, about how his teammates have a million differing opinions, and it ended up prolonging things out. He knew too many cooks would spoil the broth, but he didn't know how to reject only some of their opinions without accidentally making it as if he was biased to a certain person. As this was the first time that Jian Xingsui has told everything inside his mind in front of Fu Jingxiao, it ended up removing the last transparent barrier separating the two of them. They no longer felt as a polite teacher and student, but instead more like close friends ranting about their hassle at work. Fu Jingxiao groaned after listening to the youth's problems. So, you stayed and worked overtime by yourself. Jian Xingsui nodded slightly. Fu Jingxiao sneered, full of sarcasm, and commented, "Stupid." Jian Xingsui was taken aback. Normally, movie Emperor Fu looked refined and gentle, always with a polite smile. He looked like the kind of gentleman who would never use any swear words. So when the actor said this word to him, Jian Xingsui was stunned for a moment. Fu Jingxiao opened his mouth, dinner forgot in favor of lecturing the stupid youth. What is a team? A team is the 6 of you working together to find a way to complete the performance, instead of throwing all the problems to you and waiting for you to solve it. Fu Jingxiao flicked his gaze to see Jian Xingsui more clearly. Do you think that others will understand and gladly receive your love if you just accept all of it silently? Wrong. If the response of this stage is not good in the end, not only the audience, but even your teammates will put all the responsibility on your shoulder. These words enlightened Jian Xingsui. Jian Xingsui asked with a lost look, then what should I do? If Jian Xingsui asked for advice about his problem to the other mentors, they would advise him to think about the overall situation, to cooperate more with his teammates, how to properly discuss with his teammates, or how to fulfill his responsibilities as the team's vice-captain and composer. But he asked for Fu Jingxiao's advice. This old fox would never eat such a loss with that kind of soft approach. No, he would think of something that 100 guaranteed to benefit him. The black-bellied actor mused, putting his fingers on his lips. What would I do? Then, as if he thought of a brilliant plan, Fu Jingxiao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He sat lazily on the chair and drawled in an enchanting yet dangerous tone. Of course I would discuss it with my teammates. As the actor said that, the chilly autumn wind blew. Jian Xingsui inexplicably felt embarrassed. A sudden chill went down to his spine. He didn't know why, but he felt that the word discuss Fu Jingxiao just said was laced with such a level of spite, as if he actually had murder in mind. First date, Ao. Jian Xingsui's supposed biological family. After a few days, all the group's performance stages have basically been prepared. The second stage was about to start the official recording. Jian Xingsui's team also changed into their costumes in the backstage waiting room. After they finished, all they needed to do now was to wait for their turn to perform. As the only creative team of the second stage this time, they have received a lot of attention. This round they would face and fight against Shen Xingchen's team, a very strong opponent. Shen Xingchen himself had very strong dancing skills, and his personal style was hot and wild. Whenever he performed, he always had all the audience's attention. This time he changed his style and abandoned the previous bad boy look. Instead of black leather jacket, he was clad in a handsome white riding outfit. His image was like a noble prince. With the style change, his whole aura also changed. The new look was an instant hit with the audience. As soon as he came up to the stage, many little girls shrieked in joy and exploded their eardrums. Zhou Zun sighed as he heard the very enthusiastic cheers. This kid really has something. Li Zun also took his opponent's sneaky image change very seriously. Our opponent this time is very strong. We cannot underestimate them. Jian Xingsui, who was sitting next to him, gently covered his lips trying to cover the coughing sound. Anren said with a concerned tone, Sui, are you okay? You don't seem to be feeling well during these 2 days. If you are really uncomfortable, please communicate with the program team. It's not good if something happens during the filming. Zhou Zun also looked over worriedly. To be honest, Jian Zingsui really gave them a lot of surprises these days, especially when it came to the final song arrangement. The day after his song was selected, Jian Zingsui, the vice captain, took out an improved song and put it in front of everyone, saying bluntly, "This is the final version because we don't have enough time, so we have to use this." How bad was that version, you might ask? Well, anyone with functioning ears would discern it as not good. Just when everyone expressed their bad opinions, at noon of the same day, Jian Zingsui took out another version and said, "This is a slightly modified version based on the one I made in the morning. What do you think about it?" After comparison, although the version at noon did not meet everyone's requirements, it unanimously passed. After all, it was miles better than the morning version. Only Zhou Zun knew that the second version of Jian Zingsui's arrangement was actually prepared a long time ago. Although this was actually a trick Jian Zingsui did to force everyone to choose what he wanted, it actually solved the core issues of the problem. After that, nobody had any more complaints and began to rehearse seriously. However, as the main person in charge of this stage, Jian Zingsui often stayed up all night and that exhausted his body in result. He had a low-grade fever since yesterday, and his situation was worrying. Zhou Zun said, "Have you taken a fever-reducing medicine?" "I took it in the morning." Jian Zingsui cleared his throat. "Can I take it again? The medicine has side effects, and I'm afraid I might feel sleepy during the stage. You have worked very hard for this stage." This sentence popped up in the hearts of all members of the creative team at the same time. But somehow, Jian Zingsui's energy level inexplicably boosts their overall morale. They wanted to win this so badly, and they must win this stage. Instructor Li's voice came from the front. "Next, let's invite the creative team to come on stage. The work they brought us is Shimmer. Let's give them a round of applause." The audience gave them a warm welcome as they were very excited. "Ah, it's Shimmer. I've been waiting for this for a long time. I'm looking forward to it. I'm so excited I don't know what to do." On the stage, Jian Zingsui stood. Countless spotlights fell on his body, illuminating it in a mysterious glow. He could see the enthusiastic faces of the audience clearly. Not far away from them was the instructor's seat, and in the middle was Fu Jingxiao. He set his eyes on the actor, fully knowing that this might be his last stage, so he must fully utilize it. He would show Fu Jingxiao and everyone his absolute best. The low-grade fever makes his head ache and his body sluggish. The high-intensity dance practice had exhausted all his body strength. Every bit of his muscle was sore, and every inch of his nerve felt fried with dull pain. His limit was to stand still here, but he needed to push through that limit. He had a song to perform. This was the stage for which he has worked hard and devoted his heart. This was his last hope fueling his soul these days. The audience might never know what sacrifices he had to make. But that's okay, so long they could enjoy his creation at its best. In the dark night, are you walking alone? There's someone accompanying you, walking on this lonely road. Li Zun opened the curtain of the performance with an elegant accompaniment. His efforts were slowly presented in front of the audience. "I want to take this opportunity to introduce myself to you." And Rand's singing voice was gentle and clear, and he sang in a low voice, I am the shimmering joy circling around you." The stage was designed to enhance their performance. The LED screen was now a big, blue starry sky that was slowly rotating. All quiet, poignant, and mesmerizing, Jian Zingsui and Anren changed positions. Jian Zingsui sang as he took the center stage. "In the dark days, I also want to introduce myself to you. I am the Sai you passed by the corner and never looked back." The quiet melody enchanted them, immersing them in this hazy, dreamy atmosphere. Jian Zingsui's voice was much hoarser than before, that much was clear to the audience. But his hoarse voice combined with the lyrics of Shimmer gave people a sense of strange fusion. It felt strangely fitting, enhancing the performance to the next level. "I am not who I am, who I am." Just when everyone thought it was a lyrical song, Jian Zingsui changed positions. Zhou Zun's voice was high and loud, and his tone instantly changed the whole song. The tranquility was broken, shocking the audience with a refreshing tonal shift. "Look up and see me burning hot, look up, and see the shimmer of light I dedicated to you after I burn everything up." The background of the stage suddenly changed from the blue starry sky to a majestic sea of red stars, all shining bright like burning flames. The dry ice turned into mist and enveloped the entire stage. Li Zun jumped forward from behind, accompanied by Anren. Their combined duet following Zhou Zun's high-tone rap raised everyone's emotions a little higher. "Maybe I am just a shimmering light, but I want to shine it on you," Li Zun sang. It was answered by Anren, who sang in a lonely and gentle voice with a touch of sadness. "I would rather get myself hurt. Let me bloom into endless gleams for you." From the lyrical opening to the rap, the ups and downs emotional beat of the song has successfully captured the audience's love. The applause and fierce cheers of the fans suddenly broke out from the audience, and the barrage in the live broadcast room also suddenly increased. Absolutely, absolutely amazing. My scalp is fucking numb. Godly song, godly performance. However, the surprise brought to them by Shimmer was far more than that. When the first half of the singing ended and the song entered a turning point, a piece of piano rang perfectly connected the tune. When the three were attracted, the spotlight was turned on again, and it fell on the man behind piano, Jian Xingsui. The tone was high-pitched but melodious. Jian Xingsui's fingers danced on the keys, skimming ever so softly like a leaping elf. His cheeks were slightly red due to a low-grade fever, and his back was completely covered by cold sweat. However, he wouldn't let his condition affect his performance. As he continued to play a hauntingly beautiful piano accompaniment, it gave his teammates a stage to show off the choreography complex footwork with sharp, knife-like movements, all synchronized within the five of them. Every moment seemed to be a work of art, bringing the audience an endless visual feast. When the piano's volume gradually dropped, Jian Xingsui lowered his face and started singing again with a magnetic low and hoarse voice. In this lonely night, are you still walking alone? In all these years, are you still suffering? Jian Xingsui had an irreplaceable singing voice. He had unparalleled appeal when he sang, his emotions easily infecting everyone who heard it. The atmosphere was brought by him, led around by him. At this moment, he was the king of the stage. He lifted his hands and heavily dropped them. As the high-pitched piano sound rose again, the chorus of his teammates joined in. The voices of everyone in unison accurately reached the ears of the audience, bringing another shock, singing in unison as it resounded throughout the stage. Look up and see me burning hot. Look up and see the shimmer of light I dedicated to you after I burn everything up. The whole stage was once again engulfed by a flamboyant red light, forming a strong visual impact with the dark starry sky background. The long tune and strong emotional mobilization made this stage successfully move the hearts of the audience. When the lyrics came to an end, the roaring applause and piercing screams from the audience covered the room, signaling the success of the performance. Shimmer had become a god-level song in one fell swoop. This time, as the vice captain and the creator, Jian Xingsui showed everyone his unparalleled creative talent and strong musical ability. The young man sitting by the piano had delicate eyebrows and three-dimensional features. Under the dim light, his skin was fair and smooth. He had never worn heavy makeup, so he was naturally not greasy at the moment, giving people a sense of elegance. The audience in the live broadcast bombarded the screen with their comment once again. Such a fucking strong composing ability. His creative talent is a rare find. Mama, I found a treasure. I finally can clearly see Jian Xingsui's handsome face. I'll see who's stupid enough to not vote for him today. When the last music on stage ended, the entire track of Shimmer was performed. It was clear to everyone that the song was very, very well received. All the contestants had to stand up and bow to thank the audience as they closed the stage. But Jian Xingsui, who was sitting by the piano, didn't get up. His head was so dizzy, even he got double images just by looking at the piano keys. He knew the condition of his own body, so he didn't dare to stand up in case he would fall immediately. Instructor Lee also noticed something was wrong and muttered softly to him, "What's going on?" The lighting director on the stage also noticed the problem and dared not turn on all the lights. The audience also gradually felt that something was wrong. What's going on? What's wrong with Jian Xingsui? Hey, what's happening? The instructors on the special platform were also worried. Fu Jingxiao looked at the youth sitting by the piano, his eyes narrowed slightly. He slowly picked up the microphone and whispered Jian Xingsui. The elegant and mellow voice sounded low through the speakers on the stage. When it reached Jian Xingsui's ears, it lifted his spirit up. His chaotic brain finally cleared up a lot, despite his limbs still being weak. This performance exhausted all his remaining physical strength. Fu Jingxiao's voice made him sober and realized that he's still on the stage. Couldn't fall. He couldn't fall in front of so many people. This was a stage that's built by everyone. If something goes wrong because of him, everyone's hard work will be ruined. Jian Xingsui secretly twisted himself. The sharp tang of pain revitalized his brain a lot. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he stood up slowly. His surrounding teammates seemed to realize something. For a moment, no matter what grievances and hatreds there were in the past, they all solidified their image as a tight-knit team. Zhou Zun walked over first, followed by Zhang Jiajia, Li Zun, Zhu, and Anren. Everyone leaned against each other and stood together, and officially walked to the center of the stage. The group that just finished their performance could also appear on the stage again at this moment. When Jian Xingsui's body swayed, someone supported him from behind, and when he looked back, he saw Shen Xingchen's face. Shen Xingchen silently mouthed to him, "Lean on me." The other teammates nodded. Only Zhou Zun said, "The composer of this song is our vice captain, Jian Xingsui." Fu Jingxiao set his sights on Jian Xingsui, but he didn't ask Jian Xingsui any extra questions, just curled his lips and smiled slightly. Just like he once praised him on the first stage, he said in a low voice, "You did a good job." Jian Xingsui had been supporting himself all the time, and his whole body was very tired. This kind of tiredness came deep from the marrow, but when he heard Fu Jingxiao's affirmation, his heart was hot again. It was enough to invigorate his soul, making him gain another bit of strength to continue onwards. Just like in the past, in those dark and difficult years, his idol gave him spiritual persistence. His idol was a gleam of light that kept the fire of his spirit going. On the stage, the young man solemnly bowed to the instructor's seat. He gave gratitude and respect to his mentor who appreciated him and gave him a chance. Instructor Tuya said with a slight smile, "Okay, now that the last group has finished its performance, let's vote for the popular king. Live audience and viewers who watched for 60 minutes or more in the live broadcast will be eligible to vote." The big screen at the back of the stage flickered on, and the data of each team was clearly displayed. Jian Xingsui turned around and saw the list of the creative team. As the number of votes on the screen increased little by little, there were 3 people in the creative group with the highest number of votes: Li Zun, Anren, and Jian Xingsui. At the beginning, Li Zun and Anren had a high number of votes while Jian Xingsui was lagging behind. However, slowly but surely, his votes gradually catch up to others. The amazing performance of Shimmer made him more well-known to all the viewers, and finally, after the viewer voted, Jian Xingsui's total vote count was far ahead of everyone. This was a stage where public opinion won over money. Tuya announced with a smile in the second stage performance, "The popularity king is Jian Xingsui. Congratulations." Thunderous applause erupted in the arena, and the spotlights fell on the young man who was currently dazed and confused. As he stood, he gave a shallow, tired smile when he saw his name and face appear on the big screen. Normally, he would have needed to give a speech. Fu Jingxiao's gaze was always fixed on Jian Xingsui. He knew of the youth's current condition, so he instead said, "Please stand in the middle of the stage and take a group photo." Shen Xingchen was the first one to walk to the center. His hand was still supporting Jian Xingsui, who still leaned on him. Ning Zi, who was from another team, also came over and supported Jian Xingsui from the other side. The two of them seemed to be Jian Xingsui's close friends, supporting like good brothers should. Shen Xingchen said in a strange tone, "Why are you so heavy, brother, when it's Chinese letter, Xingdi, which does not denote seniority?" Jian Xingsui said helplessly, "Who is heavy?" "You are the photographer in front shouted, "Please look at the camera." Just as they were bickering, everyone turned their heads to look at the photographer, leaving behind a somewhat funny picture. Jian Xingsui was sandwiched between his two friends. This funny photo was taken, and even the director of the program group didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw it. However, nobody expected that many years in the future, when the 3 young men in the picture had made many achievements in their respective fields, when they gained prestige and influence in the entertainment circle, this photo became a popular topic to discuss by everyone. And every time someone mentioned this, the 3 young men would take another group photo with relish in their heart. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the recording of the second stage of Starlight ended. In the hospital nearest to the shooting location, a doctor was in a hurry in the middle of the night. The young man lying on the hospital bed was unconscious, and an IV drip had to be prescribed. After carefully measuring his temperature, the doctor said, "The fever should subside in 2 hours. It's nothing." The doctor inwardly blushed when she saw the man's face, but she was a professional who knew how to abide by medical ethics, so she kept a straight face and continued, "After we conducted a physical examination, we found that he is actually a little anemic and physically weak. It should be due to excessive fatigue. His food intake also should be monitored further, as it may be the root cause of his ailments. As for his low-grade fever, it should be a combination of the aforementioned fatigue and mental stress. Let him rest and make sure he is far away from a high-pressure environment until he is completely recovered. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will worsen his situation." Fu Jingxiao sat on the hospital chair, sneaked a glance at the boy on the bed, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The doctor's face flushed red. She finally knows why the outside world had such a high opinion of Fu Jingxiao. Unlike those famous celebrities, actor Fu was really polite and personable, and he looked very handsome. The doctor hesitated for a bit, but she succumbed to her desires. "Well, can I ask you for an autograph? It's for my colleague, she likes you very much." Fu Jingxiao looked up at her with a distant and polite smile. "Yes, but you please wait a minute, I'm taking this child to see a doctor, so he needs to rest." Only then did the doctor come to her senses, bowed apologetically, and left quickly. The room fell into silence, and the smell of medicine permeated the room. Jian Xingsui's sleep didn't take long. As soon as the sleeping drug started to lose its effect, he slowly woke up. His head still felt like it's stuffed with cotton, foggy and heavy. He turned his aching head and saw Fu Jingxiao, who sat on a chair by the bedside. He hesitantly asked in a hoarse voice, "Instructor Fu." He couldn't be dreaming, could he? Fu Jingxiao raised his head when he heard a movement, then answered the youth, "Are you awake?" Jian Xingsui noticed the needle in his hand. "What's wrong with me?" Fu Jingxiao succinctly summarized his condition. "You passed out as soon as you got off the stage and successfully scared the other trainees half to death. As your mentor, it's my responsibility to take you to the hospital." His fever has subsided a little, making his face not so red, although he was still sickly pale. Sick people were more fragile after all. Remembering the doctor's reminder, Fu Jingxiao then finally noticed that this youth seemed too thin for his stature. Didn't the doctor said that mental stress might be the leading cause of the youth's ailments? Looking at the well-behaved boy on the bed, Fu Jingxiao suddenly remembered what he overheard in the stairwell that day. It might be because there's only the two of them, or because the sick youth looked very pitiful, or because the hard-working youth really touched actor Fu's heart, or any combination of those reasons, that led him to ask, "Why didn't you agree to that 1 million yuan offer?" Jian Xingxui froze. Fu Jingxiao opened his lips. "That day, I was in the smoking room next to the stairwell, and I overheard it." Jian Xingxui just woke up. His head was still a mess due to his low-grade fever. In this muddled state, he could only say, "You knew." "Yes," Fu Jingxiao said. "You said you were short of money during the first stage, and you said that your reason for participating was for that 20,000 yuan compensation, right?" Actually, the answer to this matter was not that important to actor Fu. He has always been cold-hearted and indifferent. He has seen everything on this muddy entertainment circle, many backdoor, unfair deals. Normally, he was too lazy to care about it, and besides, he didn't want to meddle in others' affairs. This industry was like that: if you are too good on others, they will chew you until your bones are left. Soft people had no place in this place, but somehow he didn't know why. He paid an unusual amount of attention to this young man. He still didn't understand his own reason why, so he asked Jian Xingxui this question. Jian Xingxui sat on the bed, clutching the quilt tightly. He felt that his answer to this particular question was very important. If he didn't tell the truth, he might never have a chance to say it again, and he would regret it. Because during the first stage's ranking announcement, I promised you that I would no longer continue on this show because of the consolation money, as it would be disrespectful of me to think that way. Hearing the answer, actor Fu was left speechless. Sitting still on the chair, he glanced at the dark sky from the window. His pitch-black eyes reflected the starry night sky. It was rare for him to be completely honest in his expression, no longer using a polite facade when facing others. Fu Jingxiao closed his eyes, then asked the youth another question. "Is my words that important to you?" "More than that 1 million yuan, when you're in desperate need of money," was left unsaid. Despite will never be able to debut on the show. Despite saying no meant offending the higher-ups, the solemn youth closed his moist eyes, trying to calm his unsteady breaths. The pale fingers shook as it curled on the quilt. He was nervous, always have since birth, probably. His nature was timid, and before his rebirth, his temper only ever flared when he craved for his family's attention. This nature of his was only compounded further when he knew what an insignificant being he was in face of the protagonist. He knew his fate. He knew how he would die because of that fate. But at this moment, maybe because of the uncontrollable longing and insatiable desire in his heart, or maybe it was because of his actual fever, he just blurted out what he had inside his mind. In front of Fu Jingxiao, Jian Xingxui nodded gently in answer to the actor's question. "Yes, it is more important." What? Jian Xingxui has never thought that life could be so dreamy. He was lying on the hospital bed, recalling in his mind the conversation with actor Fu not long ago during his stay in the hospital. After Jian Xingxui nodded, actor Fu was silent for a while. The silence suffocated the youth in suspense, and just as he was thinking about clarifying his answer, Fu Jingxiao instead asked him, "When will your contract with the agency expire?" Jian Xingxui was dumbfounded. Huh. After that, actor Fu left, but before leaving him with one sentence: "If your contract expires, or if you want to terminate it in advance, come and discuss it with me." Again, Jian Xingxui was left dumbfounded. This time, he was finally alone. When he woke up after that, a staff member of the program team called Zio Mi when it should be Little Me, but it looked awkward as a name, took care of him and said, "Fuji has something to do at the moment. He is busy with other jobs, and he flew overnight last night, so I will take care of you in his stead." Zio Mi sighed and said, "No need to thank me. Anyway, we are friends who have worked together, or since you are popular now, I guess we aren't friends anymore." Jian Xingxui shook his head quickly. No, it's not. Zio Mi was his partner Jian Xingxui had worked with during his stunt as a temporary helper for the show. During that time, he needed to work to make a living, plus he really didn't want to live in the Zhang family's house. But Jian Xingxui hesitated. "Am I really popular?" When Zio Mi heard that, he was delighted to tell Jian Xingxui the truth. "You are so popular, especially yesterday. You were the most popular person voted by the audience. You know who fickle they are, and yet you still won the popularity king vote against everyone." Jian Xingxui was still doubtful, true or not. Zio Mi pinched his waist and said, "What would I lie to you about this?" But then Zio Mi remembered about the show's rule about not allowing the trainees access to their mobile phones, and so he understood Jian Xingsui's line of thought. There's no camera in the hospital, so he dared to sneakily give the youth his mobile phone. He opened the Weibo app as he whispered conspiratorially, "I gave it to you because we are friends, so don't tell others." Ziomi smiled and went out to let Jian Xingxui watch it by himself. Hurry. Put Shimmer on online music platforms already. Let me put the song on repeat. Hey, it seems that I broke the replay button. 3C. When can I buy 3? The repeat isn't a typo BTW. This music already, I wanna buy the album. There were also analysis comments on Weibo, such as, in reality, most people in this world were ordinary citizens. That's why they really liked it when Jian Xingsui said that these ordinary shimmer of light could illuminate others too. You didn't need to be a special existence to mean something. On top of that, his singing voice was very emotionally infectious. When normal people sing about how cool and sunny they are, the listener could only nod along. However, when the singer was Jian Xingsui instead, he could make the listener feel like Jian Xingsui was the one who brought the sunshine to them. It was so easy to be moved by such quality. Under that Weibo, there were many comments agreeing with the op. Finally, someone who speaks out my heart. This little cutie really gripped my heart. I hope he can make his debut. Sui Sui must win. Slowly, Jian Xingsui scrolled through and suddenly came across a different hot topic who was called Teacher Student. Under the topic, it was filled with screenshots and videos about Fu Jingxiao and Jian Xingsui. There was a video where Fu Jingxiao patiently guided him in the practice room. There were photos of the two of them during the Battle Royale game, and even daily eye contacts between the two of them. He never thought that someone took screenshots of those kind of interaction. The following comments were also filled with screamings. Teacher and student. Teacher and student. The little white rabbit wanders around behind the big bad wolf. Every move is so sweet. Teacher Fu and student Jian S. ZD. 4 SZD equal it is real. Jian Xingsui read the comments, and his eyes stained with mirth, lips curling into a smile. Really, looking at these photos on the phone screen, he couldn't put it down. As he was looking at it, Zio Mi from outside came back, bringing a doctor alongside him. Sui Sui, it's time to change your saline drip. Jian Xingsui was startled, and the phone almost dropped. Seeing that, Zio Mi hurried over to his side. Then he saw the photos on the phone. Now that Zio Mi had seen what Jian Xingsui had stared, he was ashamed. He wanted to be buried inside the crust of the earth. But Zio Mi only showed a very understanding smile to him and waited for the doctor to leave before saying, I understand, I know everything. Jian Xingsui's earlobe slowly turned red. What do you know? Who would be unhappy to catch up with Fuji's popularity? Zio Mi said with a smile. If I did that, I too would look at it with a loving gaze. Jian Xingsui's fierce heart slowly sank. Under Zio Mi's puzzled eyes, Jian Xingsui said softly, it's not because of that. Zio Mi didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Jian Xingsui shook his head slowly. No, nothing. That messy thought. Well, it's best to let it rot inside his stomach for the rest of his life. Nobody should ever know. In fact, this was already very good. This might be the best ending possible between them. The next day, Jian Xingsui recovered from his illness and returned to the show. After the end of the second stage, the program team also let the contestants rest for a while. After Jian Xingsui came back, he also heard some rumors that for this voting, the show would eliminate half of the remaining people this time, so only top 24 ranking would remain. And for the third stage, there were only 3 groups that would fight each other. And this time, there would be guest celebrity to help out in the performance. Among them is Anren's second brother, Jian Zhai. Shen Xingchen complained to him, I heard that Jian Zhai will come here early today. He said it's for I think it's for celebrating Anren's birthday. Jian Xingsui's body froze. Shen Xingchen didn't notice that and impatiently continued his rant. It's really hypocritical, and the program team even planned a special event for that. Because of the brotherly relationship between Jian Zhai and Anren, we need to give Anren more shots to please the Jian royal family. 5 This was 100 sarcastic, especially since Mr. Jian invested a lot of money to shoot this episode of the program. And then, because of Jian family's request, they will hold a special birthday party, and all contestants need to participate. So disgusting. Feeling refreshed after ranting his heart out, he then realized the person beside him was eerily quiet. He then turned around and asked Sui Sui. Jian Xingsui's face was a little ugly. After being asked like this, he pulled his face away and smiled, slowly shook his head and said, it's nothing. If Shen Xingchen hadn't said this, he would have already forgotten that it will be his birthday in a few days, the same exact day as Anren's birthday. It has been several years since he celebrated his birthday. Usually the Jian family would be too busy to give it a proper celebration. His father would say he was busy with the company or there was a business trip. His eldest brother would say he had a meeting with clients and couldn't come back. His second brother would say he had a gig scheduled and would only send a birthday message to him. Everyone was always busy. At some point, his family just stopped celebrating his birthday altogether. In the past, he thought that there was genuinely no time for a celebration, but now it seemed his family just didn't want to celebrate his birthdays. If they really loved him, they would specially carve a time despite their busy schedule. After all, birthdays are fixed on a date each year. It's not hard to allocate this time and clear their schedule if they just tried. Maybe the sadness in his eyes was too obvious. Shen Xingchen softly asked him, you don't like the program group's promotion of the royal family, do you? Giant Zingsui froze, came back to his senses and nodded haphazardly. Shen Xingchen patted him on the shoulder with an air of contentment. Well, there's no other way. The world is unfair like that. Not everyone can be like me, powerful and rich. Giant Zingsui was shocked by his buddy's self-confidence. When the contestants were called to the cafeteria in the afternoon, many of them were quite excited when they saw Jian Zhai. After asking around, they found out Jian Zhai had come here in advance for a special program. For them, Jian Zhai was a relatively big senior, and a popular one at that. He was someone that many people wanted to befriend to benefit them. As Jian Zhai walked into the cafeteria, he was greeted with warm cheers and enthusiasm. Many trainees became sycophantic and said, Jian Ji, I've heard many of your songs before. They are all so good. There were many sweet voices calling out to him as Jian Zhai stood beside Anren. To tell the truth, Jian Zhai didn't want to be as low-key as Fu Jingxiao, and he would fulfill these trainees' requests to appear nice in front of the camera. He also didn't dress casually, instead wearing a black suit with a slender, sleek tie. His hair was styled to perfection, not a single strand strayed. He looked immaculate. Jian Zhai smiled and said to everyone, this time I just want to cooperate with everyone for the stage performance, so don't be too restrained, just treat me as a friend. The trainees replied, feeling touched, Jian Ji is really kind. He may be famous, but he's so down to earth. Only Jian Zingsui knows that Jian Zhai was actually a very stinky person. If he really meant what he said about befriending the trainees, he wouldn't be dressed in such fancy suit. He wasn't low-key at all, and he certainly wasn't a down-to-earth, humble person. When Jian Zingsui brought his friend to the Jian family's house, he was scolded by Jian Zhai, the older man fussing about not wanting Jian Zingsui to tell everyone their brotherly connection. When many trainees saw Jian Zhai coming, they warmly greeted him and wanted to say hello. Jian Zhai glanced across the lobby and found that only Jian Zingsui and Shen Xingchen, who were sitting in the corner, ignored him. His expression immediately changed, and he deliberately took Anren's hand and raised his voice. This time, I'm here mainly to help my younger brother. Anren usually causes trouble for everyone, so I'll ask for forgiveness on his behalf. Anren liked being protected by his famous brother like this, and he immediately smiled shyly. The other trainees hurriedly said, Jian Ji, you are really polite. Ranren is very nice. You don't need to apologize to us. Anren clearly enjoyed everyone's envious gaze towards him, but he was good enough in acting shy. Some trainees plucked up their courage to ask for autographs, to which Jian Zhai agreed. So many people gathered around to ask for autographs and even WeChat contact, but for some reason, Jian Zhai looked at the other side of the cafeteria with some concern. On the other side of the room, Jian Zingsui not only didn't pay any shred of attention to him, but he and Shen Xingchen straight up went over to get their meal, as if they were too bored and just decided to continue their meal. It was a very subtle and strange feeling. In the past, Jian Zingsui always regarded Jian Zhai as the whole world. No matter the occasion, wherever Jian Zhai appeared, Jian Zingsui would follow him around and couldn't be shaken off. He used to be so clingy, and that pissed Jian Zhai off. He always thought Jian Zingsui was just a useless younger brother who could only cling to their family's good name. On the way here, he watched the latest performance, of course not for Jian Zingsui, but just to see Anren. Internet was praising Jian Zingsui's superb composition ability, but he sneered at it. However, he was really attracted to Shimmer. Looking at the shining performers on the stage, Jian Zhai suddenly felt that he didn't know this youth anymore. Was this really Jian Zingsui, his worthless brother? Since when did he compose songs? He never knew that. With a somewhat doubtful mind, Jian Zhai came to the gymnasium ahead of time. He guessed that Jian Zingsui should have known the news that he would not debut. After seeing him coming, Jian Zhai thought he might come over to lick his face. One another synonym would be, licking dog, describes someone sycophantic. Like before, or begging him to help fend off the program's crew not to eliminate him. Jian Zhai had already thought about how to refuse such disgusting requests, but Anren poked Jian Zhai. Gee, what are you looking at? Jian Zhai recovered from his thoughts and said with a guilty conscience, No, I didn't see anything. Anren's smile was a little forced. Really, he's lying. He was obviously looking at Jian Zingsui. Anren felt a little unhappy in his heart, but still smiled gently. Gee, shall we go to eat too? Jian Zhai nodded. Anren just saw Jian Zhai staring at Jian Zingsui just now. He felt unhappy. He lost to clarity. Anren lost compared to Jian Zingsui because Jian Zingsui is the popularity king. To Jian Zingsui at the latest performance, so he thought of getting some of his dignity back by deliberately dragging Jian Zhai to show off. He sat opposite of Jian Zingsui, and he even bought shrimps for his meal. When he was at home, his second brother would peel the shrimps for him. After they sat down, Anren said softly, Second brother, do you like shrimp? May I peel them for you? Jian Zhai didn't really like shrimps, but he still said, No, Ranren, I know you like it. Just eat, second brother will peel it for you. Anren showed a shy smile. How embarrassing. Jian Zhai gently patted his head. You are my younger brother, why are you being polite to me? As if deliberately trying to attract Jian Xingsui's attention, Jian Zhai also acted like a caring big brother, treating his younger brother with gentleness and consideration. This made other trainees envious, and Jian Xingsui also noticed. Although he no longer cared about such things for a long time now, remembering how different Jian Zhai treated him, Jian Xingsui's heart still felt dull and sore. Shen Xingchen next to him hated this nasty scene the most. The haughty young master Shen put down his chopsticks. I'll get some shrimp too. After returning with a plate of shrimp, Shen Xingchen sat down, acted coquettish, hugged Jian Xingsui's arm as if deliberately disgusting the other side and said, "Come on, second brother, do you like to eat shrimp? Ji will peel it for you." Jian Xingxui was dumbfounded by him. After taking the shrimp from Shen Xingchen's hand, Jian Xingxui said softly, "No need, I don't like to eat it very much and you don't touch it too much, you are allergic to seafood." Shen Xingchen, a fool, was puzzled. "How do you know?" Jian Xingxui said helplessly, "Because you didn't touch any seafood when you ate hot pot last time, and besides, didn't you said you couldn't eat it?" Shen Xingchen curled his lips into a shy smile and put down the shrimp helplessly. Jian Xingxui saw his shriveled appearance and gave him a chicken leg from his own bowl. "Eat this instead." Shen Xingchen angrily took the chicken leg back, thought for a while, and then gave him the chicken leg in his own bowl. "Second brother, since shrimps can't be touched, we will settle on chicken legs." Jian Xingxui was dumbfounded by his nonsensical behavior, but his previous depression was also swept away, and a smile appeared on his eyebrows and eyes. On the opposite side, Jian Zhai was inexplicably lost in thought. He never told Jian Xingxui that he hated shrimps, but when eating, Jian Xingxui never let him eat shrimps. Every time he went home, the dishes on the table were also almost all of his favorite dishes. Jian Xingxui sometimes cautiously said, "Second brother, I made this, it's a bit mushy, but the taste should be good." At that time, he only thought that his younger brother was a clumsy idiot, only knowing how to make trouble. Anren was good at cooking, so he was moved by Anren's carefully prepared dishes, but he would never be moved by Jian Xingsui's clumsiness. From the beginning to the end, there has never been a moment when he gave this clumsy younger brother a chance to shine. Anren said from the side, "Second brother, I peeled the shrimp for you." His gentle voice was still as sensible as ever. Jian Zhai recovered, but felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. In the past, he would feel that Anren was caring, but now he didn't have such thoughts. He just said lightly, "No need, I don't have appetite now." The smile on Anren's face suddenly froze. Holding the chopsticks in disbelief, he looked at his second brother, who suddenly turned cold towards him for some reason. He was filled with endless doubts. Why? What was wrong? It was fine before, right? In order to prepare for the shooting of Anren's birthday party, many trainees were decorating the cafeteria in a festive atmosphere. The program's crew also purchased cakes and other things. After returning to the training room, Jian Xingxui was a little tired, so he took the lead in going to the bathroom to take a shower. Although Shen Xingchen was usually careless, today he also felt that something was wrong. He pulled Ningzi and said, "Don't you think that comrade little Jian is not right today?" Ningzi usually doesn't talk much. After a while he nodded. "Why?" Shen Xingchen asked stupidly, "Is he still sick?" Ningzi was silent for a moment, and finally opened his lips and said, "Probably not. I think it might be because it's his birthday in 2 days." Shen Xingchen almost jumped 3 feet high. "What did you say?" Ningzi still looked calm. "I guess it should be because of this." Shen Xingchen asked, "How did you guess?" "When we first came here to register our information, I was the one behind him. I glanced at the identity information he filled in at that time. Because it was a fairly close date, just about 2 months, I remembered it." Ningzi said calmly, "It should be on the same day as Anren's birthday." Shen Xingchen was shocked. Then why didn't this kid say anything? Ningzi sat down beside him. "I think it's because of embarrassment. After all, other people belong to the royal family and have capital. Plus it's a show invested by his father, so he can celebrate his birthday blatantly and give him special attention. If he said that today is also his birthday, wouldn't that be embarrassing? In fact, this mentality was understandable. Shen Xingchen didn't understand. Birthdays can't be not celebrated. It happens only once a year. In the Shen family, every birthday was celebrated grandly, and he would receive many gifts. That's why he always looked forward to it. In his mind, someone's birthday was a very special day and it must not be ignored. But Jian Xingsui's birthday was ignored. The most important thing is that the program crew actually didn't mention it, just so that there was only Anren as the protagonist of that day. This was deceiving people too much, and Shen Xingchen, the envoy of justice, was not happy. Ningzi said, "There is no way. Where are you going?" Shen Xingchen wandered out of the dormitory. Those who have good conditions at home like them will hide their backup mobile phones. They usually don't dare to play for fear of being caught. It was a special situation, so he still had the courage to use the phone. He had to buy his second brother a birthday present. He had to ask his family to bring a cake, preferably a bigger one than Anren's. Shen Xingchen called his elder brother first, but it turned out that he couldn't get through. Thinking about it, it might be because he was on a business trip or a meeting, so it was understandable. He could only call home. After dialing for a while, a gentle female voice answered. It was his mother, Su In-jen. Shen Xingchen yelled, "Mom, you haven't slept despite being so late. Today was a cloudy, rainy day." The torrential downpour was loud enough to be heard over the phone. Su In-jen replied, "I'm about to sleep. Why? Is everything all right?" Shen Xingchen was a little worried. "Is Dad at home?" Su In-jen nodded. "He is, don't worry." Only then did Shen Xingchen heave a sigh of relief. Speaking of it, this was considered a taboo in the Shen family. The reason was almost 20 years ago. Mrs. Su was also frightened by the heavy rain at night when her youngest son was born, and that same day, that child also died. Since then, every rainy day, especially when there was thunder, Mrs. Su always had nightmares and couldn't sleep all night. She said that she would dream of the child when she fell asleep, and she would cry even more when she woke up. Su In-jen asked softly, "What's the matter, Chenchen?" "Ah, it's nothing." Shen Xingchen said, "Mom, do you know Jian Xingsui? 2 days from now it's his birthday and I want to prepare a birthday present for him. But I'm here for closed training, so I can't prepare. I've inquired before, Jian Xingsui's parents don't love him very much, and then the program crew pretended to not know of his birthday, so I thought." His mother was suddenly silent. The year when the accident happened, Shen Xingchen was only 3 or 4 years old, and he didn't remember anything. Later, because Mrs. Su suffered from postpartum depression and mental problems, it was strictly forbidden to discuss that matter at home, so Shen Xingchen didn't know the exact death date of the younger brother he never had. The thunderclap roared, as loud as an explosion. It roared and echoed inside Su In-jen's ribcage, making her heart pound in an erratic fashion. Her body tensed up and she failed to fully understand what her son was saying. Shen Xingchen suddenly had a bad premonition and hesitated. "Mom." In the Shen family's house, the woman sitting on the sofa was completely stiff. Her beautiful face showed sadness, her body trembled uncontrollably, and finally 2 lines of tears fell. She covered her lips, trying to stifle her sobs. Finally, amidst her shaky voice, she said, "Is it the day after tomorrow?" Is that child's birthday really the day after tomorrow? Shen Xingchen didn't know why her mother suddenly behaved like this, so he could only nod honestly. Yes, it's the day after tomorrow, so I figured, okay, Mom will help you prepare." Su In-jen's voice was trembling. She seemed a little at a loss and said, "What should I prepare? What does he like? What does he lack? Ah, I need to go to the mall tomorrow. Oh, by the way, does he want to eat a cake? He should be 20 years old this year. I don't know what kind of cake he likes to eat." Shen Xingchen held his mobile phone, watching the rain marks on the glass outside the window. He softly asked, "Mom, why are you crying?" 2 days later. Today was Anren's birthday and also Jian Xingsui's birthday. When he got up from the dormitory in the morning, he went to wake Shen Xingchen up. He didn't know when it became his task, but because Shen Xingchen couldn't wake up the alarm clock at all, he could only rely on manpower. However, to his surprise, Shen Xingchen woke up by himself today. Jian Xingsui was shocked. "Why do you wake up so early? You look down on me." Shen Xingchen snorted lightly. "Can't I get up early?" Jian Xingsui nodded, as if he didn't experience how hard it was to wake Shen Xingchen up every day. He didn't know if it's just his imagination or not, but he always felt that Shen Xingchen behaved very unusually these 2 days. He didn't know what the older man was doing at times. He would go somewhere for a long time, and he wasn't as lazy as usual. In fact, it looked like he was preoccupied with something. Jian Xingsui was afraid that he would forget, so he specially reminded him. "It seems that the program crew has an arrangement this afternoon. Let's go to the auditorium." Shen Xingchen said while getting dressed, "It seems that there is such a thing scheduled today." Ningzi was the diligent one in the dormitory. Not only did he wash up long ago, but he had even finished exercising. He walked over and said, "Well, today is Anren's birthday party. We should participate." In order to prevent anything unpleasant from happening during the recording, the program team prepared a script for everyone to act. Jian Xingsui went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. He said as he walked, "I've been watching the layout of the auditorium for the past 2 days. It should be quite grand. You should try to find a good place for the recording, so you can get good camera shots." Although Ningzi didn't talk much, he was well informed. Jian family ordered a very large 5-layered cake, and it just arrived this morning. "Because we have more than 50 trainees, I'm afraid it won't be enough for everyone to eat. I heard it is specially customized." Jian Xingsui paused while brushing his teeth. He wanted to smile along with him, but he couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitch. Shen Xingchen put on his clothes and walked over while still sniffing. "Who wants to eat that broken cake? It'll probably taste boring anyways, and it will just be a waste of food and air." Jian Xingsui laughed after hearing it. After washing up, they came out of the dormitory, but they didn't expect to run into Anren's group head-on. Many trainees in the corridor knew that Anren was definitely going to make his debut, plus he has the backing of his wealthy family. It was no surprise that people flocked towards him, greeting him in a sensible way. Even if they were just gaining some level of familiarity, it was enough. They also verbally sent their blessings. "Happy birthday, Ranran, the birthday boy is here. Ranran is very handsome today. Of course, the other trainees agreed. After all, they have done enough on the surface. Soon, Anran also walked in front of Jian Xingsui. Just as the group was about to pass by, Jian Xingsui wanted to pretend to be invisible, but Anran's voice came out, Sui Sui. Jian Xingsui paused. Anran followed the others and said hello. Xingchen hello, how is Ningzi? Shen Xingchen didn't have anything good to say when he opened his mouth. Huh, who is talking? Oh, hello there, birthday star. Anran didn't like Shen Xingchen's tone, but no matter how he felt, he could only accept it, so he could only smile awkwardly in response. But soon Anran remembered his main purpose, so he set his sights on Jian Xingsui again, but he said it loudly for everyone to hear. We have cooperated on several stages before, and we are all friends now. This time I want to thank everyone for their care, so don't be polite. I have prepared gifts for you tonight, and I want to give them to you in person. Seeing Anran's hypocritical smiling face, Jian Xingsui suddenly felt tired. He was too tired to continue pretending to feel okay in front of the camera, and today was his birthday. He wanted to treat himself by taking a day off. Anran looked at him sideways in surprise. What's uncomfortable? What else is uncomfortable? Of course it's because your eyes are uncomfortable to see. Shen Xingchen actually felt fine, but he said anyway, I also feel uncomfortable. Anran glared at him angrily. Jian Xingsui felt funny in his heart, but he didn't show it. He just said to Anran, that's about it, I'm sorry. Anran was a little disappointed. He knew that today was also Jian Xingsui's birthday, however. Jian Xingsui didn't say it himself, so Anran couldn't say it if he still wanted to be in the viewer's good graces one is in. If the viewer knows that Anran knew of Jian Xingsui's birthday, they may criticize him for celebrating his own birthday so grandly and not Jian Xingsui's. In case other trainees ask them to celebrate their birthday together, let's not mention on how Jian Xingsui was more popular than him, and maybe the money invested by the Jian family would only benefit Jian Xingsui instead. Although in that case, he could accuse Jian Xingsui for stealing the limelight he doesn't deserve, but still, that wasn't worth the loss of popularity Anran would feel if they celebrated their birthday together. Therefore, Anran thought about it in his heart and actually felt that it would be better if Jian Xingsui really didn't come, so he said, well, you can take a good rest at that time. Jian Xingsui nodded and Anran let them go. As the dusk settled, most of the trainees had gone to attend the birthday party. As for Jian Xingsui, he was reading alone in the library. The library was situated one floor higher than the auditorium. He was sitting by the window, and he could see the cheery atmosphere of the party from here. The lights there were bright, the ribbons and balloons were fluttering wildly, looking so dazzling as it reflected the bright overhead lights. The lively sounds from the happy people below echoed loud and clear even to the library. Jian Xingsui heard that both Jian Zhai and Jian Qiu were also here, somehow able to attend despite their busy schedule. The family reunion was very touching, and the photographer was seriously recording this beautiful moment. Jian Xingsui looked at it with his chin propped up. He was a little sad when he first heard about this, but now his heart has calmed down. He looked at his former relatives surrounding another person, and it made him a little numb. Xiaomi came over and said, Sui Sui. Jian Xingsui was a little surprised to see him coming. I sent you your mobile phone. Xiaomi looked at it and sighed. I only found out about your birthday today from the director. They didn't arrange anything for you this time, so I asked for special circumstances to send you back your mobile phone. He said that you can use it freely today. It was compensation. Xiaomi couldn't say the truth out loud. Xiaomi looked at him and suddenly felt a little sad. On the same day, there were two different celebrations, one with a grand party, and the other could only sit alone in a quiet corner and spend his days silently. They were both popular trainees with the same age, but they led a completely different life. But no matter how much he pitied Jian Xingsui, he was helpless. Xiaomi said, then I'll go first. Jian Xingsui was very polite. I'm sorry. After he left, Jian Xingsui turned on his mobile phone. This was the first time he got his mobile phone back after a long time. After opening WeChat, the person who sent him the most messages was actually Wang Ji, his manager, and his words could be roughly divided into several categories. Anyway, you will definitely not make your debut. Stop wasting your time and retire from the program soon. We already accepted 1 million yuan for you. You cannot breach the contract. Think about the consequences yourself, otherwise I will not be able to help you. Jian Xingsui went through these in silence without replying. In fact, he had already thought about it before he participated in Starlight. As the protagonist, Anran had a halo. If he didn't want to die like he did in his previous life, the most important thing he should do is to avoid him. At first, he planned to get as much money as possible, then quitted the entertainment circle the moment his contract expired. After that, he hoped to move into another city, or even abroad, and build a new life for himself there. Even if there's a couple of years left in his contract, it wouldn't matter much. The worst thing that they could do to him was to hide him from the public eye, so he wouldn't get any job or popularity. He didn't care much about these things. Scrolling further, there were no more messages. Jian Xingsui clicked on the text message on his mobile phone and found sadly that there were only text messages from 10,086, an industrial and commercial bank of China that wished him a happy birthday. Even the Zhang family didn't greet him. When seeing this, Jian Xingsui's heart sank a little bit, but he wasn't that sad. Maybe because he had already prepared mentally before, and naturally he wouldn't face that kind of sadness of not meeting his expectation. However, he still felt lonely. He needed to learn to get used to this feeling slowly. While looking at his phone, someone came from behind and patted him on the shoulder. "What are you doing here?" Jian Xingsui shivered and looked back in disbelief. "Xingchen." Shen Xingchen leaned against the table and took Jian Xingsui's book in his hand. "What is this?" "Grimm's Fairy Tale." "What a gloomy book. Don't read it. Come with me." Huh. Jian Xingsui was caught off guard by him and pulled him outside, hesitatingly asking, "Where are you going? Are you not filming the show? Why did you come out?" Shen Xingchen said confidently, "I sneaked out." Jian Xingsui was silent. If someone else did such a thing, he might be surprised. But this was young Master Xingchen. He was willful enough to do this kind of thing, and maybe he should do whatever he wanted. That's just how he is. Jian Xingsui felt a tiny bit envious of that. Jian Xingsui followed Shen Xingchen down, and when he went downstairs, he heard the sound of thunder exploding in the sky outside. "Where are we going, Xingchen?" Jian Xingsui followed him and said, "It seems to be raining outside." Shen Xingchen responded and finally brought him to the door of the classroom and said, "Go in, I have something to discuss with you." When Jian Xingsui arrived, he didn't notice anything wrong. After all, it's not uncommon for Shen Xingchen to do something weird because of his eccentric personality. He pushed the front door. Squeak, the door opened. Before Jian Xingsui could see the inside clearly, he suddenly heard a loud crack, and then a handful of colorful streamers floated in the air, spun around and landed on Jian Xingsui's body. "Happy birthday," cheerful voices greeted in unison. Jian Xingsui opened his eyes and found that Wen Shengge and Ningzi were standing side by side near a table, and Shen Xingchen was standing behind them. The three of them were laughing, with a small party streamer in their hands. You, Jian Xingsui didn't react for a while, and even stuttered when he spoke. "What are you?" Shen Xingchen rubbed his nose as he swaggered. "What, you can't tell what it is? Isn't today your birthday?" Jian Xingsui wanted to talk, wanted to ask how they knew, how they sneaked out, and where the little party streamer came from. Thousands of questions spun inside his head, but in the end he didn't know what to say first. He hesitated for a while, lips still gaping without a sound. He hung his head, his eyes reddened in a visible speed. Shen Xingchen hastily said, "Hey, no need to be thankful, brother. This is just how it should be. I'm just good like that, and as my younger brother, how can I not give you a birthday party?" Jian Xingsui smiled through tears. Why does this dumbass always have the ability to break the atmosphere in one sentence? Ningzi took Jian Xingsui inside and said, "Come here." Jian Xingsui followed them and saw the table behind a row of small ribbons. On the table was a table of hot dishes, which looked a little strange. Fried shredded potatoes with tofu and green leafy vegetables, a bowl of mixed soup, all kinds of flavored rice piled in a haphazard manner. Ningzi said, "It's all Xingchen's suggestion. He said that for your birthday, we need to have home-cooked dishes." When Shengge complained, "But it's really bad. He had zero cooking skills." Shen Xingchen blushed in shame and grumbled, "What did you say?" When Shengge shut it up. In fact, he didn't need to say it. Jian Xingsui knew that the food on this table probably didn't taste very good, but seeing the steam coming out from the food also warmed up his heart. He was satisfied with the sincerity he felt. Shen Xingchen said, "Don't hate me, I will let you eat something delicious later." Jian Xingsui was puzzled. A woman suddenly came inside. It was now late autumn. She wore an off-white woolen sweater with a light orange knitted coat. There was an exquisite and beautiful gemstone brooch pinned to her chest. Her black hair hangs down to her shoulders, wavy and neat. She looked like she should be nearly 40 years old, with a palpable, gentle feeling emanating from her. The ribbons fluttered in the air and they looked at each other from a distance, separated by some distance. Jian Xingsui froze in place. A strange feeling bubbled up from his chest, making him speechless. Shen Xingchen yelled, "Mom, why did you come here? It's raining and there's a traffic jam on the road." Su Wenzhen said softly. Her voice was also so quiet and gentle. She was carrying a lot of things in her hand, but she didn't let it bother her as she continued to say, "I don't want to miss it, but fortunately I came in time." Shen Xingchen didn't expect her mother to come here alone. She was dressed very formally today, as if she got up early to put on delicate makeup, put on decent clothes, brought the things she had prepared earlier, and concentrated on coming to the party. Shen Xingchen quickly walked over to pick up things. "Why do you buy so many things? Are they all for me? Which one of them is a gift for Suisui?" "No," Su Wenzhen clarified, "they are all gifts for Xingsui." Shen Xingchen stared at his mother in confusion. Su Wenzhen walked slowly in front of Jian Xingsui. She raised her head and looked at the child in front of her. Jian Xingsui was standing under the light. He was a head shorter than Shen Xingchen and looked way thinner. He should be younger than Shen Xingchen, with baby fat still stubbornly clinging on his face. If you look closely, Jian Xingsui's and Shen Xingchen's facial features were quite similar. As Su Enzhen looked at Jian Xingsui in silence, the youth looked back in confusion and helplessness. Su Enzhen didn't know exactly why, but her heart was overflowing with feelings of pity whenever she saw this child. Jian Xingsui reached out and held the older woman's extended hand without hesitation, with a soft and crisp voice. "Hello, Auntie." Warm hands wrapped around Su Enzhen's somewhat cold hands. After Su Enzhen felt the temperature, she gripped Jian Xingsui's backpack. "Hello." Shen Xingchen leaned over and said, "Mom, where is the cake you brought?" Su Enzhen recovered, and she was a little embarrassed when she mentioned this. "Well, Mom originally planned to make cakes by myself, but I didn't know why, but I failed many times. In the end, I had no choice but to ask someone to buy it for me." Shen Xingchen said in disbelief. "Why would Auntie not actual aunt, but housekeeper maid? Let you bake by yourself." She knew none of us have any culinary talent, right? None of their family has any culinary talent. It was like a curse. Su Enzhen glared at him. Shen Xingchen didn't notice the hostile glare and continued to ask, "Then who do you ask to buy it?" Su Enzhen was about to speak when the outside door was pushed open again, and someone walked in with long strides. The man was clad in a black, striped suit and leather shoes. He should have come here from some kind of event. It's been a long time since Fu Jingxiao wore such formal attire. His handsome face and elegant temperament made him instantly become the center of attention. As everyone stared at the actor, he was holding something in his hand and asked to nobody in particular with a smile, "Am I late?" Jian Xingsui was confused, but he immediately focused on the sentence, "Bought in advance." What's the meaning? Did Fu Jingxiao pre-ordered a cake already? How do these people know? Jian Xingsui seemed to be hit by a pie falling from the sky, to hit by a good thing out of nowhere. And he was at a loss for what to do now. On one hand, he felt overwhelming joy that burst into the top of her head, and on the other hand, he wondered whether this might not be true at all. Fu Jingxiao stood in front of him. The tall and handsome man looked down at him and said, "Long time no see." Jian Xingsui curled up his hands subconsciously by his side and nodded slightly. "It's been a while indeed. Are you busy with work?" "Well, I do have a few jobs lined up in advance." Fu Jingxiao glanced at him. "Is your body recovering well?" Jian Xingsui nodded. I'm fine now." "I think you're not very good." Fu Jingxiao's voice was a little teasing. "It's a good thing that this cake came in time. If you don't celebrate your birthday after all this, you will miss this opportunity to make a wish today. Where else can you go to wish for good health?" The two of them talked here, but they looked a little silly to others. Shen Xingchen's eyelids twitched. Ningzi and Wensheng did not expect that Jian Xingsui and instructor Fu could chat so naturally. They seemed to be so far apart as a person, yet able to communicate so smoothly. Fu Jingxiao put the cake on the table and said, "Open it and see if it's deformed." Ningzi quickly stepped forward to take the cake. Thankfully, it was not deformed. It was a two-layered blue cake with a golden star inserted on the top of the cake, which was dazzling and eye-catching. Ningzi and Wensheng helped put in the candles, and the cake lit up with a yellow candlelight. The shimmering glow bounced, giving the room warm light. The two of them stood by the table and smiled happily. "Sui Sui, happy birthday." The candlelight gave the room a feeling of familial warmth. Fu Jingxiao stood beside him and called his name, Jian Xingsui. The youth turned around. Fu Jingxiao hooked his lips up. He took out a small golden crown from nowhere, folded the crown, and he waved to him. "Come here." Jian Xingsui walked over in a few steps to the front of the actor. With every step, his heart became hotter. The ribbon fluttered, and the young man standing below looked at his idol with some hesitation. This person who was once unattainable to him stood in front of him, and everything seemed like a dream. Fu Jingxiao looked at him and said, "Birthday gift." When he got closer, Jian Xingsui realized that this little crown was not made of paper, and there seemed to be an inscription on the inner wall. It was an abbreviated F. He instantly recognized it at a glance. Others may be confused, but he was Fu Jingxiao's hardcore fan, after all. This was a souvenir from when Fu Jingxiao won the championship in 2007, when he challenged the variety show again as a repeat contestant. This was the crown of glory that only the C position 3 center position number 1 in ranking can have. Jian Xingsui didn't care about any pretense anymore. He stammered and said, This is." Fu Jingxiao's eyes darkened, and he whispered, "You know this." Jian Xingsui stammered even more. "For a while, I didn't know if he should admit it or not. This is a souvenir I got when I won in the King of Songs in 2007. Fu Jingxiao played with the crown in his hands and slowly narrated in a low and magnetic voice. "At that time, I was not famous and only had a few fans. When I participated in the first season of The King of Songs in 2005, I failed in the competition, which resulted in many of my fans quitting. Even I myself began to doubt whether I could be a successful singer." Fu Jingxiao curled his lips up while talking, recalling a fond memory. "Then there was this little fan. They diligently sent me private messages of encouragement every day. They often said that my elimination was not because I was inadequate. They made me believe in my own ability again, made me believe that I still have a bright future in this industry. At that time, Jian Zingsui was still young, and what he said was naive. He never thought deeply about what he sent. He just followed his enthusiasm and composed whatever he felt inside his heart. Who would have known that it was that sincerity that helped his idol from his low period? It was precisely because of his firm companionship that Fu Jingxiao regained enough confidence to continue his career and eventually became who he is today, someone on top, shining with gold. Fu Jingxiao approached him and whispered, "Now I will also give you this crown." Jian Xingsui's heart was overwhelmed, and he looked at the person in front of his in disbelief. Fu Jingxiao's fickle eyes were always stained with a smile, even with a gentleness that he didn't realize. His voice is low and magnetic. "Happy birthday." Shen Xingchen from behind came over and said, "Oh, hurry up and blow out the candles. We are waiting for dinner." There was a moment of silence in the air. Jian Zingsui quickly regained his composure, ran back and chuckled. Okay, okay. He stood by the cake, saw Su Zhen standing there and smiled at her. He clasped his hands together, making a wish. He did not wish for good health. Instead, he wished for this moment of happiness to stretch into the future, and for everyone present today to have good health. It was so quiet inside the room, in sharp contrast to the howling winds and roaring thunder outside. Su Zhen continued to look at the boy next to her with an unblinking eye. His facial features were 50 or 60 similar to Shen Xingchen, especially the lowered eyebrows and eyes. When his eyes were closed, they looked exactly the same. In a trance, Jian Xingsui's figure overlapped with the child Su Zhen dreamed of in her dream. Everyone said that he was dead. Everyone said she had a mental problem. Every time Su Zhen dreamed of that child, she could hear her baby following her around, crying out, "Mom, Mom." In a soft, childish voice. He wasn't a noisy child, but quite sensible and obedient. In her dream, he grew up slowly. Her dream always engulfed her in a melancholic mood. She knew it wasn't healthy, but it's only in her dream that she could see her baby growing up. From watching him tumbling around as a toddler, speaking his first words, slowly growing up, even watching him being bullied by his peers but not being able to help. As her baby grew older, his figure became hazier. His face was unclear, but she missed him even more. Shen Xingchen said, "After making your wish, you can open the presents." "Mom, what did you buy?" Su Zhen came back to her senses. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. After calming down her turbulent emotions, she walked to the table to pick up the things she brought. She turned around and smiled at Jian Zingsui and said, "Auntie doesn't know what you are missing, so I just buy everything that comes to my mind." "Zingsui, come here and see what you need. I hope you like them." Jian Zingsui came over, staring at the pile of gifts on the table. He said in a low voice, "This must cost you a lot." Su Zhen shook her head. She slowly took the various items out of their packages and showed it all to him. "This is a knee pad for dancing. When I watched your live broadcast, I saw that you always bumped your knees when you danced. I hope you find this useful. As for this is a calcium supplement. You are still growing and your body needs nutrition to keep up, especially because you're too thin. Plus, I heard that you were sick some time ago. You must pay attention to your body." And as for this, she pointed out the items and its function, while Jian Zingsui just stood in front of her and patiently listened. After Su Zhen finished speaking clumsily, a pair of gentle eyes greeted her. Jian Zingsui was holding something, a little stiff and shy, and finally nodded and said, "I like them all." "Although isn't this too expensive?" Jian Zingsui held these things and said softly, "I've never received so many gifts." Su Zhen looked at the thin child in front of her, looking lost amidst the pile of gifts. His trembling hands made her feel distressed. For many years, she had a hard time getting through this day because she always thought, if that child hadn't died, today would be his birthday. What would he look like? What kind of things does he like? What kind of gift should she prepare for him? How tall is he now? Does he have a good life? However, today, for the first time, she did not have that sense of loneliness. When she saw Jian Zingsui, she felt a strange feeling in her heart, as if her heart was filled. Boom! There was another muffled thunder outside, which made Su Zhen's heart tremble. She looked at Jian Zingsui in front of her, subconsciously stretched out her hand, and asked in a low tone, "Can I hug you?" Without resisting, he put everything in his hand aside, then nodded and smiled. Yes. The sound of the rain outside was pattering, and the young man was under the dim light with a faint smile in his eyes, looking directly at her with an honest eye. In a trance, Su Zhen seemed to see her grown-up baby. In the dream, he followed her step by step and shouted, "Mom, Mom." And then that child was slowly swallowed by the darkness and left her just like that. She couldn't catch him. She saved him. No matter what, she always lost him. Su Zhen's hand trembled. She pulled Jian Zingsui into a loose hug as if pulling her child in a dream. She failed to do this in her dream. But this time a warm figure hugged her back. His body was distressingly thin, but it was warm and filled with breaths. She caught him this time. Su Zhen's breathing became erratic, and the sadness in her heart was churning like a stormy sea. She hugged Jian Zingsui tightly and couldn't control her tears any longer. She said tremblingly, "My son, my child." Jian Zingsui originally just wanted to give an ordinary hug, but when the older woman hugged him with such sad eyes, his heart tied into a knot. Strange emotions bubbled up into his throat, making him uncomfortable. Not knowing what to do, Su Enjen's trembling call sounded in his ears, making Jian Xingsui's eyes tremble slightly. His hands seemed to be out of his control, and he subconsciously hugged Su Enjen back and murmured, "Mom." What? Sound of the rain outside was a bit loud, as did the joyful hustle of Anren's birthday celebration in the hall not far away. But even in such a cacophony, Su Enjen still heard that soft call. "Mom." The call was hesitant, soft, unsure, and longing. Her body tensed almost instantly, her eyes widened in disbelief. Tears fell on Jian Xingsui's shoulders. She could hardly control her emotions, so she stepped back a little, trying to subdue her heart. She looked at Jian Xingsui with blurry vision. In her trembling voice, she asked, "I'm sorry, what did you say?" Jian Xingsui was also a little surprised after murmuring that word. Why would he say such a thing? This was clearly Shen Xingchen's mother. He wasn't confused about that. Was it really because he longed for his family so much in his heart, so he couldn't restrain himself after being treated gently? He was so ashamed and annoyed at himself. He didn't want to offend Madame Shen, when she's married to the Shen family, so she is sometimes referred to by this title instead. So the youth had no choice but to bow his head embarrassedly, trying his best to lie. I didn't say anything, maybe did you hear me wrong?" Su Enjen herself was confused. Was she really misheard that longing, soft call? Did she hear it wrong? She missed her youngest child so much, to the point of having hallucinations. This youth might have some similarities to her second son, but that didn't justify using him as a substitute for her youngest son, right? Jian Xingsui's voice was hoarse and stilted, as if the words were stuck in his throat. Still, he continued, I am very happy. After finished speaking, he lowered his head, not wanting Su Enjen to see his reddened eyes. He didn't want anyone to see his pathetic state, but Su Enjen's heart was still soft and she held Jian Xingsui's hand. In a very gentle tone, she said, "You don't need to thank me nor thank my son. A birthday celebration is a must for us. You're not making trouble or anything like that. If you don't dislike it, I will come to celebrate your birthday every year in the future, okay? And then you can still treat Xingchen as your own brother." Her voice was filled with maternal grace. Soft, patient, kind. After Jian Xingsui heard this sentence, the last line of defense in his heart seemed to have shattered to pieces. He nodded lightly, and at the same time, hot drops of tears fell from his cheeks. He's so happy. He never felt this happy before. This familial warmth he craved for 2 lifetimes felt so unreal. Did the happiness actually make him delusional? This must be a dream, produced by his desires that intoxicated his entire being. But even in his wildest dream, he never dared to imagine his friend's mother treating him this well. After all, if his adopted family of 20 years and his biological family couldn't treat him nicely, why would a stranger do it? Seeing Jian Xingsui silently crying like that, Ningzi and Wensheng, who was not far away from the cake, brought Jian Xingsui a big slice to cheer him up. "Come on, let's eat the cake." Shen Xingchen also walked over slowly and said, "Finally I can eat, I'm really starving to death. Let me taste it first. OMHMMM. Fuji, where did you buy this cake? It's so delicious. Next time you can buy me one for my birthday too, hehe." Fu Jingxiao smiled as he said bluntly, "You ordered a birthday present in advance." Shen Xingchen almost nodded, but then he realized and immediately shook his head frantically. How could this guy be so cunning? He actually wanted to fool this young master with a birthday cake as his present. Bah, he doesn't want that. Birthday cakes are a given, separated from gifts. He knew very well that the Fu family was a real wealthy family, the kind that probably descended from aristocracy from centuries back. Even if Fu Jingxiao casually fooled him with things that are worth 100,000 yuan every time, he wouldn't easily be fooled. This young master wasn't easy to bully, even if it's by the devil Fu Jingxiao himself. Accompanied by this noisy group of people, made him forget that his birthday party was only attended by a handful of people. It might be so, but that didn't diminish the sense of cheer they brought to him. As they were sharing the birthday cake, more people gradually came over. Tuya was the first one to come over, and the blonde beauty smiled as she said in a cheerful tone, "Wow, I just guessed that you guys are throwing some kind of party behind my back. Am I not invited? So mean." Jian Xingsui looked at the newcomer in surprise. Instructor Tuya. Tuya handed a gift box in her hand to Jian Xingsui. "I heard from the staff that today is your birthday. I hope I wasn't late to the party." The lady smiled and patted his head gently. She had a good impression of this polite and serious boy. Truthfully, she had a lot of complaints about the different treatment between the 2 birthday boys by the crew, so she came over immediately after attending Anren's party. Besides, she was actually biased towards Jian Xingsui. Not that she would show it blatantly, though. What Jian Xingsui didn't expect was that Tuya was just the first person to come from the main party. Slowly, other trainees also came over one after another. They actually heard about this occasion because of a hearsay from the staff. "Sui, you didn't tell us it was also your birthday. Wow, who cooked these foods? These are so unpalatable. Of course we're coming for your birthday." Jian Xingsui didn't expect everyone to come. Slowly but surely, the originally sparse classroom was filled by more and more people sneaking into his party to give him birthday blessings. Some even give him gifts. Many trainees chose to attend because they were helped in some way or another during the first or second stage, as Jian Xingsui was kind enough to fine-tune their musical arrangements. Many of them remembered this kindness in their hearts, so they immediately decided to come after asking around the staff about Jian Xingsui. After the program group finished filming Anren's birthday party, many people chose to come here in a heartbeat. It was now very lively and full of people. As for Anren, there were quite a lot of people arriving during the filming of the show. But after the filming ended, Anren found out something was wrong because the previously lively bustle became more quiet. He could only see a handful of people sticking around, mostly people he regarded closer than a colleague. As for everyone else, they seemed to have gathered together in another place. Anren and his family stood at a corner and saw a classroom across suspiciously lively, with all kinds of laughter and shouts. Because it was dinner time, the cafeteria reopened, and many trainees who didn't have enough cakes went to the cafeteria to eat together. Because of special permission from the instructors and program crew, the meal was richer than usual. Anren pointed to the cafeteria and said, "What happened here?" Xiaomi, who had just been given a small piece of cake, came out of the cafeteria. He was a staff member, so Anren dared to grab him and ask. Xiaomi answered, "Oh, it's Suisui's birthday. Everyone is here to celebrate him." Anren actually guessed it, but when the staff said that, he felt a little uncomfortable. It was because the cafeteria was really too lively, and the instructor who had just left early from his birthday also was here. Originally, Anren thought the instructors just had something else to do, and he didn't guess it was to gather around the birthday boy's main seat for dinner. Even the movie Emperor Fu was there. The thing is, at his birthday party, several other instructors at least went to show some politeness, but Fu Jingxiao didn't show up at all. Everyone thought that actor Fu was busy with work, so he didn't come, but this time, Fu Jingxiao appeared by Jian Xingsui's side. All of the trainees could see it isn't this equivalent to slapping himself in the face. Jian Zhai also noticed it, and he was thoughtful. The program team held 2 parties. Xiaomi quickly denied, no, the director team didn't arrange it. It was spontaneously done by the trainees. Anren and his family fell silent again. Doesn't this sound ironic? Doesn't it seem that he is not popular compared to Jian Xingsui? Seeing that Anren was unhappy, Mr. Giant to Anren's father. "It's actually Father Jian, but that sounds awkward," snorted coldly. "What's spontaneous? Didn't he say that he was not feeling well?" In actuality, he celebrated it with such fanfare. If he was well enough for a celebration, why didn't he at least congratulate Ranran? Jian, he actually had cruller things he wanted to say, but he was aware that he's in public. He has always been a mature entrepreneur in front of other people, so he had an image to maintain. Xiaomi secretly overheard this sentence and was really stunned silent by this shameless rhetoric. If this logic was followed and applied to Anren, then why didn't Anren go to congratulate Suisui? Why did Jian Q have the attitude and rhetoric about Suisui and feel sorry for Anren? Did Suisui owe their family? It's really weird. What a bunch of brain-dead family. After Jian Xingsui's spontaneous birthday celebration was over, most attendees left. Jian Xingsui personally escorted some of them to the cafeteria's door, waving goodbyes at them. He was left with his roommates, a couple of instructors, and a handful of other trainees. After the lively celebration, it was clear that everyone's energy was exhausted, so they could only talk in a relatively low voice. Not long after, Jian Xingsui received a notice from the program group. It seems that he had a special visitor. The Zhang couple came to visit him and were waiting in the guest hall. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Jian Xingsui felt that the couple seemed to avoid the program group's activities every time. When he first came here, they felt very wary as they were here, as if they were afraid of being photographed by the camera. During that time, he didn't think these details were important, so he shelved it. But now he could only guess why their behavior was that way. However, seeing it's still his parents, no matter how estranged they might be, Jian Xingsui still went. At least he must greet them, even if it's only to escort them out of the vicinity. He was still bound by filial piety after all. However, the difference from last time was this time, he no longer harbored any unrealistic fantasies, nor did he feel that the couple really came to see him and not for Anren. He would be foolish to think otherwise. They definitely came for Anren's birthday, but might as well have greeted Jian Xingsui as they already came here. Suisui, after entering the guest hall, he heard a familiar call within a few steps. Jian Xingsui stopped as he saw Mrs. Zhang ran towards him. She rushed to hold Jian Xingsui's hand, but Jian Xingsui gently avoided it out of pure reflex. Mrs. Zhang froze in place, surprised by such a gesture. Jian Xingsui, still in polite demeanor, spoke as if he didn't avoid Mrs. Zhang's gesture. Does something happen at home? Zhang Xiangyang didn't see Jian Xingsui for a while, and for some reason the youth looked much older and mature. He walked up to Jian Xingsui and looked at the child in an odd look. The older man opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. Jian Zingsui asked again patiently, "What's the matter? Is something wrong? Or do you need me with something?" Zhang Xiangyang wanted to say something, but Mrs. Zhang pushed her husband away, and she spoke on his behalf. "There's nothing home, no need to worry. Besides, isn't today your birthday? We came especially to see you. We bought you gifts and a birthday cake." Jian Zingsui was a little surprised to see that there was really a cake on the table not far away, and there was a neatly wrapped box next to it. Unexpectedly, this couple actually seemed to be celebrating his birthday. No, there must be a hidden reason why. After learning the previous lesson, Jian Zingsui would not be so easily fooled anymore. He hardened his heart and asked, "Do you need me to call Anren for you?" Mrs. Zhang was taken aback by this youth's unexpected words. Disbelief in her tone, she asked in return, "Sui Sui, what do you mean?" "No need to say any more, I understand." Jian Zingsui mercilessly exposed them. "Isn't your main purpose to come to see Anren? Today is Anren's birthday, after all." A guilty conscience flashed across the Zhang couple's eyes, but Mrs. Zhang immediately recovered, quickly smiled and said, "You child, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? How could it be because of this? Anren naturally has his current family to accompany him. Since he has returned to the Jian family, he will celebrate his birthday with his birth family. And as for you, you are our child. You have come to live at our house and celebrate your birthday together from now on." Zhang Xiangyang also nodded, and the man said in a hoarse voice, "Listen to your mother. Happy birthday, my child." The room was silent for a moment. For a while, Jian Zingsui was a little confused about the true intention of his birth parents, whether what they said was true or not, or what their true motives were. Seeing that he was not moving nor talking, Mrs. Zhang quickly went to the sofa behind and took out a craft paper bag out of the box, put it in front of Jian Zingsui and said, "My child, this is a birthday present for you. Look, it's from a famous brand. We specially bought it for you. I even went to a specialty store to buy it for you so you won't get a fake one, and it does cost a lot of money." Jian Zingsui saw Mrs. Zhang took out a set of clothes and shoes from the paper bag. It was a set of sportswear, complete with theme shoes. Seeing the distinctive logo displayed on the fabrics, it was definitely from a well-known sports brand. He wasn't picky with his fashion choice. When he was still living in Jian family's house, he was considered a half-young master. With a fairly affluent family and a deep coffer, he was familiar with various luxury brands of clothes. And this set of sportswear bought by the Zhang couple was familiar to him at first glance. This was definitely considered quite luxurious for a middle-income family. It must cost quite a fortune. Jian Zingsui suddenly felt a little ironic. He could smell the stench of overcompensation from miles away. Really, he felt wretched. He kinda hoped they were cheated with a well-made fake brand. He tried to control his tone, hoping it to be as neutral as possible. "You said it was sold in a specialty store." Mrs. Zhang thought he believed their words, so she said, Well, we bought it from a store in a big shopping mall. I'm confident they won't sell fake ones there." Jian Zingsui looked at the things Mrs. Zhang was holding and listening to her exaggerated words. He inexplicably felt that everything was numb and he could only tune in with one ear open. During his dazed state, he thought of Su and Zhen again. This world was really strange. Some people you've met only a few times could treat you with all their heart and soul, give you everything you need with sincerity, while some other people were your biological parents, the ones sharing your blood, but their fake sincerity could be seen even by the blind. They would talk big as if afraid of their kindness being misunderstood. In the end, Jian Zingsui still had one question. What exactly was love? He didn't understand. All of its nature was mysterious, with unclear instructions. Sometimes it was given without any ulterior motives, but sometimes it was purely transactional. He really didn't understand. Seeing him in a daze, Zhang Xiangyang tentatively asked, "Sui Sui, after the show ends, will you go home with us?" Jian Zingsui recovered, and he replied, "I have my own plan for my future career. I won't go back there for the time being." When he said that, Mrs. Zhang became anxious. "Sui Sui, you have to go back, okay? Did you dislike that study room?" Yes, mother understands, don't worry. It is too small, very humid, and without an air conditioner. We already prepared another separate room, and you can live there comfortably when you go home." Mrs. Zhang's tone lowered, as if trying to comfort him. "And if you need anything, just tell me or your father, and we will buy it for you." So they actually knew that living in that cramped study room was really uncomfortable. At that time, it was very hot and humid. Anren's room was air-conditioned, but they were reluctant to let him live inside that deserted room. So instead, they pretended not to know how miserable it was to live inside that room. If this was him before his rebirth, Jian Zingsui might have jumped with joy when he heard this. He would gobble up any scrap of kindness that was offered, even if it was laced with poison. But now all he wanted was to give out a sarcastic smile and sneered at this very suspicious change of heart. However, he couldn't smile, not even moving his lips. Mrs. Zhang still wanted to talk, but Jian Zingsui blocked her words. "No need. Since it wasn't mine in the first place, I don't want it either." Jian Zingsui raised his head and looked at the two people in front of him. Inside his beautiful pair of deep brown eyes, there was only calmness and acceptance. Don't worry about it, since I came here to participate in the program. After I leave, I have never thought about going back there to live again. Mrs. Zhang's heart sank. Sui Sui, what are you talking about? Most of the time, Jian Xingsui was a very talkative child. But once he figured it out, he was able to say such cold-hearted things with a decisive attitude. He knew he wasn't loved by his biological parents. So he wouldn't crave it anymore. Might as well cut their relations cleanly. Just when Mrs. Zhang was about to speak, Jian Xingsui changed the subject again. Mrs. Zhang smiled and said, "Is it to do the transfer of the household registry? Then it's no problem." Jian Xingsui shook his head, "Not that, at least for now. Instead, I want to do a paternity test between me and Mr. Zhang. You have done Anren's, but we haven't done it. Since we have to go through the formalities, let's deal with it as soon as possible." When his voice fell, both Zhang Xiangyang and Mrs. Zhang's pupils shrank. They were both frozen in place. They were actually frozen by shock and fear. If Jian Xingsui found out that they weren't biologically related, he would definitely try to track down his actual biological parents, and then he might have stumbled upon the truth of why such child exchange happened back then. Wouldn't what they did 20 years ago be made public then? If so, what would happen to them? The weight of their sins were closing in. The next day, the second stage was over, and it was usually time for the students to rest. However, just after 1 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was still sound asleep, the alarm bell of the whole building suddenly rang. There were wailing sounds from many dormitories, and some people even came out only in their underpants. What happened? Is that the fire alarm? However, in the next second, the voice of the broadcast echoed through the corridor. "Attention to all trainees, please wash up and arrive in the hall to assemble within half an hour. Everyone, be sure to be there." The broadcast was repeated several times, reminding them over and over again. At the beginning, no one paid attention, as everyone still wanted to continue to sleep. Unexpectedly, 5 minutes later, the broadcast sound appeared again. "Attention to all trainees, please wash up and arrive in the hall to assemble within 25 minutes. Any latecomer will face consequences." Then they announced the countdown. Jian Xingsui sat up from the bed in a jolt, and Ningzi, who slept in the bed beside him, also got up. While putting on his clothes, Ningzi said, "Wake Xingchen up, let's assemble." Although Jian Xingsui was very sleepy, hearing the countdown to the meeting instantly refreshed him. He nodded, got up quickly, put on his clothes, and stood up. After glancing at the still peacefully sleeping Shen Xingchen, he sighed, "Xingchen, wake up." The young master turned a deaf ear, turned over, and continued to sleep. Jian Xingsui had no choice but to go to the bathroom. He got a wet towel and hit Shen Xingchen directly on the face. Shen Xingchen cursed softly and sat up with a wet towel sticking on his face. "Are you crazy?" Jian Xingsui sighed, and just as he was about to speak, the countdown on the broadcast sounded again. "Attention to all trainees, please wash up and arrive in the hall to assemble within 20 minutes. Jian Xingsui shook the little ancestor Shen. "Did you hear that? Hurry up, we are going to assemble soon." When Shen Xingchen got up, he was very angry. Hearing the cold-toned broadcast only added fuel to the fire. "It's only 1 o'clock in the morning. What are you going to do together? Go to hell." The voice was so loud that it almost knocked over the door. Jian Xingsui was so close that his eardrums were about to rupture. He cringed as he said, "There must be something wrong. Don't delay and get up quickly, or you will be late later." The more he was forced to get up, the more he refused to do it. Just as he was struggling, the horn in the corridor rang again. This time it was no longer the voice of the staff, but the voice of actor Fu. His voice was slow, but it gave people the feeling of giving an ultimatum. "Attention to all trainees. It is now the last 5 minutes. Please assemble in the hall immediately. Do not be late." When actor Fu's voice fell, there were chaotic footsteps in the corridor. Jian Xingsui was in a hurry this time, so he said to Ningzi next to him, "Come here and help me carry him up." Ningzi hesitated. "Are you serious?" Jian Xingsui nodded fiercely. "Come on." So almost everyone in the hall had arrived. The cameramen started preparing for the shooting. But then a commotion broke out, as many trainees focused their gaze on Ningzi, who was carrying the still sleeping Shen Xingchen on his back. Jian Xingsui followed soon, carrying their belongings. Everyone in the hall was silent for a few seconds. After a while, someone took the lead in laughing. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were amused. Even on this occasion, Xingchen is still able to sleep through. Ningzi really looks like a father, and Sui Sui next to him is like an old mother. "Ha ha ha, you are not afraid when Xingchen said he'll beat you up." Because of this funny scene, the number of comments in the barrage increased, and the popularity of the live broadcast room also increased a lot. After everyone arrived at the hall, they were asked to get on the bus prepared by the program crew. After everyone got on the bus, the instructor said in front, "Everyone should sleep for a while. We will wake you up when we arrive at our destination." It was still around 1 o'clock in the morning, so obviously many people were still half asleep. A trainee asked where they were taking them, but the instructors all smiled and did not answer directly. Of course, Shen Xingchen was also one of those who continued to sleep. When the bus stopped again, the young master finally woke up. Sleep still muddling his brain, he groggily asked, "Why am I in a bus?" Jian Xingxui, who was taking a nap next to him, sighed and said helplessly, "We tried to wake you up, but it was futile, so we just carried you over." Before Shen Xingchen could figure what Jian Xingxui meant, someone outside the bus shouted to get off. At this time, it was past 2 o'clock in the morning, and it was still pitch black everywhere. There were street lights where the bus stopped. The trainees gathered with the cameraman and finally got a clear view of the place. Instructor Li said, "Hello everyone, this is Mount Tai 1. Mount Tai, Chinese letter Taishan, is a sacred mountain in Shandong, China, and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. One of the 5 famous mountains. Our task today is to climb to the top of Mount Tai before sunrise to see the great rivers and mountains of our motherland." There was a moment of silence. It was impossible for anyone to think that they were suddenly pulled up in the middle of the night to climb a mountain. It was really surprising. Instructor Li smiled and said, "I knew that everyone was very surprised. Our rule today is that whoever climbs to the top of Mount Tai first will have the right to independently select songs and form a team in the final performance." The temptation was indeed very big. Tuya, who stood next to him, was also wearing a mountaineering suit. She said, "Also, we have prepared huts at each short rest stop. The first team to reach the hut will have a surprise waiting for them. Please try your best to climb the mountain." The trainees seemed to be a little bit more energetic. Shen Xingchen even asked, "What's the surprise, instructor?" Tuya shook her head and cheekily said, "It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you, would it?" Since the instructors told them so, of course the contestants could only explore it by themselves. However, many of them also had great expectations for this surprise, and everyone became immediately hooked. Seeing everyone eager to try, Fu Jingxiao said lightly, "This time, there is no limit to the number of people in each team, and you can form your own team." After hearing this, everyone was even happier. Jian Xingxui was courageous. There is no limit on the number of people, that is to say, can 2 or 3 people form a small team? Fu Jingxiao nodded. Yes, this news was very good for many people. Since the first selection eliminated half of them last time, there are only 56 people left in the whole scene. This time, they have rested for a few days, which means that the announcement of the second selection would be announced soon. Their public ranking would be displayed, and another half of them would be eliminated. As for the final stage, the top 16 would be able to participate. Maybe today's mountaineering activity would be their last time together. Everyone needs to cherish the time they have now. When grouping, Shen Xingchen said to Jian Xingxui almost without hesitation, "Needless to say, we are in a group of 3. No one had any objections." One member of their trio didn't wake up properly just an hour ago, but now they were all nice and ready to face the activity together. Shen Xingchen said, "Come on, take first place." Seeing how fast he was running, Jian Xingxui couldn't help reminding him, "Conserve your energy, this climb won't be done quickly. We need to be able to walk near the end." Shen Xingchen scoffed at his words, "I won't be able to walk. Who do you look down on?" 10 minutes later. The young master sat on a big stone by the roadside, gasping for air. His cheeks were flushed, and yet he was still able to complain his heart out, "I'm so tired. Why haven't we arrived at the first rest point yet?" Along the way, other teams kept catching up with them, although there were also a couple of teams who trailed behind them at a slower pace. Ningzi took a look at his binoculars and said, "There's a red flag over there. I guess the rest point is there." Jian Xingxui wanted to complain a long time ago. "ZG, where did you get the binoculars?" Ningzi cheekily said, "I brought it from home myself. Why on earth would anyone bring binoculars to a talent show? Was this a reasonable action done by a sane person?" Jian Xingsui's dumbfounded expression was recorded in HD by the program crew, and it quickly became the laughing point of the audience. "Ha ha ha ha, I have the same expression just now. Ningzi, what surprise will you bring next?" "I'm looking forward to seeing it soon. Be strong, Shen Xingchen." Jian Xingxui glanced at the people at the foot of the mountain and said, "Let's get up and run quickly, otherwise we won't be able to get to the rest stop if someone overtakes us." Didn't instructor Tuya say that only the first team arrived can get the surprise gift? Shen Xingchen moaned, "But I really can't walk now. I feel like my legs don't belong to me anymore." Jian Xingxui wanted to say that Shen Xingchen only reaped what he sowed. After all, how could anyone be as aggressive as him, just rushing forward without caring about whether or not his own physical strength can keep up? Ningzi sighed as he offered, "Do you want me to carry you?" Shen Xingchen shook his head and said, "I'm a man. How can a man be carried? Who are you looking down on?" His words amused Jian Xingxui. He almost chuckled. Jian Xingxui rolled up his sleeves and walked forward and then squatted down in front of Shen Xingchen. "I'll give you a massage." Shen Xingchen said vigilantly, "What are you doing?" Shen Xingchen's legs snapped over. He didn't know which acupuncture points were pressed, but fuck does it hurt. He began to howl at the top of his voice. This sound seemed to startle the birds in the forest into fleeing. Shen Xingchen cried, "Take it easy, man." Jian Xingxui then put down his movements, and he asked next to him, "How is it? Does it feel better?" Shen Xingchen found out after a while, "Hey, now that you're asking me, I do feel less tired than before." Jian Xingxui smiled and said, "That's good. The three of them quickly set off to the rest stop, and while walking, Shen Xingchen said, "What kind of massage method do you use? Why is it so effective? Please teach me." Jian Xingxui replied, "I learned this when I was at home before. My father and brothers were busy with work, so I taught myself from books and online courses." Shen Xingchen tusked Ed, clearly disapproving. "I see that you still have this ability." Jian Xingxui said proudly, "This is a unique secret recipe developed by myself, and others may not have that effect." Cheapskate. Shen Xingchen hammered him, clearly joking, "If you don't teach me, then I'll no longer be your big brother." Jian Xingxui pursed his lips and smiled happily. Finally, their group reached the halfway point of the mountain. The staff who had been waiting there for a long time said, "Congratulations for arriving here. Since you are the first group, you can get rewards. Now all three of you can go to that hut over there to check your ranking in this selection. At the same time, you can choose to give your fans an interactive live broadcast for 3 minutes. We have already opened the live broadcast room." The three were ecstatic. They didn't expect it to be such a surprise. Shen Xingchen said, "You two go first. I'm exhausted and don't have the energy to talk now." Ningzi was not in a hurry. He said to Jian Xingxui, "You go first. I'll have something to eat. I'm famished." Jian Xingxui had nothing to do first, so he agreed with their suggestion. He obediently nodded and entered the hut. The staff talked as he put an envelope on the table. "This is your ranking for this selection. Please turn on the live broadcast on your mobile phone in front of you after watching it, and interact with your fans for 3 minutes." There was an envelope on the table, and Jian Xingxui reached out, then opened it. He won 3rd place in the first selection. At the second stage, he used his original composition to let many audiences watch his brilliance. After finishing his performance, he also won the Popularity King voted by the audience. It could be said that he did his best to perform, and the feedback from the audience was also good. His ranking should rise, or at least stable at 3rd. When Jian Xingxui opened the envelope, he saw a line of words on the page. "Congratulations to Jian Xingxui. In this stage, your ranking is 15th. Congratulations on entering the final stage. Please continue to work hard." What? The youth sat there completely silent as he stared at the paper for a long time. The hard work he put in, every sleepless night he spent, every experience he suffered because of dancing practice, every drop of sweat he shed seemed to turn into a joke on this piece of paper. This was his reward. For all of that, the staff hesitated and said, "Sui Sui." Jian Xingxui quickly came back to his senses and smiled. "Well, I've finished reading it, so then I'll start the live broadcast." When the staff saw his expression, they only stiffly nodded. Judging by their reaction, they probably guessed it just by observing Jian Xingxui. They probably also understand some of the unspoken rules of the program group. Trainees who were not pre-casted in the debut position would not be able to succeed with just hard work. Money always spoke the loudest. Fanciful hopes and dreams were just a fleeting leaf blown by the gust. Reality and dreams were like heaven and earth. Jian Xingxui should stop being delusional about his future. The staff hesitated and said, "Sui Sui, you can tell the fans what you want to say. You can also solicit votes for yourself, and then you have to let the audience see your ranking in this stage." Jian Xingxui nodded, and he clicked the "Start Live" button on the live broadcast app. As a participant who was always recorded by the live broadcast camera, this was his first time being able to see the live barrage. After the audience saw that it was Jian Xingxui, many people were very excited. "It's Sui Sui. Woo, I stayed up late until almost 3 in the morning, and I finally saw you, baby." Cute crying sounds. Although he is not my bias, I'm fine with this. "Hello, Sui Sui." Jian Xingxui bowed politely to everyone with a smile and said, "Hi everyone, I'm Jian Xingxui. Nice to meet you." The live broadcast room was filled to the brim with comments. It was impossible for him to read it all. The audience could clearly read the words written on the paper. Just as Jian Xingxui thought, they were shocked into speechlessness. Did I read it wrong? Is it 5th or 15? Why did his ranking drop so much? The fact that Jian Xingxui changed from 3rd to 15th shocked the audience, including many neutral audiences and netizens. Not long ago, Jian Xingxui's ranking was still hovering in the top 6 debut positions. Why did he suddenly drop to 15th today? They weren't stupid. They actually have a guess they kept locked inside their heart. They just didn't dare to say it out loud, lest it offend the other party involved. Many fans also began to leaving questions and comments on the screen. Is it really 15? Could it be that I got it wrong? How is it possible? The fan club has spent millions on voting tickets. Why is it 15? My God, my friends, and I even used our relatives' phone numbers to help with voting when it's implied, as it was the normal operation in China, that to have a legitimate vote, you need a verifiable Chinese phone number. And as for extra votes, you need to buy them with real money. Jian Xingxui watched the barrage quietly for a while. The staff next to him reminded him, "There are still 2.5 minutes left. You are required to say something to the fans." This was a very precious opportunity, after all. His ranking has dropped too much, so if he was smart, he should know how to mobilize the high emotions of his fans to canvass more votes to compete. He knew this kind of ranking was inevitable. His agent has said so. Even Fu Jingxiao had indirectly implied it. That 1 million yen Wang Ji always used to threaten him. It's clear to him that the debut position has already been predetermined, even maybe since before the show started filming. However, despite all the psychological preparation he had, he still felt wronged. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. The audience exploded. What are you talking about, Sui? Are you crazy? It's not a waste of money. I am willing to do this. He knew that he would leave Starlight soon. Along the way, he received a lot of love and care from his friends. As the inevitable goodbye slowly closing in, he realized there was nothing he could do beside this. He could only help his friends to debut. At least for them, it was still possible. After coming out of the cabin, Shen Xingchen and Ning Zi came over. How is it? What is your ranking? Jian Xingsui smiled and said nothing. He was afraid of affecting the emotions of his friends. Seeing the unusually silent Jian Xingsui, Shen Xingchen was panicking. He immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. With a bated breath, he commanded, "You talk. It's nothing, don't worry, I'm entering the final stage." Jian Xingsui said, "My exact ranking doesn't really matter, okay? Instead, you two should hurry up and interact with fans. It's time." Shen Xingchen and Ning Zi looked at each other, but Ning Zi went first. After he went in, Jian Xingsui and Shen Xingchen sat outside. The two of them didn't speak for a while. Jian Xingsui pretended to do something in the stilted silence. However, he didn't understand why Shen Xingchen didn't speak at all. The atmosphere became inexplicably tense. All along, Jian Xingsui knew that Shen Xingchen was a carefree person, but this time he was eerily silent. Although Shen Xingchen was always nervous, at this moment he seemed to have guessed something. With every meeting there has to be a parting. The time was near. Perhaps soon they would have to separate, and from then on they would walk on two different paths. Maybe it would never converge, like two parallel lines, infinitely stretching, never towards the other. Jian Xingsui tried to ease the atmosphere. "Do you still want to learn that acupuncture point? I'll teach you." Shen Xingchen returned to his senses and waited for Jian Xingsui to glance at him with a vicious stare. Jian Xingsui innocently asked, as if nothing bad had happened, "Why? Is something the matter?" The thing was, Shen Xingchen had spent quite a long time with Jian Xingsui. He precisely knew how the youth looked when he was desperately trying to avoid a topic. Once Shen Xingchen saw the fragile, glassy look in Jian Xingsui's eyes, he understood. In return, his own eyes also reddened. Sure enough, he guessed it. Jian Xingsui continues to pretend the elephant in the room doesn't exist. He sighed slightly in his heart, then don't learn. Sometimes, things were just not meant to be said out loud. Shen Xingchen snorted and lowered his head. "Teach me when you go back." Jian Xingsui replied, "Okay." "Forget it, when I go back, I want to practice dancing. How can I have time to learn another skill?" Shen Xingchen seemed to be deceiving himself. Then, he got an idea. Now, he insisted on forcing Jian Xingsui to make a promise with him. "You will teach me after we debut together in a group." A short silence was his response. Shen Xingchen became impatient. He scolded with a hoarse voice, "Speak up." Jian Xingsui looked up at him. In fact, there was no need to speak. The two sides already understood the situation. Shen Xingchen himself was sent by Shen Minglang to participate in this variety show. At that time, his older brother was talking about tempering his arrogance and character. And maybe, after experiencing some partings and bad, unfair things in the world, the ignorant yet just young master would understand the cruel way of the world and would no longer be so naive. But Jian Xingsui looked at Shen Xingchen staring at his eyes and suddenly felt a little soft-hearted. He smiled softly and nodded. "Yes, I will teach you." Not long after, Ningzi also came out. The expression on his face was not very good either. Ningzi was getting old. This was his last chance. If the result was not good, he might have to bid farewell to the stage forever. Shen Xingchen stood up and said, "I'm going in." Jian Xingsui told him, "Ask for extra votes from the fans. If your ranking is not low, you will compete for the center position." Li Zun was his #1 enemy, and he was committed to competing with him for the center position. The rankings of the two were also very close, and the competition was really fierce. Shen Xingchen snorted lightly. "That's not up to you." After entering the cabin, the staff handed him his stage ranking. Shen Xingchen didn't answer. The staff looked at him suspiciously, but heard Shen Xingchen say, "I want to know the ranking of Jian Xingsui and Ning Zi." The staff had never encountered such a situation before, so he hesitated and said, "I can't tell you. Everyone can only look at their own ranking." "Okay." Shen Xingchen opened up his own ranking. He was ranked second this time. It's clear to him also that the first place was either Anren or Li Zun. Since both of them were the people he hates, normally speaking, he must work hard to get votes and squeeze those two out of the first place in the final selection. But when the live broadcast started, facing rows of the fan barrage, Shen Xingchen could only stare in a moment of silence. After adjusting his mentality, he said, "Hello everyone, I am Shen Xingchen." The audience was very excited. "My Xing baby, mommy loves you. You grew so big. I vote for you every day." The bad boy young master smirked, making his fangirls go crazy. With his rogue-ish appeal, he spoke, "Isn't it necessary to vote for me every day? That's just normal operation, you bad girl." This young man was confident yet naive, childish yet had a wild appeal. His words always make people laugh or cry. He also was the type who knew what his fans liked, so when he said those teasing words, his fans really appreciated it. However, Shen Xingchen suppressed his smile a little. This young master who always ignored everything was looking at the live broadcast room seriously at this moment. He did not choose to canvass votes for himself to defeat his old enemy, but said, "Today, I'm here to solicit votes for my brothers, Jian Xingxui and Ningzi. I don't know their rankings, but I hope that if you have extra votes in your hands, you can vote for them." At the barrage, Shen Xingchen saw his fans give him Jian Xingsui's ranking spoiler. Seeing it, his eyes darkened. It was the 15th place. At the last minute, Shen Xingchen was a little anxious. "If you are my loyal fans, can you save the votes you originally wanted to use for me and give Jian Xingxui a little bit? No need to give me too high of a ranking. So long as I can debut together with the two of them, not getting first place is fine." This was a little ancestor of young master who always put a lot of emphasis on winning or losing. From childhood to adulthood, he has hardly experienced any setbacks and injustice. He has always had everything he wanted, and there was nothing he couldn't get. It was this kind of environment that created a fearless young master. His family sent him away because they wanted him to hone his character, and at this moment, the willful young master lost his original pride. He didn't have to win against Li Zun. He didn't need to have the highest ranking possible. Shen Xingchen held the ranking card and took a deep breath. He said to the audience, "I'm counting on you, my people." There was a burst of laughter in the live broadcast room. Jian Xingchen saw that many fans in the barrage had promised to help his brothers to vote for him. He also smiled and made a clasped fist on the spot, and he almost missed the target with the audience. The depressed atmosphere before was completely turned into a funny scene. However, what Shen Xingchen did not know now was that the injustice of reality was the first lesson this world taught him, and soon, the cruelty of reality would be the second lesson the world taught him. After the three of them finished their live broadcast, they continued climbing the mountain. Jian Xingxui and his team already knew the rankings, and they were really tired from climbing the mountain before. So, it was inevitable that they no longer cared to compete in the climbing competition. Especially since mountaineering is really tiring physical work, especially in the middle of the night. They were hungry and tired. They wanted to eat some hot food. When passing by a roadside stall, they saw someone was selling pancake rolls with green onions. Hungry people were beggars, not choosers. Jian Xingxui asked his groupmates, "Do you want to eat?" Shen Xingchen nodded fiercely, "Eat." But soon the problem came again. Money. The owner of the stall was a middle-aged auntie. Seeing these three pitiful young men, her heart filled with maternal sympathy. However, business was business, and she would only accept a monetary transaction. The sharp-eyed Jian Xingxui saw someone eating in a stall not far away. Ningzi said, "It's Fuji and the others." Shen Xingchen's eyes lit up, and he confidently trotted over. "Fuji, instructor Tuya." The trainees were still climbing the mountain until they were exhausted. In contrast, the instructors were eating in a leisure manner. Evil capitalism was always everywhere. Jian Xingxui and Ningzi walked over together and heard Shen Xingchen begging from a long distance, "Take us to eat together, I'm hungry." Tuya smiled a little embarrassedly. "Xingchen, although I really want to take you to eat together, but the program team doesn't allow it. You have to exchange your own efforts for food. Don't you have star beans? You can buy them with star beans. 1 star bean is 1 yuan. Then everyone realized that they haven't tried to use their star beans. But the bad thing was that Shen Xingchen wasn't used to being thrifty nor knew how to save money. He bought a water gun for the battle royale last time and later exchanged it for various props. He had already spent all his beans. Ningzi took all his beans to redeem the dumbbells. Jian Xingxui said, "I still have a little more, I'll buy it for you." He still had 30 star beans, but what he didn't expect was that the prices on the mountain were very expensive. The aunt raised her hand and gave the price. "Do you want your jianbing one similar to burrito? With meat or without meat? If you want to add meat, it will cost 202 BTW. This is 20 yuan, which is outrageous prince for one jianbing. Pretty sure you can get a good one for like 5 yuan. A piece, if no meat was added, there would only be green onions in this jianbing. Everyone was not very used to eating that sad excuse of a food, so they didn't want it. In the end, Ningzi and Shen Xingchen managed to scrape together 10 star beans and bought 2 burritos with added meat. However, this means that the star beans weren't enough to buy Jian Xingsui's portion. Shen Xingchen looked at the breakfast table of the instructor not far away. He almost drooled when he caught a whiff of the delicious scent. Jian Xingxui advised him to look away, and while he was talking, he suddenly heard someone at the table calling him Jian Xingxui. The youth who was talking was stunned and looked back. Fu Jingxiao, who was sitting at the table, saw him in a daze and beckoned to him again. "Come here." After Jian Xingxui was sure that Fu Jingxiao was calling him for him, he came over quickly. "Yes," Fu Jingxiao asked, "can you do me a favor?" Without thinking too much, Jian Xingxui immediately nodded, "Of course. Wait, was he being tricked? He really answered that out of pure instinct as Fu Jingseo's hardcore fan. There was also a mirth in Fu Jingseo's eyes. Go and help me buy a bottle of water over there. Again, Jian Xingsui nodded without thinking. Okay. After taking the money from actor Fu, he immediately went to buy water without stopping. Tuya, who sat behind, looked at him with an odd look. Suddenly, she became surprised, propped her chin and said, "He trusts you very much, doesn't he? Why would he do that to a person like you?" Fu Jingxiao wiped his hands gracefully with a tissue, as if Tuya's words didn't slighted him a bit. He opened his lips to answer, "After all, I'm not a bad person." Tuya dared not answer. After working together for many years, she knew how scary this man actually was. Jian Xingsui came back quickly after buying water and handed it to Fu Jingxiao. "Your water." Jian Xingsui bowed and was about to leave, but was called away. "Come back." A sandwich was stuffed into the bag. And as if Fu Jingxiao was afraid that the youth would not have enough to eat, he put extra 2 boiled eggs in the paper bag for him. Don't get hungry. Jian Xingsui never expected this kind of gift. He looked at Fu Jingxiao with both surprise and joy. Shen Xingchen behind him was also wowed. He even became a bit jealous, though he was being a good sport about it. Hey, 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 didn't you say that the instructor can't help the trainees this time? Unfair. I want it too. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyelids and glanced at him lightly. This is his errand fee. Aren't I just being fair and paying him for his work? Shen Xingchen was a flexible man, so he shamelessly said, I can also run errands. The voice was so loud that it shook the eardrums. Fu Jingxiao disliked such things. You're so noisy. He said it was noisy, but Fu Jingxiao still glanced at Tuya. After receiving the hint, Tuya had no choice but to say, then please help me buy a bottle of water too. Shen Xingchen resolutely ran errands happily, and of course Tuya gave him all the leftover food on the table when he came back. The audience also laughed watching this comical scene, feeling very emotional. Fuji and Yayajai really take care of the children. This really doesn't look staged too. Hahaha, buy water. Let's be honest here, if wine was allowed, you too would have drunk it, right? After getting food for an extra early breakfast, Jian Xingsui shared his sandwiches with the others. Eating it really satisfied all 3 of them, and not long after, they continued their mountain climbing trip again. They were still full of youthful vigor, so it didn't take long for the 3 of them to reach the top of Mount Tai. At this moment, it happened to be more than 5 o'clock. As the sky dawned into a new day, the sunbeam gradually warmed up the cold night. The wind on the mountain was a bit cool, but for many people who climbed the mountain, they were all hot, and the wind was a welcome addition to help them cool down. The instructors of the program group have been waiting for a long time. Slowly along the way, many trainees also came up. Even though the top of the mountain was packed with more than 60 people, everyone still lined up silently. They all stood up on the top of the mountain, facing the morning sun in a solemn and contemplative manner. Fu Jingxiao said, "Are you all tired?" Everyone answered in unison, "We are. How about compared to training? Can't be compared." Fu Jingxiao chuckled at the liveliness. He then continued, "I believe almost all of you already know of your ranking result." The actor glanced at everyone. "How are you feeling now?" Everyone looked at each other without saying a word. Fu Jingxiao leaned on the rock behind him and said slowly, "For those who have not advanced, I believe you have all seen the sentence on your envelope. That is, you can choose to give up climbing at any time and go back to rest." However, when the instructors and I arrived here, I got the news that none of the 56 trainees here is missing. Although half of the people were allowed to leave and wanted to leave, all of them persisted until the end. Fu Jingxiao's face was a little more appreciative. "Now turn around." Everyone turned around in unison, and before they noticed, the scenery behind them changed again. The expansive dark blue of the night sky slowly engulfed by the gentle orange-gold hue of the morning sky. Hit the clouds, forming a golden line around it. The sun rises, bringing the new day, full of vigor. The sea of clouds looked like it was below them. The golden morning light seemed to shine on everyone. No words can describe the mood at this moment. The exhaustion of mountaineering was swept away at this moment. Everyone present was left with the deepest impression of this brand new sun. Fu Jingxiao's voice sounded from behind. It might seem that the road to pick during climbing is the most difficult road. But in truth, there is no easy way to climb up. The downhill road is easy, but on that road you will never see the most brilliant sunrise on the top of the mountain. Today, each of you can see this beauty of nature, because none of you gave up and persisted despite everything. Tuya added, "I hope that each of you can maintain such enthusiasm in the future no matter how long the journey is or how hard it is. Never give up. Because of this persistence, there will be hope to see the sun." Instructor Lee also smiled and gently said, "Even if you get the exit ticket halfway, don't give up. Continue going forward boldly. If it is very hard, just grit your teeth. I believe your efforts will pay off someday." Only in this way, Fu Jingxiao's voice was slow but powerful, falling on the hearts of every student. Only then you will have hope and see the dawn of the summit together as the victor. The sun gradually rose, and the warm light was scattered on everyone's shoulders. With it, it also helped to sow the seeds of hope budding inside their hearts. The sun was a bit too bright now, and perhaps because it was too harsh of a glare, some trainees lowered their heads. Their eyes were red and they wiped away their tears in embarrassment. This was originally a part that made some people feel sad and decadent, but under the ingenious arrangement of the program group, the sadness in their hearts was washed away. They have to work hard, they can't give up, they can't go downhill. Because only by persisting could they hope to see a chance of being the ultimate victor. Before everyone knew it, another half a month had passed. Only the remaining top 16 positions could advance to the final stage. The total filming time of Starlight lasted about 4 months, from the scorching summer to the falling leaves in late autumn. In this small cultural and sports hall, many trainees' blood, tears, and laughter were left behind. Alongside it, a waft of the trainees' youth and memories were also left in the crevice of the hall. As the grand finale of the show, it was also the busiest day for all trainees and the show's crew. The cars of the major media are parked at the back door. In order to facilitate the live broadcast and interviews with the participants, the crew sectioned off a part of the front door for admission tickets. Many fans and family members came to watch the live stage. For them, it was tantamount that they were able to witness their beloved ones ascend and debut. They didn't want 4 months of hard work down the drain after all. But still, all would have to come to an end today. Backstage area. To say it was a mess was underselling it. Various makeup artists were anxiously applying makeup to the contestants. Today, all original 108 of them have come back. The eliminated contestants now have a chance to appear again, even as a cameo. However, their costumes were different from the top 16. Besides them, the crew also invited a couple of celebrity guests to help liven up the finale. Jian Xingsui was helping to arrange Shen Xingchen's clothes. He half-heartedly complained, "Why did you come back from the bathroom like this? Aren't you afraid of making your fans laugh when they look at your sloppy appearance?" Shen Xingchen snorted lightly. "It's just a crooked collar. How can this young master's charm be damaged by an untidy collar?" Jian Xingsui sometimes hoped to have half of Shen Xingchen's confidence for himself. Jian Xingsui sighed helplessly, but did not comment further. The opening ceremony of the final stage has already kicked off. This time, the performance hall was far grander from before. It has been fully upgraded, with a 360-degree surround screen and much bigger overhead lights with various colors. As for the audience's seating area, it was a huge half-circle that was currently jam-packed. They were also very lively, shouting and cheering at every possible moment. With the fog from dry ice sprayed up, the instructors appeared on the stage. Today's instructors were clad in exquisite formal dress. Tuya was wearing a white haute couture dress. Fu Jingxia was also wearing a rare blue plaid suit, and even instructor Li also wore a rare formal suit. Today was the night when the debut group was formed, so it was natural that all the instructors put on their best look as a sign of respect. Tuya took the conversation, smiled at the camera and said, "So far, the voting channel is still open from 7:00 to 10:30 p.m. Don't forget to vote for your pick. This is your last chance, the last sprint before the finale." Fu Jingxiao took the microphone, and also a special voting channel from Octopus Live app and Sun Live app will also open. All verified members are eligible to cast their vote. The most popular contestant in each app will become the first image spokesperson for the respective application. For voting, you can directly search for Starlight and click on your trainee of choice. As each instructor spoke their piece, the tense atmosphere began to rise. Instructor Li went on to introduce, "Tonight we have 16 contestants, and they will form 3 teams to bring you wonderful performances. Let us look forward to it together." When the lights were dimmed down, the first group of contestants appeared on the stage. The song performed by Anren and Li Zun was "The Sun," which had lyrical singing and hot rap. Anren's costume today was also very thoughtful. His usual fairy style was changed into a cooler one. The contrast to his usually cute image was very appealing, but also gave his fans a nice surprise. Frenzied cheers roared from the audience. "Ranran, come on, you can do it," debut. "I'm Jai Ji's one is in, Jian Jai's fan. I will definitely vote for you." Including Li Zun, there were many popular contestants in this group. When they performed, the arena was also very explosive. The performance of the first group has already started well, and soon the second group also started to perform. Jian Xingsui and his roommates were in the third group, so they have been waiting below. From the very beginning, Shen Xingchen has been very nervous. Jian Xingsui looked at him and Ningzi then said, "Don't be nervous, it's our last stage together. We must do a good job on our performance. At least we have to leave a good final impression on the audience." Shen Xingchen glared at him. "What are you talking about? Unlucky words, what do you mean by our last stage together?" Jian Xingsui said helplessly, Yes, I was wrong." Ningzi stretched out his hand. "Come on, let's go together." Other members of the third team also leaned over. At this moment, everyone has the same thought: whatever happens, let it happen. Let's do our best and leave the stage without any regrets. Soon there was a shout from the MC on stage, "Let us welcome our last, but not the least team. The song they're bringing to us is 'The World Won't Collapse Easily.'" They were greeted by enthusiastic applause. Of course, many of their fans also shouted their lungs in excitement. Xingchen, Xingchen, you shine the brightest. Sui Sui, Jai, literally, add oil. Equivalent to go for it or break a leg. My babies, rush for the top spot. The team stood on the stage and the background music slowly swelled up. After the second stage, Jian Xingsui's musical ability was recognized by the public. So of course, in this final stage, he would show the audience his ability again. As the lights dimmed, the young man standing at center held the microphone, and his low voice cleanly reverberated across the hall. At the end of the show, the hustle and bustle gradually fades away. At this stage, I'm watching myself perform. The dance movements of the youths on the stage were gentle but not sloppy. Ningzi took a step forward, slotted himself in the center, and sang in a low voice, I understand very well all your grievances and uneasiness, all your hidden guilt, all your ups and downs. The tune slowly picked up. This song was also arranged by Jian Xingxui. He dyed the song in his own style, making sure this version fits perfectly without damaging the original charm. Of course, he made better revisions, but he refused to change the core identity of the song, as it would be disrespectful to the original composer. No matter how many complex changes happen, the world won't collapse easily. The false reality, the gap in hope, please hug me tightly, and I will not be afraid. The spotlights danced with the choreography, and the overall melody was still quite low. When everyone was immersed in the current tone, the tune suddenly rose in a place that no one expected. The contestants' movement span was wider, and the dance movements were quick and detailed. This was a song full of hope and inspiration. It swelled up your chest, filling it with determination for a better future. It easily moved the audience's emotions. At the last beat, Shen Xingchen jumped out from behind, slid and knelt on the ground on one knee. It was a very handsome visual impact. As he sang with a bombastic voice, his confidence resounded through the audience. No matter how many complex changes happen, the world won't collapse easily. When his singing part ended, the chorus immediately followed. How bad can it be? The future may be unknown. Let's face it together, hand in hand. With a little courage, a little hope, this time will change. A better future dawns over the terrible present. The high-pitched chorus was full of power, as if to blow up the entire venue with burning passion. Whenever it was Shen Xingchen's part, with his bubbling hot emotions, the audience always went wild. His voice was steady, yet his reddened eyes betrayed it. His warm and powerful singing had a melancholic touch in it, as if he was unable to explode it outwards. At this moment, Jian Xingsui's and Shen Xingchen's eyes met. With one eye contact, a turbulent undercurrent started whirling. A silent fight commenced, the one who accepted fate and the one who denied it. This world was filled with filth, injustices, and irresistible fate. They have no need of words to communicate. Instead, they put each other's shoulders and leaned tightly together. Sweat soaked everyone's backs, their breaths were rapid and uneven. The loud noises in their ears couldn't hide the intense heartbeats they heard inside their own chests. The screams, the cheers, the dazzling overhead lights, it was blinding, like a star collapsing in the vast, dark universe. The audience reached a fever-pitch high. Come on, my baby, you must debut together. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has also reached tens of millions online. Since last night, all fans have been waiting with bated breath. The adaptation of this song is amazing. I know everyone is putting their 120. I don't like listening to adaptations, but I love every song that Jian Xingxui changed. On the stage, the contestants stood in a row and bowed to the audience below. For many of them, this was the last stage, their grand finale, their penultimate performance on this stage. But at this very moment, they knew they had said what they wanted to say. Their performance had succeeded, and that was all that ever matters. This stage wasn't a loss. They reached their goal. Everyone has worked hard on this journey. At the very least, they have landed on the top of the mountain. At the very least, they have seen the dawning sun together. They have not missed everything. They did it. If you think the lyrics are cheesy, that would be my fault. I'm bad at this kind of lyrical translation. Just keep in mind that it's 100 cooler in Chinese. What to say except. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The curtain fell on the stage, and the instructors entered from the back. Instructor Li said, "Okay, all the contestants who have finished their performances will go to the front stage, and we will start the second part of the show." All three teams had completed their performances, and it was nearing the end. It was time to announce the final rankings. The instructor's gazes fell on the trainees and swept over everyone. Tuya smiled slightly and said, "You guys are different from before, and you have made great progress." Instructor Li teased, "Yes, I agree. You are not only progressing, but you are also refining your best qualities." The audience cheered. Those who competed for 20,000 yuan also gave up even more money in the end, just to be able to perform on the final stage one more time. Jian Xingxui smiled shyly, taking it as a compliment. Fu Jingxiao picked up the cue card in his hand. It's 10:31 p.m. All of the voting channels have been closed. I have the latest results in my hand. Instructor Li nodded and he said, "Next, we will start announcing the final ranking of the 16 trainees. Only the top 6 can debut." 16 trainees stood on the steps, accepting the final arrangement of fate. The instructor began to read one by one. Slowly, 6 names were read. Among them, 4 trainees did not make their debut. The 2 who successfully debuted were Su Kink and Feng Fan. Their strength was not bad, and the company behind them was also very strong. The debut was also expected by everyone, but in this way there were only 4 debut positions left. Shen Xingchen was very nervous from the beginning. He had always been a rowdy person, but from the beginning of this stage, he didn't say a word. When the debut contestants were embracing and celebrating, Jian Xingsui patted his brother on the shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous, you can do it." Shen Xingchen said, "Take care of yourself first." Jian Xingsui smiled helplessly. Among the few of them, Ningzi was the one who was most worried. He was very strong, and honestly, Ningzi's dance and vocal ability could be ranked in the top 3. Moreover, he worked very hard, and the company behind him was also very capable. Before continuing, Tuya took a look at the cards, smiled, and opened her lips. "The trainee I'm going to read well. He's good at both singing and dancing." After entering Starlight, he practiced hard and endured hardships. Relying on his own strength to achieve success again and again, he could be said as a good role model. As a good big brother figure in the heart of his fans, he is. Jian Xingsui and Shen Xingchen looked at Ningzi with hopeful eyes. "Tuya, let go, he is Li Zun." "Congratulations to you, Zun, you have won the 2nd place." The audience was boiling. Li Zun's fans kept screaming. Although he himself was not very happy with only 2nd place, Li Zun knew if he failed to get 1st place, then it could only be Shen Xingchen who beat him. Was there a reason to celebrate such a failure against his mortal enemy? Behind him, Jian Xingsui took Shen Xingchen with one hand and Ningzi with the other, comforting them softly. "Don't be nervous, it's okay. There will definitely be your name on the debut positions." As the number of names that were read became less and less, there were still only 3 people in the debut positions. Jian Xingsui could feel that Shen Xingchen's hands were covered with sweat. Li Zun went down. He should be the center debutante. The young master has put in a lot of hard work for this position. This was the victory he dreamed of. If it went well, or in other words, he should be full of happiness at this moment, he should show off his ability. But instead, his face was tense and his palms were sweating. Shen Xingchen has always been an emotional person, even if he refuses to admit it. There were only 3 spots left. If he occupied one, only 2 were left. In a perfect world, those 2 spots were filled with his good brothers Jian Xingsui and Ningzi. However, if there was just another debutante, then he had to say goodbye to one of them. It's different from before. It's not only that they're assigned to a different group. It's not only that they won't train together. It's a farewell to each other. Instructor Li continued to read the card. "The person I'm going to read next, he is very young, but very talented." He was not favored in the first stage, but he chased after his own brilliance and proved to the audience what his true capabilities are. In addition to all of that, he is very good at composing and he has a good character. When Instructor Li said this, both Shen Xingchen and Ningzi looked at Jian Xingsui. Even Jian Xingsui unconsciously had a little hope in his eyes. Although he knew it couldn't be him, he still couldn't help but look forward to it. He is Anren. "Congratulations, Anren, you won 3rd place. You received a total of 6.3 million votes in this stage. I hope you will continue to maintain it." Many fans shouted in the arena. As the name was being read, Shen Xingchen, who was standing next to Jian Xingsui, turned his face away. The young master had always been fearless in the past, and he always hated hypocritical people the most. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone, and no matter how hard or tiring it was, he wasn't the type of person who would admit being cowardly enough to turn their face away. Jian Xingsui looked over worriedly, but saw a scene that shocked him. Shen Xingchen cried. He knew that if Anren made his debut, Jian Xingsui, who was also a singer, would definitely not be able to make his debut. He was crying that his brother could not form a group. He was crying about the upcoming parting. He was crying about the injustice of the program group. Jian Xingsui quickly grabbed him. Young master, gee, what's the matter with you? This is a live broadcast, and the instructor hasn't finished reading. You still have a high chance of debuting, so don't cry just yet." Ningzi also came to comfort Shen Xingchen. On the other side, Tuya got another card, and she read it out, the trainee who will be announced next. He is a warrior who has worked hard on the stage for decades. He is the one who perseveres and never gives up. Even if the world gives him the worst, he's always able to make the best of any situation. He is Ningzi. Congratulations to Ningzi, you are in the 6th place. With a total of 462 million votes, when the announcement fell, the final debut line was basically finalized. There was some excitement at the scene. Many people were congratulating Ningzi. However, some people were going crazy. What's going on? What about Suisui? Why isn't Suisui in 6th place? Oh my god, this is not true. The live broadcast room also exploded in an instant. Fuck you, I'm now crying in my dormitory. Why didn't my Suisui debut? What the fuck happened? He was still in 5th place 2 hours ago. I don't know why since the announcement of Anren I started crying when Xingchen was also crying. I had a premonition of this at that but I'm still so sad that I can't stop my tears. Why didn't my baby debut? I'm going crazy. When Ningzi heard his name in the debut lineup, it was a dream come true. But instead of smiling, he looked at Jian Xingsui for the first time, with a sad look as if he's holding out his tears. As for the finale, Fu Jingxiao announced the first-ranked trainee, and lo and behold, it was Shen Xingchen. However, the first ranker was crying hard. He held Jian Xingsui's hand as if he wanted to keep the younger man as close as possible. When Shengjin, the audience, was also crying. Out of their 4-membered dormitory, 2 made it into the debut lineup, but no one was laughing. Tuya said to Shen Xingchen, "Come and give a speech." Shen Xingchen wiped his face from ugly tears and snot. Tane spoke into the microphone, "I don't have any speeches. To be honest, I don't really want to be in this group. I don't know why I'm the first ranked. What's going on?" It's like a joke. His slightly crying voice couldn't hold back his original domineering attitude. His clear voice carried out confusing words, resounding through every corner of the hall, blatantly declaring war to the program crew's decision. Of course, Tuya understood what Shen Xingchen was upset about, but she didn't step forward to stop him. Everyone in the debut group would be given a small crown. The staff brought it over and wanted Shen Xingchen to wear it. He didn't wear it, but held it in his hand. After turning around 2 steps, he walked in front of Jian Xingsui. Jian Xingsui hesitated. Shen Xingchen put the little crown on Jian Xingsui's head and sneered, "It's quite suitable." Each of the 6 debut contestants had a share of this crown, and Shen Xingchen gave the one that belonged to him to Jian Xingsui. His actions caused an uproar. There has never been a center member who dared to openly provoke on the program crew to the point of giving away the debut crown. For Shen Xingchen, one of these crowns was meant for Jian Xingsui, but due to unfair deals, he didn't get it. So Shen Xingchen would correct that injustice by his own hands. He knew it was actually a futile effort, but that didn't stop him. Instructor Li wanted to ease the awkward atmosphere, so he said, "Ningzi, can you express your thoughts on debuting?" In everyone's impression, Ningzi has always been an honest and obedient person. He unhesitantly turned around and walked to Jian Xingsui. He put his crown in Jian Xingsui's hand and smiled with his lips curled up. "It's for you." Under the camera of the live broadcast, the audience was in an uproar. What kind of final night was this? How outrageous were the debut contestants? The closest instructor to them was Fu Jingxiao from Tuya, and the staff of the program team kept whispering in their ears through their in-ear one kinda like small earbud piece. "Mr. Fu, Ms. Tuya, please stop these 2 students and tell them that the rules do not allow this." Fu Jingxiao stood by the side, looked contemplative for a moment, then he reached out his in-ear and took it off. He then pocketed it with a straight face. Tuya looked at him in surprise. Fu Jingxiao hooked his lips up, and there was a harmless smile on his elegant face. "It's been so noisy all the time, I can't hear the staff clearly. Maybe it's broken." Tuya was silent for a moment, but not long after, she decided to follow suit. With an innocent smile on her face, she pocketed her buzzing in-ear. Fu Jingxiao has always been good at being willful, provoking this doggy program group. She was just an innocent bystander. She saw nothing. Last update for today. It seems that a lot of you all cried after reading previous chapters. Hey, you and me both, partner. The scene of the live broadcast could be said to be an absolute mess. In fact, before this, there have been similar idol survival shows, but there has never been a precedent like this one, where the final debut night was so absurd and off-script. The little crown, the sign of the highest prestige of the show, was also given to a trainee who failed to debut, Jian Xingsui. It was a blatant show of face slapping the crew. When the ranking was announced, some Jian Xingsui fans at the scene were even more unreconciled. Some of them even came with flowers in their hands. The trainees were training in a closed-off venue. They never had the opportunity to meet them personally. As this was the first time they ever saw him in person, they had so many things they wanted to say. They wanted to tell him, "You've worked really hard. Your songs are very good. We love it so much. We've seen your grit and endless sleepless nights, your countless days of practice, your blood, your sweat. You are worthy of the debut position. These are the flowers we gave you. Congratulations, you debuted today, Sui Sui." They wanted to see that the youth with low self-esteem on his first stage, who said he dared not pursue his dreams, could leave this hall as a debutante after sunrise. They wanted to see him walk on a bright, flowery path into his future. As his fans, they wanted to escort him along the way, through thick and thin, through every achievement and album release. But he didn't debut. He somehow failed. Maybe they would never see each other again. That lonely and unknown boy would return to being an unknown entity in this cruel, callous industry. The program crew seems to have slapped them hard, leaving everyone speechless for a long time. The camera cuts to the fans in the first row. The young lady holding the flowers was crying. Fat droplets of tears rolled down freely. She covered her lips and tried her best not to make a sound. The tears fell on the flowers, heartbroken. The barrage in the live broadcast room also exploded. Why? Why? Jian Xingsui was wearing 2 small crowns, standing still beside the podium. He opened his arms, gave Ningzi a hug as he patted the older man's back in a comforting gesture. In a chalky, low voice he said, "Congratulations, ZG. Ningzi hugged Jian Zingsui tightly, his eyes flushed red. This man was always taciturn. When he woke up early in the morning, he would fetch water for his roommates in advance. When he came back at night, he would also take care of his friends who have cramps from dancing and help them stretch. He had never been very eloquent with his words. But at this moment in front of Jian Zingsui, his eyes were red and his voice was trembling. You have to keep performing on the stage. You belong on the stage. Don't give up your music. I want to hear it again. Jian Zingsui froze. Ningzi didn't like to talk, preferring actions over words, but he understood everyone very well. He knew that some failures are difficult for a person to overcome. He was afraid that Jian Zingsui would give up the stage from now on. Please don't give up. Ningzi repeated this sentence clumsily. With a tall stature and solid muscle, this bronze-skinned boy usually looked very stable. Tonight, with tears rolling down his cheeks, he no longer gave that impression. Unable to let go of his younger brother, he patted Jian Zingsui on the back, a little choked up. You are very good. You have done a good job. You have worked very hard. I know this very, very well. At this moment, Jian Zingsui couldn't bear it anymore. The emotions he bottled up deep inside had burst out. His lips trembled slightly, the last bastion before the dam breaks. One sob, one choked breath, and then it followed with a loud cry. The youth who has been enduring grievances would probably be fine without any external comfort, but the moment he felt this warmth enveloping his body, it felt safe. It's safe enough for him to air out his grievances, and once it's out of his control. Too many people in the audience were emotionally infected and finally couldn't stand it anymore. A girl stood up in the crowd and used all of her power to shout, "Sui Sui, don't cry." After someone took the lead, the others also stood up. "Don't cry, you are the best. You performed really well today." More and more people followed suit. Their combined voice was getting louder, and their restlessness made the security guards of the program group unable to sit still. They came to control the situation, but they still couldn't stop the girl's words. Even the audience in the live broadcast followed soon. The barrage was filled with too many words, covering the entire screen until it felt like it could burst. At the same time, the Weibo hot search list was updated. Starlight debut list exposed. Jian Zingsui should debut. The third hot search surpassed the other two in just 10 minutes, and it reached the top of today's hot search list in no time. A large number of netizens were attracted by the hot search out of pure curiosity. Then they followed the news to the live broadcast room, where they saw noisy and chaotic images at the scene. With the list of debuted trainees, the official Weibo of Starlight was also updated. This was a Weibo post celebrating the formation of the boy group. Starlight came to a successful conclusion tonight. The boy group is officially established. Let's celebrate the success of the following trainees who made their debut under that post. Number 1 hot comment got 100,000 likes in a few minutes. Director of the Brain Disease Association won clarity. The display name was mocking the show for being brainless basically. Hello, below that comment there were angry fans and viewers who feel aggrieved. He was still 5th when the final ranking had 2 hours left. How did this happen? We have worked hard for 2 or 3 months. Is this the end? Sui Sui must be so confused now. And amidst these comments, of course, there would be some fans of the debut trainees fans celebrating their biased debut. Among them, Shen Xingchen debuted as the center, and no one had anything bad to say about him. In contrast, the most eye-catching group of people was of course Anrin's fans. As a popular participant, Anrin had a huge fanbase. In celebration, their display name were filled with happy emojis, and their posts were also decorated by various reaction images and flower emoticons. Congratulations to Anrin for making his debut in 3rd place. Anrin's path to stardom is magnanimous, and his future will be flowery, of course. This type of comments were to be expected. No one can certainly blame the fans for such comments celebrating their biased success. But the problem was that the front row of hot comments were all questioning and insulting the program group. Some fans were sick of the unharmonious insults, so one of them decided to directly type under the comment questioning why Jian Zingsui didn't debut. Excuse me, but congratulations to Anrin for his debut at the 3rd place. Anrin has a promising star path and a promising future. After someone took the lead, more and more people dared to copy this behavior. Jian Zingsui's fans were usually Buddhist all year around, but they were really stimulated tonight. They were originally asking the program group to seek justice, or else they would be angry. When they opened the reply, they saw blessings for Anrin's debut. The words floated under their harsh comments invited a strong sense of tonal whiplash. It's very easy to stoke an ember, and the seemingly innocent comment felt so glaring, so provocative, so hateful. Peaceful, non-confrontational. No matter how good-tempered people normally were, they were only humans. They could be offended and pissed off. In the end, many people are so stimulated they reply directly to Anrin's rude fans. Do you think it's appropriate for you to be in our comments? Why can't you just make your own building to comment thread? Your behavior is so ugly. Let's not bother each other. You do you, I'll do anything I want. If you want to celebrate, please go and celebrate by yourself. Anren's fans felt aggrieved by the sudden firepower. Some people also started to fight back and replied, "I'm just borrowing a building to celebrate. Why are you being so hostile? Did you pay for this? No, if you're angry, apologize to my sister. It's understandable that your bias didn't make a debut. Being so fierce really scared me, wiping sweat. There are still many trainees who haven't made their debut. If they don't have the strength and votes, they won't make their debut. Why is it up to you to decide who's worthy or not? I'm really speechless with this behavior, so you won't let others celebrate when you bias didn't make his debut." Some people purposely aimed their replies like knives to poke people's sore spots. Many Giant Zingsui fans saw these words. Their furious hair was on fire, and they were wronged and angry. To their surprise, the addition of another fan club changed the situation. Shen Xingqian's fans have always been relatively fierce in firepower, both in fighting ability and solidarity. They felt compelled to help Giant Xingsui's fans fight back because they saw their bias cry on stage because his brother was bullied by the program group. However, they chose to be sarcastic instead. "Hey, hey, hey, let me check. Such a happy celebration. Is Anren the first trainee who debuted as the center? He just got third place and you dared to have this size of an ego. Hahaha, haven't you won a ranking in this life? Zio-san 3, this is a pun, as Zio-san little 3 is also a slang term for a mistress, aka a woman that a married man cheated with. Like idol, like fans, I guess. This is so hilarious, I'm dying of laughter. Yeah, his future sure is promising. As the fans of the first-ranked trainee, they are tough when they speak, and they also handle Anren's fans' weaknesses easily. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Seeing Anren's fans stabbing Giant Xingsui's fans in their Achilles heel, Shen Xingqian's fans decided to return the favor. In the end, the Weibo comment area suddenly became a battlefield. The director's team backstage was also flustered, and the assistant director's head was sweating. "Director, what should we do?" Weibo and various media seemed to have a lot of negative news. The director himself also panicked. He didn't expect the audience's reaction to be so intense. He hesitated and said, "Don't worry, these people should just make trouble for a while. Nothing will happen if we let it simmer for a while. Our live broadcast is still going on. Now the most important thing is to end this final night first." The assistant director felt that he had an ominous premonition, but he couldn't say anything. However, just when everyone in the program group wanted things to settle down, at 10:59 that night, the live broadcast of Starlight was accompanied by the barrage and influx of a large number of users. The huge flow of people was paralyzed the network. Starlight Show broadcast crash. This hot search hit the top of the hot topic list in less than 10 minutes. Because a contestant didn't make his debut, the platform was forced to suspend the live broadcast. Tonight, Starlight, debut night, directly became the butt of the joke in the industry. The assistant director became even more anxious after learning about the situation. "Director, what should we do now?" After realizing the suspension of the live broadcast, the director cursed a few times inwardly and immediately said, "The live broadcast was forced to stop. Let the cameraman prepare. We will record first, then broadcast later. No matter what, we must finish the final debut night. As for Weibo, we will publicly express our position and make the votes of the contestants open and transparent. Just tell them about our fairness and impartiality. They did manipulate the votes." But as long as the overwhelming vote numbers were announced, and fans believe that Giant Xingsui's votes are indeed low, it's enough. Anyway, they need to restore the image first. So long the true number will never surface, they are safe. These directors thought they planned well. However, they didn't expect things would just get uglier. In the end, this decision became the thing they regretted the most. If I was JXS fans, and I saw those AR's fans' comments, one bloodbath won't be enough, just saying. At 11 o'clock in the night, when Weibo was in chaos, the official blog of the Starlight, which received more than 100,000 comments, was finally updated. "Hello everyone, because of the technical problems of the live broadcast platform, we have no choice but to suspend it first. Our technicians are currently fixing the problems. In view of everyone's concern, the following is the breakdown of the votes of the top 10 contestants. We uphold a fair and just attitude towards each contestant. We hope that all of them will have a bright future. The number of votes was open and transparent, so everyone could see it. First place Shen Xingqian, 980 million votes. Second place Li Zun, 762 million votes. Third place Jian Anren, 63 million votes. Fourth place. Sixth place Ning Zi, 462 million votes. Seventh place Giant Xingsui, for 41 million votes. This vote count was supposed to calm the discourse happening, so people would stop accusing the program about voting manipulation. But it became counterattack weapon of Anren's fans, and there were a lot of snide under the comment section. If you don't have enough votes, you shouldn't be debuting. You don't have enough money to buy votes, then don't lash out at innocent parties, poor bastards. Bunch of incompetent fans are being furious for no reason. You shouldn't blame the crew for not having enough popularity. Although not all of them said these things, a bunch of Anren's fans wrote that as a venting method they wanted to celebrate their winning, but were suppressed. As for Shen Xingqian's fans, they were frantically looking for a sense of presence here. With these many diverging opinions, they were looking for another round of fight. In the end, the fandom war continued on. Another 10 minutes passed, and the live broadcast platform urgently repaired the network problem. Finally, the live broadcast worked again. The contestants on the podium have gone down, only the instructor and the host are left. Now it has basically come to the end of the show. Originally, the instructors would watch the students graduate, and they should all be smiling while sending them off. But the instructors standing on the stage basically did not have a smile on their faces, and they were all serious. Instructor Lee just got a new list, and the director's voice came from his in-ear, saying that this list must not be read for now. The public must not know, lest another controversy about the show would start again. Truthfully, he was a little hesitant. If this list wasn't read, he felt it would be unfair. This would be equal to fooling the public, especially since they need to pay to get extra votes. In his hesitation, he slowly glanced at Fu Jingxiao. For the time being, he didn't have the strength to fight against the program group, but there was one person who could ignore the rules. It just depended on whether he was willing or not. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. What's the matter? Instructor Lee didn't dare to be too obvious, but just hinted by shaking the list in his hand. Fu Jingxiao was smart enough to understand this cryptic gesture. This new list must be withdrawn, and the director would not allow it to be read publicly. If this was the past, actor Fu would be too lazy to meddle in such nosy matters, but today he was in a bad mood. Without thinking too much about it, the man stretched out his hand. Give it to me. A triumphant smile flashed across Instructor Lee's eyes, and he handed the list to Fu Jingxiao. Fu Jingxiao took a glance, raised his head to face the cameramen and the audience. Without a hint of doubt, he casually spoke. Now we announce the voting results of the Octopus Live app and the Little Sun Live app special voting channel. From 7:00 to 10:30 tonight, the online audience's top 3 most popular contestants have come out. Third place winner is Shen Xingqian, second place winner is Anren, and the first place winner is. The scene fell into a brief silence. Under the spotlight, Fu Jingxiao's eyes met the audience. He opened his lips lightly and read out the name after a dramatic silence, Jian Xingsui. The audience was in an uproar. The trainee who failed to debut actually was the most popular contestant in 2 different voting channels. With such high popularity, he must have gained a lot of votes, right? Jian Xingsui, who was named, froze in place, and even he couldn't believe what he heard. Fu Jingxiao's voice was deep and magnetic, and his eyes were dark with unfathomable emotions. He looked at the young man with unspoken meaning. Congratulations to you, Jian Xingsui. You will become the first spokesperson of the Octopus Live app and the Little Sun Live app. For the actor, this was just giving Jian Xingsui the glory he deserved. Once again, the live broadcast room exploded. He received more than 7 million votes from the live broadcast platform tonight. He is popular. How the fuck is the calculation made? His final ranking said he had 4 million, but on the app he had 7 million. At the same time, Anren's fans were still going at it to spread their version of truth. The more they talk, the more audacious they become. Many of the Weibo posts they made began to have some strange connotations. They said that Jian Xingsui's popularity wasn't as good as Anren's, or that his fans were too toxic or evil, but with this shocking revelation, they soon became silent. In fact, this matter didn't have anything to do with them. They were Anren's fans, after all. Theoretically, whether or not he debuted shouldn't clash with Jian Xingsui's total number of votes, but since they got carried on lashing out, they aroused public outrage. At midnight, Jian Xingsui's official fan club was still full of excitement. No one can sleep tonight. After counting, the total money spent for buying the voting ticket was around 38 million yuan. With this amount of money, they could buy around 4 million votes. When this data came out, everyone was shocked. Starlight, are you happy with this? Just how much money is lost? How do you explain this? We just want justice. We didn't block anyone's way. Is that wrong? I remembered that live broadcast during the mountain climbing segment. Didn't Sui Sui tell us to stop buying votes for him? Knowing this would happen to us made me cry until I collapsed. Did he already know what will happen today? But he has to endure it alone for so long. Originally, everyone was looking for things about the program group. But after seeing the number of actual votes, they started to count other participants' votes too, and remembering their previous grievance with Anren's fans, they zeroed in to his votes. They saw that his fan club counted the total of voting tickets they bought, which was more than 3 million votes. This number was similar to Jian Xingsui's, but his final total was 6 million votes. Seeing this discrepancy, they went mad. If this logic was applied to Jian Xingsui's votes, wouldn't Sui Sui's votes crushed Anren's to death? In the end, the wrong person couldn't even settle their anger, while the supposed victor gloated despite this perceived injustice. If their previous anger could be described as an erupting volcano, their anger now was akin to a supernova explosion. So why is Anren he third? Actually, not many of my friends like him. I always think he is a very two-faced person. Nobody in this industry could be that innocent. I have long wanted to say this out loud. Doesn't anyone think he loves to play with his money and connection? Does he think of himself as the emperor or something? Essence of green tea, one two-faced bitch basically. Indeed, if Anren's fans didn't make that incident, maybe no one would notice, but it was precisely because of their ugly behavior that suddenly pushed Anren to the spotlight. At first, other trainees' fans didn't want to join in the discourse, but seeing this kind of blatant voting manipulation, they couldn't help but think that other trainees' votes might also be manipulated. When Anren got his phone back, he wanted to get blessings from passers-by and his fans. However, as soon as he opened his Weibo, he was instead greeted by many scoldings. Various accusations of him playing unfair were thrown to his face. Many netizens said that he used his family connections to win a high ranking. Truthfully, Anren was very confused. Careful netizens discovered that the trainees who debuted have begun to change their display names and avatars, and the format is unified. Star Li Zun, Star Ning Z, Star Giant Anren. However, Shen Xingqian's avatar, the first-ranked member, hasn't changed. On top of that, Li Zun and Anren have already started to interact with each other. Only Shen Xingqian and Ning Z did not pay attention to other people. Although this was against some kind of unspoken rules, Shen Xingqian's fans supported this attitude. We are unique. It's good that he changed nothing. It's easier when the group disbanded. The official Starlight Weibo also released a graduation photo of the 6 debutantes together. However, the center position Shen Xingqian didn't smile alongside everyone. Instead, he was expressionless, as if he was kidnapped and forced to be here. Those who didn't know about this probably would have thought that he was one of the eliminated trainees instead. Again, other debutantes unifiedly commented and reposted this Weibo, but Shen Xingqian and Ning Z didn't follow suit. For gossip mongers, tonight was a sleepless night with much excitement. They dare not sleep, as they were afraid they would miss a fresh new tea if they fell asleep. Someone even brave enough to say that this group photo was of a funeral scene, especially since the center position had a very clear position he was against the debut lineup, or at least against the program team. This melon to gossip was enough to fuel the netizens to jump up and down all night. Their feet didn't touch the ground at all. The following hour, Shen Xingqian posted on Weibo. Many people was excited by this news. Shen Xingqian v. We have graduated, goodbye Starlight, Jian Xingsui Ningzi. The post also included no group photos at all. He posted other photos, which was a photo of the 3 dormitory groups. There were suitcases beside them. Jian Xingsui was sitting in the middle of the suitcase, while Shen Xingqian stood beside him leaning on his shoulder, looking like a big brother. As for Ningzi, he stood next to him, bent down and made a peace sign while pressing the shutter. Both the caption and the photos make people want to laugh. Bye-bye, the next one will be better. As expected of you, Xingqian Ji. Seeing this, I thought it was just the 3 of you lol. Let Sui Sui stand in the center. The elder brothers dote on the younger brother. Before this, only Shen Xingqian and Ningzi had Weibo, and Jian Xingsui had never opened Weibo. After finding this post, the netizen found Jian Xingsui along the way. Not surprisingly, this was indeed a brand new account, and there were only a few initial fans following him. He followed Shen Xingqian and Ning Z and several instructors of Starlight. As for his post, he also only has one post. It was of this same photo, but the caption was slightly different from Shen Xingqian's. Jian Xingsui, I officially graduated today. I would like to thank the fans who met and supported me along the way, and I also thank the instructors who gave me help and guidance. This show has given me many unforgettable memories, and I have become a much better person because of it. I met many good brothers and friends. These short 3 months have passed in a blink, but all good things must come to an end. Goodbye, Starlight. In the comment section, many fans posted comforting words. Even if you're discouraged, we will still walk alongside you. If you don't debut in a group, you will still have a bright future. As for his anti-fans, they left sarcastic comments. It may not be good even if he debuted. With that kind of skill, he still won't get any resources. For an amateur like you, failing to debut spells the end of your career. You might be popular now, but I bet by next month, nobody will remember you. Besides, he was popular because he was tied to a CP with Fuji. Besides that, what else could he be popular for? This kind of comment stemmed from the fact Jian Xingsui also Fujing Seo alongside Shen Xingqian and Ningzi. But the thing was, most of the trainees would thank the instructor when writing this kind of thank you post. This was normal operations. Li Zun and Anren also did this. Generally, more capable trainees would get a reply from the instructors. For example, Li Zun got a thumbs up from instructor Lei, and Tuya has also interacted with many other contestants. Many of the instructors were polite enough to respond with affection. That is, excluding Fujing Seo. Many trainees, including the popular one, also mentioned movie Emperor Fu, but they didn't get a peep. Many fans speculated, Fuji didn't go on Weibo tonight. Well, it's to be expected. He doesn't seem to be particularly close to any player. In fact, everyone was used to it. As a figure on the peak of stardom, he was usually too busy to follow this kind of operation, but many of the trainees still tried it anyway. It was no loss if they got ignored, but if they somehow got noticed, it would be a huge hit. Unfortunately, everyone flopped. Just when everyone thought that tonight might pass peacefully and there would be no more waves 2:10 in the morning. People were drowsy, but this piece of news instantly woke them up, like an ice-cold bath. Out of nowhere, Fu Jingxiao paid attention to Jian Xingsui's Weibo post. It's going to be March, and that means I'm getting busier, I'm sorry to say, but I have to dial back the amount of updates from weekdays to Mondays and Thursdays. Hopefully by April, I can go back to normal schedule. Weibo seems to be ignited by Fu Jingxiao. Netizens exploded again, including Jian Xingsui, who couldn't believe it when he saw the news. He stood there as if struck by lightning, mouth gaping wide enough for an insect to fly in. Shen Xingchen was still complaining in his ear. How can Fuji have that level double standard? He didn't pay attention to me. Ningzi pursed his lips and smiled. Although he was not good at words, he could see through many things. In fact, he has long noticed that Fu Jingxiao was giving Jian Xingsui special attention. It was really no surprise that Fuji would pay attention to him and only him. Jian Xingsui was still holding his phone, his hands trembling with excitement. Shen Xingchen also noticed that something was wrong with him. Brother, although I can understand you, are you really so shocked? Jian Xingsui's chest rose and fell, and maybe he didn't understand his feelings at the moment. A lonely and nameless little fan, he left his footprints on Fu Jingxiao's Weibo. He has been a silent supporter for so long. He was used to never getting noticed back by his idol. He never thought that the day where his post was replied would come. Shen Xingchen's voice was still in his ears. Are you stupid? Jian Xingsui came back to his senses. He withdrew from his thoughts, and when he looked up, he met Shen Xingchen's red, puffed-up eyes. The young master kept his willful tone as he asked, What's the matter? Are you still sad? Jian Xingsui shook his head quickly. He even took a screenshot of the page he was on and saved it. Then he smiled and replied softly, No, I'm not sad. I'm so happy. Shen Xingchen was puzzled. Are you telling the truth? Jian Xingsui nodded fiercely. I swear. A group of people were talking when a voice came from outside. Then a tall man stood at the door of the dormitory. Shen Mingling frowned, and the majesty of the elder brother came out. Shen Xingchen, how long are you going to dawdle? It is already 3 o'clock in the morning. After being called, Shen Xingchen shrank his neck. Wait a minute, I'll clean up first. Jian Xingsui smiled softly. While packing up the last of the snacks from the cabinet, Shen Xingchen asked Sui, Is there no one at your house this time? Jian Xingsui held the suitcase tightly and nodded slightly. Well, I previously said I have something to do, but now, well, to answer your question, yes. For the finale, almost all of the trainees' family members watched live in the audience. Only Mr. Zhang and his wife didn't come. Their excuse was that something happened in the store so they couldn't come, and Jian Xingsui no longer cared much. If they didn't come, he wouldn't make a fuss. Maybe when people get used to disappointment, they would eventually learn to lower their expectations. In the past, he would feel lost and sad because he was looking forward to a scrap of familial love but not getting it. But now there were no waves in his heart, and he would no longer be sad. Shen Xingchen asked suspiciously, Then where are you going now? Jian Xingsui. This question stopped him. The company had a deadlock with him because of the 1 million yuan deal. Originally, he moved out of the rice cake shop and lived in the company's dormitory. Now he couldn't go back to the dormitory, and of course he didn't want to go back home. I'll go out later and find a hotel to rest. Jian Xingsui said there should be some nearby. Shen Xingchen said, Are you going to stay in a hotel? Jian Xingsui nodded honestly. Yes. Shen Xingchen questioned his soul. Do you even have the money to pay? Jian Xingsui fell silent. Originally, he came to participate in Starlight because he had no money. He was aiming to get the 20,000 yuan consolation prize. The problem now was that he had already entered the finals, so the consolation money for the preliminary competition was naturally gone. Inside his mobile phone, his Alipay account only had around 1,000 yuan left, which was the salary he got from his part-time work for the show. Jian Xingsui said hesitantly, I think if it's not a very expensive hotel, I can still afford it. Do you know where there is a cheap hotel nearby? Shen Xingchen laughed out loud. Jian Xingsui blushed a little when he laughed, but Shen Xingchen came over and put one hand on Jian Xingsui's shoulder and said, Don't go to the hotel, come to my house. Jian Xingsui was stunned. With a confident look, Shen Xingchen continued, You can come to my house for 2 days to rest, and you can leave after you find a suitable accommodation. Growing up, Jian Xingsui didn't have many sincere friends. He went to other people's houses as a guest and has never received the honor of a good relationship like staying overnight. Because of this, when he heard Shen Xingchen's offer, he was naturally overjoyed, flattered, and panicking. As he was worried, he asked, Is this okay? Won't I be too disturbing? You should also get together with your family when you go home. If I'm here, will you? Shen Xingchen cut the younger man impatiently. There's nothing to disturb, and if there's any, you wouldn't disturb us, trust me. I have many rooms in my house, and you are my little brother. Hey, if I can't even help with this little thing, how can I be your big brother in the future? The corners of Jian Xingsui's mouth twitched. Shen Minglang's words came from the side, clearly approving. Xingchen is right, you two are good friends. There is nothing wrong with helping you out with your difficulties. If you want, you can come to our house as a guest. We all welcome you. Jian Xingsui turned around in surprise. Since the eldest brother had spoken, it would be shameful for him to take back his words. And in fact, he was happy in his heart. Shen Minglang had affection for this polite young man. Compared to his monkey of a little brother, Jian Xingsui was the kind of younger brother he wished he had. Maybe the polite boy's humbleness and demeanor could rub into Shen Xingchen. That would be able to save half of his worries. Shen Xingchen asked Ningzi, Ziji, what about you? Ningzi replied, my company has come to pick me up. That's great. Shen Xingchen was not worried about Ningzi, then let's go out first. It's getting late. The others nodded in agreement. Carrying suitcases through the corridors, through rows of dormitory doors, familiar roads and white corridor lights, all of which have burned into their memories. During training, they usually moaned about how tired they felt and how they are very much looking forward for the graduation. But after that happened, all they wanted was for the show to go on a bit longer. The moment they stepped out of this building, they were officially no longer trainees. A farewell to the venue, a farewell to their friends, a farewell to their past. As they walked downstairs, nobody spoke. There were many trainees on the back building's stairway, busy with the last bit of interaction they could have in this building. When the four of them separated from Ningzi at the edge of the parking lot, Shen Xingchen was the first to call out, Mom, Fuji. Jian Xingsui's first reaction after hearing the shout was being shocked. He then looked up and sure enough, he saw the very familiar, slender, handsome, and elegant man standing beside the nanny car not far away. The film king was talking to Su Enzhen with a smile. Obviously, it was Shen Xingchen who called to him, but his eyes landed on Jian Xingsui instead. A designated van for celebrities. The four eyes were facing each other, locked in a gaze for quite some time. Shen Xingchen, with his rough demeanor, was irritated that Fu Jingxiao ignored him. With swagger, he walked over and cursed, why don't you pay attention to me? Fu Jingxiao had his usual kind smile on his face and opened his lips to answer in a light tone, you need me to pay attention to you when you debut at the center position. Still need to rub into my heat, one rubbing heat equal leeching fame, then it's not necessary. Shen Xingchen's self-confidence was at the peak, and he immediately turned his nose up and snorted proudly, I have my own heat. Fu Jingxiao side-eyed him. Not long after, his dark eyes fell on Jian Xingsui, who stood beside the haughty young master. Jian Xingsui was also looking at him, rubbing heat. Did Fuji let Jian Xingsui rub his heat? Artists in the entertainment industry hated this kind of operation, and Fu Jingxiao was no exception. Jian Xingsui was nervous and expectant at the bottom of his heart. He watched Fu Jingxiao and wanted to speak 1,000 words but didn't know where to start. Finally, he just stood there stupidly. Fu Jingxiao chuckled, I'm leaving, don't you have anything to say to me? Jian Xingsui panicked and fumbled over his words, yes, yes. Obviously, there were more complicated, unsaid things in his heart, but the words were stuck inside his throat, choking him up and making him mum. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows, no more. Fu Jingxiao was rarely at a loss for words. He was just teasing this silly boy and maybe fishing for a compliment or two. He didn't expect this level of sincerity, giving him a grand gesture of thankfulness. A warm feeling built up in his chest, making him confused on whether he wanted to cry or laugh. You really appreciate me so much. Jian Xingsui nodded heavily. His eyes were always clean and sincere, but when he looked at a person, his emotions were all written on his face. Fu Jingxiao didn't need a verbal confirmation. He already knew what the youth wanted to say to him. For a moment, Fu Jingxiao seemed to suddenly understand why his eyes fell on Jian Xingsui unconsciously. Perhaps it was because the big divat in the entertainment circle had been there for a long time, and he hadn't seen a woman who was too clean for a long time. The child, or him, who was originally in the dark, will always unconsciously look towards the bright and open place. Fu Jingxiao took out a business card from his pocket and put it in Jian Xingsui's hand. Jian Xingsui took the card and looked up suspiciously. This is my business card. It has my phone number on it, and also my WeChat contact. Fu Jingxiao pointed at the business card in his palm, curling his lips up, since I will remember your words for the rest of my life, remember to keep in touch with me. Jian Xingsui's eyes slowly widened, and after his brain received these words, little fireworks exploded in his heart. Frequent contact. Personal business card. He held the business card, nodded in response, and even wanted to secretly pinch himself, for fear that this was a dream. Shen Xingchen, who was next to him, came over and said jokingly, be happy, don't hold back, just laugh when you are happy. Why so shy? Many people would envy your position, being so close to Fuji. Just show off without shame sometimes, yeah. Jian Xingsui didn't expect such words coming out from this deceitful teammate of his. His earlobe was red and he gave Shen Xingchen a look, a little flustered, and looked at Fu Jingxiao to explain. But Shen Xingchen pulled him and said, okay, Fuji, let's get in the car first. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows and didn't stop him. Su Enjin shook his head behind. This child, Fu Jingxiao said, it's okay, but it's getting late, so it's better to go back and rest earlier. I remember your greetings to my mother, and I will definitely help you. Let me know, I will definitely visit again someday. In front of the elders, actor Fu could always maintain a personable demeanor. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Sure enough, Su Enjin smiled and said, okay, you two go to bed early. Fu Jingxiao nodded, and after sending Su Enjin to the car, he turned to look at Shen Minglang next to him and said, take them back early, I'm going home too. Shen Minglang pushed his glasses. If only you can fulfill that marriage arrangement, my mother would be so happy. She still regrets that you aren't our family's son-in-law. Fu Jingxiao said slowly, to be honest, I have no intention of getting married. I am not interested in men or women, let alone marriage. This kind of thing was arranged by the heavens, and it cannot be forced. Shen Minglang shrugged noncommittally. In essence, both he and Fu Jingxiao were rational and cold-hearted people by nature, but Fu Jingxiao was not bound by the family business, so he was naturally more free. In fact, he was also curious about what kind of person would be able to tame this big Buddha. Anren came out of the gymnasium, and instead of going back to Jian family's house immediately, he met with his agent. As soon as he got in the car, his agent's face was not very good. She asked him instead of greeting him, have you seen what's happening on Weibo? Your fans are locked in a fandom war against Jian Xingsui's. The situation is not looking good. Anren's manager was a woman in her 30s, and people in the industry call her Li Jai. Li Jai was a chubby woman. She usually was very polite to Anren. However, today she was burdened by this incident, so she was more tired looking. She sighed as she said, not long ago, young Master Jian One, she's referring to Jian Jai, asked me to contact Jian Xingsui and his agency. He spent 1 million yuan to make him withdraw from the competition. His agency agreed on the deal and they received the money, but Jian Xingsui didn't withdraw from the competition. Up to now, the director has suppressed his votes and failed to let him make his debut, but now that this voting manipulation issue has surfaced, his influence on Weibo is just getting bigger. After hearing this, Anren was a little worried. Then what should I do? Li Jai, it's none of my business. Li Jai gave him a blank look. Are you sure it's none of your business? There's a reason why Anren's fans became rabid like that. Naturally, he had some level of influence on their behavior. Anren always followed the fairy boy type that his fans had designated for him. He often shared his day-to-day life with his fans. Even if his fans did some outrageous things, Anren would turn a blind eye or just scold them lightly. It's one thing to not involve himself with his fans, but it's a whole different thing if he always tried to sway his fans to do something. If it wasn't because of his lax control on his fans, how could his fans grow to be so lawless? Anren hesitated and said, Li Jai, it's no one's business at this point. It's time to pursue responsibility. You have to think of a way, and you can't let them say that I am someone who is mired in nepotism. Li Jai sighed. The biggest problem now is Jian Xingsui. In fact, as long as his limelight passes, this matter naturally will be buried. The netizens have a memory of a goldfish. They won't remember this controversy for long. Don't worry, I will put pressure on his agency tomorrow. They can't just eat that 1 million without giving us a benefit in return. Anren nodded reassuringly after hearing this. In fact, he himself was very aggrieved and didn't want to talk about anything else. No matter how bad the second half of his previous life was, at least he debuted as the center in this show. Although Shen Xingchen also participated at that time, this young master retired midway through the first 2 stages because he had a quarrel with his roommate. But in this life, he got along well with his roommates and actor Fu, so he won the center position instead. Everything had changed so drastically. Jian Xingsui again. How come he always spoils his achievement? Anren sat and thought for a long time. He finally made up his mind when he got out of the car. He decisively dialed Zhang Xiangyang's number. Without waiting for too long, he heard the middle-aged man's voice. Hello, is this Ranren? Anren smiled and said softly, Father. Although he had already returned to the Jiang family, he still called Zhang's couple that way in private. Hearing this familiar call, Zhang Xiangyang felt hot in his heart. Ranren, your mother and I saw that successfully debuted in that idol group. Congratulations, I know your hard work wouldn't be in vain. But your mother and I are very busy with something else, so we can go watch you in person during that final stage. Anren kept using his obedient child tone. It's okay, I know the difficulties of mom and dad. Zhang Xiangyang then heaved a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, Anren changed the subject and said, Dad, there is something I want to ask you. Zhang Xiangyang said, what's the matter? Anren finally found a chance to ask. There was one time when the program crew asked us to fill in personal data. Jian Xingsui asked me about your blood type. I took a peek and found out that his blood type is B, and I knew that both mom's and your blood type is A. With that kind of difference, how could there be a blood relationship between you and him? Zhang Xiangyang was stopped by this question. It would be better to say that at this moment, his blood was frozen, as if it had coagulated. In fact, as early as 2 days ago, when Jian Xingxui proposed to do the paternity test, he had thought that this matter might be exposed one day. He didn't expect that this moment would come so early. There was already a thin layer of sweat on Zhang Xiangyang's head. He hesitated and said, Ranran, listen to my explanation. Zhang Xiangyang didn't react for a while. He slowed down and said, Ranran, what do you mean? You haven't told Jian Xingxui our blood type yet. Anran smoothly lied as he smiled, nope. I think this is something you two should discuss with him, so I didn't make any claims. Zhang Xiangyang was relieved and felt short of breath at the same time, so he could only say, I see, I understand. We will consider your suggestion. We will consider it. With that, Anran just hung up his phone. He was clever enough to have a vague guess about the truth of the matter, and this was precisely why he should nip the problem in the bud. If this matter was found out by the authorities and the Zhang couple ended up in prison, that was fine. What was not fine was that there was a glimmer of chance that Jian Xingxui's biological family might be a powerful one, even as a grassroot to someone without a relevant background. Grassroots, or you can think of it like duckweed, a floating plant with thin, weak roots. Contestant, that filthy thing could shake his power in the entertainment industry. If he actually had a powerful background that was just giving wings to a tiger 3, giving even more power to already powerful people, he would choke Anran's career into nothingness. He got this once-in-a-lifetime chance of being reborn. He didn't want to waste this precious chance to become Jian Xingxui's stepping stone. He would make sure all threats were exterminated. Well, dead people wouldn't be able to do anything, would they? Meanwhile, in the Shen family's mansion. This was Jian Xingxui's first time stepping inside the Shen family's home. He was floored with the grandeur of the whole thing. Compared to the Jian family's house, it was still comparing heaven and the earth. Shen Xingchen was still bemoaning as he rubbed his stomach. Mom, I'm really hungry. Let the auntie prepare some food. Su Zhen would look at Jian Xingxui distractedly from time to time as she walked. For some reason, she always has an inexplicable sense of closeness to this child. When she learned that he had been wronged and failed to make his debut, it made her recall that day when she found him crying silently on the stairway. That child looked so helpless and could only cry on his lonesome. He even had to push himself to wipe his tears and tidy up, more likely because he had no one to share his troubles. He was just a 20-year-old child, and yet he had to bear his burden alone. As a mother, even if Jian Xingxui was not of her own blood, she felt sorry and wanted to coddle him. You just know how to eat. Su Zhen glared at his son, then turned his head to Jian Xingxui with a gentle smile. How about you, Xingxui, are you hungry? Jian Xingxui didn't expect Mrs. Shen to ask him, so he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Shen Xingchen yelled like a brat he actually was. I'm hungry too, I'm hungry too, Su Zhen said, as if you can starve to death. Be patient for a moment, would you? Jian Xingxui dared not speak at the side, but Su Zhen approached him very intimately after getting out of the car. Beside him, the older lady said in a gentle voice, Xingxui, what do you want to eat? Auntie will cook it for you. Jian Xingxui was flattered and answered in a shy voice, it doesn't matter, I can eat anything. Su Zhen shook her head in disapproval. It's okay, you can tell Auntie what you want. You just finished a closed-door training in that venue for 3 months. I know you are tired, and I also know that you haven't eaten much since yesterday. You can go wash up first and leave everything else to Auntie. I will arrange it. No need to be polite to me, Su Zhen answered. Jian Xingxui nodded. The two had unusual harmonious feelings between them, like a picture-perfect example of a loving mother and her filial son. Shen Xingchen, who was standing behind them, stared in disbelief. He seemed dissatisfied but was not angry. He was just acting like a spoiled brat. Mumum, I've been enduring my starving stomach for several hours. Why can my younger brother get food while me, your blood-related, very lovely son, cannot? Su Zhen squinted and glanced at her bare son, poor naughty child. What can you not eat? Shen Xingchen wailed dramatically. Are you actually my mother? Am I actually the child you picked up by the roadside? It seems like Jian Xingxui is your biological son instead. What? This was the first time Jian Xingxui visited the Shen family's house. In his impression, it was very different from the Jian family's house. For example, there's several servants hired in Jian's house, while there's only one househelper employed in the Shen family's house. After entering, the living room wasn't typical. It wasn't a magnificent, grand room with many precious antiques, cold marble, and leather sofas, but it was instead a tidy and warm room. The house was painted with warm colors, and the furniture consisted mainly of wooden tables and chairs. There's a couple of hand-woven feather decorations on the walls and wall cabinets with books, bottles, and decorative flowers. On the far left wall, there were a few crooked paintings hanging with some certificates. It seemed to be excellent education awards or something like that. There was also some handmade decor in the glass wooden cabinet. The sofa was made of white woven leather. There was a fluffy cushion with a half-knit scarf and gloves lying on it. On the coffee table, there were 2 plates of fruit and a half-read book. The house was warm and homey, felt down to earth for a rich family like the Shens. Shen Xingchen whispered from Jian Xingxui's side, Handicrafts is my mother's hobby. Sorry if it's currently messy around the house. Jian Xingsui shook his head. No, no problem. An elderly woman came over, took the jackets of Shen Minglang and the others, and asked in a respectful manner, Madam, young masters, Sir just called and said that his plane was delayed and something happened to the company. He said he will take another 2 days to come back. Auntie Wu took a look at Jian Xingsui, and she politely said, young master is coming back late today, and he must eat. It's only natural I also would stay up late to prepare food for him. I left it in the kitchen to keep it warm. Go see if there's anything you want, I'll make more of it. Su Enjen smiled and nodded. She turned her head and looked back at Jian Xingsui. Xingsui, you and Xingchen go upstairs to find a room to rest and wash up. After that, go downstairs for dinner. Shen Xingchen stretched his sore muscles. Okay, I'm exhausted, let's go. Su Enjen came over. She took Jian Xingsui's hand and said softly, if you need something, just tell me, okay. Su Enjen finally smiled with confidence. Jian Xingsui was dragged up the stairs by Shen Xingchen, only to find out that the second floor also had the same warm atmosphere. There were many paintings hanging on the wall of the stairs, most of which are photos of the 2 children of the Shen family growing up. There's also the whole family photos and the Shen couple by themselves. These photos seem to be organized chronologically. However, there's a spot in the middle that seemed oddly empty. Jian Xingsui couldn't help but ask about it in curiosity. Shen Xingchen, who was walking next to him, knew what he was wondering at a glance and said, are you wondering why there's an empty spot here? Jian Xingsui nodded. Shen Xingchen explained, because something happened to our family at that time. My mother was pregnant with my younger brother when I was about 3 or 4 years old, but later, my younger brother died in the hospital. My mother had difficulties during her previous pregnancies. She even almost miscarried a couple of times during this one, and in the end, well, this cast a shadow on Mom that haunted her for several years. The baby was born during October. Mom said that at that time, she managed to see him and touched him one last time before losing him forever. There was a little smile in Shen Xingchen's eyes and he said, you know, once I heard from Mom that the baby was completely different from my elder brother or me. Other children would cry and their eyes should still be shut, but he didn't. After the nurse took him out, he opened his eyes. Isn't it miraculous? Jian Xingsui said, how can there be such a thing? A newborn baby opens his eyes. Yes, my mother said that she was still on the operating table at that time, and the child opened his eyes. My mother reached out to touch him, and he reached out to hold her finger. But later the nurse said he suddenly died. Shen Xingchen scratched his head while talking. His eyes darkened and continued in a low voice. Maybe Mom instinctively knew it would be the last time she would see him, so perhaps it was also because of that brief contact in the operating room that made her unable to move on. It's like a seed that fell into the tip of her heart, took root, germinated, and grew wildly. No matter what everyone and she told herself, let alone moving on, she couldn't even accept it. Even if it was just a hasty farewell, she couldn't accept the news that the child had suffered a sudden cardiac arrest. The heavy blow caused her to suffer from severe postpartum depression. No one noticed her abnormality at first, until one day she began to tell that she saw the hallucination of her dead son. After some counseling with a psychiatrist, she was judged to have severe mental problems. Shen Xingchen said while taking Jian Xingsui to the guest room, the doctor said that my mother was too sad and unwilling to face the reality. Those hallucinations are her body's self-protection mechanism, and only she kept believing it's not a mere delusion. But how can a person come back to life after death? Although sometimes I do wish I had a younger brother. Jian Xingsui was curious. Why? It would be nice to have a younger brother. Shen Xingchen said in an incomprehensible expression, my Ji scolds me every day when he has nothing to do, and so does Fuji. I know that his qualifications and knowledge are better than mine, so they have the privilege. But if I also have a younger brother, I could do the same to him, right? Give him life lessons and things like that. Isn't that awesome? Jian Xingsui couldn't refute. After arriving at the guest room, he began to take a shower. When he came out, he was wearing a bath towel. Not long after tidying up, there was a knock on the door. He hurried to open the door and was surprised to see Auntie Wu standing outside. Auntie Wu bowed and said, hello, Mr. Jian. Jian Xingsui quickly returned the greeting, hello. This is what my madam asked me to bring to you. Auntie Wu handed him the things in the tray. This is Xingchen's old pajamas from 2 years ago, but they are all clean and comfortable. Also, madam said that she didn't know your specific sleeping habits, so she prepared eye masks and earplugs for you if you needed it. By the way, this level of care made Jian Xingsui dumbfounded. He knew his status a guest, not to mention someone who failed in his career. His family also was just a normal middle-income family. For a family like the noble Shen family, it's not an exaggeration to say that he's just an ant in front of them. But everyone in the Shen family didn't look down on him, but they treated him with so much respect and care. You don't have to be so polite. Auntie Wu smiled and said, I can see that you are a good friend of the young master, and the madam likes you very much. You don't have to be cautious here, just tell me what you want. Jian Xingsui couldn't treat her like a servant, and he bid her goodbye politely. After going back into the guest room, he changed into his pajamas and then he went downstairs. When he got downstairs, he smelled a faint fragrance of food. Seeing Su and Jen serving noodles on the table downstairs, he hurried over. I can help. Su and Jen was surprised when she saw him. You're ready so soon. Jian Xingsui smiled and said, I just need to pack up. It took no time at all. Are you serving noodles? Let me help, Su and Jen cautioned him. This is hot. It's okay. Jian Xingsui took the big bowl skillfully, then slowly put the noodles into the several smaller serving bowls with a spoon and chopsticks. I have helped in restaurants before, and the noodles there were rough and thick. Since this is very hot, you might want to stay a little farther, so as not to be splashed by the soup. Su Zhen looked at Jian Xingsui serving the noodles, and when he was serving the noodles, he deliberately avoided adding the oil into the noodle soup, so she was curious why. Are you afraid of getting fat so you avoid eating the oil? Jian Xingsui responded, no, this bowl is for you. I think you must haven't eaten much since last night, so I thought of giving you a serving. As for avoiding adding oil to the noodle soup, it's because I think your skin is very well maintained, so you shouldn't touch oily foods. Sorry, did I force my own decision on you? I'll give you another serve again. Su Zhen was slightly stunned at first. Then she saw that Jian Xingsui really made another serving. The sensitive and careful behavior of this child made her feel a pain in her heart. She quickly stopped Jian Xingsui and took over the bowl in his hand. The bowl was hot, and her heart was warm. With a soft whisper, she told him, I don't take it as an offense. In fact, I'm happy you are taking care of me with the little things you do. Jian Xingsui relaxed his knotted heart. Seeing Su Zhen looking at him with a maternal smile, he stammered in response, it's nothing. This is what I should do. She was so kind to him, of course he would want to do something for her. Jian Xingsui continued to serve the rice, and Auntie Wu, who was not far away, wanted to come over, but Su Zhen stopped her with her eyes. She just stood quietly, watching the boy doing things beside her. He now helped to set the chopsticks after serving the noodles. After he finished, he even wiped the spillage on the table with a rag. Mom, Sui, how are you all done already? Shen Xingchen's voice came from the stairs. He had just taken a shower, his hair hadn't been blown dry, so his usually spiky hair looked tamed and flat. With a spring on his steps, he trotted over, wow, today's dinner looks so luxurious. Mom, you actually cooked the noodles yourself. Today's not a big day, nor do we have distinguished guests, right? It's rare that we can eat these noodles. Shen Xingchen smiled with a dopey look at Jian Xingsui. You are blessed, my brother. Let me tell you, although my mother's cooking skills are not very good, her egg noodles are to die for. Plus, you can't eat them unless it's a special occasion, so that makes it extra special. Su Zhen gave him a blank look that promised pain for her bare child. You really can talk so much, can't you? She also shouted at her eldest son, telling Shen Minglang to hurry up and come down for dinner. At the dinner table, Shen Xingchen could be said to be wolfing down his food without a shred of manners. Jian Xingsui took a bite of the noodles and was amazed by the taste, the deliciousness of the soup, the springiness of the noodles, it's all perfect. While it might not be the most delicious noodles he ever tasted, it was full of warmth. He could taste the love Su and Zhen poured while making it. In that case, it was the best food he ever ate. After eating a bowl, he actually wanted to have seconds, but he was embarrassed to stand up. He could only give longing looks to the big bowl of noodles not far away. After all, he's still only a guest. It's not a good look to be too presumptuous. Sitting opposite of him was Shen Minglang. The older man was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and he had a perpetual stern face. With a serious tone, he called Auntie Wu. Auntie Wu, who was standing not far away, came over. Yes, young master, please give me another serving. Shen Minglang handed her his half-full bowl and said casually, also they're all hungry too, so please fill up their bowl. The elderly housekeeper nodded. Shen Xingchen also muttered while he kept eating. Yes, I'm starving to death. Auntie Wu came over to add some for Shen Minglang and asked Jian Xingsui softly, you seem to have finished eating, let me add some more. Auntie Wu had a good impression of this polite child, and she could see that Jian Xingsui wasn't a gold digger by any means. Only sincerity could be repaid by sincerity. She was also very happy for the young master to make friends. After handing the bowl to him, she smiled and said, you're welcome, there is still enough, my madam has cooked a lot. Shen Minglang on the opposite side took another look. He made sure the bashful youth had enough on his bowl and then looked away. Su Zhen's eyes were also full of softness, and she said softly, Sui, if you like to eat this, then you must come to play often. Auntie can cook for you anytime. Shen Xingchen sensed this injustice and whined pitifully, Muam, that's not what you said to me when I'm hungry. Shen Minglang refuted his whiny younger brother with cold-blooded words. That's because you're an absolute glutton without manners. It's good for you to eat less. Shen Xingchen moaned to express his dissatisfaction. Jian Xingsui watched the family eating quietly with a touch of envy in his heart. This family was really nice, and they talked and laughed during the meal. There was no such strict rule that you mustn't speak during meal times. The palpable familial warmth, the occasional bickering, but the intimacy, this was completely opposite to the atmosphere at Jian family's home. After eating, Shen Xingchen said, "Come with me, I will take you to my room to see something amazing." Jian Xingsui was dragged away by him. Su Zhen from behind called out, "It's past 4 o'clock in the morning. You two don't play too late. Shen Xingchen, if you don't sleep, that's fine, that's your body. But don't delay Xingsui's sleep, he is still growing." Shen Xingchen, who was impatient, replied perfunctorily, I know, Mom, you are so nagging." After going upstairs, Shen Xingchen brought Jian Xingsui to his room, which was even bigger than Jian Xingsui imagined. It's full of knickknacks, be it the latest games, various posters, or action figurines. Despite being 4 o'clock in the morning, Shen Xingchen was still excited as he spoke to Jian Xingsui, "I'll show you my treasures." Just as Jian Xingsui was curious, he saw Shen Xingchen dragging out a large VR game pod from the cabinet. "Hurry up, this is a limited edition game pod. Most people can't get it, you know. You can only buy it from a special channel, so no matter how much money you throw at the developer, there's no guarantee you can actually buy it. I couldn't get one back then, but thankfully, Fuji found a way to acquire one, and he gifted it to me for my birthday." Also, as for this one, Jian Xingsui's pupils widened when he heard Fu Jingxiao's name. Shen Xingchen pulled him to show the game pod's monitor. Okay, I'll show you the functions." When Su Zhen came to check her youngest son's room half an hour later, she saw 2 young men sleeping side by side on the carpet. There were many of Shen Xingchen's prized possessions scattered about. It's clear that the young master wanted to show them to his close friend. Su Zhen sighed softly, and she took a blanket from the side to cover Jian Xingsui. Shen Xingchen was lying on the ground on his back, sleeping with a soft snore. Jian Xingsui was sleeping next to him, curled up like a baby. The profiles of the two people were so similar under the dim light, which made Su Zhen feel a little dazed, as if these two people were supposed to be like this in the first place, like close brothers. Jian Xingsui was woken up by the ringtone of his mobile phone in the early morning. He picked it up and unexpectedly found that the call was from the Zhang couple. With a trace of doubt inside his heart, he accepted the call. Immediately, it was Mrs. Zhang's voice answering, "Hello, Sui." Jian Xingsui was still sleepy. He answered with his scratchy voice, "Yes, it's me. What's the matter?" Mrs. Zhang's voice sounded a little strange. "You finished the filming. Why haven't you come back home yet?" Jian Xingsui said, "Honestly, I'm at a friend's house. What's wrong with you? Is there something you need from me?" Mrs. Zhang on the other end seemed to be unable to bear it anymore, and almost shed tears because of the sheer sadness in her chest. "Zhang, your father, he was out last night, and I didn't know the specifics of what happened. He was distracted while driving on the way back. Yes, there was a car accident, and he's still lying in the hospital." Jian Xingsui was stunned, instantly waking him up. "A car accident?" Mrs. Zhang nodded, tears dripping from her eyes. Sui, please come back soon. Although Jian Xingsui didn't have any special familial connection with the Zhang couple, he couldn't bear it when he heard the sadness in his mother's voice. He thought that Mrs. Zhang must be lonely and hurt, so he agreed obediently. "Okay, I'll go back right away. You send me the address of the hospital and keep the phone on." Mrs. Zhang quickly said, Okay, I'll wait for you." Jian Xingsui got up after hanging up the phone. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. He only slept for 3 hours and already felt refreshed, while Shen Xingchen next to him slept like a pig. Jian Xingsui sighed, got up and slipped back to the guest room. He rummaged through his clothes on his suitcase and changed into them. When he went downstairs, he met Auntie Wu. The elderly woman was still half asleep when she greeted him, "Mr. Jian. I came out to check because I heard a movement on the 2nd floor. Do you need something?" "I'm sorry, Auntie Wu, I have something to do at home, so I have to go back first." Jian Xingsui smiled at her. "Please tell Mrs. Shen and the others. Thank them too for their generosity." Auntie Wu nodded. Immediately after seeing Jian Xingsui's tired face, the house helper's thoughts cleared up. It's about 7 o'clock in the morning, and everyone knew that they only slept around 4 o'clock. This child was clearly tired and needed rest, and yet he rushed back home. Just what had happened to make him rush like that? Did his so-called family didn't feel sorry for his exhaustion? Jian Xingsui finally arrived at the hospital after an hour's drive. Mrs. Zhang was still sitting in the waiting room, crying bitterly when she saw Jian Xingsui coming. "Sui, your father came out of the operating room. The doctor said his head was hit, and while he had stabilized, the dangerous period still hasn't passed. I don't know what will happen now. What should I do?" Jian Xingsui comforted her. "It's okay. As long as the operation is successful, he will recover soon." Mrs. Zhang was still wiping her tears and said, "The operation cost tens of thousands yuan." The doctor also said that after an examination, they found that Zhang poor health had taken a toll on his kidney. "It's highly likely he will need to undergo a kidney operation. What should I do? That will cost so much money. Where can I get them?" Although Jian Xingsui was dissatisfied with this couple, his heart was still soft. Seeing this woman genuinely afraid of her husband's well-being touched his heart. It doesn't matter, money can be earned. If the doctor said he'll need kidney surgery, we should agree. After all, a human life is more precious than anything else. Do you have any life savings to use? When he said this, Mrs. Zhang was suspiciously silent for a moment. Jian Zingsui had a bad premonition in his heart. The family still have some savings, right? Mrs. Zhang hurriedly said no, of course there are, but it's not too much. It's just the operation fee will cost a lot. The doctor is also still testing your father's lung, and I'm afraid there's a chance that he'll have to I'm just worried our savings won't be enough. Jian Zingsui was puzzled. I heard from the owner of the barber shop next door that you and Mr. Zhang have saved money over the years. They said that if your emergency savings isn't used, you'll use it as a retirement fund. But still, if the money isn't enough, I will go out and find a job to see if I can get some more. Hearing Jian Zingsui's steadfast declaration made Mrs. Zhang felt a little guilty. Of course, she and Zhang Xianyang have savings over the years. The problem was that when Anren left home, they were all worried that the child would be wronged when he came to the Jian family. So they took most of their savings for Anren before he left. Although there were still more than 200,000 yuan, about 29,000 USD in her hand. If Zhang Xianyang really needed an extra operation, wouldn't their money not be enough? What kind of savings can we have? Isn't that all the barber shop's boss nonsense? Mrs. Zhang muttered, but she was very earnest to Jian Zingsui. We only have you as a child now, and we can only rely on you. Jian Zingsui said, I will try my best to find a job, but I really don't have any money with me now. Mrs. Zhang was not happy. How could it be? Don't you have a good relationship with the son of the Shen family? You can ask him to borrow money. Ah, and also, I remember that actor Fu treats you well. He should be agreeable to lend you some. Those rich and noble families aren't short of money after all. Lending you some wouldn't hurt them in the slightest. Can you do that for us? Or you actually don't care what will happen to your father? Jian Zingsui's heart suddenly became complicated and unhappy. Father's affairs are one thing, and my friends and I are another. I just treat them as casual friends, and I don't think about anything else. Jian Zingsui said, let's go and see my father first, and we'll talk about these things later. Mrs. Zhang was a little annoyed, but she didn't say much after all. Mrs. Zhang has been here since last night, and she was a haggard. She said, Sui, can you help me watch your father for a little while? I'll lie down for a nap here. Jian Zingsui was actually very tired too. He had gone through an emotional turmoil since last night, and he hadn't gotten a proper rest yet. But this time he could only nod okay. After a while, another doctor came inside. The doctor came to check Zhang Xianyang's condition, and after checking, he said to Jian Zingsui, are you the patient's family? Jian Zingsui stood up. I am. Okay, it's like this. Some of the patient's procedures have not been completed. It's better for you to complete it as soon as possible. The doctor put his hand inside his coat's pocket. Regarding the examination of his kidney disease, the kidney scan's result has come out. If it's convenient, we can talk about it in detail. Jian Zingsui was a little worried when he saw the doctor. Is it not very good? The result, I mean. The doctor took him out of the room and said, the patient smokes all year round, and it clearly takes a toll on his overall physical health. I'm afraid his smoking habit has accelerated the deterioration of his kidney cells. You have to be prepared for the worst. Because of this car accident, his injury has aggravated his previous disease also. The treatment is also affected. Jian Zingsui said softly, please do your best to treat him and we will cooperate. All right then. Please prepare your family as well and plan for the future. We need to stabilize his lungs condition too, so it won't get worse. Be sure to help him stop smoking completely. As for his kidney, seeing the level of necrosis on his cell, it's best to find an organ transplant soon. The doctor explained in a sympathetic tone, you must be mentally prepared for this. Jian Zingsui said, organ transplant, looking for a kidney source. He didn't expect Zhang Xianyang's condition to be this serious. In fact, before this, Jian Zingsui felt that Zhang Xianyang didn't care about his body. He always seemed to be preoccupied, as if he was under a lot of personal pressure. To relieve that mental pressure, he smoked. He was so addicted to cigarettes that it was frightening, but he never expected that he would come to this point. The doctor also nodded and explained to Jian Zingsui, well, a perfect match for a kidney transplant is not easy to find. If you are his biological child, there's a high chance you can be the donor. If you want, you can do a blood test to see the degree of the match. Don't worry, it's very similar to paternal testing. It won't take long until you get the result. A few days later, Anren's family is filthy rich, right? It's clear he had the capital to get through the back door, if you catch my drift. He got the same number of bought votes as Sui, but he came third. Well, his older brother was one of the special guests. Do you need to doubt that there's nepotism at play here? Did he rob someone else's place then? I thought he was very cute before, but I didn't expect him to be such a rotten person. Originally, Anren had a good impression in the eyes of the public, but because of his fans' rude behavior that night, his good impression vanished within seconds. The public perception of him had hit rock bottom. In Jian family's mansion, bang, there was a loud noise in the living room, which showed how furious the man was. Jian Zhai was very angry when he saw the netizens' evaluation of his baby brother Anren. He seethed, how dare they slander you so easily? They even said you're flaunting your capital and playing nepotism. Netizens these days are getting more irrational. Anren sat beside him with puffy red eyes. It was obvious that he had suffered a great grievance. Li Jai, Anren's manager, sat across from both of them. Ranran, I didn't expect that the situation would become this bad. I suspect that someone is actually out to get you. It must be Jian Xingsui. He must have instigated his fans behind the scenes to harm you on purpose. Anren glanced at Jian Jai quietly and said softly, that's impossible, Li Jai. I know Sui Sui, he is quite nice, he couldn't be the one behind all of this. This matter is also my fault. Blame me for not restraining my fans well. Don't blame Xingsui, even if he did it, it's nothing. I think maybe Sui Sui is still blaming me. Because if it wasn't me, it would be impossible for him to leave the Jian family's house. Jian Jai felt a little distressed when he heard his little brother's words. Ranran, how could this be your fault? Jian Jai has always liked his excellent and sensible younger brother. You are my own younger brother. It's only natural for you to come home here. I think Li Jai is right. Maybe Jian Xingsui did some tricks behind our backs. Didn't he get close to that Shen Xingchen? When I was looking for him before, he said that he didn't care about money. I guess it was because he got a new thigh to hug. One hugging, thick golden, thigh equal depends on a stronger person. So he now dares to be this audacious. Anren's mind was very flexible, and he grasped this line very efficiently. He continued to pretend to be weak to gain pity. Second brother, what should I do now then? Jian Jai crossed his legs and said, don't worry, the public opinion is a fickle thing. We can ride this one out very soon. Jian Xingsui's company got that 1 million, so now they have to give us an explanation. I believe they will hide him in the future. And he is cornered with no way out. He'll grovel in front of me to beg for forgiveness. Anren and Li Jai looked at each other, and they both saw consideration in each other's eyes. The solution was not to wait for public opinion to pass. They need to be proactive in whitewashing Anren's reputation. If Anren wanted to enjoy the glory and wealth, he could rely on the Jian family. But his goal in this life was to make up for the regrets of his previous life. He was not convinced of his lost last time. He must find a way to win Fu Jingxiao over as his lover. But according to his understanding, actor Fu always liked hardworking people. So, it's imperative for him to not go astray, be smart, and keep his innocent facade. Now everyone on the internet is saying that he was using his capital to win his ranking, saying that he's using Jian Jai's reputation to get privileges. If he let these sayings seep deep into the netizen's mind, how would he make Fu Jingxiao like him? Originally, he thought that he could use Jian Jai's power to attack Jian Xingsui, but he didn't expect that he was so unable to do so. It seemed that everything could only be done by himself. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Jian Xingsui has been watching Zhang Xiangyang for the past 2 days. The exhaustion had made him lose weight. You're welcome, I just do what I should do, Jian Xingsui replied. He then turned to Zhang Xiangyang and said, please lie down, I'll pour out the water into the basin. Zhang Xiangyang nodded. He and Jian Xingsui have been in contact these past 2 days. At this time, he found how gentle and kind Jian Xingsui actually was. The child was very patient with him and had taken care of him without any complaint. What's more, didn't Jian Xingsui have returned not long ago? Zhang Xiangyang looked at Jian Xingsui's tired face and said softly, Sui Sui, you should go back home soon. I just need your mother to be here. You have been up all night, you have to go back to rest properly. Jian Xingsui's dazed state made him hesitate for a moment. He then nodded okay. Mrs. Zhang quickly said, don't go back to the company's dormitory. The room at home has been tidied up. Just go back and live there for a while, okay? Jian Xingsui didn't hesitate at this time, okay. After Jian Xingsui left, the husband and wife pair looked at each other, as if they had something to say to each other. Zhang Xiangyang walked through the gate of hell this time, and he unexpectedly had reached some level of enlightenment. The things he had been obsessed with before seemed so insignificant in the face of death. With a calm voice, he asked, did I have another illness? His wife, Zhang Ziaties, they have the same surname even before marriage, but this doesn't mean they're related by blood. Came over and said, it's not serious, don't worry about it. Don't lie to me, I know my body condition quite well. I can feel it by myself, you know. Zhang Xiangyang coughed a few times. The treatment of my disease will cost a lot of money. Do we have enough? Zhang Zia comforted him. Don't worry, Xingsui and I will figure out a solution to this matter. You just need to rest so you'll recover faster. Zhang Xiangyang subconsciously frowned. That child Xingsui. I heard that when he left home, he didn't take any money. It's not like you don't know that he only got paid 20,000 yuan for the show. How much money can he have? Back then, we were afraid that Ranran would be bullied when he returned to the Jian family. So didn't you give him 500,000 yuan? Now that I'm in this situation, he shouldn't be short of money. Go and ask for it back. Zhang Zia was taken aback, asking him to return it. Zhang Xiangyang was still frowning when he continued to explain his stance. Yes, why can't we ask it back? You have seen his situation at the Jian's family. That family treats him very well. Now he has made his debut in an idol group and has his own stable job. Look at Sui Sui again in comparison. He was eliminated and now he's busy taking care of me. Just where will he get money then? We urgently need the money. I think you know this very well. But Mrs. Zhang hesitated. What I'm afraid of is that if Ranran has any difficulties now, how will he face that then? Zhang Xiangyang felt chills down his spine when he heard his wife speak. It seems that from the very beginning, after bringing Anran back, his wife regarded this child as her own. She was devoted to this child and gave him whatever he wanted. When the inevitable truth came up and they had to return Anran to his biological family, his wife was very sad. She was unwilling to separate from Anran, and even stuffed 500,000 yuan for the child as he went back to that rich family. He could understand how deep this 20 years of love ran. After all, he also watched Anran grow. But this time, how can she still be so obsessed? Zhang Xiangyang thought she was really crazy. As her husband, it was his duty to wake her up from her obsessive state. Azia, is my life more important than his difficulties? Zhang Xiangyang knew saying this was akin to emotional manipulation, but he felt he had no other choice. At this time, a doctor came in from the outside and said, "Ward rounds." Zhang Zia hurriedly followed. When they got outside, the doctor explained, "At present, we haven't found a suitable kidney donor, but we will still do our best to treat his condition. We will update you with the future treatment plan, so you can choose which one suited your condition the best. Inform your family members. You all should also make the corresponding psychological preparations. Don't let the patient have any psychological burden. Lastly, I need to ask your son's permission for a blood matching test. If the test comes out positive, then his kidney can be used as a donor. We can schedule the operations as soon as possible then." Hearing the last bit, Zhang Zia froze. Whether Jian Xingsui was willing or not was one matter, but they didn't have any blood connection at all, so how could they use Jian Xingsui's kidney? But how could she tell the doctor this truth? Zhang Zia asked again, "Doctor, is it okay if we still want to find other suitable donor?" The doctor gave Zhang Zia a meaningful look. Zhang Zia felt a little guilty. The doctor had no choice but to say, "Of course that's fine, but you have to know that the patient's treatment opportunities are limited. We also can't be sure that a matching donor could easily be found. Your family should weigh all the decisions carefully." Zhang Zia nodded. "I understand, doctor." Of course she knew that it would be difficult to find, but at worst she would go to Ranran, and that lovely boy would definitely not ignore her and the father who had raised him for so many years. As long as Ranran was willing to help, everything would be fine. A hooray for Zhang Xiangyang to finally see the truth. Took you a near-death experience to reach it, but congrats, I guess. CW, cyber harassment, suicide baiting. Please proceed with caution. After reaching the Zhang family's house, Jian Xingsui fell asleep as soon as he reached his newly instated bedroom. He only came back to sleep during the day, and when he woke up, it was already dark. It seemed that he slept through the evening also. He didn't wake up naturally, though. In fact, he didn't expect to be woken up from a phone call from his agent Wang Ji. After that finale, Jian Xingsui knew that there would be a day of reckoning, and that day finally dawned. He could only bravely answer this phone call. Jian Xingsui greeted in a calm tone Wang Ji. His agent cut to the chase. "Xingsui, did you see the hot search this morning?" Jian Xingsui was taken aback by the unexpected question. "What hot search?" Wang Ji sighed. "If you don't know yet, go and have a look." Jian Xingsui immediately switched his phone to open the Weibo app. There, he saw Jian Xingsui Anran. When he saw this topic, Jian Xingsui had a hunch it was something bad. After all, every time he got involved with Anran, he would encounter an unlucky situation. And sure enough, after clicking it, he found that the hot search content was actually posted by a classmate he and Anran used to share. This classmate knew that Jian Xingsui used to be a child of the Jian's family, and he also knew Anran, so he was on the cusp of this storm. He exposed this incident and also attached a lot of pictures to serve as the proof of his credibility. It showed that Jian Xingsui and Anran were switched at birth, and before that, Jian Xingsui always bullied Anran. The melon-eating netizens on Weibo were also quite shocked. Fuck, even novels don't dare to write this kind of plot anymore. This news feels so unreal. I read this and instantly became no longer sleepy. Jian Xingsui has a weird personality in school. Of course he bullied Anran and made things difficult for him in the school cafeteria. Anran is really pitiful. Just yesterday, the whole internet was scolding Anran for using capital and familial connection. The netizens didn't expect such a big melon would be exposed today. Apart from being shocked, a large part of the netizens spontaneously stood up for justice. After they learned that this poor little Anran had been bullied by Jian Xingsui, of course they started attacking the culprit. To be honest, I have long felt that he is not a good person. His personal strength isn't that good anyways. Why should he make his debut? Fans, come see the true face of your idol. School violence record, isn't he so nice? Jian Xingsui watched all of this silently. A complicated feeling rose from inside his heart. He remembered that this incident also happened in his previous life, but at that time it was not during the end of Starlight. Instead, it was dug up far long from this time, around the time when Anran had become famous. He got many insults thrown at him from all over the internet. Even some portion of Anrin's rabid fans attacked him in real life. It dealt a double blow to him, both physically and mentally. It was also because of this incident that he was so devastated. He lost his mind in the end and passed away in a car accident. The same thing happened again. This time, he didn't feel any more fear or helplessness he experienced in his previous life. He had become much calmer, so his heart might be swayed, but it stayed relatively normal. What's strange was why is this incident brought forward so early this time? Wang Ji's voice was still on the other end of the phone. Sui, what's going on? Is it true? Jian Xingsui calmly explained, although he had no dream that his agent would 100 understand his side of the story. I was ignorant before, and I didn't want to leave the Jian family. I did confront Anrin personally, but his original intention was not to bully Anrin. He just wanted to find him to clear things up. But for some reason, every time they met, Anrin would look frightened and wronged, making himself at a loss what to do. Before his rebirth, he always thought that Anrin was timid and that he had gone too far. It was only later that he realized that no matter whether I did anything to Anrin or not, Anrin always used this to persuade others to seek justice in his behalf. If he didn't pretend to look that way before, how could anyone pity and choose to stand by his side? Wang Ji sighed, then this matter will be difficult for you to clarify. Besides, you offended the company, and that 1 million money hasn't been resolved yet. Let me tell you the truth, especially because of our past friendship. I just got told by the higher-up to snow you in-hide JXS from the public. He won't get any new jobs from the company, and if he seeks it himself, they probably would obstruct him. You can't blame anyone but yourself, you know. Jian Xingsui lowered his eyes. His thoughts darkened as he hardened his heart. It doesn't matter. If you want to snow me in, just do it. His agent choked on pure air. He didn't expect Jian Xingsui to say such bold words with that level of conviction, but what he didn't know was that Jian Xingsui was basically numb to these things, so of course he didn't care about them. Even if the company didn't hide him, he originally wanted to terminate the contract anyways. Wang Ji stammered, clearly still flustered. You can take care of yourself. Jian Xingsui responded with a non-committal hum and hung up the phone. He tried to sit up and looked at the time on his phone. He didn't have any food at home, but he didn't want to waste money on ordering takeaways. Finally, he found some dried noodles in the kitchen and ate it with plain water as the soup. The meal was basically tasteless. It was unappetizing. At that very moment, he remembered something in a daze not long ago. He had a bowl of very fragrant noodles, which was like heaven and earth compared to today's noodles. However, he could only recall them as a fond memory now. Jian Xingsui quickly finished the noodles and washed the dishes. He sat on the sofa to rest for a while, opened WeChat, and saw that he had received a lot of messages. Most of them were asking him about the Weibo hot searches matter. Many people came to ask if it was true. He knew that most of them only wanted to be in the excitement, and that spelled trouble for him, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He was far too exhausted to reply to any of them. He clicked one of his friend's moments. To his surprise, he didn't expect that he actually clicked on Fujing Seo's moments. It was a post of Fujing Seo on a beach, catching a big fish. The place should be a private vacation island. The caption of the post was, "They took the bait." There were many comments on this post. "You're on a vacation. Sick. Where is it? Sure enough, after filming such a long show, you ran away to a tropical beach somewhere. Did you catch me instead?" The last comment caught Jian Xingsui off guard. He swiped on that comment and saw that Fujing Seo replied with a rather solemn tone, "You are too heavy for me to catch." Jian Xingsui couldn't hold back his frown when he saw that. He muled about it for a while, but in the end he didn't dare to comment. He felt that the relationship between himself and actor Fu was not that good. He thought that if he commented and didn't get a reply, he would be very disappointed and sad. So he made a compromise and gave this WeChat post a thumbs up. What he didn't expect was that not long after he clicked the like button, he received a WeChat message. Jian Xingsui immediately backed away, but he didn't expect that Fujing Seo actually sent himself a message. "Wake up so early." It was only 5 o'clock in the morning, so the question made sense. Jian Xingsui replied, "Well, I slept all night, but you're still awake." Fujing Seo replied concisely, "We are currently on different time zones." It was only then that Jian Xingsui realized that the man should not be in the country, but was on vacation abroad. He knew this because no matter where the actor went to play during the holidays, there would be a crowd of people around him. So Fujing Seo would go abroad for vacations, usually on a private island to ensure his privacy. Jian Xingsui didn't know what to talk about, but he didn't want to waste this chance to speak with his idol. He thought about his reply for a while before settling for a safe one. "I saw the fish you caught. It's a big fish. Your fishing skill is really good." After a short moment, he got a reply. "There's a staff member who drove the fish over to my side. Even an idiot can catch it." Really truthful, Jian Xingsui still bit the bullet and praised him. Still, it's quite impressive. Fujing Seo has seen through this little rainbow fart to excessive praise. In fact, he didn't know why he sent a message to Jian Xingsui by accident, but doing so really made him feel happy. His mood improved a lot, so he asked again, "How are you doing recently?" Jian Xingsui paused for a moment. He guessed that Fu Jingxiao probably hadn't seen that hot search yet. If he saw that, how would he think about Jian Zingsui? If he saw that, he probably would never talk so casually with him ever again. Thinking of this, Jian Zingsui's heart sank slowly. The bitterness in his tongue doubled, leaving him a little out of breath. Jian Zingsui held his phone with a trembling hand and finally replied, "Very good." But Fu Jingxiao sent a message back. "It seems that your mentality is not bad." Seeing this type of reply only meant one thing, Fu Jingxiao replied. He actually was just teasing the youth. Weibo just gave me a notification. Not bad, your current popularity is almost equal to a tier celebrity now. Jian Zingsui originally felt bitter, but Fu Jingxiao's reply made him feel as if the big stone weighing him down was finally taken off. Fu Jingxiao knew of the controversy, and yet was still willing to talk to him cordially. Then Jian Zingsui typed 2 words and hesitated, but he still had the courage to ask, "Will you also think that I am a vicious person after reading those accusations?" The waiting time was a bit long. His heart almost raised to his throat. After half a ring, his phone vibrated, signaling that Fu Jingxiao sent him a reply. "If you want to know someone in the future, you can't only rely on the public's opinion on them. You must form your own thoughts and opinions. In fact, if you just based it on the public opinion, you wouldn't actually know 90 of the people in this industry. While it's natural to form an opinion based on what you heard, the true excellent people wouldn't do that. They will see you for what you actually are." Fu Jingxiao's words were concise yet heartwarming. "I didn't see your so-called viciousness anyway. Do you think I'm a sheep that could easily be persuaded by the netizens' one-sided belief?" Fu Jingxiao's words breathed a new life to Jian Zingsui. Slowly, he heaved a sigh of relief he didn't know he held. In his previous life, no one believed him. Everyone only wanted to believe what information they were spoon-fed. Everyone was unified in scolding him. They said he was vicious, that a person like him doesn't deserve to live, and he should off himself for the good of this world. The overwhelming malice suffocated him. But in this life, someone said that he believed that Jian Zingsui was not such a vicious person, and this person was Fu Jingxiao, his favorite idol for many years. This was enough. On the other side, Anren called Mrs. Zhang early in the morning. Mrs. Zhang answered the phone cheerfully. "Ranran." This time, Anren called to put some pressure on Mrs. Zhang to leave the city with Jian Zingsui and go back to that small town. This wave of expose was something he had planned in advance. He also asked his agent to arrange exaggerated words and guide people on the internet to carry out the cyber harassment. This was to increase the pressure on Jian Zingsui so he would leave immediately. Furthermore, this was also a way to whitewash himself from his previous scandal. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Zhang said, "Ranran, do you know about your father's condition?" Anren was taken aback. "Dad, what's wrong with him?" Mrs. Zhang contained her sadness. "Ranran, your father's current health situation is really serious. If he can't find a suitable kidney donor, he may die. You must help me. I can only rely on you." Anren was a little surprised. "Has Dad been diagnosed?" Mrs. Zhang nodded. "Yes, he has." Anren's eyes changed. He didn't understand what's going on. While he brought forward his revenge against Jian Zingsui earlier this time, he didn't expect that the matter of Zhang Xiangyang's deteriorating health also came forward. What's the causality that caused this? Could it be because of his phone call that night? In his previous life, Zhang Xiangyang's illness did not occur so early. It only occurred at least 5 years later. He remembered that Zhang Xiangyang passed away without finding a suitable kidney donor. After his death, Mrs. Zhang's spirit also had some problems. Because of her excessive grief, she only had a few years before she followed her husband to the other world, then in this life. Anren understood that if he asks the Jian family to help him with all their strength, he might be able to find a suitable donor. After all, if the timeline could change, then everything could also change. But if Zhang Xiangyang is ill, Jian Zingsui would naturally have no time to go to that countryside town. Besides, he might be pushed into doing a paternity test. But if Zhang Xiangyang passed away normally according to the timeline of his previous life, then Mrs. Zhang's fate also would not change. Then wouldn't that mean nobody would know that Jian Zingsui wasn't the Zhang's biological son? Mrs. Zhang on the other end of the phone was still crying softly. "Ranran, you must find a way. You have been under our care for so many years. You know that I cannot live without him. We only have one child like you. If you don't help, your father will have no way out." Anren heard it in his ears, but his heart was indifferent. At first he thought that he and Jian Zingsui were only accidentally switched at birth, but after knowing that Jian Zingsui also wasn't the Zhang's son, he had a vague guess of what actually happened. He had a guess that the Zhang couple had committed a heinous crime. Although the Zhang couple treated him well since childhood, they still wronged him. If it wasn't for them, how could he, a child of a rich family, become the child of a mere rice cake shop owner? He could have made a name for himself in a wealthy family like Jian Zingsui, but they ruined everything. At least Jian Zingsui was rich in the first half of his life, and he had nothing in comparison. In the second half of his life, Jian Zingsui finally got the life he deserved, but he still had such a shitty ending. Why would all the good things he deserved get replaced by Jian Zingsui? preposterous. He no longer wanted that shitty ending. Nobody knew how furious he was during that time. Anren took a deep breath to calm himself. Mom, don't worry, my dad's affairs are on my shoulders. I will definitely find a way to help him. If the world won't feel sorry for him, then fine. He'll get his own revenge by himself. I vomited a little every time I had to type AR's thoughts. Disgusting level of self-entitlement in green tea. Last of the bonus chapters, at least Ranran is back to his home now. Doesn't Jian Xingsui feel like a counterfeit? He grows up in a wealthy family like the Jians, but his singing and dancing are not as good as Ranran's. Fortunately, he was eliminated. Let's kick him out of the entertainment circle. Among the objections, some fans were still struggling to control the public opinion. It's interesting that you all suddenly believed in these unverified rumors. I believe in Suisui's character. He would not do such a thing. The truth of the matter hasn't fully come out yet, I believe him. Weibo once again had turned into a war zone, but in reality, Jian Xingsui was too busy to care about the turmoil on the internet. In fact, Zhang Xianyang's condition has only worsened. Zhang Zia shed tears every day, but Zhang Xianyang's kidney donor still wasn't found. Jian Xingsui came in from the outside carrying a lunch box and saw Zhang Zia wiping her swollen eyes from dried tears. Zhang Zia looked up and saw him, crying a bit. Suisui, the couple's relationship was very deep, and Jian Xingsui could also see it. Ever since Zhang Xianyang's incident happened, Zhang Zia has always been in this sad state. She couldn't sleep well, couldn't eat well, and her mind was always full of worries. Jian Xingsui showed her the lunch box. I cooked something. You and father can eat some. Zhang Zia was a little surprised. Suisui, you can cook. Jian Xingsui didn't have the talent in this area. In fact, his skill was dubious, and more often than not, he produced dark cuisine when the food doesn't taste very good or it looks gross but tastes good, a popular trope in fiction. Instead, however, in his last life, he used to study and practice some recipes to make the Jian patriarch happy. While his effort wasn't a success, at least his knowledge was useful now. It's not cooked very well, I admit. Jian Xingsui opened the lunchbox. This is noodle soup. You two cannot eat greasy food, so I only give the soup some light seasonings. Zhang Zia saw that he took out another lunchbox. I also bought a fried chicken meal combo from a shop near home. You haven't eaten well these days, so eat some meat and vegetables to supplement your nutrition. Jian Xingsui staunchly avoided talking about his own food, but Zhang Zia caught this and asked with a guess inside her heart, what about you? What do you eat? Jian Xingsui was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, it's okay, I've eaten at home. The older woman looked at Jian Xingsui's state in surprise. She knew that back at home there was not much groceries left, and Jian Xingsui also shouldn't be able to buy them, but he still meticulously cooks meals for Zhang Xianyang and herself. In contrast, it seemed like Jian Xingsui only ate to pad his stomach. He probably ate something with low nutrition and drinking a lot of plain water to stop his hunger. Zhang Zia, did you eat noodles? Jian Xingsui put the rice into her hand and said, well, I'm still young. I can eat anything. Feeling the warm lunchbox in her hand made her heart also feel hot. She returned the rice to Jian Xingsui and hurriedly said, it's the opposite. You're still young, you need more nutrition to sustain your body. Eat this chicken meal you bought. Jian Xingsui didn't want it and refused to receive the box. I've already eaten at home and I bought this for you. Jian Xingsui looked at her quietly and smiled. Now that the family's finances are relatively tight, I can't buy you better meals. Just don't dislike it. Zhang Zia quickly shook her head. It's okay, I don't dislike it. She opened the rice and took a bite of the chicken leg. It should be just a cheap rice bowl meal, but the taste was shockingly delicious. When this accident happened, the person she thought about, wanted to rely on, and trusted was always Anren. In her eyes, she never regarded Jian Xingsui, an outsider, as her own child. But she didn't expect that Jian Xingsui really did everything he could do to care for them. He was very kind and filial. Even Anren only returned 100,000 yuan out of the 500,000 he was given. He said that because of some accidents, his personal funds were tight, so he couldn't give much for the time being. Although Jian Xingsui didn't have a lot of savings, he gave everything to them. He was somehow still able to take care of her and Zhang Xianyang. When they were in trouble, it was Jian Xingsui who was by their side. You can go back after dinner. Jian Xingsui said, I'll take over the watch duty. Jian Xingsui replied in an equally soft voice, you're welcome, I just do what I should do. The older woman's heart felt hurt, but she quelled it down. Not long after, she went home in a complicated mood. When she arrived, she saw many neighbors near the alley of her house. The neighbors all knew about Jian Xingsui and her family, so they all gathered around. Azia, your family's Anren, is now a big star. He's also very famous on the internet. But we have seen something recently, saying that Jian Xingsui used to bully Ranran in school. Is it true? Zhang Zia was stunned. Where did you hear about this? The neighbors clapped their hands and showed Zhang Zia their mobile phones. You don't even use the internet. It's very lively over there. Because Zhang Zia was overwhelmed with her husband's affairs, she didn't have the time to go online to read gossip. But after hearing what the neighbors said, she couldn't sit still, so she took it from her neighbor's hand and read it. The hot search on Weibo is still hanging. Jian Xingsui Anren. She scrolled over the posts with that tag. All of them were reprimanding Jian Xingsui for being arrogant and unreasonable. Some even describe how vicious Jian Xingsui actually was. The neighbors chattered nearby. That Sui, I didn't expect him to be such a vicious child. Ranran really suffered. He must not be filial to you, right? This kind of child, you should cut off contact as soon as possible from him. Zhang Zia returned the phone, and when she saw the neighbors saying this, she felt an unknown feeling bubbled up to her throat. Don't read the nonsense of people on the internet. How can Sui be so bad? Let me tell you, this child is very good. He's very filial and obedient. The neighbors listened to Zhang Zia's unexpected defense of Jian Xingsui. They were stunned, especially when they remembered that Zhang Zia was the saddest party when Anren had to leave. And wasn't she also the person who resisted Jian Xingsui the most? She made such a fuss back then, to the point that everyone in the neighborhood knew. But now they heard Zhang Zia's blatant praise towards Jian Xingsui. What had happened to make her get a 180 turn like this? The neighbor curled their lips and said, Azia, let me tell you, we didn't talk about this matter like that. In fact, we read it from your family's Anren's Weibo post. You see, yesterday, he posted something that implied he agreed with the original statement denouncing Jian Xingsui. If you say that about Jian Xingsui, could it be that child Anren lied and took the lead in framing Jian Xingsui? Zhang Zia was stunned when she heard this and subconsciously retorted, don't talk nonsense, why would Ranran do such a thing? The neighbor could see that Zhang Zia was angry, so they chose to show her the hard evidence instead. If you still don't believe me, let me show you. This Weibo might look like he didn't mind anymore because the matter was over. But in fact, wasn't he confirming the rumors that Jian Xingsui bullied others? It was precisely because of this Weibo that the popularity of this matter has increased a lot, which directly led to today's situation. The scandal hadn't blown over, and the netizens no longer believed the original scandal was because of someone trying to slander Jian Xingsui. If Anren, the person involved, said this, wasn't this an ironclad proof of Jian Xingsui's bullying scandal? A neighbor said from the side, I'm not wrong, am I? Zhang Zia looked at this Weibo and couldn't speak for a long time. Regardless, with his reputation, Jian Xingsui wouldn't be able to continue a career in the entertainment industry anymore. You have to find him something else to do. A different neighbor was a little excited. She wanted to add fuel to this fire. Also, today I saw that Jian Xingsui was shopping in that convenience store. I told him to be careful. But I was shocked when that kid said he's not afraid of being beaten because of, and I quote some rando on the internet. Sheesh, this kid. When Zhang Zia heard it with her own ears, she somehow felt a little stuffy. The neighbor originally wanted to say more, but after seeing her face and remembering her husband's condition, she had no choice but to shut up. When Zhang Zia returned home, she felt uncomfortable no matter what she thought, so she picked up her mobile phone and dialed Anren's number. Beep, after waiting for a while, the phone was picked up. Anren's voice came from the other side, Mom, what's the matter? Anren knew that Zhang Zia was only selfishly thinking about herself, so he rebutted, Mom, I didn't release this news. What's the use of you questioning me? I can't control other people. Zhang Zia didn't know what to say. She just thought it was wrong for Anren to do this, but she didn't know how to refute Anren's words, so she could only ask Ranran, then what happened to the matter I asked you to do? It's been almost half a month. Your father's condition is getting worse and worse. You know he has kidney failure. He won't last long without a donor. You must try to help him find it. Compared to Jian Xingsui, Zhang Zia naturally cared more about her husband, but she never expected that Anren never looked for him despite all the years they spent caring for him. The corners of Anren's mouth curled into a sneer, but his voice didn't reflect that. He looked like he was still trying to comfort her. I'm thinking about this too, Mom. I'll definitely do my best, so don't worry. Zhang Zia could only nod. That's good, that's good. Anren just hung up the phone. But Anren didn't expect that because of the neighbor's words. Zhang Zia began to feel uncomfortable after he hung up so abruptly. Originally, she had no doubts about Anren, but after seeing Jian Xingsui's devotion with her own eyes, she was fully convinced that she had misunderstood him. The next day, Zhang Xiangyang's condition obviously deteriorated. Zhang Zia's heart became more and more anxious. She often had a sad face outside the ward. After a long time, she also met with family members in other wards in the corridor and had conversations with them. She wanted to gather as much information about kidney transplant and donor matching. One of my relatives also had kidney failure, but thankfully we have found a suitable match. A middle-aged woman from the next ward was sitting next to her. Luckily, I dragged someone to find it. Zhang Zia was stunned and quickly asked, Where did you find it? The woman said in a conspiratorial whisper, With enough money, anything is possible. My nephew can be regarded as a small boss. He spent a lot of energy and connections to find it. He donated to many people on the know-how about it and finally found a suitable match. Sai, honestly, our family doesn't know how to repay him. He must have spent a lot of capital. Zhang Zia murmured, so you can find it by spending money and energy. It still depends on your luck, but the odds become much better if you spend them, yes. I remember that you haven't tried to match many people. You can't just wait passively like this. But the middle-aged woman sighed when she remembered something crucial, however. Your family's financial conditions are relatively difficult, so I know it's an uphill battle for you. Hearing it, Zhang Ziya's heart sank. At first she thought that Anren just hadn't found an appropriate match because it was difficult. But how could the Jian family compare with ordinary small bosses? Despite having such a good connection, Anren still couldn't find it. Just as she was thinking, her cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Anren. Mom, Dad has been in the hospital for so long. I want to take some time to come and see him today. Can you send me the address? Mrs. Zhang was now angry and replied with vitriol. You're so busy, do you still have time to see him? I think it's better for you to forget it. After sending the message, Mrs. Zhang covered her lips, and the tears in her eyes fell down uncontrollably. Squeak! At this moment, the door of the ward behind her was opened, and someone came out from inside. Jian Xingsui saw Zhang Ziya, who was squatting and crying by the door, and was a little worried. Are you all right? Zhang Ziya saw Jian Xingsui looking so worried. It made her even more sad. Her tears fell even more violently. Jian Xingsui thought it was because of kidney donor trouble. He sighed and then said, just now I saw that his condition seems to be more serious. The first 2 tests of potential donors aren't good, and if this drags on, the doctor said it would become life-threatening to him. So how about I'll go for a blood test to see the match? Mrs. Zhang was stunned and looked at Jian Xingsui in disbelief. Jian Xingsui was a little embarrassed by her gaze. He lowered his head and said softly, we could get a blood test to see that, and also get a paternity test along the way. If I am indeed of your flesh and blood, then no matter what, as long as it is suitable, I am willing to save him. You don't have to worry, everything will be fine. These words seemed to hit Zhang's heart with a heavy hammer, making her both desperate and emotional. Their family didn't spare any kindness towards Jian Xingsui, but even so, Jian Xingsui was willing to be filial to them. He was even willing to be her husband's kidney donor should they match. The child she was willing to take out her lungs in comparison seemed to delay things and did it in such a perfunctory manner. Mrs. Zhang endured her grief. It's okay, Sui Sui. I've already asked Ranran for help. He should be able to find a way. We won't use your kidney unless it is absolutely necessary. Of course, we hope that you are in good health. Jian Xingsui looked at Mrs. Zhang's overwhelming sadness. He had no choice but to agree, then wait a little longer. I'm afraid father won't be able to hold on. You also don't work too hard or your body will get sick also. Mrs. Zhang knew what he said was right. She also was afraid she would spill and reveal her sins here if she continued to talk, so she decided to go home. A month has passed, and the popularity of Jian Xingsui's and Anren's bullying scandal on Weibo has died down. However, there were still many of Anren's fans and righteous people who were still paying attention to this matter. Xiao Zhang, a man who lived near the Zhang couple's rice cake shop, was one of them. He had liked Anren since he was a child, and was also one of Anren's admirers. Knowing that Jian Xingsui was living nearby, today he decided to come over and confront him on the spot. He wanted to expose Jian Xingsui's true face behind that hypocritical veneer. In this regard, Xiao Zhang also opened a live broadcast. Xiao Zhang has already chosen the title of his live broadcast, Explore Jian Xingsui's True Face, giving netizens the truth of the bullying scandal. Xiao Zhang smiled at the camera after starting the live broadcast. Hi everyone, I am Xiao Zhang, and the shop behind me is Jian Xingsui's home. But our current location is the small building opposite of that, which is relatively hidden. I chose this location because I'm afraid Jian Xingsui will run away when I expose his true nature. So we will wait here for a while. When he appears, we will approach him. Many people originally this live broadcast was a joke, so they were surprised to see it was real, unreal. Anchor, you didn't lie to us about this. What do you want to do? Is it really possible to confront him face to face? Anchor, don't stoop as low as Jian Xingsui. How do you even get his address? Xiao Zhang chuckled softly. He confidently explained his purpose. I didn't need to illegally get his home address because my family lives here. Today I'm here to seek justice for Ranran. The majority of his viewers echoed his last sentiment. Xiao Zhang was waiting patiently. For about an hour, there were more and more people in the live broadcast room, but today's protagonists did not appear for a long time. Everyone gradually became impatient. Just when everyone began to question whether Xiao Zhang was faking it, he saw someone appear. It was Zhang Ziya, who was carrying a bag. Xiao Zhang immediately said, "That's Jian Xingsui's mother. Why is she here? Where is Jian Xingsui?" Xiao Zhang was a little disappointed, but he didn't expect that another person would also appear. A flashy car stopped near the street, and from there, a familiar young man came out. That person quickly catched up with Zhang Ziya as he shouted, "Mom." As the camera zoomed in, not only Zhang Ziya, but other netizens also noticed that the other person was actually Anren. Now the netizens were boiling, and even Xiao Zhang himself felt very excited. This was totally worth it. On the other side, in the hospital, Jian Xingsui was tired, but he still accompanied Zhang Xiangyang. The older man, who had just undergone dialysis, was a little weak. Jian Zingsui said in a tired voice, "Do you want something?" Zhang Xiangyang looked at the face of the young man next to him, with tears in his eyes. "Sui Sui, I can't sleep and I can't eat." Jian Zingsui looked at the older man's thin body and said worriedly, "It's to be expected. Your current physical condition, but still, you need to eat and sleep to recover. Recently, I often have dreams. Many, myriad of things," Zhang Xiangyang mumbled. In fact, he understood the truth. Anren was the child he cared for 2 decades. It's impossible to not have fond feelings for him. Despite that, during his terrible illness, not even once had Anren visited him. So what did he not understand? He might be weak, but he wasn't a total fool. On the opposite side, Jian Zingsui was with him all the time, through his worst sickness. He continued his mumbles. "I dreamed about some things when I was young. It was one of my fondest memories I had. At that time, I just met Azia. She is a nurse in a hospital, and I am a catering worker. I deliver food to her every day. She loves it. I remember sneaking her extra portions of food out of my own wallet, and I think she knew it was my doing. Not long after, our feelings grew, and we ended up getting married." Jian Zingsui smiled. "It's quite romantic." Zhang Xiangyang's eyes flickered. His lips twisted into a bitter smile, but later, "She and I had done too many wrong things, and I don't know if we can pay back in this life." Jian Zingsui saw that Zhang Xiangyang was covering his body after he finished speaking. He seemed to be in horrible pain. He coughed his lungs out, so Jian Zingsui patted his back in hope to alleviate some of the pain. With a gentle tone, he reassured, "You're still not that old, still have a couple decades left. Your illness will be cured if you can't find a suitable donor. I'm willing to do a blood test matching, so don't worry." After Zhang Xiangyang heard this sentence, his hands trembled slightly and he laughed softly. It was only at the critical moment of life and death that he could see people's hearts clearly. The more he came into contact with Jian Zingsui, the more he discovered the child's pure, beautiful soul. This matter was partially his fault. Maybe God had given him a moment of clarity before his death so he could atone his past sins. He steeled his will and decided that Jian Zingsui deserved to know the truth and pursue his own happiness free of the burden he and his wife had inflicted on this pure-hearted child. Jian Zingsui looked at him suspiciously. Zhang Xiangyang shook his head slightly and said, "Sui Sui, it's been almost a month since I saw the outside world. Can you can you take me for a walk today? I want to go home and have a look, maybe see other nostalgic places along the way." Jian Zingsui hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." After consulting the doctor for approval, they left the hospital temporarily. When he came out, Jian Zingsui answered a call from Shen Xingchen. The young master's voice showed a clear agitation, but Jian Zingsui didn't know why. "You are a dead person to me. You didn't answer my WeChat message. Do you want me to die in a hurry?" Hearing Shen Xingchen's vibrant cursing lifted Jian Zingsui's mood. "Didn't I talk to you that day? I'm fine." On the day the Weibo scandal blew up, he sent Shen Xingchen a message to reassure him. However, Jian Zingsui stopped him. "I'm sorry, but I can't hang out with you today. I have to go home and take care of Uncle Zhang." Shen Xingchen spat and hung up the phone. At home, Su Zhen was still cooking chicken soup with Auntie Wu. Seeing that her youngest son had finished his call, she asked, "How is it? Does Sui Sui agree?" The more Shen Xingchen thought about the abrupt rejection, the angrier he became. "He's too busy for us to take care of him. Bah, just let him die from exhaustion. See if I care." Su Zhen knew that her son actually cared about his friend. She put the lid on the pot and said, "Since he's busy, let's go over there later. That kid must be exhausted during this time. When he's available, send this chicken soup over to feed him." Shen Xingchen's temper flare ended, so he nodded obediently. "Okay, I just don't know his address, so I have to check it out." Meanwhile, in front of the Zhang's rice cake shop, Anren followed Mrs. Zhang into the small courtyard of her house and smiled at her mom. "What's wrong with you? Your eyes are so red. Isn't it because of your father's condition?" Mrs. Zhang was now angry. "Ranran, I have already asked other people. They all said that as long as they are willing to spend money, as long as they have contacts, as long as the connections are in place, they can find a kidney source no matter what. Ranran, tell me the truth. Do you even try to search? Did you lie about this?" Anren was caught off guard. He was a little surprised, but he still maintained an innocent demeanor. How could that be? Anren's calmness scared Mrs. Zhang down to her core. Her mind spun and she began to speak uncontrollably, her volume getting louder the more she got agitated. "Why is this day or night? It's been months. You didn't find any. And you haven't even visited your father. Do you know his condition right now? We took care of you for so many years. We didn't let you get wronged. We always try to cater to your every need. And this is how you repay us. Has your wolf heart been eaten by dogs? One ungrateful person." Everyone in the live broadcast room who overheard this was far beyond surprised. They thought they were going to confront Jian Zingsui, so they didn't expect to get the truth about Anren instead. "What's the situation? Is Mr. Zhang sick? Wait, looking at their relationship, doesn't this mean that Anren and his former parents have a good relationship until now? Oh my god. What kind of plot development is it? So many plot twists. Even Xiao Zhang himself didn't expect the situation to escalate this way. He came here to expose Jian Zingsui, but he accidentally filmed this scene. He thought that with Zhang Ziya and Anren, they would have a heartwarming reunion scene, not this kind of confrontation. Mrs. Zhang even almost cursed her beloved Anren. After being scolded like this, Anren couldn't hold back his face. This was a small courtyard, and there was no one else outside, so he suddenly didn't bother to pretend. After all, the Zhang family had to rely on their own money for the medical treatment, so he concluded that the Zhang family wouldn't dare to turn against him now. Therefore, Anren's smile disappeared, and he spoke with an eerie soft voice. Isn't it right for Jian Xingsui to take care of you? Isn't he your biological son? Zhang Ziya exhaled deeply and said, so you know that Jian Xingsui was taking care of us. How long do you think he was with us? How long? And yet he was willing to be a filial son during this harsh time. Son, remember your earlier years. Tell me when we treated you badly. I used to wish I could give you all my heart. When you left home, we gave you most of our savings. And now, both your father and I need you. How can you say such a thing now? Anren became more and more angry, but he still held back. After all, it's not good to tear his face, so he put out a hypocritical smile. Mom, what are you talking about? I don't care about you anymore. I'm working hard. If I don't find a suitable donor, can you blame me? Besides, you're the one who insisted on giving me the savings. I didn't ask for it, you know. Now I can slowly return the money to you so that you don't owe me and I don't owe you, right? Zhang Ziya's heart became cold when she heard Anren say these cold-blooded words. She took a half step back and looked at Anren in disbelief. For a moment, she felt as if she had never recognized this child clearly. Mrs. Zhang's hands trembled a little and tears rolled down. How can you be like this? Where's your conscience? When I saw the hot search that you framed Sui Sui like that, I felt something was wrong. I was such a fool. Why didn't I find out your rotten soul earlier? Anren sneered and said, Mom, what do you mean? Isn't the hot search thing true? Jian Xingsui has really bullied me. That's not what Weibo said. Mrs. Zhang roared angrily. He may have asked you to clarify and argue, but he has never done anything to you. When you come home, there are no scars on your body. At most, he just accidentally bumped into you. Why did it say on Weibo that he physically and mentally bullied you? You are doing this now. Do you want to kill his career? Your father and I now depend on him for our livelihood. If you cut his career path like this, what do you want? Do you also want to force us to death? Mrs. Zhang yelled out all her grievances and injustices she felt inside her heart. It was easy for the live broadcast viewers to overheard. Of course, they were stunned by this unexpected revelation. The barrage in the live broadcast room was about to explode. What the hell is going on? Isn't Anren supposed to be the victim? Didn't he basically confirm the initial rumors? Why did it become like this? What's the truth? Fuck. Similarly, a group of rational viewers in the live broadcast room analyzed the matter. If Jian Xingsui is the actual wrong party here, then Anren is beyond disgusting. So Anren basically ran Weibo marketing to sell his image of a poor, bullied person while Jian Xingsui was this vicious, unfilial bully. It seems the truth was actually reversed. That vicious person was actually Anren all along. Such a two-faced person, very different from his image in front of the camera. Downstairs in the yard, Anren was also annoyed by Mrs. Zhang's aggressive attitude. Since Mrs. Zhang was going to tear her face off today, he was not afraid anymore. He let out a vicious sneer and said, Mom, you just say that I am not filial to you. Think about my perspective. If you didn't switch me at birth, why would I be in your house? Mrs. Zhang choked. Don't you think it's heartbreaking? Since I was a child, I couldn't afford to wear designer clothes, and I couldn't even take good dance classes. If I was in my original family, would I be like this? Yes, Jian Xingsui didn't bully me at all, but so what? I didn't have the ability before, but now I have it. I can do whatever I want, and you can't do shit about it. Anren completely let go of his mask. I didn't feel sorry for you. It's you who should feel sorry for me. His usual fairy boy appearance had completely vanished. He was very scary, like an angry ghost hellbent on revenge. Xiao Zhang upstairs stared wide-eyed in disbelief, and the netizens in the live broadcast room were even more excited. Originally, this was just a small and unknown live broadcast room, but because of this good show, it was directly promoted on the homepage as the current hot show. Currently, there are 2 million viewers online. Slowly but surely, this became a hot discussion topic on Weibo, becoming its own hot search. Mrs. Zhang felt as if her chest was about to explode after hearing these words. After Anren finished speaking, he stepped forward again, looked at Mrs. Zhang with a cold gaze. He said in a mocking tone, Mom, you are actually quite lucky sometimes. After all, if it wasn't for Dad's illness, Jian Xingsui wouldn't ever care for you too. Have you gone to do the paternity test? If you haven't, you still have enough guts to stand here and talk to me about righteousness. Anren purposefully dragged his sentence, enunciating every word extra clearly. The implication was clear to Zhang Ziya. Mrs. Zhang looked at Anren in shock, her voice trembling. You already, Anren sneered complacently, knowing that his guess was right, so he said, So Mom, why do you dare to accuse me like this? Isn't it you who should be the most reflective person here? Well, if you don't want to admit it, then tell me, is Jian Xingsui your biological son? Mrs. Zhang was cornered. Her hair was disheveled and her body was trembling nonstop. At this moment, even if she didn't face Jian Xingsui or other people directly, she still didn't dare to admit it. She didn't want to face the sins she committed in the past. Of course he is of my own, Mrs. Zhang said softly, tears streaming down her face. Anren sneered and was about to speak when the door to the backyard was pushed open. He turned around and saw Zhang Xiangyang and Jian Xingsui standing outside, their faces turned pale suddenly. He didn't know how much or how long they had heard. Jian Xingsui was also in a daze. He had doubts about his life experience, but he didn't expect to face all of this suddenly. Zhang Xiangyang beside him took a deep look at Jian Xingsui. Originally, he just wanted to spend this day peacefully, but he didn't expect that everything would crumble down today. Looking at his wife who kept crying in the yard, looking at the child who he raised but turned ruthless at this moment, it all seemed like a farce. They swapped someone else's child, so it's all retribution. Everything that goes around will come around, and this farce should end today. Enough. Zhang Xiangyang's body was very weak. But he still forced himself to take a few steps forward, walked up to his wife and supported her. He looked at both Anren and Jian Xingsui. He sat down with Zhang Zia and gave up trying to calm her down, let her get all her emotions out by crying. He deeply sighed while his resolve became firm. He said to Jian Xingsui, Xingsui, Zhang Zia and I must apologize to you. You are not our biological child. After those words fell, Anren's face turned pale. Jian Xingsui froze in place and spoke with some difficulty. Then Zhang Xiangyang opened his mouth slowly, and the secret that had been hidden for many years was finally revealed in broad daylight. More than 20 years ago, the child in Azia's stomach suffered a cardiac arrest not long after he was born. At that time, she sneaked out of the ward without any of us watching. No one thought that she actually brought back a child, and that child is Anren. This was a long story. Normally, this conversation couldn't be overheard from such a distance, but in order to better expose Jian Xingsui's true face, Xiao Zhang secretly placed a wiretap in the small yard in advance. At this moment, all these words have been transmitted very clearly for the audience to witness themselves. On the internet, the netizens went crazy with such developments. No one would have guessed that things would be so absurd and bizarre. At the same time, in the Shen family's house. After digesting what this means, Shen Xingchen couldn't help but run to his mother who was still cooking the chicken soup. Gasping for breath, he shouted, "Mom, something is wrong. Jian Xingsui is not the biological child of the Zhang family." Su Enjen's heart trembled. She raised her head, her heart beat uncontrollably and fast. She looked at the eager Shen Xingchen and opened her lips. "What nonsense are you talking about? Really?" Shen Xingchen knew that his mother needed some evidence, so he told her all he heard from the live broadcast. They said that Zhang Zia's child died of cardiac arrest, and then she ran out to steal someone else's child. Su Enjen seemed unable to breathe at this moment, especially when she heard the word sudden cardiac arrest. The blood in her body froze, and with a glimmer of hope in her heart, she asked, "Which hospital is it?" Shen Xingchen watched the live broadcast room again, and after Zhang Xiangyang finished speaking, he said, "It seems what's it called again? Ah yes, Zhangting Hospital." Crash. The bowl in Su Enjen's hand fell and broke. The soup spilled all over the ground. Su Enjen froze in place. Her long eyelashes started to tremble. She couldn't control her emotions, and soon, tears slid down her cheeks like broken beads. What Xiao Zhang is doing is basically doxing Jian Xingsui. Befitting of a brainless Anren's admirer, today could be said to be a total anarchy on the internet. After Zhang Xiangyang finished telling the story, because the live broadcast room was too hot, a lot of people even began to gather beside their courtyard. The appearance of these people also made Anren feel alert. Today, because of his private trip, he didn't bring along his personal mobile phone. He also had a habit of muting his work mobile phone during private times like this. He didn't expect that one day he would be harmed by this habit. After clicking on the screen, there were dozens of missed calls, and his WeChat messages were even more explosive. After clicking on it, the first thing that catches his eye was the messages from his agent. "Shut up and get out immediately. They are secretly filming a live broadcast upstairs. Did you get carried away with your emotions? Stupid." When Anren found out that someone was secretly filming, his heart skipped a beat all of a sudden. His whole body felt like jelly and his mind blanked out. He wanted to pass out. Apart from his agent who sent him messages, the members of the Jian family also sent messages one after another, and the one who sent the most messages was naturally Jian Zhai. "What's going on? What are you talking about? What does this mean?" The second was Jian Q. His message was a bit different. Instead, he questioned, "Ranran, didn't you say that you have cut off contact with the Zhang family? Why do you still call them mom and dad?" This sentence also made Anren feel dizzy. The thing was, in the past, in order to establish his filial and sensible personality in front of others, and especially to please the Jian family members, he always said that he cut off any contact with the Zhang couple. But now him calling Zhang Zia with mom was broadcast to the whole internet to see. He already showed his true colors to the Zhang couple, but he couldn't afford to do the same with the Jian family. Anren quickly replied, "No, please just listen to me, and I will explain to you later." At this moment, he finally realized that this wasn't something he could explain even with 1,000 words. He was so embarrassed, especially as he realized that this matter actually stemmed from his doing dirtying Jian Xingsui's reputation in order to drive him out. There were neighbors gathered in the yard outside, and there were also people who came especially to see the shit going down live. The neighbors were a little bit emotional, so these two children are both not biological. At the beginning, I hated Sui Sui's return. Say I was a fool back then. The truth was so different from what I thought that Jian Xingsui child is really pitiful. Anren was worried. He should escape now. He must go back to the company and discuss with the PR department about the countermeasures of this shitshow. He also needed to explain and appease the Jian family, but when he opened the door and walked out, he was held back by someone. Xiao Zhang held Anren's hand and said, Ranren. Anren was stunned. Who are you? It's me. I went to the same school as you before. Don't you remember me? Ranren, I've always missed you. I was in the courtyard just now. Was what you said true? Anren remembered that someone was secretly live broadcasting upstairs, but now he was anxious to leave. So he became very impatient with Xiao Zhang. I'm sorry, I don't remember. You get out of the way. Xiao Zhang still didn't give up. Ranren, I believe you're not that kind of person. Can you explain to me? Anren frowned, clearly annoyed. Why should I explain to you? Xiao Zhang was stunned. In his memory, Anren has always been a gentle and kind boy. Hearing that he was bullied, Xiao Zhang immediately believed it. He has always had a belief that he should take good care of Anren and prevent him from being bullied. However, the Anren shown in front of him today seems to be a completely different person. He ran down without taking the live broadcast mobile phone because he was anxious to prove to the audience that Ranren was innocent. For that reason, he also had a microphone on his body. Anren's impatient voice was heard in the live broadcast room, and the netizens were shocked. Those who said that Anren was an angel come out now. Look at this angel of yours. How fierce. Haha, Mr. Anchor, you're such a clown. Obviously, he was just using you as a spare tire at most. Someone who likes Person A, but Person A purposefully left them hanging as a backup candidate in case Person A failed to get together with their separate love interest. Anren's behavior was very strange. I'm no longer his fan from this moment on. When the netizens were discussing, the police car's siren rang not far away. At this exact time, the police's arrival drove some people to fever pitch. The onlookers didn't expect this incident to alert the police. On the other hand, the police also didn't expect that there would be a day where they received a large number of reporting calls from enthusiastic citizens, all about the same incident. Now that they're here, the police could see how big of a spectacle the scene was. The courtyard door was pushed open, and Mrs. Zhang looked at the police who came in with some horror on her face. The leading policeman was a very experienced person. He showed his ID card and said, "Hello, I'm a policeman. We have received a report hotline from enthusiastic citizens. We suspect that you are involved in a crime of child abduction. Please follow us." Mrs. Zhang's face was full of tears, and she kept shrinking into Zhang Xiangyang's arms. I didn't participate, it's not my fault. Zhang Xiangyang stood outside, blown by the wind, and kept covering his lips and coughing. His thin body trembled in the wind like dead leaves, looking scarily frail. Jian Xingsui happened to be standing next to him, so he went over to help him. Are you okay? Before he was discharged from the hospital, the doctor told him that Zhang Xiangyang's condition was not very good, so he shouldn't get any emotional stimulation. But today, everything was exposed. Mrs. Zhang's eyes widened, and she slapped Zhang Xiangyang a few times. What are you talking about? Do you know what you're talking about? How could you? Zhang Xiangyang wanted to ask her not to act like this in front of the police, but he was anxious and felt pain all over his body. In the end, he couldn't hold it anymore. His vision got blurry, and he fell down, unconscious. Seeing her husband fainted, Mrs. Zhang was completely dumbfounded. She stood there in a daze, stunned. Fortunately, Jian Xingsui caught Zhang Xiangyang in time. He glared at Mrs. Zhang and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing? His condition is so serious, can you just stand still like this?" This was the first time that Jian Xingsui sternly scolded someone older than him. His dark eyes were full of unsaid reprimands, but there was a hint of sadness in his voice. Stop being so selfish for a second. Help your husband now. The truth always hurts the most, like a bullet pierced directly to her heart. But Jian Xingsui was right, and Zhang Zia finally could agree to that. Her selfishness was engraved in her bones, and she was exposed in times of crisis. Jian Xingsui's words seemed to have taken away all the strength in her body. Zhang Zia took a deep breath, and the whole person sat paralyzed on the ground. She was unable to stand up. The police stepped forward quickly and said towards the fainted Zhang Xiangyang, "Take him into the car and go to the hospital." Jian Xingsui said, "I'll carry him." Jian Xingsui shook his head. It's easy to do. Actually, even before coming here, the policeman had a general understanding of what happened. He understood the setbacks and hardships this child had experienced. As a human with a fleshy heart, he couldn't be impartial. He hated the Zhang couple for the things they have done. But now there's a human's life at stake, so he must hold back his hatred. He saw that Jian Xingsui's kindness was something innate in his soul. He was still able to feel sympathy and help the man who basically indirectly ruined his life. The policeman couldn't help but admire this youth from the bottom of his heart. Going out from the yard, there were still many passers-by outside. The police cleared the way ahead. Jian Zingsui walked to the car with Zhang Xiangyang on his back. Passers-by kept taking pictures with their mobile phones, and some people called his name. However, Jian Zingsui ignored them all and didn't stop. At this time, the internet was busy with many discussions surrounding this. Anren ran away. While I don't agree with the moral kidnapping Mrs. Zhang done to him, it's still very scummy of him to leave the people who raised him kindly for 2 decades, especially seeing that Mr. Zhang was deathly sick. Is this the guy you all said was pitiful? Where the fuck do you see pitiful in this rat? Sui Sui isn't blood related to the Zhangs. He isn't the child who was raised for 20 years, but he still stayed until the end. I still remembered that everyone was scolding Jian Zingsui yesterday, but today, I really can't tell what justice is. When the falsehood on the internet faded away, when the truth of the matter began to slowly unfold, all the people who hurled abuse and slander, all the righteous people who seek their own version of justice, all fell into a long, contemplative silence. The facts slapped them in the face. The echo of their empty talk was loud. They really shouldn't be the judge of a matter they didn't actually know. The drive to the hospital was filled with awkward silence. Nobody dared to move, afraid of destroying the delicate balance. Jian Zingsui wasn't in the mood for small talk. The Zhang couple both fainted, and the policeman didn't dare to speak. Finally, they arrived at the hospital. There, Jian Zingsui and Zhang couples immediately took a sample of their blood and did a paternity test. And as for the fainted husband-wife pair, they both get the medical treatment they need. The police said to the youth, as for the result, it will be able to come out in about 1 week. During this week, we will try our best to find out what happened back then and help you find your parents. Jian Zingsui came out of the blood collection room. Hearing this made him feel a scrap of relief. The constant sense of unease slowly withered away, and now he could breathe freely, no longer burdened. Really, Jian Zingsui didn't even dare to be too happy, fearing it would be another of his elaborate delusions. It's been so long. Is it still possible to find my biological parents? The policeman replied, of course it's possible. It's a bit difficult though, and the surveillance video from 20 years ago can't be found, so we can only retrieve the paperwork from back then. Since they replaced a child who died of a sudden cardiac arrest within a specific date, the scope of the search is quite limited. We will definitely investigate as soon as possible. Please be patient to wait for the results. Doctor had informed them that Mrs. Zhang fell into a coma due to sheer psychological shock. Both husband and wife did not wake up, and the doctor advised to let them woke up naturally. Because both of them are suspects, the police have decided to send someone here to watch, and this policeman here was one of them. You are welcome. You have no obligation to take care of them now. Since you have completed the formalities, you can go back and wait for our notice. Jian Zingsui nodded slightly okay. What happened this morning was too magical, and he was a little bit overwhelmed. He needed a long rest. Not only his body was tired, his mind was too. He would kill for an undisturbed full day's sleep. However, after walking out of the hospital, Jian Zingsui fell into confusion again. Since he was no longer a child of the Zhang family, where was he going now? Where could he go? Where was the place he could call a home? Despite being bathed in the sun, he was cold all over. This feeling reminded him of the time when he was kicked out of Jian's house half a year ago. At that time, he was also lost. He chose to come to the Zhang's house, hoping to have a home. He was looking forward to having parents who love him, but he never got them. An empty jar longed to be filled, that's what he was. He no longer dared to look forward to getting that familial love. He failed to get them 2 times already. Why would he get them this time? What if his biological parents already have another child, already building their perfect family unit? He wouldn't have a place. Why would he, an outsider who suddenly appeared, be accepted? What if his parents, his real biological parents, don't like him? Jian Zingsui had mixed feelings in his heart. He didn't want to think about it anymore, but the intrusive thoughts kept bothering him. At this time, his phone rang. He saw a perfect chance to avert his thoughts. He quickly picked up the phone and saw the ID of his agent. He accepted the call and heard Wang Ji's confused voice. Sui Sui, what's going on with you? Jian Zingsui was caught off guard by this question. What's going on? What do you mean? His agent sighed and said, the matter in the live broadcast room has exploded, and now the whole network is discussing this matter. Ah, really? Jian Zingsui didn't care about that live broadcast. He was busy talking with the police and getting that paternity test. He didn't have time to surf the internet at all, so he only realized this now. Well, yes, something did happen, but I really couldn't care about it now. Unexpectedly, Wang Ji was very happy. You are really popular on the internet now. The higher-ups decided in an emergency meeting that they will no longer hide you. Now many media outlets have contacted us about you. If we take advantage to ride this wave of popularity, we can get you good endorsements. No need to think much about it. Come back quickly, and I'll wait for you. Jian Zingsui frowned. What kind of endorsement? I don't want to accept it for the time being. His agent's earlier happy mood dissipated. What are you talking about? You don't even have any money. Why would you let go of such a golden opportunity like this? And the endorsement is for commercials. What else? I want to ask you to be a guest star in a variety show, and since you're so popular now, I think, Jian Xingsui found it funny the more he heard it. When he was scolded by the whole internet, the company didn't know where he was. When the reversal happened, the company was eager to jump out and use him to make money. When he was getting successful in Starlight Survival Show, the company agreed on a 1 million yuan deal without asking him, and even wanted him to retire for the sake of that money. They even got as far as to snow him in. Capitalism at its finest indeed. Wang Ji, there is actually something I didn't tell you before. Jian Xingsui said with full conviction, actually, I want to terminate the contract with the company. Didn't you all want to snow me in before? I originally wanted to fade out of the entertainment industry, so I didn't have any objections about this decision. But now that is no longer the case, I want to terminate my contract. Jian Xingsui elaborated. A slight hint of anger tinted his voice. When he said this, Wang Ji frothed in the mouth. He hurriedly said, Jian Xingsui, are you crazy? The company hasn't settled with you for the million yuan matter. You dare to terminate the contract. Let me tell you this. Termination is fine, but liquidated damages must be paid in full. Can you afford it? Jian Xingsui was immediately caught. He had no money. Seeing that Jian Xingsui was silent, his agent knew he had found his weakness. With a prideful voice, he said, as the saying goes, those who know current affairs are brilliant. Sui, I don't want to embarrass you, but you have to think clearly. You can't do whatever you want in this circle. If you want to terminate the contract, if you don't want to cooperate with the company, you can't. Be realistic. Jian Xingsui's chest was stuffy, and he felt a bit of bitterness. His agent continued his lecture with glee. I think you may have to adjust your mood today. I understand how big of an impact today was, so cool your head first. How about this? I will give you a vacation and rest for today. I will see you at the company tomorrow. Just be obedient and go along with the company's plans for you. I advise you not to try to fight against the company if you don't want to see them in court. Believe me, things will get ugly for you. Jian Xingsui was silent, scarily so. Without saying a word, his agent wisely hung up the phone. There were relatively few people outside the hospital building in the afternoon. Jian Xingsui was holding his mobile phone, but his arm felt boneless, so it was a struggle to keep it on face level. He was originally sitting on a chair, but now he wanted to stand up. However, the excessive fatigue and the shock of his mind prevented him. When he just stood up, there was blackness in front of his eyes, and his whole body fell back on the chair again. Jian Xingsui closed his eyes uncomfortably and wanted to rest on the chair. For a while, the whole world was dark, and he wanted to find a closed space to shrink himself up, to slowly digest these revelations and emotions. At this time, suddenly, a call came from not far away, Jian Xingsui. The voice was so strong that Jian Xingsui, who was sitting on the chair, was jolted awake. As he slowly opened his eyes, the light of the world returned to his line of sight. On the tree-lined road not far away, the afternoon sun shone on Shen Xingchen's family members. His eyes were a little uncomfortable under the sunlight, and Jian Xingsui's eye felt moist. Shen Xingchen ran over to him in small steps and complained, You don't answer my phone calls and you don't reply to my text messages. What kind of big, busy celeb are you? You're worse than Fuji. Jian Xingsui's eyes widened and he realized, Xingchen, why are you here? Not only Shen Xingchen, but also Su Zhen appeared, Shen Mingling, and a stern-looking man who looked similar to the brothers. If his guess was correct, this man should be the head of the Shen conglomerate, Shen Yang. While Jian Xingsui was still in a daze, Su Zhen trotted over. This was the first time that Jian Xingsui saw this always dignified and reserved lady walked over with some eager steps. Her eyes reflected Jian Xingsui's figure, and when she approached, she held Jian Xingsui's hand and called softly, My son. When Su Zhen touched Jian Xingsui's cold hand, she hadn't seen him for half a month. When she saw that the boy was distressingly thinner, tears fell uncontrollably. She couldn't imagine what this boy had experienced during this period of time. Seeing her crying, Jian Xingsui suddenly felt pain in his heart and quickly said, Is something wrong? My third son, my actual youngest child at that time, not long after he was born, the doctor told me that the child died of cardiac arrest. Jian Xingsui suddenly opened his eyes wide and froze in place stiffly. He almost couldn't believe what he heard. His heart was beating violently, hand clammy with sweat. His Adam's apple rolled up and down. A tiny spark of hope flickered in the depths of his heart, something that he wanted to extinguish right away so he won't get disappointed later. He asked with a trembling voice, Then what's the connection to me? Shen Yang came over. He put his arms around his wife's shoulders. He took a good look at the boy standing in front of him. He was small. The tip of his head was about taller than his shoulder. He immediately emphasized with his wife, Your birthday is the same day as his. This sentence stopped Jian Xingsui's breathing. Sometimes fate was like a mischievous ghost really good at toying with people. Just now, he felt like he was free falling into a deep, underground ice cave. But at this moment, he felt like he was caught by a net mid-fall, then wrapped in a thick, cozy blanket. But he remembered that good things would always be followed by bad things. He quickly suppressed his delusions. Clenching his hand, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. He still spoke cautiously. But it may not be me. There are many people who were born in this hospital that day. In case it wasn't me, Su Zhen, who had always been weak, suddenly took a step forward and said firmly, "No, it is you. I know it is you." Things like intuition and gut feelings were something very mysterious, but Su Zhen believed it, as a mother who could sense an inexplicable feeling about this child. She carried her third child for months inside her womb. She knew she couldn't be wrong about this. Shen Xingqian was a little dazed at first, but he quickly reacted and cursed. "I just said that we look so alike. I almost thought my dad was having an illegitimate child outside." There was silence all around at this moment. Shen Xingqian has the ability to mess up the atmosphere. Shen Yang, who looked quite serious, glanced at his second son lightly, full of threats. Shen Xingqian touched his nose resentfully and shut up obediently. Su Zhen stepped forward and said softly, "When I saw you on the screen for the first time, I was thinking, this child looks so cute. I can't get enough of watching him." Jian Xingsui's eyes felt stuffy, and he knew that he was on the verge of crying. He was the vicious cannon fodder of this world, where Anren was the protagonist. Because of that, he seemed to be born with an unflattering debuff. No matter who saw him, their first impression would be bad. He gradually got used to this, and even half expected this with every person he came across. But today, someone told him that when she saw it for the first time, she instantly liked him. Su Zhen sighed softly. "You, Xingqian, and Minglang all share some similar traits. But your eyebrows and eye shape are more like mine. Maybe I always subconsciously treated you as my own son. At that time, I often wondered why you were so thin. Was the pressure during training too heavy? Did you eat well?" Jian Xingsui's heart tightened up uncomfortably, lips still trembling. Su Zhen walked in front of him. Her slender and white hands were slowly raised and stretched out tremblingly. It landed on both sides of Jian Xingsui's cheeks. Tears glistened in her eyes, and she sighed with distress in her voice. "It's only been half a month since we parted. Why did you lose weight again?" Jian Xingsui's breathing collapsed due to tension. He panted quickly and said, in the past half a month, Zhang Xiangyang was sick and hospitalized. He needed someone to take care of him, and something happened on the internet, so I lived a busy life. Actually, you don't have to worry. I'm fine." In Su Zhen's gentle eyes, Jian Xingxui didn't want to explain much. But people were very strange when a child fell down. Even if the fall hurts, if no one pays attention to you, you may be able to get over it by patting your knees. But if you comfort that small child with a soft, understanding voice, suddenly the pain in the child's heart eclipsed the physical pain. The child might cry, but they would end up feeling better. That also happened with Jian Xingxui. The pressure he felt during the past half-month felt bearable when he was carrying it inside his heart. After all, he wasn't the type to cry easily. If there's one thing that life had taught him, it was that tears wouldn't solve the problem and no one would feel sorry for him. But the moment Su Zhen spoke gently to him, he crumbled. Lips trembling, nose felt sour. He tried to stop a choked sob in his throat, but in the end the dam broke. Tears started cascading down his eyes. The grievances in his heart crashed around like a tidal wave, drawing all other emotions beside grief. Seeing the child crying, Su Zhen was heartbroken. With an equally trembling voice, she hugged the child tight and tried to comfort him. "Sui, it was Mom's fault that bad things happened to you. I'm sorry." Jian Xingsui's whole body was racked with uncontrollable sobs. Despite that, he returned the hug, encircled his arm around his mother's warm body. The temperature was real. This was real. He really had a mother who loved him. There have been many moments where he drowned in his fantasy, in his delusion. In that made-up world, his parents unconditionally love him. They would soothe him when he cried, would protect him when he got into trouble, would comfort him when he felt lonely and helpless. In fact, he was very, very, very jealous of the protagonist. He wanted to be Anren, to be surrounded by people who understood and loved him with all their heart. He didn't need to be popular, to be rich, to reach the pinnacle of life like Anren did. He just wanted a place, a person, a safe haven where he could take shelter from the wind. It's just such a small wish. Just like Fu Jingxiao, just like Wang Ji's inquiry, he didn't care about money and interests anymore. There's only one thing he lacked in this life, and he desperately wanted to cover up the hole it left in his heart. He wanted to be loved. He wanted someone who understood him. He wanted someone who wouldn't leave him the moment someone better appeared. Su Zhen gently sniffed and lightly patted Jian Xingsui's trembling body. Her voice was firm and gentle. "Mom is here. And I will not let anyone hurt you again. I'm sorry. I'm so late. Please forgive Mom." The gentle words and a mother's embrace seemed to have magically relaxed Jian Xingsui's tense state. Su En was really worried when he suddenly heard a soft, murmured voice. "Mom." This murmur made Su Zhen freeze in place. When she took a step back and raised her face to look at Jian Xingxui, she saw caution in the child's flushed eyes. The thing was, there's still a last block inside his heart. The paternity test still hasn't been done between him and the Shen family. So what if he's not their son? Would all of this just gone again? He couldn't afford another heartbreak, but still he hoped. He hoped harder than ever before in his life. With a bit of courage, he asked for permission. Can I call you Mom, just this once? That soft call struck her whole body. It pierced her heart and soul, making her cry harder. She had been waiting for far too long for his youngest child to call her this. It has been 20 long years. Yes, Su Enjen held his hand, as if she was afraid that Jian Xingsui would disappear into thin air. You always can. After a small story climax, it's time for a winding down section. Jian Xingsui has never experienced such great joy and sorrow in his life. The Shen family and him wasted no time to do another paternity test. Despite knowing it in their heart, a physical proof was still needed in the eyes of the law. When taking the elevator, Su Enjen was standing next to Jian Xingsui, refusing to be separated from him again. Jian Xingsui had just come out of the blood collection room, but he's going inside again. The policeman who was still inside the hospital was a little surprised when he saw him come back. Jian Xingsui bowed, hesitating how to speak. However, Shen Yang stood up. This man was relatively silent most of the time, but when something happened, he was always the first to stand up. He whispered, "Good afternoon. We want to do a paternity test." The policeman gasped in surprise. Not long ago, they were still preparing to investigate the paperwork to help Jian Xingsui find his family members faster. They didn't expect that Jian Xingsui actually found a family to come for a paternity test with his own strength. And so fast, too. Su Enjen also said with some emotion behind her, "Yes, we are going to bring him for a paternity test." The police hesitated and said, "Are you sure?" Shen Yang nodded. Yes. Shen Yang turned his head. His tall body, standing slightly sideways in front of the policeman at this moment, was separating the policeman and Jian Xingsui. He was like a big, reliable mountain. He couldn't be questioned, only followed. With his deep voice, he spoke sternly, "He is our youngest son." The policeman was also infected by this temperament, and he could only agree, "Okay, let's do it." The mood this time is completely different from the previous one. After Jian Xingsui finished, the whole day's hard work made him dizzy again when he stood up after another blood draw. The doctor said in a chiding tone, "Young man, you have to pay attention to your body. Look at the color of your blood. It's obvious you need a proper rest as soon as possible. You might have some form of anemia also. Please pay attention to your diet. You are still young, but that's not a reason to have an unhealthy habit." Jian Xingsui nodded lightly. "I will follow your advice." Su Enjen behind him also heard it. This was the child she found with great difficulty. She couldn't bear for him to be wronged even for a little bit. Her voice had a visible distress as she asked, "Doctor, is our child not in good health? What kind of checkup do we need to do?" The doctor smiled and shook his head and said, "Don't worry too much. He is young and in good health. He doesn't have any health problems. He just needs rest and a good diet moving forward. Otherwise, he might fall sick." Su Enjen nodded quickly. "Okay, I understand." Shen Xingchen from behind was annoyed after hearing this. "Did that Zhang Zia abuse you and deny you food?" Jian Xingsui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "No, it's not like that. It's just the financial condition is tight, so a sacrifice here and there has to be made." Shen Xingchen kept grilling him because he knew Jian Xingsui was downplaying his suffering. "Then what do you eat?" "Boxed lunches sold around the hospital." In fact, Shen Xingchen wanted to list the nutritional benefits of those boxed lunches sold outside, but who knew that Jian Xingsui would instead say, "No, I cooked some dried noodles at home, or steamed some rice." Shen looked at his thin body, getting even more anxious and angrier. "You're a dumbass. Why don't you at least buy proper food for yourself?" Jian Xingsui smiled wryly. Behind him was Shen Minglang, who was much smarter than Shen Xingchen. He had always been well informed, so he could guess the current situation of the Zhang family. Therefore, he could naturally guess why Jian Xingsui had to eat so poorly. Su Enjen's heart ached so much, her eyes were red again. She pulled Jian Xingsui and said, "Let's go home, Mom will cook for you." Seeing her sadness, Jian Xingsui quickly comforted her with a few more words. When all 5 of them came back from the hospital, they didn't expect to see a bunch of crowds gathered around the exit. They were here to see the continuation of that live broadcast shit show. Alongside them, there were also several police cars parked there. They must be the policeman who was assigned to the Zhang family case. The thing was, ever since that live broadcast exploded, it attracted many people's attention. They wanted to know the actual truth, and finding them through another person was no longer reliable. They had to see it with their own eyes. Mixed among them were the paparazzi, whose keen nose smelt a scent of a big news worthy for a headline. Jian Xingsui was not far from the door, and was shocked to see so many people outside the hospital. Someone saw his figure from a distance and shouted, "It's Jian Xingsui." The crowd responded, and they all wanted to rush over for interviews and to get first-hand accounts. Thankfully, there was still a distance between him and the crowd before people started piling him up with questions. "You're not blood-related at all with the Zhang family. Then who are your biological parents? Are you and Anren at odds?" So the bullying scandal was really only Anren's fabrication. Jian Xingsui was overwhelmed by the sudden crowd. Someone sneaked in and wanted to get closer, but was stopped by Shen Xingchen. The young master wasn't afraid to look bad in front of the camera, so he scolded all of them with a loud, booming voice. Do you have 100 mouths or what? Why do you talk so much? The crowd didn't know how to respond. Shen Xingchen glared at the rude, insensitive crowd. He was pissed because this was a violation of privacy. What, didn't you all want to know the truth? You already arrived here, why do you stop asking now? Some people came over to ask questions, and Shen Xingchen went all out. Go ask me if you dare. See if I give you an answer. Who do you think you are, asking us about this matter? There were also passersby who were concerned about Jian Xingxui and the progress of this matter. Among them, a girl finally squeezed in. After hearing Shen Xingchen's words, she was a little displeased. I'm a fan, I just care about Sui Sui. Why, is it wrong for me to worry about him? Shen Xingchen was accused. Mixed that with his natural ill temper, he exploded. He was about to go back when he heard this, so he stopped moving. He was the one who protected Jian Xingxui before, so it was a pure reflex for him to do the same again. However, he was facing Jian Xingsui's fan, so he couldn't unleash all of his anger on her. His face reddened in bottled anger, but he still tried to be milder. Instead, Jian Xingxui decided to handle his fans by himself. With a soft voice, he greeted her. Hello. You said that you are my fan, the girl nodded. The girl hesitated and said, but Jian Xingxui continued to gently scold her. If the behavior of my fans ended up disturbing others, it will also reflect badly on my image. Since you're my fan, you definitely don't want this to happen, right? The girl nodded dumbfoundedly. Jian Xingxui smiled and said, let's go back then. The originally complicated matter seemed to be dissuaded by a few words, but the girl still didn't give up. She still was displeased with Shen Xingchen. She glanced at him and muttered, he's too fierce, why do you let him speak for you? Shen Xingchen was about to speak when Jian Xingxui said naturally, of course he can speak for me. The girl looked up in surprise. Jian Xingsui's eyebrows and eyes were much gentler, but his voice was firm, because he is my older brother. This was the first time in front of the public, in front of the camera, that Jian Xingxui called Shen Xingchen with brother. Although Shen Xingchen had called Jian Xingxui his, Didi Jian Xingxui only accepted it with a wry smile without returning the favor. It's not that he didn't like it nor accept it, it's just that he felt that he didn't deserve it. But today, at this very moment, he finally called Shen Xingchen with his proper title. Shen Xingchen was stunned. He looked sideways at Jian Xingxui and saw that his younger brother was quite calm when facing the fans. After calling him brother, his earlobes turned red from embarrassment. Shen Xingchen smiled, slinging his arm around Jian Xingsui's shoulders. He got very boisterous, very excited, like a sugar-high kid in front of his favorite toy. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This is my Diddy, can't tell, can't you tell? Ha 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 ha. The fans, they have never been so speechless in their life. As the confrontation was taking place, Shen Yang also talked with the police and security personnel on his phone. After a while, someone came over to maintain order. Before, these people were wandering outside the hospital gate, so they didn't attract attention. But now they were crowded near the exit, so this would cause public unrest. So it was natural that someone would disperse them. As Shen Xingchen walked towards the parking place, he whispered, I'm the first one. He called Ji, Shen Minglang and Shen Yang next to him. Both of them glanced at Shen Xingchen coolly. A dangerous glint appeared on their eyes. They were jealous. These two people were not like Su Enzhen and Shen Xingchen, who can express their emotions so enthusiastically and frankly. Although they also loved Jian Xingxui the same, they didn't know how to outwardly express it. In the end, Shen Xingchen seized the opportunity while they lost the race. Jian Xingxui called Shen Xingchen with a familial appellation first. Su Enzhen walked beside them and also pursed her lips and smiled. He called me mom too. Shen Minglang and Shen Yang, it was like being stabbed again. When they finally reached the parking place, they naturally took the Shen family's car. It was a modified version of a Rolls-Royce, and there was no problem at all for 5 people to sit inside comfortably. After Shen Xingchen got into the car, he complained, we don't usually use this car. Jian Xingxui looked at him in confusion of his implication. Shen Yang, who was sitting next to his wife, finally found an opportunity to show off and replied in a deep voice, we picked this car because it's the biggest. After all, we are here to pick you up. Shen Minglang pushed his glasses and then rushed to answer, this way you won't get crowded in the car. Shen Yang and Shen Minglang were the stern, respected, feared figures in the business world. Other people usually looked them up in awe, while the father-son duo looked like as if mortal matters couldn't bother them. But this time, facing their newly found family, they started to fight for his favor like children playing house in kindergarten. Jian Xingxui didn't notice the atmosphere. He heard everyone's answers, and he felt hot and moved in his heart, filled with happiness. They didn't even see the results of their paternity test, but they treated him this well. It made him terrified but happy. Those crowd of insensitive people is another villain, I think. Jesus Christ, couldn't they just left them alone for a moment? Returning to the Shen family's house, it was the first time that Jian Xingxui came back again after a month. Different from the previous temporary stay, this time he came back as a part of the family. Jian Xingxui stepped on the garden path and walked into the gate. His hand was held by Su and Zhen all the time. Shen Xingqian cheerfully said, "We'll have dinner later." Su Zhen took Jian Xingsui's hand and said, "My son, let's go, I'll take you to see your room." Jian Xingsui hesitated, "My own room." Su Zhen nodded and replied, "Of course." Shen Yang handed his suit jacket to Auntie Wu and told Jian Xingsui while changing his shoes, "It was prepared for you when you were born, and it has been kept all these years." Jian Xingsui's eyes widened in surprise. He was dragged up to the second floor by Su Zhen, and the moment the door of the room was opened, he froze in place, mouth open without a sound. The room was spacious and bright, with big floor-to-ceiling windows and small blue curtains hanging covering the windows. The beds were neatly made with fresh sheets. Beside that, there was a small desk, small wardrobe, and through the wardrobe's transparent door, he could see many stacks of small, baby clothes. But those weren't the things that shocked him the most. On the carpeted floor on the cabinets, stacked on the desk, were all unopened gift boxes, all still wrapped neatly with festive papers. Su Zhen whispered, "Every year, Mom prepared a gift for you, and it's been quite long, isn't it? It's becoming quite a tall pile now." She took a step forward and walked to those gifts. She picked them up one by one, while muttering, "This is a gold lock bracelet, this is a toy car, this is a limited edition Ultraman suit, this is a small scarf and clothes I knitted myself, this is the latest game console a decade back, this is a complete fairy tale collection." And this, while listing all the ungifted presents, Su Zhen's eyes began to feel sore again. The sad memories came back like a deluge, making her remember those lonely days where she picked a gift for her dead child despite everyone trying to softly prevent her. Now that the gifts were slowly getting opened, she should be happy, but still, her tears dripped down slowly. Some of those gifts were prepared many, many years ago. They were very old, but they were still in great condition. It's clear that Su Zhen very often dusted them off and made sure they were still usable. Su Zhen was a little choked up, a messy mixture of sadness and joy, but she still continued talking. "Every time the date is near, Mom always thinks about how old you would be. What would you like? But Mom doesn't know that, so I could only guess." Halfway through her words, someone knelt down in front of her and held her hand. Su Zhen raised her head and met Jian Xingsui's clear eyes. Her own reflection was reflected in his eyes, a frail woman with reddened, puffy eyes. Her son said in a comforting tone, I like them all very much." Su Zhen's heart was filled with joy and happiness in an instant, and she let out a muffled squeal of joy. She hugged Jian Xingsui tightly. Both were now kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a huge pile of gift boxes. Over the years, she has never let herself go, living in the shadows and standing still. No one could empathize with the grief of a mother who lost her child. In her eyes, everyone around her was slowly able to restart their own lives. Everyone was moving forward except her. She was left behind, alone, with a hole in her heart that died out when her baby died. Everyone said that she had a mental problem, that she should restrain her grief and try to move on. The dead couldn't be brought back to the land of the living. She should look forward, if only for the sake of her 2 living sons. She didn't need to be taught this kind of truth. Didn't she understand it herself? It's not that she was not aware of how unhealthy her obsession was. It's just that she's afraid if she moved on, it meant she abandoned her youngest son. She felt that by remembering him, it meant that she truly loves him. For her, sustaining herself by sheer delusion was enough. She could live on the dream she built herself. Su Zhen's voice was a little hoarse, but it seemed that she finally said what couldn't say all these years. Mom is at fault, can you forgive me? In her eyes, if she was just more insistent on seeing her baby, if she was just more stubborn in digging up the truth, if she just followed her guts and asked for a paternity test with that dead baby maybe. Her spiraling mind was cut short by a gentle voice bringing her back, reminding her of the reality. It's okay, Mom. It's all over. It's all over. Su Zhen seemed to have finally let go of the big rock blocking her heart. Shen Xingqian suddenly came behind both of them. He barreled without manners, bringing a sunshine inside with him. Mom, it's okay to cry, but let's stop for now, MK. It'll hurt your body. Besides, we will have dinner downstairs in a while. Oh hey, why do you only introduce the things you bought yourself? I bought gifts for my Diddy too. This young master was an expert at destroying the atmosphere. Jian Xingsui was glad for this attribute of his. Jian Xingsui looked at him in surprise and asked in confusion, what? Shen Xingqian walked to the cabinet next to him, opened it, and said, dang, I bought these gifts for you. I have had pocket money since I was 5 years old, so as an exemplary Gij one, if you don't know my own internal rule on using older brother, V's, Gij, it's this. If it's used in a dialogue for addressing someone, I use the Chinese term. For anything else, I use the translated version. I have to use a portion of it for spoiling my ditty. Shen Xingqian was the only one in the family who didn't know the birthday of his dead younger brother, but he would also leave a birthday present for his younger brother every year on his own birthday. Look at this King Kong toy. Oh, I remember this. This is a small toy airplane I made myself. Aren't I amazing? And this, a clay sculpture of Doraemon. In addition to these, there are many precious things in this cabinet. It was given from Shen Yang and Shen Minglang. The doctor said that Su Zhen had a mental problem, and it's best to help her move on. No one in the family chose the hard approach, and instead, they supported her endeavor in remembering her child and helped commemorate every birthday with her. They hoped that if she knew that her family supported them, it would lessen her guilt and make her able to move on easier. Shen Minglang also came inside the room. He stood in front of the cabinet and said in a low voice, "I also gifted you from your first birthday to your 20th. Here are all of them. The most precious of which is this painting. This is a collection I bought in country M, probably referring to America, and it's one of a kind. It is considered priceless now, and it is said to be a good luck charm. It can keep people safe and protect them from danger, or so the rumors go." As expected of the big brother who always talked about money and interests, he still didn't forget to introduce the value of the gift even during this moment. On the surface, Shen Minglang was stating that every gift was valuable, but in fact, he was trying to get extra favors from Jian Xingsui by hinting that his gift is the best and the most thoughtful. He wanted to be the next person in the family to be called with a familial appellation. At least he wanted to win against his father. Jian Xingsui was a little nervous in facing Shen Minglang. Just as he was about to change his words, Shen Yang stepped forward and pulled up his wife and children who were squatting on the ground. This was the first time he met Jian Xingsui today, but as the patriarch of the family and the head of a whole conglomerate, he was very used to keeping his composure in face of everything. Standing in front of Jian Xingsui, he lowered his head and said, "You don't need to be so polite. This will be your home from now on." Jian Xingsui's hands subconsciously curled up. He lowered his head, but Shen Yang's palm covered his head. His deep voice was a bit solemn, and it contained the imperceptible tenderness of a father towards his child. "I'm not showing you these gifts to make you sad. I just want to tell you that you have always been a part of this family, and we are all looking forward to welcoming you home." Jian Xingsui's body shook. He had been worrying about these things, but unexpectedly his insecurities were seen through in a glance. The feeling of being understood and cared for tenderly made him a little at a loss, and his eyes turned red instantly. Shen Yang wanted to say something, but there was a knock on the door outside. Auntie Wu said as she knocked on the door, "Sir, madam, young masters, the food is ready." Shen Xingchen cheered, "That's great, I've starved to death a long time ago." Shen Minglang instantly snarked at him, "You just ate not long ago. What kind of celebrity are you? A pig?" Jian Xingsui was standing between them, and he was a bit terrified at what to do. Su Zhen pursed her lips and smiled. She came over and stretched out her hand to interrupt the quarrel between the two of them. Okay, don't press Sui. You two are overweight, you'll crush him." Shen Xingchen yelled indignantly, "Muum, why are you like this? Do you also despise me for being fat?" The family walked downstairs while bickering. Although it was a bit noisy, it was a pleasant buzz against his ear. It felt like this was what a family should sound like. Jian Xingsui's mind was blank, as was used to being alone. The moment he was surrounded by excitement, it felt unreal, so he just became silent. Someone patted him on the back. Jian Xingsui turned around. Su Zhen held his hand and said, "What are you thinking, Sui? As for dinner, I made chicken soup before I left. There should be egg noodles today. Mom will serve you a bowl later, okay?" Jian Xingsui squeezed her hand back, trying to ground himself in this unreal reality. He threw away his insecurity, even if just for a moment, nodded at his mother, and responded, "Okay." The next day, the viral nationwide sensation of that live broadcast actually brought upon a hidden secret, the 20-years-old crime of child abduction. Because of how it went down, the whole nation more or less had heard of it. And today, the ruling of that crime was to be held in court. Because the two parties involved in the case were both small celebrities who have become popular recently, this case had received widespread attention. On the day of the trial, the court was crowded with people applying for the rights to watch, and countless people on the internet were waiting for the final court ruling to be given to the Zhang couple. When the judge announced the trial results, the audience was silent. The judge's hammer fell and the case was settled. As Zhang Zia was being escorted to the prison, she saw Jian Xingsui, who was standing not far away, watching her quietly with an indescribable look in his eyes. She suddenly struggled madly, rushed to Jian Xingsui in small steps, and said in a very excited tone, Sui, you are here." Jian Xingsui looked at her quietly, didn't know what to say. Where's Ranran?" Mrs. Zhang looked around and asked, "Didn't Ranran come?" Jian Xingsui gave her an honest answer, he didn't come. In fact, because the internet made a big fuss about the live broadcast, Anran's PR team reacted very quickly to do damage control. They not only forced the live broadcast app admins to shut down the live broadcast, but also issued a statement immediately. Anran himself issued a statement that afternoon. This was the first time that he began to mention the Zhang family in front of the public. The Weibo he posted was also full of bitterness and hardship. The general content can be briefly summarized as follows. "I didn't want to announce these to the public, because this is a scar I don't want to open up. I was very sad when I learned the truth about being abducted and switched at birth. I have been treating them as my biological parents for so many years, but I didn't expect them to not be my real parents. On top of that, they weren't being honest with me. They kept me in the dark for so many years and without any remorse. My bad attitude towards her that day was also because I couldn't control my emotions. I'm sorry for my bad behavior, and I don't ask for your forgiveness. I just want to say the truth for all of you. The entire Weibo post was full of eloquent, pre-written words. He composed a heart-wrenching essay telling the heartache of a kidnapped child. Immediately, some fans stood up and felt distressed. Ranran, we understand you. I didn't expect you to be so miserable. The Zhang couple are so heartless. But the majority of the netizens were rational people with a working brain. They have been blinded once by Anran, so they were more skeptical towards him. Furthermore, they also seen Anran's duality in the live broadcast room, so they felt that this pitiful look was just a well-crafted persona. I remember that he was on the show before. He thanked his mother for saving money for buying him musical instruments and paying for his dance classes. So you're saying that thankfulness was faked. Oh, now suddenly your ex-parents are horrible people. Wait, didn't you already know that the Zhang couple aren't your biological parents during Starlight? Hahaha, do you still have two faces here? Especially the fans of Jian Xingsui. Naturally, they wouldn't let this opportunity go. They still vividly remember that slander campaign Anran held against their baby. Now it's the high time to give everyone a reminder so Anran couldn't escape the consequences of his actions. You said Sui Sui bullied you in high school, but you clearly admitted that you're lying about that. You want to apologize to everyone. How about apologize to Sui Sui first? You clearly slandered him. The party who was wronged the most in this situation still ended up being Sui Sui. Go apologize to him already, you two-faced bitch. Don't worry about it. You aren't the only suffering party here. Sui Sui is, and he's a way better person than you are. If it were before, when Anran's pitiful quotes came out, the majority of people would feel sorry for him. But after the live broadcast incident, with the exception of his loyal fans, netizens began to wake up and see his true face. Anran's Weibo was a mess, and his painstakingly designed fairy boy persona also collapsed. But Mrs. Zhang in the court didn't know that Anran had already cut off their relationship in order to whitewash his image. She was still insisting, is he not here? Is he really not here? I'm his mother. I have raised him for more than 20 years. Is he not willing to come for my last visit? Jian Xingsui nodded and looked at the woman in front of him indifferently. Almost mercilessly, he repeated he didn't come. Mrs. Zhang was stunned, stood there limply for a while, and suddenly laughed out loud. It's as if she was laughing at herself in irony. Her laughter became louder, crazier, and more unhinged. Finally, the uncontrolled laughter metamorphosed into a racking sobs. Tears spilled out from her eyes, wetting her cheeks. I know he won't come. Actually, from the moment he knew the truth, he hated me. I know this. I know this, Mrs. Zhang seemed to be muttering to herself. She once refused to accept the news of her child's death. She was confused, so she did a lot of wrong things. She had switched another child to become her own, so it's as if her child never died in the first place. She was wrong. She was a sinner. No matter her reason, she was still a thief, and she must face her current ending. People from the court followed behind, trying to drag Mrs. Zhang away, but Mrs. Zhang seemed to have an unexplainable strength. She wanted to pull Jian Xingsui's hand again, and with a last-ditch effort, she asked, Sui Sui, can you forgive me? Will you forgive me? Jian Xingsui looked at her without saying a word. However, Mrs. Zhang seemed to be more emotional, and she burst into tears. During this period of time, she has aged a lot, and it seems that a lot of gray hair has grown on her head overnight. Her hand was still holding Jian Xingsui with a death grip. Even her fingers were a little white. Amidst her cries, she asked, Sui Sui, please answer me, will you forgive me? She was getting more unhinged. Jian Xingsui steeled his heart and managed to shake her grip. With a whisper, he answered, no. Mrs. Zhang's face immediately turned pale. Even when the judge sentenced her for a life imprisonment, her face was never so sad and pale. The light of hope disappeared from Zhang Ziya's eyes little by little. Jian Xingsui's words were like a heavy hammer, breaking the last line of her psychological defense. Do you think you can be forgiven if you go to jail and get punished? Jian Xingsui looked at her with dark eyes. Although his voice was as unemotional as it can be, every word seemed to pierce her in her heart. You lost your child and you feel heartbroken. So you understand that feeling, right? Have you ever thought about my mother? What about her feelings when she found out that her child died? Shouldn't you be able to empathize with her? Do you think you can pay your sins clean by going to jail? No, never. I won't forgive you, not even on my deathbed. Jian Xingsui knew that Zhang Ziya would never know the depth of the tragedy she had caused in her grief. He could never tell her that in his last life he died at the age of 23 years old. And because of her selfishness, he died in an unknown alley and no one cared about him. His mother never knew the truth. She never knew that her baby survived, just to die a dog's death in an alley somewhere, probably even without a proper grave. I hate you. Jian Xingsui's eyes clearly reflected Zhang Ziya's figure. For a moment, her vision blurred, as if she was returned to that day in her house's courtyard. Anran stood in front of her and said the same words. The two figures overlapped and separated in an instant, but what remained unchanged was the pair of eyes full of resentment and disgust towards her. Jian Zingsui said in a deep voice, giving her his final ultimatum, "I will never forgive you." With that, her last bit of strength was gone. Her body softened, and she slumped down unceremoniously on the ground. Fortunately, the people behind her quickly helped her up. The scene was a bit chaotic, but fortunately there were staff to maintain order. In the end, she was still taken into custody. Jian Zingsui came with the members of the Shen family, and he had to leave after the court. Su Wenzhen came from behind and looked at him worriedly. "Sui, are you okay?" Jian Zingsui shook his head and restrained his resentment. He smiled at his mother, knowing that the older woman was very worried about him. With every ounce of gentleness he had, he lied, "I'm fine." Shen Xingchen has long been tired of watching them. Naturally, he complained with a loud voice, "It's finally over. God, I despise that woman so much." In the end, the case closed. Some parts weren't made public in order to protect the Shen family's privacy. The court has not disclosed to the public who Jian Zingsui's real parents are. Shen Yang also came today. The case might be over, but he still had something to deal with. "Sui, I discussed with your mother. Since the case is over, your household registration should also be transferred. Let's finish it within 2 days. Jian Zingsui had no objection, nodded on the spot, and said, let's do it." After they settled the matter, everyone was very happy and relieved. Just as everyone was walking outside, Jian Zingsui's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was the call from his agent. After answering the call, he heard the middle-aged man's voice. "Hello, Sui, I saw that your case is over. I want to ask, which family are your biological parents? Have you found them yet?" Wang Ji's attitude was very casual. Because he felt that with that Zhang Zia's ability, she could switch a child from the wealthy Jian family. But she couldn't do that twice, couldn't she? So Jian Zingsui's biological family must have been an ordinary family at best. Since his background was basically non-existent, what is there to be afraid of? He could just handle Jian Zingsui as he wanted. Jian Zingsui said softly, "What's the matter?" "Ah, there's nothing wrong." Wang Ji was impatient for a long time, mainly because he was also impatiently being urged by the company's upper management. He couldn't wait to turn Jian Zingsui into his personal cash cow, since if you're done with this matter, it's time to go back to the company to take a gig. "Have you figured it out after I've given you such a long vacation?" Jian Zingsui's eyes were cold. "Yes, I've figured it out. I want to terminate my contract." His agent was short of breath. With visible anger, he threatened the youth. "I suggest you think about it carefully. Do you even have the money to pay for the liquidated damages? It will cost several million. Don't slap your face and pretend to be a wealthy man. Know your worth. If you terminate your contract with us, where else can you go? Is there any good company that can help you?" His agent hung up the phone after he finished telling his threat. Su Wenzhen, who was walking in front of Jian Zingsui, found that his son did not keep up. She stopped, turned around, and asked curiously, "Sui, why don't you walk? Is something the matter?" When they asked, Jian Zingsui subconsciously wanted to bear the burden by himself. He almost lied to them that there's no trouble in pure reflex. He was so used to dealing with everything by himself because he had no one to rely on for many years. But this time, when everyone looked at him with worried eyes, Jian Zingsui's heart tightened first and then he relaxed again. He sighed softly, adjusted his mood before speaking. "Well, my previous brokerage company is making a little trouble for me, so I need to deal with it." Shen Xingchen was annoyed. "What, that thing called Bankrupt Entertainment?" Jian Zingsui nodded. "Yes." Shen Xingchen was curious. "That company has gone bankrupt?" Jian Zingsui shook his head this time. "No, it's not that type of problem. I have an ongoing dispute with them. You see, when I was filming Starlight as they reached their car, he gave his family a brief explanation of what had happened, especially the bits about being forced into retirement midway through because of a $1,000,000 deal he didn't agree. He only mentioned about being threatened by his agent because he really didn't want to speak too much about his previous misery, because he didn't want his cherished family to be sad because of him. But what Jian Zingsui didn't know was that when he understated his suffering, it made people feel even more distressed. Su Wenzhen's eyes were red again. She held Jian Zingsui's hand, trembling, and said angrily, it's too much. How can they bully you like this? These people are really lawless, thinking that they can cover the sky with their hands. An idiom. It means being unscrupulous with any consequences, because they can cover it up with the money power they have." Shen Xingchen was originally an upright young man, so he slapped his seat's handrest after hearing it. "So that's the case. Isn't this shitty-ass company itching to get bankrupt? They dared to bully my Diddy, huh? They sure have guts. Tell me, what didn't you tell me that time? Are you such a helpless idiot?" Jian Zingsui could only smile in hopes to lessen his second brother's temper. "I will just cause you trouble if I tell you." Shen Xingchen choked. Shen Minglang was more sensible, and he could understand the actual situation even with such limited information. He glanced at Shen Xingchen and spoke for Jian Zingsui, seeing the situation of that time. That company must have finished the contract negotiation, and there was nothing Suisui could say in that contract. Basically, it's useless even if he told you. On the contrary, with your brain, maybe you will only make things worse. Shen Xingchen said angrily, gee, you are too contemptuous. What can I solve? Shen Minglang asked back then. Do you know the most effective method to minimize Sui Sui's loss? It's not contract termination. Instead, we should make bankrupt entertainment really bankrupt. Do you know how to do that? Once again, Shen Xingchen choked by his older brother's audacious declaration. He was speechless. He did say about making that company bankrupt, but he really didn't have a clue on how to do it. Shen Minglang turned around to face his youngest brother, pushed his glasses. Despite him looking calm, he was still desperately trying to increase his favorability with his lovely youngest brother. He used every bit of his dignity to appear reliable and told Jian Xingsui, call me if you face troubles in the future. Ah, Shen Minglang's mouth curled into a smile. In fact, he had always had an untold wish since childhood that was, he wanted a well-behaved and obedient younger brother, preferably the soft and cute type he could spoil to his heart's content. As a result, life didn't give him what he wanted, and he was saddled with a bare child like Shen Xingchen. He loved Shen Xingchen, truly, but because of his brash and willful personality, it's hard for Shen Minglang to spoil him silly without a serious repercussion. He was already resigned to his fate, but it seemed that God actually favored him. Jian Xingsui, his ideal type of a younger brother, actually appeared, and thus he would spoil Jian Xingsui to offset his previous life grievances. Besides Shen Minglang, there was another person in the family who had a very similar temperament and wished the patriarch, Shen Yang. Shen Yang, who was currently behind the wheel, said Minglang, although you know more than Xingchen, you are not involved with the entertainment industry after all. I think it's better to ask Mr. Fu's parents to handle this matter, or at least let Fu Jingxiao do it. They are already experts in this field, so they should be able to handle this well. The Fu family, Jian Xingsui was taken aback when he heard this and had a vague guess in his heart. Shen Minglang didn't object. Of course, he also knew that Fu Jingxiao's ability in this field surpassed his. He pushed his glasses once again and agreed, yes, I have always been on good terms with Jingxiao. I will call him later to communicate this with him. Hopefully, he'll be willing to help. With his help, this will be very easy to handle. Jian Xingsui hesitated and said, the person you're talking about is actor Fu. Shen Minglang nodded, yes, your instructor in that show. He didn't know why, but when he heard his eldest brother say, your instructor, his earlobes automatically reddened. He lowered his head shyly, thinking that it's been a long time since he heard of Fu Jingxiao. He almost thought that he would never meet his idol again in this life. Shen Yang thought he was still worried. You can rest assured about this matter. It doesn't matter if you can't terminate the contract peacefully. It's just a small company. If it becomes a big deal, I can just buy it. Shen Yang spoke while driving. His imposing voice made him akin to an immovable mountain. Our family is strong. We won't let our child be hurt by anyone. His statement was loud and clear. He didn't seem to be angry, just stating the facts, but it made Jian Xingsui's heart full with feelings of being protected. He was now secure and safe. It also aroused little ripples in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, during his stay with the Jian family, every time he made a mistake, his father and brothers would always only blame him for embarrassing the Jian family again. Even if he was bullied, they would use the rhetoric of, how could someone bully you? Or with an implied meaning that he's the bully instead. This was the first time he felt such protection, and they were on his side without any question. Jian Xingsui gave a small nod. While the Shen patriarch appeared calm on the surface, his heart is also blooming. Yes, just like his eldest son, he has always been looking forward to having a caring and soft child. It's a pity that his eldest son was indifferent by nature, and he cared more about profit even compared to himself. He did excel in business, so at least Shen Yang was glad he would have a great successor to his business empire. Needless to say, his second son couldn't be described with the words obedient or soft. A child of Jian Xingsui's type deeply poked Shen Yang's heart, but as a president famous for his facial paralysis, he wasn't very good at expressing his emotions. Even when his heart was on the verge of excessive ecstasy with that call of dad, he still looked reserved. Su Wenzhen took Jian Xingsui's hand. Sui, have they been contacting you and threatening you since the end of the show? Jian Xingsui nodded as he replied, I have been contacted once or twice. Hearing this, Su Wenzhen was still sad, although it's clear she was becoming more and more murderous just because of that 1 million. Their greediness is astounding. Jian Xingsui didn't want to see her mother sad, so he immediately inched closer to comfort her. It's okay, Mom, it's over. With this, Su Wenzhen had an epiphany about his youngest son's financial condition. It must be because he had no money that he suffered this kind of humiliation by such a trash agency. She must rectify this immediately. Sui, you send your card number to Mom. Jian Xingsui was confused. Why? You haven't got a formal job yet, so Mom will transfer some pocket money for you. Su Wenzhen seemed to be worried that Jian Xingsui wouldn't take it, so she added, your Urge and Dage also got it. Jian Xingsui originally wanted to refuse, but he agreed once he heard the latter sentence. Shen Xingchen patted him on the shoulder and said, you can send it to me too. Shen Yang added, now that you mention it. Xingchen, make a group chat and bring your Didi in. They were all busy people and had difficulty seeing each other on weekdays. Normally, they would communicate via their phones or through Anti-Wu. Since Jian Xingsui finally returned, it's only right to make a new group chat with him included. Shen Xingchen happily agreed, okay. He quickly created a group. The name of the group was. Shen Minglang complained with an expressionless face, what a cheesy name. Shen Xingchen yelled, as it felt like his older brother was insulting his sense of aesthetic. What's wrong with this? Shen Minglang ignored him and changed the group name into. Su Enzhen told her husband about the new name, to which he frowned and criticized, too official. This eldest son was good at everything, but he was too formal and self-interested. Su Enzhen thought about it as she played with her mobile phone. Then, with a mysterious smile, she changed it again into. After everyone saw this name, no one raised any objections. Shen Xingchen said, it's quite literary and artistic. It's very nice. Shen Minglang also nodded, as he felt that using a character from Jian Xingsui's name was the best choice, not bad. Jian Xingsui was a little shy when he saw it, and he said softly, isn't it a bit very good? Shen Yang also agreed very much. He glanced at his wife. Their relationship was already very good, but seeing this made him fall in love even deeper than before. As expected of you, you're really good at this. Su Enzhen pursed her lips and smiled triumphantly, then it settled. They all reminded Jian Xingsui about sending his card number to the group. Not long after, they reached home. Shen Yang and Shen Minglang had to go back to work, so they went to the company together. Su Enzhen was going to the kitchen to cook, saying that a guest would be visiting in the evening, so she had to cook a good meal. As for Shen Xingchen, he was going back to his room to catch up on sleep. Jian Xingsui decided to go back to his room to take a shower. However, just as he was taking off his clothes, his phone vibrated and a text message appeared. 500,000 yuan was transferred to your card ending with 2436. Remaining balance 500,100 yuan, transferred from Shen Xingchen. Jian Xingsui, why did the pocket money come from his second older brother? And did he even need this much pocket money for a month? Did he accidentally put a few extra zeros? Jian Xingsui held his mobile phone in doubt for a long time, but his clothes had already been taken off, so he couldn't go to Shen Xingchen's room to ask. In the end, he decided to finish showering first before asking him about this. Unexpectedly, just after putting down the phone and walking a few steps, he received another text message. 1 million yuan was transferred to your card ending with 2436. Remaining balance, 1,500,100 yuan, transferred from Su Enzhen. Then another messages appeared one after another. 1 million yuan was transferred to your card ending with 2436. Remaining balance, 2,500,100 yuan, transferred from Shen Minglang. 5 million yuan was transferred to your card ending with 2436. Remaining balance, 7,500,100,375 mil yuan is approx 11 mil USD. Yes, I do get a mini heart attack when converting the amount. Yuan transferred from Shen Yang. Jian Xingsui stood far away in a daze holding his phone, looking at the numbers on the screen in front of him. He even felt that he couldn't count the dizzying amount of zeros in front of his eyes. They call this pocket money. Meanwhile, with Shen Minglang and Shen Yang, the father-son duo was sitting side by side. A palpable spark of tension appeared between them. They both were looking down at their own mobile phones, and they both put it away after finishing the money transfer. Shen Yang said casually, you transferred pocket money for Sui Sui. Yes, Shen Minglang nodded just a little. Shen Yang nodded, I also transferred a little. The two looked at each other. They both saw a little distrust in each other's eyes. They both shared the same thoughts. The other party was trying to please Sui Sui behind their backs. Shen Minglang stood still and tried to fish the amount his father transferred. After all, it's the monthly pocket money, and he just came back. I didn't want to scare him, so I didn't give him too much, just enough for him to play around. Shen Yang crossed his legs, looking as steady as a mountain, and said in a low voice, well, I just expressed my heart. The car fell into silence again. Both of them had their own calculations in their hearts, and no one believed the other's nonsense. Just a quick spoiler about JXS, in case you're wondering. Yes, JXS name will be changed into Shen Xingsui in the future, in the afternoon. Jian Xingsui went downstairs after receiving a call. The other party claimed that she was Fu Jingxiao's agent. Now that the car had arrived at the Shen family's house, she said she wanted to have a private chat with Jian Xingsui about the contract. Jian Xingsui was still shocked when he received the call. You are Ms. Wang. Wang Maken smiled. What's the matter? Is it surprising? I just didn't expect it. As he ran downstairs to meet the older lady, Jian Xingsui said in a respectful manner, I have heard about your name in the industry for a long time. You are a well-known gold medal agent. I didn't expect to see you today. It's also an honor to meet you. Come down quickly, I'll wait for you outside. Jian Xingsui answered, okay. Wang Macon felt a little emotional after hanging up the phone. In fact, logically speaking, it's just a matter of terminating the contract. She shouldn't have to do it herself, she could delegate it to someone else. Even if the call was made at Fu Jingxiao's request, Wang Macon could definitely arrange for someone capable to do it. However, she had to do it in person, as this matter was so miraculous that Fu Jingxiao, who has always been indifferent to anything, gave an order on behalf of another person. Wang Macon was a little surprised at that time, mostly because Fu Jingxiao just got off the plane in the morning and was supposed to be resting. He heard her saying that he was going to pick up Jian Xingsui and actually followed her. It was like he was afraid that someone would bully Jian Xingsui. Jian Xingsui trotted downstairs, opened the car door and was about to say hello to Wang Macon, but when he looked up, he met another handsome face. Fu Jingxiao was leaning lazily on the back seat of the nanny van. He was still wearing a black suit that should be worn for attending events, looking like a refined nobleman. At this moment, his handsome face was curled into a careless smile. Oh, what a coincidence. Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Jian Xingsui was a little annoyed. He steadied himself, sat up, closed the car door, and said respectfully, "Mr. Fu, long time no see." Fu Jingxiao felt a little happy when he saw this naive kid, and answered in an ambiguous tone, "It's been a long time, but I've already left Starlight, so you don't need to call me instructor anymore." Jian Xingsui, "Well, since you taught me, even if I leave Starlight, I will never forget your kindness, so I'll continue to consider you as a teacher figure of sorts." Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. "Really?" Jian Xingsui nodded seriously. "Really?" I see. Fu Jingxiao elongated the ending sound, and his slow voice was slightly teasing. "I honestly couldn't see your action that supported this statement. You didn't message me for over 2 months. You didn't give me an update of your life. Is this just another of your sweet talk?" Jian Xingsui was shocked. He was afraid that Fu Jingxiao would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained, No, I'm just afraid to disturb you." Fu Jingxiao looked at the anxious youth. He had red lips and white teeth, and his hair had really grown a lot. He looked delicate and beautiful. Now his cheeks were a little red because of his eagerness. He was cute and easy to bully, which really tempted him to tease him even further. Wang Macon, who was watching on the sidelines, "Can her artist be a human? Was it so fun to play with a junior? Why didn't she find out about this quirk before?" Wang Macon coughed lightly, trying to ease the atmosphere. Fu Jingxiao received her signal. He raised his eyebrows and finally restrained his teasing. His voice was low and magnetic. "I'm not angry, I'm just teasing you." Jian Xingsui breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Jingxiao saw that Jian Xingsui was not as nervous as he just saw him, and his expression became much more serious. When he became serious, his temperament was completely different from before. The actor decided to directly cut to the main topic. "Have you brought the contract?" Jian Xingsui was startled and hurriedly nodded. He took out the things in his arms. "I brought it." Wang Macon took it immediately and glanced at it. As a professional agent, she saw the problem at a glance. "This contract seems to be fine, but there are many hidden traps. If you are young and inexperienced, you can easily be tricked." "You didn't think so much at that time." Jian Xingsui nodded. Wang Macon subconsciously glanced at Fu Jingxiao, wanting to know what the actor wanted for her to do. But the film king didn't answer, just sat there, flipping through the itinerary for the next few days in boredom, with a calm expression and no thoughts. This also made the agent a little discouraged. In fact, after working together for so many years, she still can't see through Fu Jingxiao. His emotions were all over the place, while his thoughts ran deep both, which made it difficult for her to parse through. However, she used to be proud of his traits. After all, artists like him were resistant to the media's ploy. But now she felt a little annoyed after all these years. Fu Jingxiao was still a mystery even to her. Wang Macon continued to tentatively say to Jian Xingsui, "Then we are terminating the contract early, which is equivalent to a breach of contract. So if we talk about liquidated damages at that time." Before Jian Xingsui could speak, Fu Jingxiao, who was next to him, closed his schedule. "Liquidated damages." Wang Macon looked at him suspiciously. Fu Jingxiao's slender legs crossed, and a smile appeared on his gentle and refined face. "Is there a need to negotiate liquidated damages for terminating a contract with a small company like Bankrupt Entertainment?" Wang Macon had a guess in her heart of what Fu Jingxiao implied, but she still hesitated. So she asked for a clarification. "What do you mean?" Fu Jingxiao raised his eyebrows. "You don't know what kind of virtue this entertainment company has always relied on." In fact, this was an easy guess. This kind of unscrupulous agency most likely relied on the wine and sex business one. He was talking about prostitution and unspoken rules. They would pull their artist in this kind of party or made money by taking the liquidated damages from some young artists. All kinds of shady activities have been done by them. Wang Macon said. A little disbelief appeared in her eyes. "Then you are going to deal with a bandit. You must use a bandit's methods." Fu Jingxiao sat gracefully, looking very reasonable, and he glanced at Jian Xingsui. "That agent and the upper management of that agency bullies you a lot, right?" Jian Zingsui nodded slowly, still digesting what Fu Jingxiao implied. The car just arrived downstairs of the agency building. Fu Jingxiao pushed open the door and walked out. The tall and handsome man leaned against the car door and glanced inside. His face has a bit of rogue-ish charm to it, which was different from his usual appearance. He said slowly, a ruffian grin slowly forming on his face, "This teacher of yours wouldn't just yell for nothing. Let's go, we'll meet them and give them a taste of their own medicine. ML, I can finally return. Out with familial drama, it's time for romance. Last of today's uploads. See you tomorrow." The white light in the parking lot fell on the person. Jian Zingsui sat in the car and looked up. The man standing outside was tall and handsome. Even his cynical expression was also very handsome. At this moment, he could only feel his heart start erratically beating out of control. For a moment, he remembered that Starlight Battle Royale. This man also said the same thing that time. Fu Jingxiao stood in front of him when he needed help. Although the actor never made too many promises, as long as he was there, he would never let Jian Zingsui be exposed to wind and rain. Sure enough, no matter how many times they meet again, Jian Zingsui would fall in love with him. It was meant to be, wasn't it? All butterflies chased after honey, and he chased after his idol. Jian Zingsui came back to his senses, and after getting off the car, he picked up his mobile phone and called his agent. "Hey, Wang Ji, didn't you ask me come over? I'm downstairs now, and I also brought the contract. Come on, I brought my friends here this time, just to discuss the termination of the contract with you." The middle-aged man was shocked and almost suspected that he heard it wrong. "Do you really want to terminate the contract with us?" Jian Zingsui answered immediately, "Yup, you don't regret it." This agent was not very afraid, even if Jian Zingsui brought friends over, so what, could he invite someone actually useful? With his no-name background, it's practically impossible. The agent dared him. "Okay, then you come up." Jian Zingsui just hung up the phone and followed Fu Jingxiao and Wang Making up. There was an elevator dedicated to employees, so the journey was unimpeded. When they arrived at the meeting room on the 10th floor, his agent was still speaking with other executives. There was an inconspicuous tea stain on his clothes. Wang Makin pushed open the door and said to the people inside, "Sorry to bother you." Fu Jingxiao, who walked in slowly from behind, glanced at the people in the room, saw the teapot on the table and smiled slightly. "Good afternoon, everyone." Clatter, almost all the people in the room stood up after the voice fell. Everyone was shocked. Everyone in the entertainment circle knew who Fu Jingxiao was, and they also knew the agency backing him up, Fenghua Entertainment, and specifically the Fu conglomerate backing them up. Standing there, it was almost like facing the King of Heaven. "Don't be nervous, everyone, please sit down." Fu Jingxiao raised his hand casually, and he pulled a chair to sit down. He was courteous from beginning to end, but his aura of calmness made everyone nervous. A shallow smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if was just making casual talks. "I came this time for Jian Zingsui's contract termination. I heard that your company wants to talk about it. I'm here to help my junior because someone entrusted me to do it, so I brought my agent to listen to everyone's opinions." "Someone entrusted you? Who on earth could do it?" This sentence came to everyone's minds at the same time, while Fu Jingxiao ignored their bewildered expression as he continued to speak. "Of course, everyone here is a reasonable person. This time, we will follow the original contract. My agent is mainly responsible for the negotiation, and I'm just here to listen. Everyone can just pretend that I don't exist." Who dared to pretend that you don't exist? Despite being in winter, the backs of all the executives were sweating. Even if Fu Jingxiao sat there without speaking, he was as dreadful and impossible to ignore as a plague god. Agent Wang lost his previous arrogance and looked at Jian Zingsui. "Sui, this is your friend you said you're bringing." Jian Zingsui nodded slightly, pretending to be unbothered. Middle-aged agent stuttered a bit when he spoke, and smiled awkwardly. "You have a good eye, and you are getting better at meeting people and making friends." Jian Zingsui hadn't spoken yet, but Fu Jingxiao, who was next to him, said slowly, "That's not necessarily true." Agent Wang looked at him. Fu Jingxiao's smile contained sarcasm. "Otherwise, how could he sign a contract with your company?" The agent was very arrogant when he faced Jian Zingsui, but he was obsequious when facing Fu Jingxiao. Even if he was ridiculed, he could still keep a smile on his face. Yes, Wang Makin didn't want to talk nonsense with them, so she urged, "Let's start. We're here to discuss the termination of the contract with your company this time. In other words, we propose to terminate the contract today and demand compensation from your company for 1. The artist's mental damage fee, 2. Compensation for the time and energy wasted in your company in the past 2 years. Oh, I also learned that you did not notify his work ahead of time, and you did not give him appropriate resources for the past 2 years, leading him to have to search for his own work by himself. All compensation must be paid at the same time, and the total amount is about 5 million yuan. Everyone at the table was shocked. They were gathered here today because they all wanted to educate Jian Zingsui and extort a termination fee along the way. But who knows, they were extorted instead. Agent Wang was shocked by this turn of event. Well, Ms. Wang, why do we have to pay these expenses? Logically speaking, it should be Sui Sui who breached the contract first. Why do you think this artist initiated to terminate his contract in advance? Wang Maken's tone implied something. She gave out an innocent-looking smile as she pulled out a recorder. Looking at the device, Agent Wang immediately thought it was a recording of that time he threatened Jian Xingsui for that illegal 1 million yuan deal. His face immediately paled at an astounding speed. Wang Maken continued to smile, as if she was already winning this case. This is the recording of that corridor I got from the Starlight Director team. As a brokerage company, you did not protect the rights and interests of your artists, and even adopting a threatening method has seriously damaged the artist's physical and mental health. Agent Wang's face turned pale. He never thought that Wang Maken would be so powerful. Jian Xingsui also looked at Wang Maken in shock. Wang Maken herself seemed calm, but in fact only she knew that there was nothing in the recorder. These were the tricks Fu Jingxiao taught her to bluff people on the way here. In terms of insidiousness and cunning, nobody could top actor Fu. That man was on another level, and she has learned from seeing him. Naturally, Agent Wang was frightened, and he stammered, "Why you this is an internal affairs of our C company." Besides, the original contract didn't mention anything about his mental well-being. Jian Xingsui still is the voluntary party who initiated the termination of the contract, which means he breached the contract. Internal affairs. Fu Jingxiao finally spoke. He sat there lazily and curled his lips. I remember that Li Zun is also from your company. So his private drinking with patrons and taking care of his own girls could be counted as an internal affair. 2-1 Yes, FJX implies LXA have both sugar mommies and sugar babies. Amazing. Agent Wang's face turned even paler. Li Zun was the hottest artist in their agency. He could be counted as the agency's cash cow and their thickest pillar. If he was over, then the bankrupt entertainment would also be over. Another person came in from outside the glass door, and it was Jai Chuan, the president of Bankrupt Entertainment. He had an ominous premonition the moment he heard that Fu Jingxiao had come to the company, and now he hurried in, running until he panted. Fu Jingxiao turned around and saw him, smiling. Oh, maybe the fact that President Jai took care of an outside mistress is also an internal affair. Mr. Jai's face also turned pale in an instant, and he almost couldn't hold the door open. Nobody in this room could hold their original arrogant appearance. Even President Jai hurriedly came over with a smile and said in a panic, Fuji, what's wrong with you? You didn't even tell me when you came. Are you here to help Xingsui to terminate his contract? Fu Jingxiao didn't directly answer his question well, but I heard from the people under Mr. Jai that there seems to be some liquidated damages to be paid. Jai Chuan kicked Agent Wang in the shin. What do you mean? What liquidated damages? Normal termination of the contract doesn't involve any liquidated damages. The middle-aged agent got kicked and let out a cry of pain. He then endured the pain to respond, no, yes, I just remembered. This is a normal termination of the contract. Sui Sui did not violate any term, and the termination contract can be signed in a while. Fu Jingxiao glanced deeply at Agent Wang with his dark eyes, and lowered his tone until it sounded downright dangerous, normal. His voice had an implied promise of pain, and it made people's hearts tremble. Wang Maken said next to him, still that wide smile of hers, did your company forget what I just said? Agent Wang felt like crying and timidly glanced at his boss. Li liquidated damages, why you mean that 5 million yuan you mentioned? Jai Chuan felt the same. He wanted to burst into tears, but he couldn't. He just used his normal operations to extort money from his small-time artist, but he didn't expect to kick an iron plate to provoking someone you shouldn't provoke. Today, looking at Fu Jingxiao in front of him, he knew that if he didn't go along with what the actor demands, there would be even more painful retaliation next time. With a twitchy, forced smile, he replied, of course, we broke the contract. Once the contract is signed, we will send the money to Sui Sui. Fu Jingxiao smiled, it's troubling you. President Jai nodded with tears in his eyes, no trouble, this is how it should be. Fu Jingxiao looked down at Jian Xingsui again, while talking to the president, since Mr. Jai also thinks it should be that way, shouldn't he apologize like an artist if they break the contract? President Jai was already very aggrieved in his heart. How can the boss apologize? This mentality is why you're a shitty boss. To his employee, if he knew this would happen, he would just agree when Jian Xingsui mentioned he wanted to terminate his contract. He really lifted a rock only to drop it on his own foot. President Jai felt bitter, but he still didn't dare to resist. He turned around and shook hands with Jian Xingsui, saying with deep sorrow, Sui Sui, we are the ones who let you down and wronged you. Jian Xingsui did not expect such a development. He stood up and nodded reluctantly, it's okay. Fu Jingxiao glanced at Agent Wang with an inscrutable expression. The agent immediately understood, so he came over quickly and shook Jian Xingsui's hand. In fact, he felt a little guilty for Jian Xingsui in his heart, and this apology could be regarded as having a shred of his true feelings in it. Sui Sui, it was me who was in the wrong before. You have terminated the contract. Congratulations. I hope you can have a good home in the future. Jian Xingsui never thought that one day these two people would apologize to themselves in such a humble way, but still nodded and said, "It's okay, forget it." The originally difficult thing was quickly finalized. Jian Xingsui felt like he was in a dream when he got the contract to be terminated. When he went downstairs, he was still muttering, "Is this all right?" Fu Jingxiao glanced at him with the corner of his eyes. "You still want to go back and beat them up?" Jian Xingsui thought it was a joke, but who knew that Fu Jingxiao was not kidding with him? If the youth agreed, Fu Jingxiao would really do it in his own way. Jian Xingsui shook his head quickly, and he asked again, "How did you know about the gossip between Li Zun and President Jai? Was this actor so free that he knew all kinds of hidden gossip like these?" Fu Jingxiao leaned against the railing of the elevator with a lazy posture and drawled, "I just guessed." Jian Xingsui's eyes widened. Wang Maken smiled and explained, "Everyone in the circle who is not clean basically plays like this, and it is easy to guess right." Jian Xingsui felt as if he had opened the door to a new world and asked again, "Then that recording?" Wang Maken casually shrugged, "Of course it's also a bluff. How can there be such a clear recording in that kind of place? This is just a tactic to scare them. It's their own guilty conscience making it seem real." "This is what your teacher Fu taught me." The way Jian Xingsui looked at Fu Jingxiao has changed. Besides admiration and awe, he deeply felt that his previous knowledge of Fu Jingxiao was simply only the tip of an iceberg. Back in the car, Wang Maken tactfully did not want to be the light bulb for third wheeling. "Then I have to go back to the company. See you in 2 days." Fu Jingxiao responded lightly and said to Jian Xingsui, "My driver will pick us up. We'll go to the Shen family's house." Jian Xingsui was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Are you going back to Shen family's house too? Why don't you know?" Fu Jingxiao's handsome face had a hint of teasing. "Mrs. Su invited my mother to be a guest today. We'll have dinner together." Jian Xingsui remembered that Su and Zhen seemed to have said so at noon, but he didn't expect the guest to be Fu Jingxiao and his mother. The youth shook his head obediently. "I don't know, are your mother and mine close friends?" Fu Jingxiao treated him patiently. "It's not only close friends, they are childhood friends." Hearing that, Jian Xingsui had a guess, "So mom wants to introduce me to auntie." The actor thought about it for a second before nodding. "While your guess isn't technically wrong, I guess it's more of Mrs. Su wants to introduce me to you." Jian Xingsui, what does this even mean? It is said that the Shen and the Fu have some kind of marriage contract agreement. Su. The promised triple chapters update. Jian Xingsui was a little confused, but Fu Jingxiao looked very mysterious and he was too embarrassed to ask more questions. He decided to roll with whatever would happen and mull over the termination of his contract instead. Suddenly, the car braked abruptly, which brought Jian Xingsui back to his senses and stabilized his mind. Fu Jingxiao, who was sitting next to him, glanced at him. "What are you thinking about?" Jian Xingsui immediately turned around and saw actor Fu looking at him, so he replied, "I'm thinking about my previous agency. Your contract termination is a thing of the past." Fu Jingxiao sat beside him. The man had been looking at the scripts and documents in his hand since just now, but he now put down his things to look at Jian Xingsui in the eyes instead. "No matter how your past is, if you keep living in the pain of the past and don't put your eyes on the front, you will only have a hard time living in the present, understand?" Jian Xingsui understood. Afraid that he would be misunderstood, he explained himself, "I know. I'm just thinking, since I've terminated the contract with them, what will I do next?" Fu Jingxiao asked seriously, "Do you want to quit the circle?" Jian Xingsui didn't know what to say. He used to love music and wanted to make music full-time, but after splashing himself in the shallow parts of the entertainment industry, he realized that it's hard to live here and that he might have to give up. But after changing so many things in this new life, he felt the flap of the butterfly wings. Things are so different now. There's a slim chance that he could do music for his living now. Looking up at Fu Jingxiao in front of this person, Jian Xingsui never wanted to say anything against his will, nor did he want to lie. Although they didn't